Chapter 1. Kneeling for 3 days. The relentless downpour had enveloped the capital for a full 3 days, and Jiang Qingyu, clad in jade-green attire, was utterly drenched, the blood on the roadside diluted by the rain. Passers-by, sheltered under oiled paper umbrellas, were struck with terror upon witnessing the scene. They furtively glanced at the plaque of the Prime Minister's residence before hastily departing in silence. The current Prime Minister was indeed a veritable harbinger of doom, a specter of dread. "I must see Xie Chenyuan. I must see Xie Chenyuan." Jiang Qingyu trembled all over, her spirit fraying as she incessantly repeated these words to herself with each utterance. Her breath grew weaker. It was evident to all that she was on the verge of collapse. A maid beside her held the umbrella, her heart aching as she gently urged her mistress. "Miss, let us leave the tender plea." Momentarily revitalized Jiang Qingyu's voice, which was almost a wail. "Itsue, we don't understand. Xie Chenyuan is the only chance we have for the Jiang family." Her eyes, bloodshot and weary from 3 sleepless nights, bore witness to her torment, yet she dared not succumb to fatigue or falter. She had to kneel before the Prime Minister's residence until the esteemed figure within would grant her an audience, for this was her sole lifeline, the only salvation for the Jiang family. On the surface, the Jiang family appeared to be thriving and basking in glory, yet they were mired in a quagmire from which there was no escape. Everyone was blinded by the fleeting thought of prosperity, unaware that 1 year hence the Jiang family would face annihilation. In that moment, her father, a third-rank official, would be executed before the public's acclaim, nor would her mother, her brothers, or she herself escape this fate. Once basking in splendor, they would ultimately descend into infamy. This calamity stemmed from the machinations of a formidable adversary, a hand that even her father could not thwart. They had merely become the sacrificial lambs in this cruel game. She knew who her enemy was, an unforgiving and powerful figure beyond her reach. All she was aware of was that her father had already entered the fray, sealing their tragic fate. To reverse this impending catastrophe, she could rely solely on her rebirth. Her only recourse lay in the hands of the infamous harbinger of doom, Xie Chenyuan. Thus she had to meet Xie Chenyuan. I can only hope that the message does not err. 3 days prior to her rebirth, she had sought news of an audience with Xie Chenyuan. The information indicated it was an unwritten rule for petitioners to kneel devoutly before the Prime Minister's residence for 3 days, after which they might be granted an audience. Kneeling for 3 days, the delicate skin, nurtured over 15 years, had already broken, bleeding profusely. The vibrant complexion, meticulously cared for by the Jiang family, had lost its luster and vitality. Once adorned in gold and jewels, she now appeared utterly disheveled. The only aspect that thrived was the fierce resolve and determination gleaming in her eyes. Itsue, filled with sorrow, shot a reproachful glance at the Prime Minister's plaque, exclaiming, "What is there to gain from meeting this harbinger of doom? Your father is at the pinnacle of his power. What need does he have of offering us an opportunity? He is deliberately refusing to see you, aiming to suppress our Jiang family and assert his dominance." Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together, a cold, self-mocking smile escaping her. "If he truly did not wish to see me, he would have long since had someone escort me away, or perhaps, as the passers-by suggest, directly sever my legs. The Prime Minister's residence indeed has its splendor. My heavens, she even finds excuses for him." Itsue was nearly fainting with disbelief. "Miss," at that moment, the door of the Prime Minister's residence creaked open, revealing a sharp-eyed, thin old man holding an umbrella before Jiang Qingyu. "Miss Jiang, my lord requests your presence inside." Jiang Qingyu slowly rose, but as she stood straight, dizziness and weakness almost caused her to fall. Yet, she gritted her teeth and steadied herself, presenting the smile befitting a young lady of a prominent family. "Thank you, my lord. Please lead the way," she said. A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, yet he accepted the address with pleasure, feeling a twinge of pity for this young lady of the Jiang family. "First, let me have you change in a proper attire. My lord dislikes those who are poorly dressed." Hitse interjected. "My lady was quite beautiful upon arrival. Her disheveled state, is it not due to someone's deliberate negligence?" Jiang Qingyu cast a sidelong glance, and Itsue, understanding the hint, promptly fell silent, earning further appreciation from the old man. This Miss Jiang was not as naive and foolish as the rumors suggested, rather. She displayed a certain shrewdness, aware that in the Prime Minister's residence, she could not afford to offend anyone. After being taken to bathe and donning a clean outfit, she confirmed her appearance in the copper mirror before stepping out. The young lady wore a simple green gauze dress, adorned modestly, exuding an air of cleanliness and charm. She possessed a striking visage, pure and delicate at the tender age of 15. She could already be counted among the most beautiful in the capital, and one could only imagine the stunning beauty she would blossom into in the future. Jiang Qingyu had learned that the old man who guided her was one of Xie Chenyuan's trusted aides, the house steward Su Youfu. Addressing him as Su Gong, he kindly reminded her, "My lord has a peculiar temperament. Do not engage him in conflict or provoke his anger. You must be aware of his capabilities in seeking this audience. Take good care of your beautiful head and this delightful wit and charm of yours." Chapter 2. Resourcefulness. Jiang Qingyu pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Su Youfu led her to the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence, the designated area for receiving guests. After taking her seat, Jiang Qingyu inquired, "Su Gong, where has Itsue gone?" Su Youfu replied, "Do not worry. You will see her soon." Jiang Qingyu refrained from further conversation, cautiously surveying her surroundings with her peripheral vision. The hall featured azure bricks and jade walls, with chairs crafted from the most exquisite rosewood. The intoxicating aroma of wood permeated the air, and the chair reserved for the host was adorned with golden threads intricately woven into the shape of a golden bird, behind which stood a cypress tree, its lush green leaves framing a seated statue of a golden Buddha. Even the naturally privileged Jiang Qingyu could not help but silently muse. Resplendent and extravagant, a display of utmost opulence. The arrangement of the seating conveyed the host's exclusive authority. What manner of individual could be so audacious beneath the imperial city? Thriving unscathed and even ascending in status? In her previous life, Jiang Qingyu had merely caught a distant glimpse of Xie Chenyuan, who perpetually donned a mask, claiming to suffer from a peculiar affliction that rendered his visage grotesque. It was said that aside from his majesty, no one had beheld his true appearance. Yet sometimes, one need not see features or expressions. A mere distant glance could evoke profound fear. Once, Jiang Qingyu had been skeptical, but after that far-off sighting, her disbelief waned. For Xie Chenyuan was precisely that kind of person. "Sir, Miss Jiang has been waiting for quite some time," Su Youfu announced, interrupting Jiang Qingyu's reverie as footsteps echoed alongside his voice. Before she could turn to greet the newcomer, she hastily rose, the pain in her body still prickling her senses. As she lifted her gaze, a strong metallic scent invaded her nostrils, overwhelming her senses. Dark crimson stains marred the gray-black robe of a man standing before her, a bloodied iron sword glinting ominously in his grasp. The man stood tall and imposing, broad-shouldered yet slender-waisted, his attire embellished with a black tassel and white jade, both tainted with blood. He wore a mask that revealed only his eyes, resembling the sinister specter the world had branded him. He stood there, his gaze penetrating and chilling, as if he were surveying the dead. Just a single glance nearly caused Jiang Qingyu to falter, her instincts tightening in response. Such a potent scent of blood. She recognized it, reminiscent of the time her family had been executed in her previous life. The very same scent that lingered as her loved ones were beheaded one after another. This prime minister had just taken a life. Jiang Qingyu felt a shiver run down her spine, but managed to suppress the sensation, forcing a smile. "Jiang Qingyu, I have the honor of meeting the prime minister." Xie Chenyuan paused, his voice low and frigid. "The daughter of Jiang Huai, the deputy minister?" "Yes," Jiang Qingyu replied. Xie Chenyuan remained silent for a long moment, and before he spoke again, she dared not move, keeping her head bowed. In the presence of this specter, Jiang Qingyu exercised utmost caution, reinforcing her resolve within. At that moment, Xie Chenyuan's voice broke the tension. "Bring her up." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. A familiar voice echoed. "Let me go? What are you planning to do with me?" "Miss, my dear lady, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed. Moments ago, they seized me with great force and imprisoned me." Two servants restrained Itsue, compelling her to kneel before Xie Chenyuan and Jiang Qingyu. Itsue cried out in pain, yet she turned her fierce gaze upon everyone around her, shedding all semblance of a delicate woman and resembling instead a bloodthirsty wolf cub. Jiang Qingyu instinctively moved forward, but a penetrating gaze held her in place, rendering her immobile. Xie Chenyuan inquired, "Is this one of yours?" Jiang Qingyu clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, responding, "Esteemed sir, Itsue is my personal maid, having served me for 5 years. If I may dare to ask, has Itsue offended you in any way? Beneath his mask, Xie Chenyuan's eyes glimmered with amusement as he casually uttered, a slip of the tongue. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. A slip of the tongue? Her mind raced as she recalled that Itsue had only uttered a vague complaint since entering. Before she could ponder further, Xie Chenyuan elucidated. Your maid has repeatedly referred to me as a vengeful spirit within my own residence. While such words may not invite calamity, they nonetheless vex me. How do you propose I respond? With a swift motion, he drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Itsue. His words were not a query but a demand for Jiang Qingyu to pronounce Itsue's death sentence herself. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, Jiang Qingyu could not help but clench her fists, feeling the sweat accumulate on her palms in that fleeting moment. Itsue, too, was stunned. The blade had already pierced her neck, drawing forth a stream of blood. In that breath, realization struck Itsue. This man was not jesting. He would indeed kill her for a mere utterance. Such reckless arrogance, such casual cruelty. What would become of my lady if I were to perish? Gripped by this thought, Itsue hastened to plead, Esteemed sir, I was in error. Yet, Xie Chenyuan drove the blade deeper. Itsue understood that pleading was futile. Today, she was destined for death. She resolved to gamble her fate, striving to focus all of this killing intent upon herself alone. After all, the esteemed sir was a figure of immense power. She was but a speck of dust beneath his heel. If he wished to kill her, he could do so with but a flick of his wrist. You want to kill me? Then do it, she declared. If it is I who has spoken out, then hasten to end my life. To kill me would cleanse you. To kill me would bring finality. Her words dripped with disdain. You are so narrow-minded, unable to tolerate even a grain of sand. No wonder the world brands you a vengeful spirit. Her scathing rebuke failed to stir any conscience within him, only eliciting a cold, mirthless laugh. Ah, so I am narrow-minded and intolerant. What of it? I could arbitrarily accuse you, in your life. And what would you or your lady do in response? You are but a commoner. In the next heartbeat, Xie Chenyuan raised his sword to strike Itsue down. Jiang Qingyu's mind went blank. Tension surged within her as she urgently called out, Esteemed sir, wait. Yet, Xie Chenyuan offered no mercy. The blade was poised to sever Itsue's neck, and with a mere exertion, he could extinguish her life. In that instant, the sound echoed, crack. A resounding slap echoed through the air, freezing everything in its wake. All eyes turned in astonishment toward Jiang Qingyu, whose fair complexion quickly bore the imprint of a crimson hand. Perhaps the blow had been delivered with excessive force, or perhaps her delicate nature rendered her particularly vulnerable. Either way, blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth. Offering a contrite smile, she half-crouched in a gesture of apology, as a mere commoner. How could I possibly comprehend the principles of propriety and integrity? If my indiscretion has offended someone, it is the fault of my inadequate upbringing, a reflection of the Jiang family's shortcomings. Rather than allow the esteemed lord to take my life and besmirch his household, it is more fitting to hold me, the negligent master, accountable for this disruption of his tranquility. Upon concluding her words, the sword of Xie Chenyuan indeed shifted its focus from the maid to the delicate seam of Jiang Qingyu's lips. With the slightest forward motion, she could find herself torn asunder. Miss Jiang, he stated coldly, to me, there is no distinction between killing you or her. In this realm, none can escape my will. Chapter 3. I hold the blade pointed at myself. A fleeting glimmer of fear rapidly crossed Jiang Qingyu's eyes as she grasped the sword. Yet it was swiftly replaced by an air of nonchalance. With graceful composure, she slightly closed her eyes and spoke, Of course, I understand that the Prime Minister can slay anyone with the Emperor's sanctioned golden pen as protection, thus bearing no responsibility. Therefore, I do not seek to hinder. But I find it quite demeaning if the Prime Minister has specifically allowed me entry merely to execute a trivial maid. The threshold of the Prime Minister's household should not be so easily crossed. Each word was enunciated with utmost clarity, her tone poised and neither servile nor arrogant, with a glance and a smile that radiated elegance, leaving no room for reproach. This was not merely a testament to her psychological fortitude, but rather a recollection of the words Su Gong had imparted before introducing her to Xie Chenyuan. My lord has an eccentric temperament. Do not challenge him or provoke his ire. You are aware of his capabilities by seeking this audience. Take great care to protect your lovely head and your charming wit. Su Gong was clearly signaling her. She acknowledged the tumult of anxiety within her. Yet it must not be displayed upon her visage. If her intuition served her right, Xie Chenyuan was testing her resolve. Otherwise, he would not have permitted her presence. If the intent were truly to blame Itsue, he could have easily executed her in the streets. Of course, all of this was merely conjecture. Miss Jiang possesses a commendable understanding, came the man's voice, neither cold nor warm. In the next moment, he exerted force, the sharp blades slicing through the air. A portion of the young girl's dark tresses dancing momentarily before drifting to the ground like the down of a black swan. Jiang Qingyu trembled uncontrollably, sensing the murderous intent that had just brushed against her and the realization that the threat had indeed lunged towards her. Yet, she dared not move, nor flee, nor cry out, for she knew any movement could seal her fate. The man sheathed his sword and cast it aside carelessly before leisurely taking his seat at the head of the table. "Bring tea," he commanded. As his words lingered in the air, Su Yofu approached Jiang Qingyu with a smile, gesturing for her to take a seat, by sacrificing hair for life. "Your previous transgression may be forgiven. Please, Miss Jiang, have a seat." In that moment, Jiang Qingyu nearly burst into tears, the breath she had been holding for an eternity finally easing. Meanwhile, Itsue gazed at her with a blend of admiration and excitement. The long-buried reverence from 5 years past now rekindled with greater intensity. Even after taking her seat, Jiang Qingyu remained cautious, carefully observing Xie Chenyuan. He wore a mask, his demeanor brimming with a sanguine aura, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet, she could still palpably sense an overwhelming relief akin to a brush with death. This prime minister would undoubtedly assist her. However, the anticipation for the tea felt agonizingly prolonged. Soon, a servant from the prime minister's residence brought a pot of tea to Xie Chenyuan's table. As the porcelain clinked against the surface, the previously silent Xie Chenyuan finally spoke, parting his lips to reveal his inquiry. "What do you seek?" Jiang Qingyu felt somewhat dazed. She looked up, and her gaze met Xie Chenyuan's eyes, which were concealed beneath a mask. It felt like an inescapable cage, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of unease and confinement. Summoning her courage, she spoke. "What do you mean by that, sir?" Xie Chenyuan replied. "Those who seek an audience must have a request, be it for life, death, wealth, or power. I do not recall having any prior acquaintance with Deputy Minister Jiang. If Miss Jiang is willing to kneel at my residence for 3 days, her request must surely outweigh the price. What is it that you seek?" A profound silence ensued. Jiang Qingyu bit her lip lightly. Then, rising to her feet, she knelt with a thud. "To answer you, sir, I seek power." Xie Chenyuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. "Your father, Deputy Minister Jiang, holds the rank of 3rd grade. A considerable position within the court. Is that not sufficient power for you?" Jiang Qingyu responded resolutely, "It is not enough." Xie Chenyuan chuckled mockingly, lifting a nearby teacup and taking a delicate sip. "Shall I then request His Majesty to promote him to 2nd grade? Is that sufficient? Still not enough. Is the authority of a 2nd grade official insufficient? Miss Jiang, I fear this estate does not possess what you seek. There is something. If your estate lacked it, I would not have come. Is that so?" His mellifluous voice abruptly ceased, luring Jiang Qingyu deeper into the snare. Taking a deep breath, she declared with unwavering conviction, "Sir, I wish to borrow your power." With that, she promptly bowed 3 times, each bow resonating with a loud thud. To utter such an absurd proposition as borrowing power from the prime minister's residence would send shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. For it was a power that even the emperor would regard with caution. Yet, at that moment, Xie Chenyuan remained astonishingly calm. "Borrow my power?" He slowly raised his right hand, grasping at the air as if holding something intangible, or perhaps a world unyielding in its might, and in that fleeting moment, the world crumbled to dust within his palm. His eyes brimmed with mockery and scrutiny. "How will you prove that you can wield this power?" Jiang Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by the question, at a loss for words. By what right? As a mere woman, with a father who was but a 3rd grade official, what claim did she have to wield such overwhelming power? She had contemplated numerous negotiation strategies before arriving. Yet now, Xie Chenyuan's inquiry rendered her speechless. If he desired something from her, she would certainly give everything. But he merely asked if she could grasp this power. Could she hold it? Xie Chenyuan's gaze darkened. "If Miss Jiang has not yet made up her mind, then please take your leave. You cannot borrow the power of the prime minister's residence." "I can hold it." Jiang Qingyu almost instantaneously met the prime minister's gaze. Then, without hesitation, she pulled a hairpin from her hair and thrust it fiercely into her wrist. By this resolve, in an instant, everyone was stunned, yet only Xie Chenyuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. The green agate hairpin pierced through her entire arm. Yet Jiang Qingyu felt no pain, her flesh numb. She slowly rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intently upon Xie Chenyuan. She smiled, trembling yet unwilling to reveal even a trace of fear. Little girl Jiang Qingyu implores the esteemed sir for mercy and seeks your guidance. Whatever the esteemed sir requires, whatever orders he may give, Qingyu is willing to sacrifice everything, to offer all, only beseeching the esteemed sir to lend her this hand to shield the heavens, to wield immense power. I can grasp it. Even if I cannot, I must hold on. Chapter 4. A brief encounter, my lady. Ichwei exclaimed in a frenzy beside her. Su Youfu could not help but cast a glance at his master. With such a blow, it was likely that Jiang Qingyu's hand would be rendered useless. What could a mere woman possibly desire that would compel her to risk such a cost in pursuit of power? A pair of colossal hands wielding so-called authority could easily engulf and crush her. It was then that the ominous figure let out a laugh, laden with meaning. He exuded a fierce aura, and his worthless gambit seemed to provide some amusement, especially since he had been rather idle of late. Beneath the mask, his eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. Did Xie Chenyuan give his consent? Jiang Qingyu's pallid face could not suppress her elation. Her star-like eyes fixated on Xie Chenyuan, leaving no room for him to retract his words as she hastily bowed her head again. Master Xie is magnanimous. Xie Chenyuan glanced at her and inquired, "Are you versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" "Somewhat," Jiang Qingyu replied, taken aback yet unwilling to appear negligent. Xie Chenyuan raised his gaze. "What does somewhat entail?" Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together, realizing he sought to gauge her true capabilities. She spoke candidly. "While my skills in music and chess are limited, I can engage in several matches with my brothers. As for calligraphy and painting, I possess a modicum of talent. I have attended royal banquets with my brothers and pride myself on my skills, which are not inferior to those of the palace artisans." As she spoke, a sense of relief washed over her. Despite her naivety and ignorance in her previous life, she was not devoid of intelligence. She had merely been overly sheltered, her mind as blank as a canvas, leading her to act in ways unbefitting her age. Fortunately, her family had indulged her, tirelessly seeking out the finest mentors to impart knowledge and skills. Coupled with her natural aptitude, she could not be deemed uneducated or without expertise. Otherwise, facing the inquiry from the master would have left her at a loss for words. However, Jiang's family had met an early demise, leaving her little opportunity to shine. Upon hearing her response, Xie Chenyuan smiled and then asked, "Are you familiar with the unvanquished marquis?" Jiang Qingyu nodded. "I am aware." The unvanquished marquis, Hui, was a legendary figure known throughout the realm. Rising from humble beginnings, he enlisted at 14, amassing countless victories and accolades on the battlefield. By 20, he had attained the rank of general, and after numerous triumphs, he was bestowed the title of unvanquished marquis at 27. His success was not solely military. He also possessed a remarkable love story. After his first battle as a general, he refused the rewards of wealth and power from the emperor, instead requesting a marriage decree to wed his childhood sweetheart. Their love was profound, yet 2 years later, shortly after the birth of their son, the general's wife succumbed to illness. While Hui was on the battlefield, he received the tragic news of his wife's passing. In a fit of rage, he led a 1,000-strong force into enemy territory, unflinchingly beheading the opposing commander. Upon his return, he wept before his wife's grave, losing sight in one eye. Even now, as he approaches 40, the unvanquished marquis has not remarried. Powerful, devoted, and tragic, his tale, reminiscent of a fable, has immortalized the unvanquished marquis as a celebrated hero in the capital. Jiang Qingyu turned her gaze to Xie Chenyuan. "What does the master wish for me to do?" Xie Chenyuan remarked. "The unconquered marquis triumphantly returned to the capital 7 days ago and has arranged a celebratory feast, inviting only a select few old friends and some talented individuals from the capital 3 days hence. I would like you to attend this banquet." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. The unconquered marquis is hosting a banquet? That never happened in her previous life. While inviting familiar friends is understandable, the inclusion of talented scholars and artists. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyu recalled an incident. When the marquis' son was 15, he rode a steed from the western regions through the bustling market of the capital, only for the horse to go wild, resulting in a tragic death. The following day, the unconquered marquis expended great financial and human resources to appease the bereaved families, personally kneeling at the palace gates to plead for mercy, ultimately preserving his only son's life by sending him to the military. Once in the army, this young lord indeed became more disciplined, showcasing potential rivaling that of the unconquered Marquis in his youth. Everyone hailed the Marquis' lineage as secure, yet later, the Jiang family was annihilated, and Jiang Qingyu was beheaded as well. If Xie Chenyuan's information is accurate, this banquet is likely in honor of the young lord. But due to his grave misdeed, the celebration was cancelled. With her bright eyes reflecting thoughtfulness, Jiang Qingyu looked up at Xie Chenyuan and asked, "Are you suggesting I should first establish a connection with the unconquered Marquis?" Xie Chenyuan smiled without uttering a word. Indeed, the connection with the unconquered Marquis is quite prudent. Jiang Qingyu's gaze grew resolute. "I know what I must do." Having said that, she rose to leave, but Xie Chenyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, prompting Su Youfu to quickly interject, "Miss Jiang, please wait. Your hand is injured, and considering the recent commotion, you must have caught a chill. The residence has a physician. It would be wise to attend to your injury before returning home to alleviate your family's worries." Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together and nodded. That would be troublesome. Soon, she was escorted to a guest room by the servants of the residence, with Itsue following closely, tearfully attending to her. The main hall was left with only Xie Chenyuan and Su Youfu. Su Youfu chuckled as he watched the departing figures. Miss Jiang is indeed an intriguing person. She is not as naive and foolish as the rumors suggest, but rather astute and perceptive, possessing a sort of clumsy shrewdness. Such charm makes it no wonder she has captured the Xianxin's favor. Xie Chenyuan narrowed his eyes, his voice betraying no discernible emotion. Favor? Su Lao's choice of words leaves much to be desired. Su Youfu bluntly countered, were it not for the Xianxin's favor, allowing me to sell this information. I fear that even if Miss Jiang were to kneel until her demise, she would never see the day the residence's doors open for her. Others may be unaware. But he was acutely aware. The residence harbored no such custom of kneeling for 3 days and nights for an audience. That was a fabrication deliberately leaked by the Xianxin. 3 days prior, he learned that someone was purchasing information to visit the residence and promptly informed the Xianxin. Initially disinterested, the Xianxin contemplated for a considerable time upon realizing it was Jiang Qingyu inquiring, ultimately leading to this response. Was it not blatantly an opportunity extended to Jiang Qingyu? As the conversation reached this juncture, Xie Chenyuan ceased to offer further evasions and abruptly remarked, "I have encountered her once." Su Youfu's interest was instantly piqued. "Oh?" Xie Chenyuan turned his gaze toward him, a smirk playing upon his lips. "What do you wish to inquire?" Su Youfu replied, "Could it be that the prince has blossomed like an iron tree?" Xie Chenyuan answered, "It is merely curiosity." Su Youfu countered, "Curiosity does not often express itself in such ambiguous terms." Xie Chenyuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he grasped the sword in his hand, methodically wiping the blood from its blade with a handkerchief before lifting the weapon aloft. The fierce light illuminated the now pristine blade, which remained cold as ice. The handkerchief, having been carelessly discarded, drifted slowly to the ground. The Jiang family had already become ensnared in a vortex. Yet only a naive little fish had been the first to perceive the signs. What a source of intrigue this was. However, discovering the truth was of little consequence. A mere little fish could still stir up tempests and defy the currents. I offer her a path. If she can swim, she shall, and if not, it is merely a trifling diversion for me. Even if faced with 1,000 deaths, it is hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 5. The complicated Jiang family. After gaining the approval of Xie Chenyuan, Jiang Qingyu finally dared to relax, but in doing so, she became acutely aware of the pain in her hands and the biting chill in her knees. 3 days of kneeling in the rain had infiltrated her body with excessive dampness and cold, potentially leaving her with a lingering ailment, chronic leg pain. The physician from the Prime Minister's residence scolded her fiercely, but fortunately, her previous good health and youth meant there was still time for her to recuperate. After tending to her hand injuries and administering a few acupuncture needles to her legs, she felt considerably better. The physician prescribed several herbal remedies and imparted a few precautions before taking his leave. Having walked several streets away from the Prime Minister's residence, Itsue finally dared to softly chastise herself. "Mississippi, it's all my fault. If I hadn't spoken carelessly, you wouldn't have had to endure such suffering." Itsue had been saved by Jiang Qingyu 5 years ago from the hands of mountain bandits, who had slaughtered their entire village, leaving only the beautiful young girls to be captured and tormented. Many of the other girls succumbed to the torture, while others took their own lives to escape, leaving Itsue as the sole survivor. Had it not been for Jiang Qingyu, who discovered the plight while traveling with her family and sought help from Lord Jiang, Itsue might have perished countless times. Not only did Jiang Qingyu not despise her for being dirty, but she also kept her by her side. Although their relationship appeared to be that of a master and servant, in reality, they were closer than sisters. Moreover, Itsue had long regarded Jiang Qingyu as more precious than her own life, and now that her mistress was injured because of her, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Jiang Qingyu shook her head and said, "Even if you had not erred, Xie Chenyuan would still have countless reasons to test me." Itsue gasped in astonishment. "Test? But you have already knelt for 3 days." Jiang Qingyu narrowed her eyes, relaying Su Youfu's warning to Itsue and articulating her own suspicions, ultimately concluding, "Anyone can kneel for 3 days, but it is only upon entering the Prime Minister's residence that the true test begins." Su's every word implies, "The Lord does not consult fools." Itsue inhaled sharply, relieved that she had not acted impulsively and attacked those who had restrained her. Otherwise, it would have been a true burden. Yet, as she glanced at Jiang Qingyu, she noticed that while her mistress's face remained unchanged and as beautiful as ever, there was something different about her. It was as if she had transformed overnight, becoming more astute and meticulous, inspiring even greater admiration in Itsue. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu's small face tightened, her tone grave. "Itsue, from this day forth, we must tread carefully with every step. There may be many things I cannot explain to you, but please trust that everything I do is to protect everyone, to safeguard our little family. Yes, miss, whatever you do, Itsue is always willing to go through fire and water for you." As the master and servant walked along the moss-covered stone path, the sound of rain continued to patter softly, illuminated by the glow of countless lights, gradually guiding them home. One misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. When they returned to the Jiang residence, night had fallen. The estate was substantial, with a warm and beautiful ambience that extended from the entrance to the garden and into each room, not ostentatious but lovingly maintained. Bearing the traces of her childhood alongside her brothers, the Jiang residence is one of the few places in the capital that retains a sense of vitality and warmth. This is largely attributable to the unique internal structure of the Jiang family. The head of the household, Jiang Hui, serves as the esteemed deputy minister of rights, a position of significant rank within the court. His wife, Yang Qing, was renowned in the neighboring county as a distinguished official's daughter before their marriage, possessing exceptional beauty and grace. Even after marrying, she managed the household with remarkable finesse and care. The eldest son has ventured into business, the second has taken up arms, while the third, lacking ambition, remains perpetually absent. None of the 3 male heirs show any inclination towards following in their father's footsteps in public office, much to Jiang Hui's chagrin, who has contemplated drastic measures in his frustration. However, due to his short stature, his attempts have been thwarted, resulting in unfortunate mishaps instead. Jiang Qingyu harbors a reasonable suspicion that her father was merely seeking excuses to avoid attending court, indulging in idleness for days on end. In essence, the internal dynamics of the Jiang family can be described, in a more flattering light, as a flourishing diversity, though a more candid assessment reveals a complex mixture of personalities. It is this very complexity that has allowed the Jiang family to thrive, with each member content and supportive of one another. Raised in such an environment filled with love, Jiang Qingyu is akin to a blank canvas. Therefore, in this life, she is determined to remain vigilant and exert every effort to salvage the Jiang family. Upon her return, the maidservants in the courtyard nearly fainted with relief. "Miss, you have finally returned. We thought you would never come back after kneeling for so long. Please, go see the master and mistress. They. The maid collapsed mid-sentence, eliciting panic from Jiang Qingyu. "What has happened to my parents?" The other servants exchanged troubled glances. "You should see for yourself." Without further ado, Jiang Qingyu disregarded her genteel demeanor and strode purposefully towards the main hall. Even before entering, she could hear a familiar voice from within. No. This cannot be. Spare me. I shall never dare again. Husband, please, we have no choice. Though I am frightened, if it is alongside you, I am willing to take the lead." Jiang Qingyu felt a tightening in her chest and hastily pushed open the door. "Father, mother, do not be afraid." The overwhelming scent of medicinal herbs assaulted her senses, a pungent aroma that was nearly unbearable. Inside, 3 figures sat upon chairs, their feet resting in a wooden tub filled with soaking herbs, steam billowing upward. The water temperature evidently high. For the past 3 days, they had taken turns imploring Jiang Qingyu to return home, kneeling outside the Prime Minister's residence for an entire day. As their age made them less resilient, they returned to find their legs numb with cold, seeking the family physician to procure medicinal herbs. These herbs were exceedingly precious and required high temperatures to be effective, yet the stench was overpowering. Initially hesitant, the three were startled into placing their feet down as Jiang Qingyu burst through the door. The moment their feet touched the ground, their skin visibly reddened, blood rushing to their faces, and they all jumped up in unison, emitting anguished cries. "Ah, the water temperature is exceedingly hot." Finally, the three of them reclined in their chairs, appearing as if they were caught between the realms of life and death. Upon entering, Itsue was taken aback by the scene before her. Were these three little red figures, the master, the mistress, and the third young master? Jiang Qingyu paused for a moment, her lips twitching slightly. What a spectacle. Did her beloved family always possess such eccentricity? Apologies for intruding upon your refined gathering. It seems I have mistakenly knocked on the wrong door. Jiang Qingyu silently stepped back, closing the door. Yet, just as she shut the door, three voices in unison called out to her. "Jiang Qingyu, come back here." Chapter 6. Our home, under surveillance on a chilly night. The cold air caressed my face. My daughter's rebellion has deeply wounded my heart. Your words pierce my soul like icy daggers. As a mother, I am truly hurt. Young Qing, with a reddened face, sobbed intermittently, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, then glared at Jiang Qingyu with a mix of reproach and concern. You don't care for yourself. Can't you at least show some compassion for your father and mother? Do you realize that after you knelt there for 3 days, both your father and I have developed chronic leg pain? And your brother? Jiang Qingyu looked over. Has third brother also developed chronic leg pain? At such a young age, I thought kneeling for 3 days wouldn't affect him at all. Upon sensing his younger sister's gaze, Jiang Qingyu quickly clarified. I don't have chronic leg pain. It was just that the medicine was too tormenting. Mother and father insisted on dragging me along to keep them company. I am strong and healthy. Nonetheless, he continued, but really, what madness possessed you to insist on visiting the Prime Minister's residence? Not even 10 oxen could drag you back. How did you come to return today? At 18, Jiang Qingyu was brimming with curiosity, his youthful exuberance apparent as he leaped off the chair. Yet, as he jumped, the burn on his skin was aggravated, eliciting a monkey-like shriek from him. Remembering he mustn't appear foolish in front of his sister, he quickly masked his pain with a forced smile, pretending nothing was amiss. He leaned closer, whispering, You've never been the brightest, and I thought you'd kneel until you fainted, waiting for someone to carry you back. Not bright? Jiang Qingyu laughed, then quickly squatted down to restrain Jiang Laosan's leg. Jiang Laosan immediately cried out in pain. Jiang Qingyu, how can you be so cruel? In the next moment, he collapsed, trembling in agony, rolling about while clutching his leg. When did you become so strong? It hurts. Jiang Qingyu narrowed her eyes. I didn't apply any force. At this moment, everyone realized something was amiss. Although the medicinal bath was hot, it shouldn't cause Jiang Qingyu such excruciating pain. Despite his lack of martial prowess, he had endured many beatings and was resilient. For him to be in such distress, the medicine must be at fault, Jiang Qingyu declared resolutely. The others exchanged bewildered glances. The medicine is problematic? Jiang Hui and Yang Qing exclaimed in unison. But we're perfectly fine. Jiang Qingyu glanced at them. Just press on the acupoints on your feet, and you might not fare so well. Seeing Jiang Qingyu still writhing in pain and pleading for help, they both shuddered and decided against trying. Jiang Qingyu spoke firmly. I will treat you first. Jiang Hui asked. You know medicine? Jiang Qingyu replied. Not really. It was the physician from the Prime Minister's residence who prescribed the medicine for me. Feitsue, go fetch warm water. Feitsue nodded. Yes. Jiang Qingyu calmed herself, contemplating the sequence of events. Jiang Hui, along with the others, was left dumbfounded. You really met Xie Chenyuan? Jiang Qingyu nodded and spoke. Yes, but the situation is rather complicated. I will explain everything to you shortly. I shall recount to you the reasons behind my visit to the Prime Minister's residence. Father, mother, regardless of what I say, please believe me. I have my own unavoidable hardships. The atmosphere in the room grew suddenly grave, as all eyes turned to Jiang Qingyu's face. Had someone taken possession of their beloved little fish? The once carefree child, whose eyes sparkled with innocent foolishness, now seemed so much more astute? Could it be that she had genuine, unavoidable difficulties? They pondered. After all, it had been a month since they last included walnuts in their meals. Jiang Qingyu, unable to restrain his tongue, spoke first. Are you truly my silly little fish? Jiang Qingyu replied. Who else would know that you, Jiang Qingyu, still wet the bed at 6, or that at 7 you ventured into the mountains to pick peaches, only to be slapped by a monkey? Or that at 12 you wrote to Miss when next door, only to be criticized for your lack of eloquence? A veritable illiterate? The shocking revelations caused a flush of embarrassment to creep across Jiang Qingyu's face. Stop. I believe you. I believe you already. Jiang father and Jiang mother squinted their eyes, their expressions laden with meaning. So this is who you are, Jiang San. Jiang San remained silent, his long-guarded secrets laid bare. Soon, Itsue entered with 2 maidservants, carrying warm water. Jiang Qingyu placed the medicinal pouch into the basin, a gift from the physician before her return home, who assured her it would prove useful. Initially dismissive, she now recognized the gravity of their circumstances. It seemed everything lay within the control of that formidable prime minister. After brewing the medicine, she instructed the 3 to lower their legs. They complied, and Jiang Qingyu placed her hands in her father's basin. Little fish, what are you doing? Jiang Hui asked. Jiang Qingyu smiled, glancing at him, and then at Yang Qing beside him. I just suddenly thought I have never given father and mother a foot massage. Jiang Hui exclaimed. Yang Qing gasped. Is this truly our daughter? Yang Qing began to weep, exclaiming, Little fish has grown up. She is more sensible than your 3 brothers. Jiang Hui, unable to contain himself, grasped the other end of the handkerchief. Will. A man does not shed tears lightly, unless his daughter embodies filial piety. Jiang San interjected, Am I not included? Jiang Qingyu replied, You were not invited. Jiang San retorted, What a heartless sister. After soaking their feet in the medicinal water, Jiang Qingyu noticed a marked improvement. While massaging her parents' feet, she couldn't help but shed 2 tears. Her parents, believing she had suffered some grievance, anxiously inquired. Jiang Qingyu shook her head. No grievances. Merely a realization that I have been too late in understanding, causing you both too much worry. Her words touched Jiang father and Jiang mother deeply, their handkerchief becoming thoroughly soaked with tears. After washing their feet, Jiang Qingyu proposed administering acupuncture. The technique, acquired from the physician at the prime minister's residence, was remarkably effective for treating chronic leg ailments. A few sessions would suffice for recovery. The physician had even gifted her a medical book, complete with illustrations and descriptions. Though Jiang Qingyu's technique was somewhat unrefined, her medical knowledge ensured that she did not misplace the acupuncture points. In the flickering candlelight, the girl's delicate face bore an expression of utmost seriousness, with beads of sweat occasionally forming on her forehead. The others ceased their chatter, their gazes fixed intently upon Jiang Qingyu. The occasional display of maturity was indeed moving, yet this was the 3rd or 4th instance. They concluded that something must have transpired with the young girl. However, they were at a loss for words. Their hearts were tumultuous, and thus, once Jiang Qingyu completed her needling, they dismissed the maidservants and promptly returned to the topic at hand. Little fish, what did you mean when you said there was an issue with that medicine? A flicker of coldness crossed Jiang Qingyu's eyes, and then she spoke with unwavering conviction. Our family has attracted unwanted attention. Chapter 7. The mysterious Zhang Laosan has been targeted. The words sent a chill through several listeners, prompting instinctive glances around the room. Jiang Qingyu's gaze grew solemn as she nodded slightly, then fixed her stare on Jiang Hui. Father, what I am about to say may seem incredulous, yet the Jiang family has undeniably become a stepping stone for others. Should any disturbance arise, we will undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed. The lack of action from our adversaries is due to your continued control. However, their recent move to employ drugs suggests that news of my prolonged kneeling at the Prime Minister's residence has spread. This may be a warning, or perhaps they intend to exert control over our family through this substance. The faces of the 3 turned pallid. How could this be possible? Who would dare do such a thing? And who possesses the means to carry it out? I shall immediately summon someone to investigate this matter. Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together, her gaze sweeping over the untouched potion nearby. We must not act rashly, for that would only backfire. I will send Itsue to the Prime Minister's residence tomorrow to consult with the physician there. Her tone grew grave as she addressed Jiang Hui. However, father, please exercise utmost caution in the court. Jiang Hui pondered for a moment. Yet, our Jiang family has never engaged in malicious deeds. How could this happen? Sometimes, the harm inflicted upon you is not a reflection of your own actions. The world is rife with complexity, and the conflicts within the court cannot be succinctly explained. Otherwise, father, ask yourself, with your capabilities, how could you ascend to the position of a 3rd-rank minister of rights in merely 15 years? Some can perceive the depths of human hearts. Some can elevate others with ease, while others can dictate the fate of a family from afar. This world has never lacked individuals with profound influence. Yang Qing clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, while Jiang Hui fell into contemplative silence. The Jiang family was not particularly prominent, with limited connections. Although Jiang Hui possessed some literary talent, his rapid rise in the bureaucracy seemed implausible. Whether it was due to exceptional skill, sheer fortune, or perhaps aligning with a particular faction, only Jiang Hui truly understood. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Hui declared, "I shall proceed with heightened vigilance." The others observed him, their hearts filled with concern. "Dear husband," Yang Qing tightened her grip on the handkerchief, leaning gently against his arm. Though Jiang Hui refrained from voicing his thoughts, his unspoken acknowledgement of Jiang Qingyu's stance spoke volumes. He chose silence for now. As the situation remained uncertain, many troubles stemmed from careless words, and overt actions were ill-advised. Today's caution would require time to validate the suspicions held within. However, the group turned their attention back to Jiang Hui. Unable to contain his tears, he rubbed his eyes and began. "Is my performance as an official truly so dismal that even little you has prompted me to introspect my own abilities? How disheartening! Oh, woe is me." A rotund man in his 50s wept like a child, prompting the others to exchange knowing glances, their lips twitching in restrained amusement. Jiang Hui possesses commendable abilities. Yet they remain merely commendable. If one were to identify a distinctive trait, it would be his integrity and incorruptibility. He never covets what does not belong to him. In certain circles, Jiang Hui, the Deputy Minister of Rights, has garnered a modest reputation. The group refrained from delving deeper into this sensitive topic, as the best defense before an unusual outburst is often to remain still. Jiang Qingyu's objective has been achieved. She does not need to voice much explicitly. For now, it suffices to keep her family vigilant, to guard against unforeseen changes. Regarding the affairs of the Prime Minister's residence, Jiang Qingyu candidly expressed her intentions. "I kneel before the Prime Minister's residence to seek its assistance, providing the Jiang family with an additional safeguard, and securing a backup for myself." Amidst the swirling tempest, the only entity capable of maintaining its composure is the Prime Minister's residence. As for Xie Chenyuan's character, it is difficult for anyone to assess. However, his methods and capabilities are well known to all. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Hui turned his gaze towards Jiang Qingyu, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet the words remained unspoken. He merely took Jiang Qingyu's hand and gently patted the back of her hand, saying, "Little fish. Above all, preserving your own safety is paramount. With your father at home, pursue your aspirations freely and do not hesitate to seek assistance when needed. Although my abilities may be limited, I possess an instinct that has guided me thus far. This time, my instinct tells me you are right. Little fish. Go ahead and act." The group chose not to prolong the conversation, each retreating to their respective rooms, preoccupied with their own thoughts. As Jiang Qingyu traversed the courtyard on her way back to her chamber, a breeze stirred. She gazed into the distance, her fists clenched tightly. In the span of a year, she must ensure that the Jiang family does not repeat its past mistakes. Later into the night, Jiang Qingyu approached Jiang Qingyu's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Knock, knock, knock. Still no reply. Yet Jiang Qingyu was aware that Jiang Qingyu was undoubtedly inside, albeit in a state of anger towards her. Among her three brothers, she shared the closest age with Jiang Qingyu, and thus their bond was the strongest. Earlier that day, he had clearly wanted to convey something to her before parting, yet the words never escaped his lips. Since she had matters to discuss, she decided to visit him directly. Though she possessed only a fragment of insight, she sensed that Jiang Qingyu, who appeared the most unreliable and aimless among the Jiang brothers, was, in fact, the most extraordinary of them all. Of course, Jiang Qingyu could not fathom the extent of his complexity. She only knew that in her previous life, Jiang Qingyu had managed to delay their family's execution by an entire month. This revelation had profoundly shocked her young heart at the time. Their family had been burdened with the grave accusation of treason. To secure a delay of a month, her third brother might not be an ordinary person. As Jiang Qingyu waited for Jiang Qingyu to open the door, she sat down on the small steps in front of his room, preparing herself emotionally. Moments later, the sweet, delicate, and pitiable voice of the young girl resonated. "I am the little cabbage, unloved and uncared for. The dew soaks, the sun scorches. I am but a frail little cabbage." This was a humorous poem she had crafted with her older brother during their childhood quarrels. At that time, 8-year-old Jiang Qingyu was infuriated when his 5-year-old sister, Jiang Qingyu, devoured his beloved jujube cake, leading him to ignore her for 2 whole days. In desperation, Jiang Qingyu sought their father's assistance and even cried at their grandmother's feet, ultimately sobbing an apology at Jiang Qingyu's door. From a young age, Jiang Qingyu was endearing. When this cherubic child wept, her soft, pleading voice could melt even the hardest of hearts. After Jiang Qingyu emerged, Jiang Qingyu continued to cry uncontrollably. reproaching him for being so cruel and ignoring her. Thus, with no other recourse, Jiang Qingyu found himself comforting her, composing this light-hearted verse for Jiang Qingyu, promising that if he ever neglected her again, he would sing this very poem. Indeed, the next moment, with a creak, the door behind them swung open. The man stood silhouetted against the light, prideful yet awkward, declaring in a haughty tone, "You are quite adept at hiding matters, are you not? Had you not chosen to speak today, I would have remained unaware of your remarkable ability to uncover plots against the Jiang family. Now what brings you here?" Chapter 8. Everyone has secrets, don't they? Jiang Qingyu donned a deep purple robe embroidered with golden flowers, a hue that is notoriously difficult to carry. Yet, his nonchalant demeanor harmonized with it unexpectedly well. Tall and slender, with a physique that was lean yet not frail, he stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his enchanting phoenix eyes scrutinizing Jiang Qingyu with a hint of jealousy. He resembled a proud youth stepping out from the pages of a painting. However, at this moment, this proud young man was far from pleased. Though unaware of the tribulations Jiang Qingyu had recently encountered, the magnitude of her transformation hinted at something significant. The fact that she had not confided in him, her elder brother, about such a profound matter left him perturbed. What if she found herself in peril alone? Jiang Qingyu could not expect him to be easily appeased. He cast a glance at Jiang Qingyu, who stood with her hands clasped behind her back, silent and fidgety, occasionally daring to glance at him with a cautious demeanor. Her eyes resembled those of a remorseful kitten or puppy, evoking an almost irresistible urge within him. As if she were pleading, "Brother, can you really be so heartless?" Jiang Qingyu could no longer contain himself. "Jiang Qingyu, you knock on my door in the dead of night and then remain silent for half the day. What exactly do you want?" Realizing that Jiang Qingyu had taken the initiative to speak, Jiang Qingyu understood that she had successfully maneuvered him, as effortless as a breeze. Today, she must win over her third brother, regardless of his identity. He would become the strongest pillar of support for the Jiang family. If she could align herself with Jiang Laosan, it would grant her a newfound sense of security. Thus, she feigned innocence. Jiang Qingyu, in stark contrast to her earlier assertive self, adopted a soft and delicate tone, saying, "I was only worried about you being upset. I didn't dare to speak. So feel free to scold me." Oh no, this was truly a monumental blunder. At that moment, while Jiang Qingyu appeared calm on the surface, internally he was banging his head in frustration. Jiang Qingyu, who claimed she was afraid to speak and inviting reprimands, had once been unyielding, retorting tenfold to a single remark. Now she was practically seeking a scolding? Where had that adorable, stubborn sister gone? However, this peculiar behavior left Jiang Qingyu at a loss for words, intensifying his internal vexation. He contemplated pretending to slap Jiang Qingyu, but just as his hand began to rise, she playfully shrank her neck and winked at him, swiftly producing a fragrant, soft pastry in her hand. "Don't be angry. Look at this jujube cake. I made it myself." The delightful jujube cake bounced slightly, appearing utterly delectable. Jiang Qingyu glanced at the cake, then at Jiang Qingyu, and felt as if the air had been let out of his balloon, his expression deflating. "Jiang Qingyu, are you attempting to bribe me with jujube cake? How cunning of you." He truly found himself utterly powerless against his sister. Jiang Qingyu responded with a bright smile. "I know you can't bear to scold me, so I'm just putting on a show for you." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes twinkled, fully aware of how to tug at Jiang Qingyu's heartstrings. Having lived together for over a decade, their bond was inseparable. She knew precisely how to navigate the affections of Jiang Laosan. In the depths of his heart, Jiang Laosan was tormented by the secret he kept from her, yet he could never bring himself to sever ties with her. His heart was in turmoil, but a mere morsel of jujube cake could easily placate him. Initially, Jiang Qingyu did not recognize the rarity of such affection, but later came to understand that her brother's love was unparalleled in this world. Without her brother, no one treated her like a child. Upon entering the room, Jiang Qingyu poured tea and quickly devoured the jujube cake, licking his lips afterward with a sense of lingering satisfaction. Indeed, his culinary skills had improved. As he wiped his mouth, he turned to Jiang Qingyu and remarked, "One can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Now that the jujube cake is finished, you must answer my questions honestly. Do you understand?" Jiang Qingyu shot him an irritated glare. "I know. I never intended to keep anything hidden. I still need your help." Jiang Qingyu, realizing her intentions, slapped his thigh. "Ah, little fish, so you only show kindness when you seek something. What should I do then? Do you expect me to eat for free?" Jiang Qingyu shook her head, her radiant and charming visage appearing particularly endearing. Jiang Qingyu scoffed lightly. You first explain what's going on, and then I shall decide whether to assist you." Jiang Qingyu nodded and recounted the tale she had meticulously prepared. "Recently, I have been plagued by the same dream repeatedly. In it, our Jiang family is being targeted. No, to be precise, the entire Dayou is caught in a tempest, its very structure in chaos. Monumental changes are afoot. Our family is falsely accused of colluding with foreign factions with intentions of treason, leading to a catastrophic fate of annihilation, while other noble families also suffer their own losses. This dream feels so painfully real, and each time I awaken, I am left with a profound sense of loss. I cannot wait for that day to arrive. I must take action." Jiang Qingyu did not dismiss Jiang Qingyu's words as mere folly, for the changes in her were indeed substantial. Yet he felt that such a notion was excessively dramatic. But what if the events of her dream were to come to fruition? Jiang Qingyu fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Qingyu. "In my dream, it was you who petitioned the emperor to delay the execution, postponing it by a full month. Third brother, everyone harbors secrets, do they not?" Her tone was calm yet laden with implication. After speaking, she delicately sipped from her teacup, signaling that she had no intention of probing further. Jiang Qingyu's expression shifted noticeably, adopting a composure that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. A sheen of cold sweat quickly forming on his brow. He too took a sip of tea, and without further ado, the two shifted the topic. "Little fish, I truly underestimated you. In silence, you have made an astonishing revelation. One statement could compel me to believe that your dream might indeed manifest into reality. But why do you not share this with our parents?" Jiang Qingyu shook her head. Telling father would only burden him further, and informing mother would only add to her worries. Action must be taken personally. Jiang Qingyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, father's abilities are limited. Jiang Qingyu replied. "So straightforward, father, that old crybaby, would undoubtedly feign despair upon hearing this." Jiang Qingyu. "So you knelt before the Prime Minister's residence for 3 days?" Jiang Qingyu. "Yes. The Prime Minister's residence. Amidst the great turmoil at that time, it remained the only place untouched by chaos." Jiang Qingyu fell silent for a moment, not questioning this assertion, for he understood better than most the nature of the formidable figure, Xie Chenyuan, who resided within. A master of transcendent abilities. A specter that even gods would shun. "Jiang Qingyu, did you glean anything from him?" "Jiang Qingyu, I learned that he possesses the capability to assist me. And I also realized that the Jiang family is already ensnared in a whirlpool of troubles." Her fingers tightened around the teacup, her eyes quivering with barely contained fury. "The news of my 3-day vigil has spread, prompting immediate concern among others who wish to test the waters, indicating that our family has long been under surveillance, allowing them to act with such precision. Investigating the apothecary now would not only disturb the serpents but might also yield nothing. Rather than that, it would be wiser to feign ignorance, to play the fool and lower their guard." Jiang Qingyu, "Yet the tale of your 3-day vigil has already circulated." Jiang Qingyu smiled, her eyes sparkling with shrewdness. "This is easily resolved. I have already instructed Itsue to disseminate the information. We shall say that my prolonged kneeling was a testament to my long-standing admiration for Prime Minister Xie, to the point of yearning that caused me to seek an audience in desperation. They will undoubtedly perceive me as a lunatic." Chapter 9. All is ready. Only the eastern wind is missing. As Jiang Qingyu's words fell, Jiang Laosan squinted his eyes and fixed his gaze upon her. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Jiang Qingyu inquired, "Why are you staring at me so intently?" Jiang Qingyu, arms crossed, grunted, "You can spread those rumors as you please, but do not entertain any real thoughts about Xie Chenyuan." His warning was accompanied by a sudden seriousness in his expression, as if burdened by some hidden concern. He was not a man easily approached by ordinary folk. Although his knowledge was limited, it surpassed that of Jiang Qingyu. Previously, when the emperor intended to betroth the princess to Xie Chenyuan, Jiang Qingyu had firmly refused. The emperor, infuriated, threatened to issue an imperial decree to enforce the union, only to be met with Xie Chenyuan's audacious counter-threat. If the emperor did not wish to witness the princess's corpse on her wedding night, it would be prudent not to proceed with such orders. The audacity of threatening the emperor with the princess's life was unprecedented. While many anticipated the emperor's wrath would be unleashed upon Xie Chenyuan, he instead retreated, dismissing Xie Chenyuan with a wave of his hand, opting for a more calculated approach. Thereafter, the matter faded into silence, though it was said that the princess wept inconsolably in the aftermath. The current emperor was not to be trifled with. That Xie Chenyuan could navigate such perilous waters and emerge unscathed spoke volumes about the formidable leverage he wielded. It was enough to instill a sense of trepidation in the emperor himself. Upon hearing this tale, Jiang Qingyu felt a mixture of admiration and astonishment. The story of this chancellor was indeed legendary. Naturally, she believed the account to be true, for she had first-hand experience of the formidable nature of that chancellor, and merely recalling it sent shivers down her spine. Were it not for the fact that only Xie Chenyuan could save the Jiang family, she would be utterly unwilling to meet him again. She could not fathom where her third brother derived the notion that she harbored feelings for Xie Chenyuan. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingyu offered him some reassurance. "Third brother, our family affairs are yet unsettled. How could I possibly indulge in romantic notions? I truly do not understand what occupies your mind day after day. Or could it be that you have failed in your pursuit of sister when next door, and now see love in everything?" Jiang Laosan, clearly caught off guard, felt his handsome face flush with embarrassment. Without a word, he playfully tapped Jiang Qingyu on the head with the back of his hand, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I such an unreliable person? I am only concerned for you. It is those naive girls like you who are most susceptible to being distracted by matters of the heart." Jiang Qingyu cradled her head in her hands, gazing at Jiang Laosan with a mournful expression, silently observing him weave his tail, clearing his throat. Jiang Laosan quickly shifted the topic. "Didn't you mention you needed my assistance? What do you require from me?" A smirk graced Jiang Qingyu's lips. "I would like you to teach me some skills, such as horseback riding." "Horseback riding?" Jiang Qingyu exclaimed, bewildered. "What does a young lady like you intend to learn to ride for?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "I have my reasons and purposes for wanting to learn. Just teach me." Jiang Qingyu cautioned, "I must inform you beforehand. Learning to ride is no easy task. One misstep could lead to a fall. To what extent do you wish to learn?" Jiang Qingyu declared, "Within 2 days, I want to be able to gallop freely." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. 2 days? Is the time frame really that tight? Are you serious? Jiang Qingyu's gaze was imbued with sincerity. "Is it possible? I am not afraid of hardship, as long as I can achieve it. I am willing to do anything." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qingyu ultimately nodded. "To reach that level in 2 days, it depends on your innate talent. However, you must endure considerable hardship during this time. It is getting late today. Come back tomorrow morning." A radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Qingyu's face. "All right. Thank you, third brother. I shall return tomorrow." Jiang Qingyu watched the direction in which Jiang Qingyu had departed, feeling a mix of discomfort and a sense of loss. While it was indeed a good thing for his sister to become intelligent and understanding, as her elder brother, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache, longing for the days when his silly sister relied on him for everything. Yet, like fledglings learning to soar, young fish destined to leap over the dragon's gate must eventually find their own way. He could not always coddle Jiang Qingyu as a child. The winds of change were swift, and he too must hasten his own steps. Once he confirmed that no one was present in the courtyard, he spoke coldly to the outside. "Investigate thoroughly who has taken action against the Jiang family, but do not reveal anything prematurely. There must be more at play behind this." A chilling reply echoed back from the previously tranquil exterior. "Yes, my lord." Early the next morning, Jiang Qingyu sought out Jiang Qingyu. He led her to a secluded area for practicing equestrian skills, bringing along 2 horses. Jiang Qingyu instructed her in the fundamentals of horseback riding. Jiang Qingyu demonstrated commendable aptitude, and the horses chosen by Jiang Qingyu were exceptionally gentle, allowing her to swiftly ride in circles on her own. Over the course of 2 days, despite numerous falls from the horse and countless scrapes, she displayed remarkable resilience, driven by an indomitable spirit that insisted she would learn through perseverance. In the end, she was able to gallop short distances with considerable effort. Jiang Qingyu observed her progress, feeling a mix of admiration and reflection. His sister truly possessed determination and fortitude, qualities that most could scarcely endure. Upon returning home that evening, Jiang Qingyu bore various injuries that caused her parents great distress. When they inquired, they learned that Jiang Qingyu had been instructing her in horseback riding. Lacking knowledge in these matters, they could only express their concern, accusing Jiang Qingyu of failing to protect his younger sister adequately, berating him fiercely. Jiang father, wiping his tears, lamented, "She is my only delicate daughter, and you have put her through such torment. You are truly an incompetent brother." Jiang mother also wept, "Oh, my suffering daughter. How have you ended up with such a cruel brother?" Jiang Qingyu retorted, "She merely has some scrapes." The couple exclaimed in unison, "Be quiet. Who asked for your opinion?" Jiang Qingyu found himself at a loss for words, ultimately pacified by a small date cake from Jiang Qingyu. At that moment, he realized he was the one who felt like the neglected and unloved cabbage. Did this family still have a place for him? Frustration bubbled within him. Yet he refrained from voicing it, knowing it would only lead to more trouble. Later that night, News arrived from Yitsue regarding the physician from the Prime Minister's residence. Yitsue recounted the physician's words. "Miss, your suspicions were indeed correct. Someone has already set their sights on the Jiang family. The medicine administered that day can indeed alleviate the chill temporarily, but it comes with excruciating pain. And there is always the potential for a more severe outbreak of cold in the future. When that occurs, they may resort to pills that induce dependency, seeking to gain control over the Jiang family. This information has reached the Prime Minister, who assured me that we need not worry excessively. We should simply focus on addressing the matters he has arranged for us. If we comply, the Jiang family will remain safe." The Prime Minister's words instantly soothed the tension that had gripped Jiang Qingyu. While formidable, the Prime Minister's prowess was undeniable. The implication of his message was clear. He had temporarily alleviated the Jiang family's troubles, sparing her further effort. Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. "If that is the case, I cannot let the Prime Minister down." The banquet at the Invincible Marquis's residence? Everything is in place. We simply await the favorable wind. Let that legendary young Marquis deliver it personally. Chapter 10. Reputation Reversal. At the capital market, Jiang Qingyu was adorned in a deep green attire, contrasting her previous elegant and stately appearance. Today, her outfit was simpler and more fitted, devoid of the embellishments of gold and silver jewelry, making it more suitable for physical activity. Her long hair was merely tied back into a ponytail with a dark ribbon, exuding a certain gallantry, while her enchanting features added a touch of gentleness to her bold demeanor. She led a horse, strolling leisurely through the market. Upon seeing her attire, Yitsue was utterly elated. As a devoted fan of Jiang Qingyu, she squealed several times, declaring that such a lady would undoubtedly be the most radiant presence in any crowd. And indeed, this proved to be true. The girl was stunningly beautiful. Which family did she belong to? I have never encountered anyone of her caliber. It was impossible to divert my gaze. She bore a resemblance to someone from the Jiang family, didn't she? The Jiang family? Don't be ridiculous. Can she ride? Does she possess such poise? I have seen the Jiang family's daughter. Though she is lovely, her gaze lacks substance. She cannot possibly be compared to this lady. Moreover, that Jiang family daughter has recently been utterly captivated by a certain minister's son, leaving her no time to meander through the market on horseback. As people complimented her, their words began to take a turn. After all, Jiang Qingyu had become the subject of many jokes around town lately. Yitsue, unable to tolerate any disparagement of her lady, was on the verge of retorting. However, Jiang Qingyu quickly halted her. "Do not be hasty. They are merely speaking the truth. There is no need to disrupt our composure." Yitsue, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Miss, you are truly a wonderful person. I cannot bear to hear anyone speak ill of you." Jiang Qingyu smiled, her eyes sparkling with shrewdness and mischief. "I never said I would endure others' words. Just watch closely, Yitsue." With that, she led her horse to a vegetable stall in the market, where the proprietor, a middle-aged man, was taken aback at the sight of such a beauty approaching him. His heart racing. "This young lady, what would you like to purchase?" Jiang Qingyu spoke in a gentle tone, her voice resonating for many to hear. "I am not looking to buy anything. I simply find it inconvenient to manage this horse. May I borrow your space to tie it?" The man looked astonished, his expression conflicted. "But this space, I cannot make that decision." Jiang Qingyu chuckled softly. "If it is a matter of payment, I have not brought any money today. However, my home is nearby. You may call for me at the Jiang residence, and someone there will ensure you receive compensation." "The Jiang family? Your name?" The man was momentarily bewildered, then suddenly snapped back to reality. "You cannot possibly be the infamous Jiang Qingyu, the foolish daughter of the Jiang household." The man, speaking without filter, realized his error only after the words escaped his lips, hastily covering his mouth. Jiang Qingyu did not have a particularly good reputation, despite her beauty. She was often perceived as lacking intelligence, frequently engaging in unexpectedly reckless behavior. For instance, she once accidentally let her dog bite someone while out for a walk, only to apologize and flee without offering any compensation. In the dead of night, clad in a crimson garment, she roamed the streets, singing haunting ballads that terrified a multitude of residents. It was not that her actions were particularly egregious, but rather that such behavior was entirely unbecoming of a rational individual. Treating the capital as her own abode, she acted spontaneously without a second thought. Had she not been the daughter of the esteemed Minister Jiang, she would have surely faced retribution long ago. And now, as a man approached her, it was uncertain what further antics Jiang Qingyu might unleash. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Qingyu's voice emerged soft and gentle. "Previously, I was somewhat ignorant and unrefined. I kindly ask that you do not hold it against me. If any of you harbor grievances towards me, please voice them without hesitation. The relationship between officials and citizens is one of unity. And I am merely the daughter of a minor official. We are all neighbors. Having watched me grow up, there is no need for formality. Only by hearing your concerns will I understand where I must improve, enabling us to coexist harmoniously. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Were they dreaming? The daughter of a third-rank official, once a naive and foolish girl, was now communicating with them in such amiable tones. Remarkably, as she spoke, she seemed to radiate a gentle glow. In stark contrast, children of officials with lesser ranks than Minister Jiang either met them with disdain or mocked them as commoners, deriding everything they offered. While the principle of unity between officials and citizens was sound, how many in positions of power were willing to regard them as equals? Jiang Qingyu's words garnered her immense goodwill and heartfelt emotion. The vendor at the vegetable stall, moved by her demeanor, promptly presented her with a large cabbage, saying, "Miss Jiang, your words resonate with us. We have all watched you grow. This cabbage is the finest from my field. If you do not mind, please accept it." Jiang Qingyu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent. I shall take it. You may simply add it to the Jiang household's account." The man, taken aback, flushed and replied, "And no. This is a gift for you." Jiang Qingyu shook her head. "You toil hard in your small business. Please accept it. However, could you offer me a discount? Let us say, at 80% of the price? If my family finds it to our liking, we shall return here in the future." The man's face lit up with joy. "Agreed. From now on, if anyone from the Jiang family comes, I shall offer them the 80% price." Witnessing this exchange, others felt envious. The Jiang family, while not excessively grand, was substantial enough. Even at 80%, their family's demand would be considerable. Furthermore, given that these officials frequently hosted banquets, the cumulative value would surpass that of their modest stalls significantly. Other officials looked down upon the locally grown produce, insisting on exotic delicacies from arid deserts, unaware that such crops could not possibly flourish in such unyielding terrain. Clearly, those foolish officials were easily deceived. Presently, with Miss Jiang's approachable demeanor, the potential for a stable clientele was an extraordinary opportunity. Thus, numerous vendors eagerly began to present their wares. "Miss Jiang, the radishes here are also quite splendid. Miss Jiang, do you fancy herbal remedies? I gather mine from the mountains, and they are genuine. Allow me to gift them to you." Miss Jiang. In just a matter of moments, Jiang Qingyu's reputation experienced a remarkable turnaround, transforming her into the beloved darling of the neighborhood, with everyone eagerly vying to present her with gifts. Jiang Qingyu graciously accepted each offering, declaring that as long as they were practical, she would gladly procure them on a long-term basis. The items sold at her stall were everyday necessities and reasonably priced, ensuring that the Jiang family would reap substantial benefits. Moreover, hoarding such goods would prove invaluable in times of need. Beside her, Itsue was utterly mesmerized. The admiration in her eyes was about to overflow, her heart racing with excitement. Truly, the young lady was extraordinary. She lowered herself from her elevated status to foster closeness, extending the olive branch of opportunity through mutual benefit, and in an instant, garnered the community's endorsement. Many looked down upon these humble market stalls. Yet the ordinary folk were well aware that such venues were the very heart of gossip, where idle chatter thrived and news spread like wildfire. Jiang Qingyu's actions today would undoubtedly soon dispel any foolish and ignorant labels attached to her. With a single, seemingly trivial gesture, she achieved remarkable results. Was this truly the same young lady from the Jiang household? Absolutely impressive. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the marketplace. A resounding voice pierced through the chaos. "Run for your lives, everyone. My horse has gone wild." Chapter 11. The young lord's love at first sight. The midday sun blazed fiercely, as a youth clad in a red and black training uniform rode a powerful brown-black stallion, darting through the bustling marketplace like a fleeting shadow. The horse, in a wild frenzy, careened uncontrollably among the throngs of people, trampling stalls and sending bystanders into a panicked retreat, creating a scene of utter chaos. The stallion, robust and full of vigor, would have certainly caused a great calamity were it not for the exceptional horsemanship of its rider. However, the current predicament was no less significant. Cursed be it. Huabuki was at a loss regarding the horse's erratic behavior. Early that morning, seeking to escape his father's insistence on studying the convoluted text of the 4 books and 5 classics, he had made a hasty retreat. Upon passing the stables, he had been taunted by a few old rivals, who wagered on the newly arrived steed from the western regions. Without question, he had triumphed in the contest. Elated by the magnificent horse, he could not resist taking a few laps, only to find himself amidst the crowd, flaunting his prize. Yet, as he reached the edge of the marketplace, the stallion seemed to go mad, flailing about uncontrollably. He could have leaped off to safeguard his own well-being. But the horse was far too formidable. If he dismounted, it would surely wreak havoc, potentially leading to tragic consequences. Therefore, he could not simply turn a blind eye to the chaos he had instigated. Everyone, disperse. I cannot control this horse. Move to the sides. Do not run towards the center. Just avoid my direction. He strained to hold the reins, his years of martial training affording him enough strength to leave deep marks on the stallion's neck. However, the horse remained undeterred, spiraling into madness, threatening to unseat him. He had attempted to use his internal energy to strike the horse's head, hoping to subdue it, but his power was insufficient, resulting in counterproductive effects. Now, he was at his wit's end, praying that no one would be harmed. Heaven above, he merely wished to ride a horse. How could such a trivial endeavor lead to such monumental troubles? If his father were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed ahead. Stay away. Upon closer inspection, he realized that an elderly woman in her 80s had fallen in the middle of the road, her basket spilling fruit, perilously close to being trampled by the rampaging stallion. At her age, in such a predicament, should she be struck, survival would be impossible. Instinctively, Wabuki shouted, "Get out of the way." The elderly woman's legs trembled, and it was a challenge for her to even rise. Wabuki's mind was in turmoil, and he summoned every ounce of strength once more to strike the stallion's head. The stallion, in pain, faltered momentarily. Yet its steps did not cease. This was disastrous. Just then, a girl's voice rang out, firm and commanding, "Turn towards me as much as possible." Taken aback, Wabuki followed the sound. The sun hung high, casting shapes in the light, as a dark figure appeared, resembling a celestial beast descending from the heavens. Upon that figure stood a girl in dark attire, her teeth clenched, eyes fierce and resolute, akin to a predator zeroing in on its prey, as she seized the reins, guiding the horse into a forceful charge. Crack! Wabuki found himself momentarily dazed, utterly transfixed, to the extent that he forgot about the horse that had been knocked over. With a clatter, two horses toppled to the ground, and the riders were sent tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Jiang Qingyu inhaled sharply in pain. Having grown accustomed to falling off horses in recent days, she was nonetheless unprepared for the shock of this collision, which left her head spinning, momentarily lost in a haze of discomfort. It was the stinging pain of her grazed skin that finally brought her back to her senses. Staggering to her feet, her gaze instinctively turned towards the elderly lady nearby. Although the horse had not directly collided with her, the fright had still been enough to render the older woman unconscious. Jiang Qingyu hurried over, ensuring the woman's breathing was steady before daring to release her tightly clenched hands. I have succeeded. A mix of relief and joy surged within her, though it was soon overshadowed by a creeping fear. What would have become of her had she failed? Yet, she had no alternative. Her family had not been invited, and to attend the unassailable Duke's banquet, she had to take this risk. While perilous, the odds of success were substantial. Even if she were to emerge battered and bruised, she would gladly endure any hardship to achieve her goal. Turning her attention, she looked towards Wabuki. The young man, around 16 or 17, possessed an exquisite appearance. His sun-kissed skin was evenly toned, and the harmonious blend of vigor and ruggedness graced his features. His sharp brows and bright eyes were complemented by a striking black and red training outfit that accentuated his well-defined physique, sculpting him into the image of a spirited young knight. With such looks and background, coupled with a few noteworthy rumors surrounding him, it was no wonder that many noble young ladies in the capital harbored secret affections for this young lord. Alas, he was still a source of concern. Jiang Qingyu silently criticized him in her heart before kneeling closer. "Are you all right?" The situation was urgent. I had no choice but to resort to such measures. I hope the young lord does not hold it against me. In truth, Wabuki had been awake for some time, yet upon opening his eyes, he was captivated by the face of the girl who had knocked him off his horse, rendered momentarily speechless. So this is what she looks like. How charming, how beautiful. A mere woman had the courage to ride and save him. So brave, so extraordinary. As he gazed, a blush crept across his sun-kissed cheeks. "Young lord, are you injured? Your complexion seems rather unusual," Jiang Qingyu remarked, momentarily taken aback as she reached out with the back of her hand to check on him. Wabuki, feeling flustered, quickly recoiled, stuttering, "No, I'm fine. Thank you." my lady, for your timely rescue. I promise to repay your kindness tenfold. May I inquire your name?" Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, unable to believe her ears as she tilted her head and repeated, "Tenfold repayment?" It was only then that Huobuqi realized the blunder. "Ah? And no, I misspoke. I meant 10. What was it again?" Jiang Qingyu could not help but chuckle. "Is it not a spring of gratitude?" "Ah, yes, a spring of gratitude," Huobuqi affirmed. Jiang Qingyu fell silent, her laughter ringing out like silver bells, causing Huobuqi's ears to flush crimson. Heaven above, he suddenly regretted not heeding his father's advice to study diligently. And now he found himself in such a disgraceful predicament. However, her laughter was truly enchanting. It was unlike any he had ever heard, surpassing even the most exquisite melodies played by the finest musicians in the royal court. Huobuqi discreetly lifted his gaze to observe Jiang Qingyu. She was remarkably beautiful, more so than the ants he had encountered in the palace, and she possessed such courage. Huobuqi felt too shy to lift his head any further. Jiang Qingyu, somewhat puzzled, wondered if he had suffered a head injury or if his neck was hurt, as he continually kept his head bowed. Huobuqi abruptly straightened his neck, only to hear a sharp crack that sent him rolling on the ground in agony. "Oh no, my neck." Jiang Qingyu wanted to laugh, but she felt it inappropriate at that moment. She placed a hand on Huobuqi, saying, "Young lord, please remain still. I will attend to your injury. If you behave, I shall reveal my name to you." Chapter 12. Unabashed Persistence in Recent Days. Jiang Qingyu dedicated her time not only to practicing equestrian skills, but also to studying the medical book given to her by the physician whenever she found a moment of leisure. Although she had not been inclined towards contemplation or the pursuit of intricate knowledge in her previous life, her remarkable memory allowed her to retain information vividly, akin to images stored in her mind. While she could not claim to have a photographic memory, her ability to recall was indeed exceptional. Within 2 days, she not only memorized the medical text she had brought back, but also persuaded Itsue to lend her several additional volumes. While she may not have been equipped to tackle complex ailments, she was more than capable of managing straightforward post-injury treatments. In a brief span, Jiang Qingyu expertly manipulated the pressure on Huobuqi's neck to alleviate his pain and administered basic bandaging to his injuries. Having practiced her wrapping techniques with Itsue in secret, she executed them with remarkable finesse. Onlookers were left in sheer disbelief, their eyes widened in astonishment, marveling at the transformation. Was this truly the same Jiang family young lady they remembered, who had once been perceived as more foolish than simple-minded? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly inconceivable. Having completed her task, Jiang Qingyu tied off the final knot and lifted her gaze to Huobuqi, inquiring gently, "Does it still hurt?" Huobuqi, utterly mesmerized, appeared dazed, his eyes shimmering with an unquenchable light, and his face flushed a deep crimson. It took him a moment to gather his senses, stammering in response, "And no, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, miss. May I ask your name?" With a soft yet resolute voice, Jiang Qingyu proudly introduced herself. "I am Jiang Qingyu, daughter of Jiang Huizhi, the Minister of Rights." "So, she is the daughter of the Minister of Rights?" Jiang Qingyu, such a melodious name. Having been raised in the countryside under his father's care, Huobuqi had only recently come to the capital, preoccupied with matters of combat and leisure, remaining oblivious to the noble ladies and their families. Though he had encountered numerous noble women and even princesses, his father had suggested he seek a match based on his military merits, yet none had captured his interest until today. Upon seeing this young lady, he was struck by her beauty, gentle demeanor, and remarkable bravery, along with her medical knowledge. She was nothing short of his destined soulmate. Clearing her throat, Jiang Qingyu remarked playfully, "Young lord, do you find my appearance so unseemly that you cannot look away?" Realizing his impropriety, Huobuqi sprang up, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, "I apologize, Miss Jiang. I meant no offense. It is I who have been discourteous." In the next moment, a crisp sound echoed through the air, causing all present to gasp in astonishment. Why had the young lord suddenly slapped himself? Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. "You," Huobuqi stammered, "Miss Jiang, my father has taught me that I am not particularly bright and may inadvertently offend others. If I speak or act inappropriately, I must first give myself a slap to prevent causing displeasure to the other party. Will you forgive me, Miss Jiang?" He looked at Jiang Qingyu with pleading eyes, much like a puppy seeking approval. Jiang Qingyu was left speechless. Was it typical for the residents of the Marquis's residence to possess such unique personalities? Those who are acquainted with Wabuki are left speechless. Is it customary in your household to behave thus? How could they be unaware? Who does not know that this little tyrant, relying on his own abilities and a commendable father, frequently engages in foolish actions that offend others? Everyone is at a loss regarding your behavior. Yet you take pride in flaunting your father. When have you ever shown such understanding? Differential treatment? Child, that is hardly amusing. Noticing that Jiang Qingyu had not responded, Wabuki decisively slapped himself across the face. It was only then that Jiang Qingyu intervened, saying, "Stop, please. I am not offended." Wabuki, sounding somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Then you must forgive me." Jiang Qingyu, choking back her emotions, finally responded, "I forgive you." Instantly, Wabuki's expression transformed from gloomy to bright. Aside from the red handprints left from his own slap, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Jiang Qingyu couldn't help but marvel at his remarkable psychological resilience and audacity. Wabuki rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Today, I owe you a great deal. If you hadn't pushed my horse aside, I would have been at a loss for what to do." Jiang Qingyu smiled. "As children of officials, it is our duty to prioritize the welfare of the common people. This is merely my obligation." Wabuki regarded her with newfound respect. "Your virtues continue to multiply." The common folk, secretly wiping away tears, were moved. Wabuki grasped Jiang Qingyu's hands and insisted, Your intentions are commendable. I greatly admire that. However, regarding matters of life and death, I must offer my thanks, be it gold, silver, or any other treasures. Whatever I possess is at your disposal, so feel free to ask." After speaking, he regretted using such vulgar terms as gold and silver to demean Miss Jiang. In truth, Jiang Qingyu yearned to accept. Could she not have both gold and silver and other possessions? For today's endeavor, she had purchased fine horses and medicine, and though her parents were generous, the costs had been considerable. Yet, considering the larger picture, winning the favor of the young prince was paramount. She could not accept. Jiang Qingyu, feigning high-mindedness, declined several times. Wabuki, growing anxious, exclaimed, "If you refuse everything, it implies you look down on me. Wabuki, you must accept something." Only then did Jiang Qingyu feign hesitation, her gaze flitting about, her lovely face revealing a hint of shyness. "Very well, if you insist on repaying me. There is indeed one favor I wish to request. I have heard that the unbeaten Marquis's residence is hosting a banquet tonight, inviting talented scholars and artists. I have longed to experience the vastness of this world, but alas, my father's official rank is low, and my talents are insufficient, so this desire remains unfulfilled. If the young Marquis wishes to repay me, could you possibly procure an invitation for me?" Suddenly shifting into an artistic mode, Jiang Qingyu left Wabuki, who was devoid of literary knowledge, momentarily flabbergasted as he struggled to comprehend her words. We are hosting a banquet? How could I be unaware?" Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. You didn't know?" Wabuki nodded earnestly. "I have never heard of it." Jiang Qingyu was bewildered. "Did I make a wrong move? No, it cannot be. Xie Chenyuan would not mislead me. What shall I do?" At that moment, Wabuki spoke. "It suddenly occurs to me that just a few days ago, I played truant from the academy and was reported by the Confucian scholar from the Guozijian. My father chased after me in a fit of rage, declaring his intention to discipline me. You see, this banquet, which invites those esteemed scholars and literati, might indeed be a scheme concocted by my father. Why don't you accompany me back to the residence for a look? With my presence, no one will dare to impede you. If there is a banquet, I will be by your side. If not, I will persuade my father to host one for you. Trust me, my father will undoubtedly take a liking to you." Wabuki's eyes practically pleaded for her to agree. He could not allow Miss Jiang to slip away. He knew not when they might cross paths again. His father had imparted to him the secret of pursuing someone, maintain a bold fade, and persist relentlessly. Chapter 13. The young Marquis bestows a jade under the fervent gaze of the young Marquis. Jiang Qingyu gently shook her head in refusal. "I am profoundly grateful for your ardent attention, yet it is not the most opportune moment for us to journey together." Wabuki felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. Why not? Since we are to visit the Marquis's residence, one must pay heed to their attire, ensuring a favorable impression upon the members of the household. Moreover, Jiang Qingyu lightly placed her palm over her chest, then turned away and took a couple of steps, squatting beside the head of a frenzied steed from the western regions. This horse had already been subdued by Wabuki's earlier blows. Its wild rampage had reached its limits, and now, after her gentle impact, it lay there, barely clinging to life, devoid of any means to resist. Jiang Qingyu's hand covered the creature's sorrowful eyes, granting it a moment of peace. After a brief silence, her expression grew serious. The horse's madness is most peculiar. It would rather risk its life than cease its frenzy. Young Marquis, it would be prudent to investigate the matter thoroughly, lest malicious individuals exploit this situation and inadvertently cause you harm. Her words instantly calmed Huobuqi, prompting him to assess. Are you suggesting that someone seeks to harm me? One cannot be certain, yet it is wise to remain vigilant, she replied. Jiang Qingyu's understanding of the past incident involving the young Marquis and the rampaging horse was limited. She had merely heard that after he was thrust into the military encampment, the undefeated Marquis uncovered certain clues, realizing that the incident was not merely a coincidence. However, as time passed, many pieces of evidence had vanished, and thus, the opportunity to vindicate the young Marquis was lost. The repercussions of this event were profound, despite the young Marquis's future military accolades. The stain of this injustice would forever linger in public discourse, a cruel ploy that nearly severed his path to honor within the Marquis's household. Though Huobuqi held no fondness for the whims of literary men, he was far from foolish. He grasped the implications immediately, his gaze now infused with anger and contemplation. Thank you for your warning, Miss Jiang. I shall investigate at once. Should I uncover that someone indeed seeks to harm me, I shall not forget your counsel today. Huobuqi clenched his fists, then glanced at Jiang Qingyu, biting his lip before decisively removing the tiger-striped jade from his waist and offering it to her. This is for you. As he extended it, his face flushed once more. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. What is this? Huobuqi explained. This tiger-striped jade was left to me by my mother at birth. I have worn it since childhood, and all within the Marquis's household are familiar with it. Since we both have pressing matters, I cannot accompany you further, but with this jade, you may freely enter the Marquis's residence. Aside from the banquet, in the future, you may use this jade to visit me whenever you wish. Jiang Qingyu felt a stir in her heart, a smile gracing her lips as she accepted the jade with both hands, gently polishing its surface. I shall keep this jade safe. Should you ever require it, feel free to reclaim it. No, it is unnecessary. Since I have bestowed it upon you, it is now yours to cherish. Huobuqi felt a rush of blood to his ears. The significance of this jade was immense. Only he, his father, and the most trusted retainers of the Marquis's household were privy to its meaning. Once given away, it is unreasonable to expect a return. Jiang Qingyu was perplexed, but nodded nonetheless. Then I must thank the young Marquis. No need for thanks. Huobuqi inquired. Shall I take my leave then? Jiang Qingyu nodded. Huobuqi took several steps away, only to turn back and ask, Are you truly letting me go? Go ahead, Jiang Qingyu replied. Huobuqi moved forward a few more steps and shouted, I am really leaving. Jiang Qingyu, somewhat bewildered, still raised her voice to grant him sufficient respect. Go. As Huobuqi took a few more steps, he turned around and accidentally fell flat on his face. Just as Jiang Qingyu was about to rush over, Huobuqi swiftly regained his footing with a nimble maneuver, hastening his pace without a backward glance, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. His speed was astonishing. Jiang Qingyu was left speechless, wondering, why run so fast? She had thought he would howl back at her. She was prepared to respond in kind. Once Huobuqi departed, Itsue, who had been hiding in the shadows, leaped out, her voice laced with excitement and admiration for Jiang Qingyu. Ah, miss, you are simply amazing. You managed to obtain something even more valuable than an invitation so easily. Truly, you are the best. Jiang Qingyu smiled gently, securely placing the jade pendant into her pouch. She had not anticipated that the young Marquis would so readily part with such a personal treasure, which was far more useful than an invitation. With that connection to the young Marquis established, it was time to further gauge the attitude of the undefeated Marquis. Let us go, Itsue, and pick out a respectable outfit. Certainly. As they walked, Itsue suddenly remarked, By the way, miss, did you notice something peculiar about the young Marquis's demeanor towards you? Did I? Yes. He stuttered when he saw you and acted so solicitously. I feel he has a soft spot for you. Jiang Qingyu chuckled, flicking Itsue's forehead playfully. What are you imagining? Perhaps the young Marquis is simply a naturally warm-hearted stutterer. Itsue squinted, sensing something amiss, but ultimately decided to acquiesce verbally. In her view, no matter what, this young Marquis was infinitely preferable to the sinister figures at the Prime Minister's residence. Jiang Qingyu had undeniably made a name for herself in the capital today, promoting a harmonious relationship between officials and the populace, advocating for the welfare of the people, and gallantly rescuing Marquis Hua. These actions garnered her considerable admiration from the townsfolk. Furthermore, many voices praising her began to emerge. and the public's affection for Jiang Qingyu increased as well. While this matter may have seemed simple, it would yield countless benefits for Jiang Qingyu in the future, even inciting envy from many who envied her fortuitous circumstances today. But that was a tale for another time. That evening, Itsue rallied all the maidservants of the Jiang residence to adorn Jiang Qingyu, changing her garments from one exquisite ensemble to another, ultimately settling on a subtly refined white gauze dress embroidered with silver threads, complemented by pearl drop earrings and a delicate white flower hairpin, exuding a refreshing elegance. Her pair of phoenix-like eyes shimmered with a delicate hue, embodying the youthful grace of a maiden while also possessing the gentle refinement characteristic of a noble lady. The glimmer of shrewdness and resilience reflected in her brows only added to her allure. This exquisite blend of various qualities left the entire Jiang family, young and old, utterly captivated. Jiang Laosan exaggeratedly proclaimed his admiration. With such attire, who wouldn't exclaim at the beauty that could topple kingdoms? Truly, she is my sister, inheriting my charm. Everyone opted to disregard his remarks. Jiang Laosan, feeling awkward, pressed on. Why is no one speaking? Come on, say something. Jiang Mu, Yang Qing, pursed her lips and remarked. Forgive me, but I find it difficult to comment. Jiang Fu, Jiang Huerue, added. Little sister attracts attention, while you invite laughter. Jiang Qingyu, unable to contain her delight, made a face at Jiang Laosan, jesting that he was shameless. Suddenly, Itsue leaned in and whispered, Miss, there is a letter from the governor. Chapter 14. Itsue, strike him. Jiang Qingyu departed from the main hall, and only after they had stepped outside did Itsue deliver the message. A remarkably beautiful black and gold little bird had just flown over, clutching a letter tube in its beak. Upon realizing it was a missive from the Prime Minister, I hastily brought it to you. Itsue, upon seeing it, rushed over, her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat glistening on her face. Since the day the master and servant left the residence, there had been no further communication. The use of the black bird for this letter surely indicated a matter of great urgency. Jiang Qingyu opened the small tube and withdrew the letter. At the Marquis' banquet, achieved victory in one fell swoop. Jiang Qingyu's fingers slackened. Itsue, unable to read, curiously inquired, Miss, what has the Prime Minister written? Jiang Qingyu replied, The Prime Minister wants me to seize victory at tonight's banquet. It appeared that the banquet was indeed taking place, aligning with their speculation that it was for the selection of the young Marquis. A sudden shock coursed through Itsue. Does the Prime Minister already know we acquired the jade pendant? Jiang Qingyu's grip on the letter turned pale, both powerless and relieved. Indeed, there was no way to keep it from him. How perceptive he was. She had just obtained the invitation to the banquet, and immediately afterward, Xie Chenyuan sent her a new task. It seemed that all her actions were under his meticulous control. The more she interacted with him, the more formidable he appeared. However, Jiang Qingyu pondered, biting her thumbnail. What exactly must I achieve by this victory? Never mind. Overthinking was futile. Best to head directly to the Marquis' residence. Just as she was about to set off, a small round jujube struck her back. Jiang Qingyu turned to see Jiang Laosan leaning against the wall. Are you leaving already? Jiang Qingyu nodded. Jiang Laosan retrieved a music score from his pocket and handed it to her. What is this? Jiang Qingyu asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Qingyu replied, A music score I chanced upon. If you can play this piece skillfully, it will surely astonish everyone should there be a contest of musical talents. He added, This is where my assistance ends. The score was titled Loyalty and Bones. Jiang Qingyu flipped through a few pages, her eyes lighting up. Although her proficiency in music was a weaker skill, she could immediately discern the uniqueness of this piece, convinced that it had never been performed publicly before. Overcome with excitement, she clutched the score and sweetly exclaimed, Thank you, brother. After her departure, Jiang Qingyu awkwardly hummed a tune. Now you know to thank your brother. In the shadows, a voice curiously inquired, My lord, why did you give her the score? You are well aware of the undefeated Marquis' standards. Won't the score disrupt her focus? Jiang Qingyu lowered his gaze, contemplating for a long moment before he spoke. I know the score is of little use. Yet, if she possesses the capability to win, this score will greatly aid her. If she lacks such capability, I merely hope she remains safely within the Jiang residence. Whether foolish or inept, I do not wish for her to be swept away by these endless undercurrents. While I may not be able to protect the Jiang family, safeguarding a sister, that I can still manage. His words were imbued with affection and hesitation, yet he turned to amuse his family with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Qingyu arrived at the unyielding Marquis' residence in a horse-drawn carriage. The walls were a pristine white, the roof a somber black, in the grand entrance. Painted in deep crimson, welcomed visitors. A golden plaque, bestowed by the emperor, hung prominently at the entrance, while the courtyard's delicate red plum branches leaned against the wall. A few fallen blossoms visible at the entrance. Unlike the resplendent grandeur of the prime minister's estate or the warm ambience of the Jiang family home, the unyielding marquis's residence exuded an understated chill, seemingly reflecting the void within the marquis's heart. Several opulent carriages were stationed at the entrance, and it was evident that Jiang Qingyu was not tardy, as a few more were approaching behind her. "Miss, we have arrived," said Xie, who was the first to alight from the carriage, gracefully stepping down to meet Jiang Qingyu. Her descent caught the attention of those nearby, their eyes widening in surprise. What a striking young lady from a noble family. Why had she never been seen before? Who could she be? The onlookers, men and women alike, could not suppress their admiration, their gazes fixed upon her. Soon, a man dressed in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of affluence and holding a folding fan, approached with an invitation. "Is this lady also attending the banquet at the marquis's residence? I am He Gong, the son of the last examination's top scholar. We are headed in the same direction, and I am quite familiar with the marquis's estate. Why not accompany me? Later, we can enjoy ourselves together." He Gong? Jiang Qingyu had a faint recollection of him, though not a favorable one. The Dayou dynasty esteemed capability, thus imposing few restrictions on examinations. He Gong, nearing 50, had achieved the status of top scholar 2 years prior. Perhaps due to his advanced age, he had not distinguished himself in office, remaining as a reader by the emperor's side since leaving the Hanlin Academy, holding a position of moderate rank, though neither high nor low. He Gong wielded his father's influence, frequently frequenting places of ill repute and engaging in unsavory conduct behind the scenes, tarnishing the reputation of innocent maidens. He was a lecherous and unscrupulous man. "No, I am already engaged with someone else," Jiang Qingyu replied, dismissing his invitation with a casual excuse. "You refuse me?" He Gong was taken aback. As the son of a top scholar and a successful candidate himself, he had never encountered such audacity in being rejected, especially with the marquis's favor in his grasp. In a moment of desperation, he seized Jiang Qingyu's clothing. "You shall not leave. You must agree to accompany me today." His loud proclamation drew disapproving glances from those around, lamenting the prospect of such a beautiful girl falling prey to He Gong's advances. Jiang Qingyu exchanged a glance with Xie, who promptly shoved the man away. A girl who had emerged from life and death situations possessed formidable strength. He Gong was sent sprawling onto the ground, his disbelief evident as he stared at the two. I was pushed by a woman?" he stammered, incredulous. Xie spat at him disdainfully. "You dare refer to her as a woman while you, with your toad-like appearance, presume yourself worthy? Look at yourself. How dare you harass my lady? Come any closer, and I shall make you regret it." Jiang Qingyu had no intention of provoking trouble. She merely uttered a brief "let's go" before turning away. However, He Gong cast a glance at the onlookers, who regarded him with mocking disdain. How dare even a mere maid humiliate him so? Clenching his teeth, He Gong rose and advanced towards Jiang Qingyu. "I will not let you two escape today. I demand that both you and your maid serve me." In the next moment, Jiang Qingyu pivoted and delivered a resounding slap to He Gong's face. The sharp crack echoed in the air, followed by her haughty, disdainful gaze, her voice amplified. "Preposterous. You imbecile, merely the son of a tutor, dare to insult me in front of the marquis's residence. He Gong, I have refrained from retaliating out of respect for your academic title. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? My father is a deputy minister of rights, holding a third-rank position. Should you continue to be disrespectful, this matter will not be resolved with just a slap. However, given your repeated harassment, I cannot let this slide. Shui, teach him a lesson." Chapter 15. Is this piece of jade sufficient for my entrance into the manor? The daughter of the vice minister of rights. Even He Gong, despite his lack of wit, understood the principle that higher officials could crush those beneath them, especially a third-rank official, a figure of considerable authority. He had thoroughly investigated all the invited guests and knew precisely who he could offend. Yet how could he have overlooked the daughter of a third-rank official? And how fortuitously had he encountered her? Before He Gong could contemplate further, Xie had already launched herself forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the man tumbling to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Xie, hailing from a unique background, had survived in a den of bandits during her childhood. Her strength was not something ordinary individuals could rival. And what was more alarming was her precision, every strike aimed for the head, every kick deftly avoiding fatal injuries. Not only did she inflict pain upon him, but even if He Gong were to resort to deceit afterward, he would have no evidence to support his claims. Spare me. I admit my mistakes. Ouch, that hurts. Onlookers witnessed the morally corrupt He Gong being thoroughly trounced by a mere maid, his face bruised and battered under the broad daylight. Their satisfaction was palpable. He Gong, who had always looked down upon others, was finally receiving his comeuppance. At that moment, murmurs spread through the crowd. The daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights. When had he acquired another daughter? Wasn't he supposed to have only one? Could this exquisite young lady truly be that sole daughter? Observing her poise and demeanor, it seemed implausible. It was precisely because this young lady exhibited such grace that she could not possibly be the well-known Jiang family's only daughter, Jiang Qingyu. Infamous for her naivety and foolishness. How could one so refined possess the air of nobility? Indeed, they recalled how mere days prior, Jiang Qingyu had knelt before the Prime Minister's residence for several days, an act of sheer folly. Such a thing could never be done by this young lady. The crowd fell silent, having heard of Jiang Qingyu, and comparing her to the current vision before them, a girl clad in a verdant skirt, revealed a stark contrast. How could someone so beautiful, so astute, embody the very model of a noble lady, be the same as that foolish Jiang Qingyu? In the next moment, Jiang Qingyu raised her hand. Itsue immediately ceased her assault, casting a glance back at her mistress, and with a cheeky huff said, "You ought to be grateful to my lady for her benevolence. Otherwise, I would have certainly dealt with you more severely." Her loyalty to Jiang Qingyu was hard-earned. Having pledged her life to protect her after being saved by the Jiang family, vowing that as long as she lived, she would ensure no harm befell her mistress, Jiang Qingyu, both amused and exasperated, gently patted Itsue's shoulder to soothe her, then turned to face the group of young ladies and gentlemen lingering at the entrance. The pride she had exhibited moments before dissipated as a gracious smile graced her features. She offered a genteel bow to the assembly. "I beg your pardon for the spectacle. If any of you wish to speak with me, please feel free to visit the Jiang residence after today. I will gladly converse with you when time permits. However, today is the occasion of the Marquis's household, so I kindly ask that you do not focus too much on me." With a single utterance from Jiang Qingyu, it was akin to casting a bomb into the crowd, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned, their minds echoing a singular thought. Is this esteemed lady truly Jiang Qingyu? The one rumored to be a simpleton? How could she be foolish? This individual is remarkable. Indeed, rumors are but whispers, seeing is believing. To label her as a simpleton is a gross misjudgment. Miss Jiang's talents and attributes stand on par with the four foremost noble ladies of the capital. Indeed, I caught a distant glimpse of Hua Zhao shortly after her entrance, and they appeared equally matched. It must be the envy of some who have maliciously spread falsehoods about Miss Jiang, allowing such gossip to endure for so long. Jiang Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing these remarks, for she was acutely aware of her past foolishness and dared not compare herself to the four distinguished ladies of the capital. Each of these noble women possessed breathtaking beauty, exceptional skills, and were renowned throughout the city, with Hua Zhao being one among them. The daughter of the Minister of War, she was a master of the sword dance. It was said that her performance could draw 100 birds. Who would have thought she would also attend? It seems that for her to claim the top position this time would not be an easy feat. Jiang Qingyu sensed the pressure mounting, realizing that the Marquis had truly invested heavily for his young lord. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists tightly before gradually relaxing them. Since she was present, she would make the best of it. She was not entirely devoid of merit and still possessed the strength to compete. Just then He Gong, who had briefly lost consciousness after being struck by Itsue, regained his composure and sneered, "Jiang Qingyu. Miss Jiang, if my memory serves me correctly, you were not invited by the Marquis residence today, were you?" With this, He Gong brandished the invitation in his hand, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qingyu with a hint of malice. How could he be content after being publicly humiliated by her maid? Clenching his teeth, he declared, "I distinctly remember that only those who received an invitation may enter the banquet today. Not even the daughter of a mere minister of rights, nor the minister himself, would gain entry without an invitation. I am not a narrow-minded individual, Miss Jiang. If you are willing to apologize to me here, I could relinquish my invitation to you. As I have already lost face today, I might as well grant you this favor. What do you say? A simple apology, and you may enter. Otherwise, let us see if you can gain entry to the Marquis residence on your father's name. But let me forewarn you, having revealed your identity, and considering your recent rejection at the Prime Minister's residence, should you be refused entry here as well, it would not bode well for your reputation." He Gong exuded confidence, his fists clenched in anticipation of Jiang Qingyu's apology. At that moment, he would feign a slip and trample the invitation underfoot. He would not easily forgive those who insulted him. The others were equally appalled by He Gong's shamelessness. How could a man be so petty? Silence. This matter concerns only Miss Jiang and me. It is not for you to meddle. There were others present who were of higher rank than He Gong, and indeed, many. Yet, what grounds did they have to assist Jiang Qingyu? There was neither the affection nor the inclination to do so. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingyu merely smiled, raising her delicate brows slightly as she approached and deftly snatched the invitation from his grasp. What a temper He Juren possesses. So brazenly dismissing the invitation from the Ho residence right at their doorstep, it is quite evident he holds the Ho family in contempt. Since He Juren does not value this invitation, allow me, Jiang Qingyu, to resolve this matter for you. In the next moment, before the eyes of all, Jiang Qingyu tore the invitation asunder, slowly ripping it apart. The sound of tearing was particularly crisp. He Gong was utterly unprepared for such an unfolding of events, his fury rendering him speechless. You. Yet Jiang Qingyu maintained her serene smile, gradually approaching the guards of the Ho residence. As for why I was not invited, it is simply because I am the most exceptional. With that, Jiang Qingyu lifted the tiger-striped jade pendant from her waist high in the air. Is this jade sufficient for me to attend the banquet at the Ho residence? Chapter 16. The young Marquis's fury for a fair lady as day and night alternated. Light shimmered upon the tiger-striped jade, causing the translucent white jade to emanate the enchanting hues of a pearl shell. The formidable tiger, with a silver orb clutched in its mouth, appeared as if it intended to devour the luminous moon. At the entrance of the invincible Marquis's residence, 2 guards stationed to inspect invitation letters immediately recognized the jade pendant. Is this the white tiger jade belonging to the young Marquis? That jade is as precious as the young Marquis's very life. It has never left his side since his birth. Miss Jiang, from where did you acquire this jade? The crowd, upon hearing the guards' conversation, was rendered speechless, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. Those fortunate enough to attend the banquet were somewhat familiar with the Marquis's household, and each family had warned, be wary of the young Marquis and the jade he possesses. The Marquis's consort had passed away long ago, and the jade was her final gift to the invincible Marquis. The jade pendant worn by the young Marquis was a gift from the Marquis's consort to him. It was rumored that a thief once coveted this jade, after retrieving it. The invincible Marquis displayed an unprecedented fury, leading the household guards to raid the entire den of thieves, and while holding the jade, he declared, whoever disrespects this jade disrespects the invincible Marquis himself, and shall be considered an enemy of the Marquis's household. And now, Jiang Qingyu is actually holding this jade. Under the astonished gazes of the assembly, Jiang Qingyu maintained her composure and poise, addressing them with grace. There is no need for alarm. This tiger-striped jade was personally bestowed upon me by the young Marquis. Its authenticity can be verified at any moment. Hearing this, the tension only escalated. The young Marquis actually gifted you the jade. He Gong, unable to contain himself, retorted, I cannot believe it. This jade is akin to the treasured heirloom of the Marquis's household. How could the young Marquis bestow it upon you? At that moment, a voice resonated from within the estate, laced with a hint of coldness and arrogance. Why should your disbelief matter? Does this Marquis require your approval to gift jade? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, where Wabuki stood clad in a dark robe, his hair elegantly tied back. His sharply defined features bore an innate authority. His eyes regarded the masses with disdain, exuding a latent warrior's ferocity despite his youth. He Gong's legs quivered, faltering beneath him. Why, young Marquis? Wabuki cast a glance at him, letting out a cold snort. You dared to tear up the invitation and cause a ruckus at my doorstep. He Gong, the loss of face for the Marquis's household today shall be repaid by your hand. The color drained from He Gong's face as he quickly knelt. Trembling as he pointed towards Jiang Qingyu in defense, it was she who tore the invitation. Young Marquis, may you discern the truth. Wabuki smirked wickedly. The truth is of little consequence. What I decree is all that matters. With that, Wabuki drew the sword coiled at his waist, executing a swift, clean stroke. A piercing scream echoed, chilling the air as all present were drenched in cold sweat. He Gong's left hand was severed with brutal precision, like father, like son. As the offspring of a general who has slain countless foes on the battlefield, Wabuki was far from being a soft-hearted or conflicted individual. Wabuki sheathed his sword, casting a cold glance at the one who had issued the warning. Today's affairs are evident to all present. Do not compel me to direct my efforts toward your father. If he fails to instruct you properly, I shall educate both of you together. Remember, your injury stems from your own unclean hands, the result of your own misdeeds. No one has harmed you. His tone was laden with menace. He had succumbed to utter terror, trembling as he stammered. Yes, my hand is a consequence of my own uncleanliness, and has nothing to do with with anyone else. Wabuki retorted, knowing this, why do you not hasten away? Lord Xie, please show mercy. He fled in a panic. Wabuki then let out a cold snort and, with a firm hand, draped it over Jiang Qingyu's shoulder, guiding her into the Marquis's residence. His actions were fluid and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Had it not been for his unchanged appearance and voice, one would struggle to link him to the stuttering young man seen earlier, riding a wild horse. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their blood running cold as they grasped a crucial realization. Was the young Marquis standing up for Jiang Qingyu? This was unfathomable. It was unprecedented. The young Marquis had even gifted her his precious jade pendant. How could this not be astonishing? Miss Jiang was indeed a hidden gem, enduring years of scorn without shame or anger, only to emerge from her home and cause such an uproar. She was no ordinary person. Upon entering the estate, Wabuki's demeanor shifted as he instinctively released Jiang Qingyu. She blinked at him, inquiring, "What's wrong?" The young Marquis's face flushed with embarrassment as he averted his gaze, nervously stammering, I apologize. Had I not arrived late, you certainly would not have encountered such an ordeal. By the way, you weren't frightened just now, were you? Please do not fear me. I only mimic my father's demeanor. I usually do not behave in such a manner." His heart raced with anxiety. He knew that women of Jiang Mrs. standing could not tolerate bloodshed. He had lost control and inflicted injury upon another. Would she deem him too fierce? Too brutal? Oh, the horror. If Jiang Miss were to distance herself from him because of this incident, he would hold Yi accountable without mercy. Wabuki was in turmoil, raking his fingers through his hair in distress. Yet, Jiang Qingyu simply placed a hand delicately over her mouth, stifling a laugh. I was not frightened at all. Wabuki blinked in surprise. Really? Jiang Qingyu nodded. The young Marquis stood up for me. Why would I be afraid? I should feel honored and grateful for your assistance. The young Marquis was indeed a rare soul of genuine character. Miss Jiang, you praise my sincerity. His heart soared like a volcanic eruption, and it seemed as though a rain of sweets began to fall from the heavens. Oh, it was not a rain of sweets, but rather pure bliss. He knew it. Miss Jiang was truly an insightful woman. Jiang Qingyu observed his demeanor, momentarily caught between amusement and exasperation. The environment breeds heroes. This young Marquis appeared naive, yet his methods were far from juvenile. In the realm of power manipulation, he surpassed her in expertise. His recent actions were sufficient for her to analyze and learn from for an extended period. She was resolute in her pursuit of knowledge. As for cruelty and bloodshed, she had witnessed the horrific severance of loved ones and had personally endured such agonizing experiences. To be candid, when the guillotine fell, one scarcely had the time to feel the pain before succumbing to death. It was the overwhelming dread that lingered in the moments before that blade descended that rendered life unbearable. Genuine kindness and compassion are indeed rare. She was no longer inclined to feel pity for anyone. The paramount concern now was to live well for the sake of her family. Jiang Qingyu turned her head to glance at Wabuki. Young Marquis, would you mind if I sought a little advantage from you? Chi? What sort of advantage? He inquired, dismissing any hesitation. Just tell me. If it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist you. Jiang Qingyu's eyes sparkled with clarity, and she delicately lifted her crimson lips. I would like you to help me find some items. Chapter 17. The gaze of the Lord within the lavishly adorned chamber. The soothing aroma of incense wafted through the air. A man, draped in a deep russet robe, sat calmly at the table, savoring his tea as if the world around him were but a gentle breeze. He wore a fearsome mask, his expression inscrutable, his eyes deep and unfathomable, untouched by any adornment of gold or silver. His mere presence exuded an aura of chilling aloofness, a barrier that invited no approach, though upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of suppressed wrath beneath the calming scent of the incense. Su Youfu joyfully recounted the amusing events that had just transpired outside the Duke's residence, his storytelling vivid and animated, more captivating than a theatrical performance. The man remained impassive until Su Youfu concluded with a remark about Miss Jiang, exclaiming, She truly is an extraordinary person. I initially thought her caution was excessive, but it appears to be a matter of perspective, with each step meticulously calculated. I am certain she must have seen the young Duke approaching, which prompted her to produce the white tiger jade at just the right moment. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Who would have thought that just days ago she was merely a foolish girl, harming herself by kneeling in despair? Every move of Jiang Qingyu had been meticulously observed by the Prime Minister's residence, and Su Youfu had witnessed her gradual ascent into the Duke's inner circle. Initially, He had seen her learning medicine and writing, seemingly indifferent to the affairs of the Duke's household, leading him to believe she had resigned herself to despair. Yet, subsequent events unfolded, each more astonishing than the last. Xie Chenyuan finally allowed a flicker of reaction to escape him. He set down his cup, remarking, "The tea here is rather inferior, much like their threshold." Su Youfu retorted, "What do you mean by an inferior threshold? Is it that you refuse to acknowledge Miss Zhang's brilliance? Who could rival the Prime Minister's residence in terms of causing a stir?" Xie Chenyuan cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his appreciation for talent, yet reminded him that he too belonged to the Prime Minister's house. "What are you saying, Lord? My heart will always align with the Prime Minister's residence." Su Youfu replied. Xie Chenyuan chose not to dwell on Su Youfu's comments, instead lowering his gaze as he grasped his cup of tea tightly. The atmosphere remained ambiguous. The tea reflected a pair of peach blossom eyes, enchanting yet deep, as if the pool of peach blossoms could mirror myriad transformations. A jade-green fish swam gracefully within, suddenly leaping from the water, splashing droplets, revealing the sharpness of its wings. A soft chuckle escaped Xie Chenyuan as he stood, saying, "Let us depart. Our entrance is sooner than anticipated, and we must make our move." Su Youfu shot him a sidelong glance, stifling a laugh. "You claim not to care about appearances." As dusk bathed the landscape in its golden hue, the clutter of items within the Duke's courtyard had been cleared away. Paper lanterns glowed warmly, and 20 seats were arranged on either side, adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. The man at the head of the table was robust, his presence as solid as a mountain, clad in a golden tiger-patterned robe that struggled to contain his muscular form. In his 40s, he still exuded an air of authority, his thick brows casting a shadow over his eyes, instilling a sense of reverence in those who beheld him. This was none other than the illustrious, undefeated Duke, Yi. The banquet held today was not a celebration of victory, nor was it to pave the way for rumors surrounding Huibuki. The true reason was strikingly simple, albeit somewhat difficult to articulate. Thus, he had already taken his seat long before the incense had burned down, allowing the talented young men and women to showcase their skills within the estate. Despite being somewhat bewildered, the invited guests endeavored to present their most proficient talents. Some played the guqin, others composed poetry or lyrics, while a few displayed martial arts and graceful dance. Among them, one was performing a dance, yet throughout the entire event, Hui did not cast a single glance in her direction. Instead, his gaze was fixated on one individual, Huarjiao. Renowned as one of the 4 noble ladies of the capital, she was rumored to be well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Having heard of her prowess prior, after witnessing the performances of those already on stage, he felt certain that she would be the most suitable choice. Behind him, a loyal retainer could hardly contain himself, whispering, "My lord, why not reveal the true purpose of this banquet? After watching these young masters and ladies perform for such a length of time, you remain unfazed, yet I feel a burning frustration. It is not that their performances are lacking, but none have met our needs. If this continues, we risk total failure. Though our marquise is not lacking in funds, we have specifically sought out the finest tavern and the best dishes. With all the arrangements made, our expenses are mounting." Hui empathized deeply, lamenting the expenditure while acknowledging that the young talents were indeed missing the mark. However, the fundamental reason for this gathering was difficult to articulate, particularly as it was tied to his disappointing son, making it even harder for him to voice. Thus, he feigned composure, wearing a clever expression. "Do you not think me exceedingly wise?" The retainer inquired, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Hui replied, "I have learned from His Majesty that the most challenging examination is not one with questions, but rather one devoid of them, where candidates must deduce the examiner's thoughts based on the circumstances. Only the astute can succeed. My approach bears a similar essence." As he stroked his beard, he mused internally about his own cleverness. How could there be anyone as astute as Hui in this world? He had effortlessly defused such an awkward predicament. The retainer fell silent, assessing the situation around him. Hearing this rationale felt somewhat disheartening. "My lord, you may be clever, but nearly 40 talented individuals are on the brink of failure." Unfazed, Hui remarked, "Do not worry. That noble lady named Huarjiao has yet to respond." Seated to the right, she was the daughter of the Minister of War, possessing beauty and a spirited demeanor. Dressed in a red training outfit, she stood tall, exuding an air of dignity. Upon noticing the Marquis's gaze upon her, she returned a respectful nod with poise. Hui's satisfaction grew as he thought, "She is certain to deliver an impressive response." At that moment, a girl clad in blue caught Hui's eye as she quietly approached, and discreetly took a seat at the far end of the right side. Nearby, a maid hurriedly reported this to the recording officer. Hua Yi's curiosity was piqued. Someone had arrived late to the banquet. Moreover, he had never seen her before. He turned to his retainer and inquired, "Who is that young lady in blue who just took her seat?" "I do not recognize her." The retainer was equally perplexed. He had never encountered this individual before and could not recall ever having sent her an invitation. Could she have slipped in unnoticed? He decided to inquire with the doorman about the situation. As the performers passed by, Hua Yi's gaze remained fixated on Jiang Qingyu, observing her every move, exhibiting remarkable poise. Moments later, the retainer returned, his expression a mixture of haste and astonishment. Hua Yi inquired, "Did you find out the details?" The retainer nodded vigorously before hastily revealing, "That woman is of significant origin. The young lord once bestowed upon her the white tiger jade and even severed He Gong's hand for her." Hua Yi was taken aback. "What? Such an abundance of information." The retainer continued, "But that's not all. Let me elaborate." He recounted everything that had transpired at the entrance, including Jiang Qingyu's previously tarnished reputation and her current demeanor and eloquence. After finishing, the retainer asked, "Should we retrieve the jade and expel her?" However, Hua Yi raised his hand to halt him, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qingyu as if he intended to scrutinize her to the very marrow. What a remarkable daughter of the Minister of Rights! There was no need to expel her or hastily reclaim the jade. Instead, I shall employ my discerning eye and observe intently to discern the true nature of Jiang Qingyu, who could compel that foolish lad, Hua Buki, to willingly part with the jade pendant gifted by her mother. Chapter 18. Under currents of turmoil as Jiang Qingyu took her seat, she observed her surroundings. Almost everyone present had shifted their gaze to her, as if they were hungry predators. Cui Fei felt a twinge of anxiety. "Miss, why are they all staring at us?" Jiang Qingyu replied in a hushed tone only they could hear. "Just look at the Duke's eyes, and you will understand." Everyone had gathered for the banquet primarily for the power associated with the Duke's household, yet this opportunity was evidently reserved for only a select few. Among the attendees, there were no allies, only rivals. The moment she arrived, the Duke's attention had been fixed on her, and he showed no signs of diverting his gaze, which, in the eyes of others, indicated her importance. Silent tensions began to permeate the atmosphere, with Jiang Qingyu at the epicenter of this unspoken conflict. Apart from Hua Jiao, the sudden appearance of Jiang Qingyu had made her the most formidable contender. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Jiang Qingyu maintained her composure, sipping tea and enjoying the performances without engaging in hushed conversations with others. Not everyone was privy to the events that had transpired outside, leading many to express their confusion. Who was this unfamiliar lady, and why did the Duke seem so invested in her? Even Hua Jiao couldn't help but steal glances in her direction. She inquired of her maid, "Who is she?" The maid, equally perplexed, was at a loss, but a lady clad in pale yellow approached them. This woman, named Huang Yinxiao, was the esteemed daughter of Huang Zhong, a scholar of the 5th rank at the Imperial Academy. Owing to her father's scholarly reputation, she had been influenced by his intellect, managing to compose several well-regarded poems, thus earning her the title of a talented woman. She was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and alluring eyes, and smiled charmingly as she spoke. "Miss Hua, you may not be aware, but this is Jiang Huiji's daughter, Jiang Qingyu, who has certainly stolen the spotlight today." Hua Jiao turned her gaze slightly, raising her eyebrows. "Miss Huang, please elaborate." Huang Yinxiao, having arrived at the estate just in time to witness the day's commotion, recounted everything that had transpired in detail. As she concluded, she feigned a sigh, saying, "We all came here for the young Duke. Yet who could have known he already has a lady in his heart? Had we known this earlier, we need not have come here to make fools of ourselves. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Hua?" Both Hua Jiao and the young Duke were descendants of military families. Hua Jiao's father had once been the deputy general of the undefeated Duke, but had to take up the position of deputy minister of war after sustaining severe injuries. Despite the current circumstances, their families maintained a long-standing relationship, and Hua Jiao and the young Duke were childhood acquaintances, with everyone aware of her affection for him. However, the young Duke had disregarded Hua Jiao, one of the 4 esteemed ladies, and instead bestowed a significant white tiger jade upon a previously infamous fool, leaving Hua Jiao humiliated in both reputation and dignity. Huang Yinxiao, harboring disdain for Jiang Qingyu, saw an opportunity to incite a rivalry that could serve her own interests. Yet, Hua Jiao smiled and remarked, "Miss Huang seems to have misunderstood something." Huang Yinxiao was taken aback. Hua Jiao continued, "I, Hua Jiao, am not here for a man, but for power. The young Duke's affections are of no concern to me. I merely intend to leverage the Duke's household to elevate my family's standing. If you seek to divert blame and wish for me to remove someone from the fray, then you have mistaken your target. Huang Yinxiao gritted her teeth. Sister, you worry too much. I harbor no such intentions. I merely feel, since the young Marquis has already made his choice, this banquet holds no significance. Hua Jiao did not cast her gaze upon her again. The pursuit of power is akin to a grand fish-laid bear. Anyone seated today may vie for it. Should she manage to ascend with the young Marquis' support, it would indeed be her own merit. Huang Yinxiao quietly clenched her fists. Sister, I mean no disrespect to anyone. I just feel such tactics are unsavory. At this moment, Hua Jiao's expression turned icy. And she glanced at her. What cleanliness can be found in the struggle for power? It is merely a game of the capable. If you deem her actions improper, then what of your earlier deceit in luring the young Marquis to the flower house to compose verses for him? If one cannot compete, it is a matter of capability. Instead of beating around the bush, it would be wiser to reflect on your own standing. The bluntness of her words rendered Huang Yinxiao's complexion pale, leaving her momentarily speechless. She could not contend with Hua Jiao and could only glare fiercely at Jiang Qingyu, misplacing her anger. Internally, she cursed. Who knows what charms this vixen employed to captivate the young Marquis? I shall see what abilities she possesses. Just then, the performance concluded, and Huang Yinxiao seized the opportunity to address Wei. Marquis, it seems no satisfactory candidate has yet appeared today. While I recognize my own lack of chance, I have a commendable recommendation for you. What do you think? Wei returned to the moment and regarded her. A commendable candidate? Pray, elaborate. Huang Yinxiao beamed brightly, quickly making her way to Jiang Qingyu's side, directly placing her hand on her shoulder. The candidate I speak of is none other than Miss Jiang. As many may not know, although Miss Jiang tends to remain in the shadows, her capabilities are indeed substantial. Countless men have fallen for her, and even the young Marquis has gifted her a white tiger jade. Surely, Miss Jiang must possess extraordinary talents and charm to inspire such admiration. Why not have her showcase her skills for us, allowing us a glimpse of her prowess? The onlookers were taken aback. What is this woman doing? Jiang Qingyu lowered her gaze slightly. Her youthful visage already bore an enchanting allure. She glanced at Huang Yinxiao, whose smile revealed no hint of deception. While she had prepared for her own performance, it was not the right moment to reveal herself, especially before her strongest rival made a move. However, the undefeated Marquis, upon noticing that Huang Yinxiao was accompanying Jiang Qingyu, immediately became intrigued. He too wished to witness what merits could compel his son to bestow a gift of jade. Excellent. I find myself quite curious about Miss Jiang, since a recommendation has been made. Miss Jiang, what say you? Though his words were inquisitive, they carried an air of pressure that would leave an ordinary person breathless. Jiang Qingyu met his gaze with quiet dignity, responding at a measured pace. In response to the Marquis, I do have intentions to perform today. However, due to the limited time, I have yet to prepare fully. Might I request your permission to wait a while longer? Hui stepped closer to Jiang Qingyu, appraising her from head to toe. Indeed, she was remarkable. Few possess the ability to converse so fluently and effortlessly in his presence. It is no surprise that he has chosen this woman. Her temperament is commendable. However, mere commendation is insufficient. Standing before Jiang Qingyu, Hui's imposing stature exuded an almost overwhelming authority. His voice carried an irrefutable sternness. You arrive at the Duke's residence without prior preparation. Miss Jiang, do you deem today's banquet unworthy of your meticulous efforts? I insist on witnessing your capabilities at this very moment. What will you do? Chapter 19. The insignificant and the devoured. The words of Hui instilled fear in those present, causing some to instinctively withdraw. Huang Yinxiao felt a surge of delight within. Indeed, the Lord was quite concerned about the jade pendant. She was eager to see how Jiang Qingyu would respond. Her delicate laughter reached Jiang Qingyu's ears, yet she merely cast a fleeting glance at her before turning her attention to Hui. If the esteemed Lord truly wishes for this humble girl to display her talents now, I assure you, I can indeed showcase a few abilities. However, there is one point in your statement that is not entirely accurate. Hui squinted. What did I say that is incorrect? In the Marquis residence, I hold authority. What could possibly be amiss? After uttering these words, Hui regretted his tone. Was he being overly aggressive? What if he frightened Miss Jiang, causing her to distance herself from that young rascal? If that child were to blame him, he would surely suffer the consequences. He hoped fervently that Miss Jiang would not be intimidated. If he could navigate this dialogue successfully, he would certainly grant Jiang Qingyu some leeway. Yet Jiang Qingyu smiled gracefully, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Hui's eyes. Every individual possesses imperfections. Even sages are not exempt, nor is the Lord an exception. Why? Then, is there any fault to find? My visit today was not a sign of neglect, but rather a manifestation of my respect for your esteemed authority. I conducted multiple checks out of fear of overlooking any detail. My preparations, though not yet complete, are not due to a lack of diligence, but rather a concern that they may not meet the grandeur expected, thus diminishing the reputation of the Marquis residence. Should the Lord desire a performance from me, I can certainly oblige. However, I fear I might present an incomplete offering, leading you to miss the greatest surprise of the evening. I trust the Lord would not be interested in a performance lacking in completeness, would you? Her words compelled everyone to regard Jiang Qingyu with newfound respect. This woman was truly remarkable. Even Jiao could not help but feel admiration. Jiang Qingyu had a way with words, asserting her own perspective while elevating the Lord to the same status as the sages, thereby piquing his interest. Even if Hui wished to express anger, he found no grounds to do so. It seemed that this banquet had finally welcomed someone of genuine capability. Hui was taken aback. This Miss Jiang was far more astute than he had anticipated. Suppressing his excitement, he maintained a serious demeanor. You certainly possess a way with words, yet I have not extended an invitation to you, nor do I know your name. May I be so fortunate as to learn the name of this esteemed Miss Jiang? Jiang Qingyu took a small step back, gracefully clasping her hands together. Her voice a harmonious blend of softness and resilience. Insignificant as I am but a fish swallowed by a whale. My name is Jiang Qingyu, daughter of Jiang Hui, the current Minister of Rights. I thank the Lord for your magnanimity. With her self-introduction, the path for the undefeated Marquis to retaliate was completely sealed. Many present elevated their regard for Jiang Qingyu once more. Ah, what a remarkable, insignificant and devoured Jiang Qingyu. If you possess such ambition, I shall wait to witness whether your surprises can indeed match your aspirations. The phrase insignificant and devoured seemed to mock her own fragility. Yet within each word lay an ambition ready to burst forth from her slender form. At this moment, Hui genuinely realized that this Jiang Qingyu was indeed a woman capable of securing that piece of white tiger jade. The Ho residents favored such ambitious women. Upon witnessing Hui's evident admiration for Jiang Qingyu, Huang Yinchgao felt an immediate pang of anxiety. My lord, there are hardly any left now, and those present have gone through considerable effort to be here. Must we all wait for her to prepare? Time is of the essence. Just as she opened her mouth, a voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, interrupted from behind. Miss Huang, if you are so anxious, why not take your leave? Do you require someone to escort you? The voice was chilling, sending shivers down spines. The crowd turned to see a man in a reddish-brown long robe, walking with deliberate steps. His face obscured by a silver ghost mask, his eyes cold and shadowy. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the Ho residence dropped several degrees, eliciting surprise and fear. Even Hui couldn't help but squint, pondering the unexpected guest. Lord Xie. Upon recognizing the visitor, Huang Yinxiao was nearly petrified. She never imagined that this malevolent figure would appear here. Beneath the mask, Xie Chenyuan's inscrutable eyes held a hint of mockery as he inquired with a sense of amusement, Miss Huang, with such a precious regard for time, do you have matters of greater urgency than those concerning the Lord and myself? At that moment, Huang Yinxiao's heart trembled. She had long heard of Xie Xiang's unpredictable mind and ruthless demeanor, and now she found herself cornered at such a critical juncture. While she might plead for leniency from the Lord, provoking the Xiang could lead to her very demise at any moment. Words failed her, as if an invisible pressure was stifling her throat. Xie Chenyuan looked down at her, his voice icy. Speak. The two words pierced Huang Yinxiao like ice shards, nearly rendering her senseless with fear. And no, I dare not. I have no urgent matters. Xie Chenyuan retorted. Who are you speaking to? Tears streamed down Huang Yinxiao's face. Xiang Yi. I respond to you. I have no urgent matters. Xie Chenyuan let out a cold snort, laced with derision. If there are no pressing matters, why the urgency? I see that Miss Huang must indeed have important affairs, otherwise you would not be so brazen as to take the lead in the Ho residence. Realization dawned on Huang Yinxiao. The Xiang was here to discipline her on behalf of the Ho residence. She promptly knelt, her head bowing low. Xiang Yi, my lord, I meant no such intentions. I merely what? Huang Yinxiao's mind went blank, utterly devoid of words to explain. Xie Chenyuan let out a cold scoff. So foolish? Must I explicitly state the word leave? I am typically benevolent, and some words remain unspoken. Jiang Qingyu, who had been keeping her head down to diminish her presence, couldn't help but steal a glance at Xie Chenyuan upon hearing this. Wasn't that already implied? Yet, for Huang Yinxiao at this moment, that word felt like a gift. She accepted it with gratitude, crying out for mercy from Xiang Yi while hastily retreating. The onlookers exchanged glances, a wave of astonishment sweeping through them as they lowered their heads, none daring to utter a word. The imposing presence of the Marquis was already enough to instill fear. Yet the Prime Minister proved to be even more formidable, rendering the atmosphere utterly stifling. After dealing with Huang Yinxiao, Xie Chenyuan casually brushed off non-existent dust from his robe. The lowly individual had sullied the very air around them. He then lifted his gaze to meet Hui's. The guest your esteemed household has invited truly seemed to be a mixed bag. Perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider the threshold in due time? Hui's expression turned markedly unfriendly as he regarded Xie Chenyuan. Their relationship had always been strained. He regarded Xie Chenyuan as a menace, and out of sheer obligation, he had extended an invitation, never expecting Xie Chenyuan to actually attend. I had thought you had long departed after resting in the guest room for so long, yet here you are, lingering to assert your authority on behalf of the Prime Minister's residence. Xie Chenyuan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "What does the Marquis mean? We are both prominent figures in the grand realm of civil and military affairs, serving under the same sovereign. If your household affairs are not handled appropriately, does that not concern me as well?" These words nearly provoked Hui into a fury. How dare he imply that the mismanagement of the Marquis's household was Xie Chenyuan's concern? What audacity! Hui found himself at a loss for words. He desired nothing more than to slap Xie Chenyuan across the face, yet their distinguished statuses in the current setting rendered such an action impossible. Thus, he begrudgingly accepted this affront, forcing a strained smile as he replied, "I appreciate your concern, but such trifles. My household is more than capable of resolving them without burdening you further. However, your unexpected arrival caught me unprepared. Please, make yourself comfortable." With that, Hui stormed back to his seat in a huff. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, exchanging furtive glances at Xie Chenyuan. In the next moment, he took a seat at Jiang Qingyu's position. Just as he settled in, he was abruptly pulled up, caught in the midst of a verbal skirmish. Bewildered by the ensuing chaos, while Jiang Qingyu, whose seat had been usurped, was left utterly confused. What? Where am I supposed to sit now? Chapter 20. The two ladies performed together. Jiang Qingyu surveyed the surroundings. It appeared that only the space beside Hua Jiao remained, a position that originally belonged to Huang Yinxiao. Just as she intended to approach, a cold and emotionless voice pierced through the air. "Miss Jiang, do you believe that sitting on the ground next to me is beneath your dignity?" Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, staring at Xie Chenyuan as if he were a ghost. What was the meaning of this? With his silver mask exuding an air of chilling terror, his dark eyes gleamed with amusement. Jiang Qingyu replied, "Qingyu fears disturbing the tranquility of the esteemed gentleman." Xie Chenyuan retorted, "No matter if you disturb or not, it cannot be made tranquil. Moreover, I am curious to see how extraordinary and beautiful the woman who received a jade gift from the young Marquis is." This statement was almost an open declaration of undermining the Marquis's authority. Hui, who had just seated himself, widened his eyes in anger. "Miss Qingyu need not feel apprehensive. Although Xie is influential, he lacks the ability to wreak havoc in the Marquis's residence. Sit wherever you please." The gazes from the foremost civil and military officials clashed intensely, and Jiang Qingyu found herself caught in the middle, remaining silent for a considerable time, unsure of how to proceed. Finally, she gently tugged at the corners of her mouth and slowly knelt beside Xie Chenyuan. "It's quite all right for me to sit here. The two lords need not trouble themselves on my account." Xie Chenyuan appeared satisfied, casting a somewhat arrogant glance at the Marquis. Does the Marquis not wish to grant a seat? Hui felt a murderous intent rising within him, yet he understood Jiang Qingyu's predicament. Pleasing one side would inevitably offend the other, and thus remaining neutral seemed the wisest choice. Xie Chenyuan was indeed peculiar. Did he perhaps have a penchant for mischief? Relishing in the attention of others? He commanded a subordinate beside him, "Why have you not swiftly offered a seat to Miss Qingyu?" In the end, Jiang Qingyu received a chair, yet the discomfort of sitting next to her formidable superior, renowned as a grim specter, lingered. She discreetly sipped her tea. The man beside her lowered his voice, saying, "Today, matters were resolved quite well." Jiang Qingyu nearly spat her tea in surprise, astonished by such praise from this esteemed gentleman. She had heard numerous compliments in recent days, yet hearing such words from Xie Chenyuan felt like sweetness soaking into her heart. Praise from the great master. Jiang Qingyu's lips curled slightly as she lowered her head in response. "It is all thanks to your guidance and assistance, sir." Xie Chenyuan's gaze remained indifferent. "When have I ever assisted you? I merely dislike foolish chatter in my ear." Jiang Qingyu responded with an "oh." Silence enveloped them for a while until Xie Chenyuan spoke again. "What are your chances of victory today?" Jiang Qingyu promptly grasped the intent behind his inquiry, her gaze awkwardly shifting towards Hua Jiao, who remained poised and proud like a swan. Confidently, she proclaimed, Before Huarjiao, I had a three-part certainty. After Huarjiao, I am assured of victory. In truth, all her preparations were complete. She merely required a breeze from Huarjiao to propel her efforts. Without Huarjiao's intervention, the impact of her performance could not reach its zenith. Xie Chenyuan narrowed his eyes, refraining from inquiring into the reasons, and directly lifted his gaze towards Hui. Have I arrived too late? Is the banquet already enveloped in silence? Hui snorted coldly in response. At least you possess some self-awareness. With this encouragement, Xie Chenyuan fixed his gaze intently on Huarjiao. It is said that among the 4 esteemed ladies of the capital, Huarjiao can captivate 100 birds with her dance. Might I be fortunate enough to witness her grace? Huarjiao was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced her lips. Naturally, the Prime Minister has the right to request such a privilege. However, this evening belongs to the Marquis, and without his word, I dare not presume to perform. Yet, she added, if the Prime Minister does not permit it, I shall find an opportunity to personally visit the Prime Minister's residence to offer my dance. Jiang Qingyu's eyes brightened at this remark. Truly, the 4 esteemed ladies are formidable, transforming Xie Chenyuan's pressure into her own motivation to gain favor with the Marquis household. The underlying message was a question to the undefeated Marquis. If she performed well and showcased the Marquis prestige, could she be deemed the winner of the evening? Remarkable. Simply remarkable. Jiang Qingyu savored each word, dissecting its meaning. Hui, perceiving the insinuation, chuckled. Jiao has some ties with my household. Calling her a niece is not amiss. We are akin to family, so why be so polite? If you wish, just take the stage. Huarjiao seemed to have prepared for this moment, effortlessly gliding into the center like a flame-wreathed fairy, kneeling before Hui with arms outstretched. I am skilled in sword dancing. I beseech the Marquis for a sword. Hui casually drew the sword from his waist, proclaiming, this sword has accompanied me through many battles, stained with the blood and souls of countless foes. Whether you can wield it depends on your own skill. Huarjiao gripped the hilt tightly, her eyes enchanting yet resolute. She glanced at her accompanying maid. Hongshi, play the music. Hongshi nodded, retrieving a guqin from behind her. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu's lips curled into a smile, her delicate features radiating confidence. Since Sister Hua is so keen, why not allow me to play for you and create a splendid performance together? Everyone was taken aback, including Huarjiao, who had not anticipated Jiang Qingyu's boldness. What was she scheming? Hongshi hesitated, but after a moment of contemplation, Huarjiao raised an eyebrow decisively. Hongshi, hand the guqin to Miss Jiang. I too am curious about her abilities. Jiang Qingyu appeared to have been waiting for this opportunity, yet why? In such a public setting, she could not act covertly. If they were to compete openly, she would engage wholeheartedly. After all, she enjoyed a good challenge. Jiang Qingyu stepped forward to accept the guqin and took her place in the center. This marked the first exchange of gazes between her and Huarjiao, both smiling yet silent. Jiang Qingyu positioned the guqin, straightened her posture, and with a flourish of her delicate hands, struck the strings, producing a resonant melody. The instrument was of exquisite quality, its sound utterly enchanting. She turned to Huarjiao. Sister Hua, are you ready? Huarjiao replied, bring it on. In the next moment, Jiang Qingyu's expression transformed, resembling that of a valiant heroine, steadfast and loyal. Her fingers danced upon the guqin, producing a melody of exquisite beauty. Although her technique could hardly be deemed exceptional, it was evident that she had not played in quite some time, imparting a sense of awkwardness. Nevertheless, the tune she performed was extraordinary, starting on a remarkably high note, and pulsing with an undeniable vigor. It was a melody unlike any other, capable of stirring the heart. A flash of astonishment flickered in Huarjiao's eyes. Indeed, Miss Jiang possessed some remarkable talent. Alas, her technical prowess fell short. Otherwise, even she would have felt a measure of trepidation. Regrettably, there were no what-ifs. Based solely on her current expressiveness, Jiang Qingyu still lacked the qualification to surpass her. In the next moment, Huarjiao finally began to move. An enchanting fragrance suddenly enveloped the space. Chapter 21. A dance that calls forth 100 birds. The melodious strains of the qin flowed gracefully as Huarjiao, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, danced like a phoenix rising from the flames. With a flash of silver, the sword she wielded emanated a chilling aura that pierced the air, twisting her waist and leaping. Huarjiao glided effortlessly across the stage, captivating the audience with her ethereal presence. Their eyes were riveted upon her. Indeed, Huarjiao was the daughter of a martial general, and though she danced, every thrust of her sword exuded a beauty of strength that could slay. Jiang Qingyu's music was exceptional, imbued with an uplifting melody. Yet her skills on the qin seemed to falter in comparison. At this rate, she was no match for Hua Jiao. The undefeated Marquis scrutinized the two, and a hint of disappointment flickered in his gaze as it settled upon Jiang Qingyu. It was not that she was lacking, but rather that she fell drastically short of his expectations. At that moment, the music abruptly shifted. The once soaring melody descended into a poignant lament, creating a profound emotional resonance that left the audience feeling a void within their hearts. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, conjuring images of a young aspirant thwarted by the harshness of reality, their once lofty ambitions swept away by the tides of power. The sorrowful expression on the young maiden's face stirred a deep sympathy within the spectators. Before the audience could fully absorb this shift, the tune transitioned into a delicate and gentle cadence, as if to offer solace, a warm current quietly filling the void of disappointment. I feel as though I am hallucinating. I just saw a disheartened youth. I seem to hear someone imparting wisdom. The voice not only endearing, but also warming my heart. In that fleeting moment, all present comprehended the significance of the performance. The melody was imbued with emotion, stirring the hearts of those who listened. This piece held a story within. Although Jiang Qingyu's technique was somewhat lacking, her performance was rich in profound emotion, seamlessly merging with the music to reveal its essence. Heavens, how is this even possible? Could this be what the elders refer to as talent? We have underestimated Miss Jiang. Hua Yi's eyes brightened, and he began to listen with greater intention. And perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he sensed a deeper meaning in Miss Qingyu's playing. It must be said that Hua Jiao's dance was transcendent. She adeptly matched the ever-changing rhythms and melodies of the piece. With a swift motion, her sword hovered mere inches above Jiang Qingyu's head, her golden bird-like figure circling gracefully. As her face drew close to Jiang Qingyu's, she remarked, "You are quite impressive, even more formidable than I had anticipated. Now, I shall unleash my true abilities." Jiang Qingyu met her gaze, a fleeting moment of connection. "Sister Hua, bring it on." As she spoke, Hua Jiao began to whirl, her movements igniting like a fiery vortex, spinning faster and faster. To everyone's astonishment, the crimson fabric of her attire expanded with her rotations, growing ever wider. In an instant, the entire venue was enveloped in swirling red gauze, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. It was Hua Jiao, skillfully slicing through the delicate red gown with her sword, sending the crimson veil soaring. In that surreal moment, the audience found themselves entranced, the rare sound of birdsong echoing in their ears. The birds. They were being drawn in. As the crowd lifted their gaze, an astonishing multitude of birds appeared in the sky, some resting upon the branches of the Ho residence, others upon the eaves, and even on the tables of the guests. Moreover, some of these birds appeared to leap and dance in tandem with Hua Jiao's graceful twirls. In that moment, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking an indescribable awe. Was it truly the legendary dance that entices 100 birds? It had indeed manifested. Hua Jiao's movements could undeniably captivate the avian audience. Such a phenomenon seemed almost beyond belief. Could a mere human achieve this? Was the disparity between individuals so stark? It was simply exquisite. Although Jiang Qingyu's music resonated with depth, the spectacle of a dance that could summon 100 birds rendered it rather dim in comparison. This was the first time Hua Yi had witnessed such a scene, and he was profoundly moved. Hua Jiao, as one of the 4 great noble ladies, truly exhibited extraordinary skill, deserving of the title peerless. Below, Su Youfu felt a twinge of anxiety. Murmuring softly in Xie Chenyuan's ear, "I fear the outcome of this match is already determined. Even if Miss Jiang has other tricks up her sleeve, it may prove futile." This was beyond exaggeration, a dance that could call forth 100 birds. Even if they discerned the underlying mechanics, they could do nothing. Such a feat was an overwhelming visual spectacle. Xie Chenyuan's obsidian eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Qingyu, who concealed a smile. He stated calmly, "While the birds compete in song, the fish below exhibit no fear. Instead, they wag their tails in excitement. Su, it seems the outcome of this match is yet undetermined." Su Youfu was taken aback. How could this be? What other move could she possibly have that could surpass this dance? Beside them, Yi Chui interjected, "Miss will not lose." Both turned to her in surprise. Su Youfu, puzzled, asked, "Little Yi Chui, what do you mean by that? Could it be that your young lady truly possesses a formidable move?" Having learned from her previous misstep, Yi Chui cautiously assessed Su Youfu and Xie Chenyuan before responding. "You two shall wait and see." She lifted her gaze, her heart brimming with faith in Jiang Qingyu. "My lady will never disappoint anyone. She is capable of anything." Xie Chenyuan fell silent, arms crossed, observing Jiang Qingyu, who had concluded her performance. Capable of anything, indeed? Let him witness how this little fish could stir tumultuous waves to rival that dance. As the music faded and the dance concluded, the near-perfect duet left both performers utterly astonished by one another. Hua Jiao approached Jiang Qingyu, extending her hand to assist her. Your melody is quite remarkable. Were it not for this occasion of fame and fortune, we could have been true confidants. Once Jiang Qingyu steadied herself, she nodded in acknowledgement. Sister Hua's dance is indeed breathtaking. Hua Jiao remarked with intrigue. So, you concede to being impressed? Jiang Qingyu slightly inclined her head. Naturally. Anyone who loses to Sister Hua must concede with admiration. However, the outcome of today's contest remains undecided. Hua Jiao found this amusing. Do you not feel that you have lost? Jiang Qingyu shook her head, a glimmer of cunning dancing in her eyes. Sister Hua has also said that this is a world of fame and fortune. I have reasons compelling me to triumph, so please forgive me. For I am not a person of such integrity, having utilized my sister. This performance today, let it serve as a form of compensation. Hua Jiao felt somewhat bewildered, even utterly perplexed. Utilized? How have I been utilized? Moreover, she did not believe she would be defeated. She had poured her utmost effort into this dance, which, under the influence of your melody, had transformed into something even more exquisite. The others were oblivious to the exchange between the two, and just as Hui was about to make his decision, the moment everyone believed the dust had settled, Jiang Qingyu suddenly stepped forward. Beneath the bright lights, her figure appeared diminutive, flickering as if poised to ignite. Jiang Qingyu gently clasped her hands toward Hui, saying, My lord, I have prepared everything thoroughly. I humbly request your permission to showcase my abilities. I assure you, I shall not disappoint any of you. Chapter 22. A Guide to Training Dogs. The atmosphere at the banquet shifted dramatically as the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. Even Hua Jiao, standing behind, was momentarily stunned. Had Jiang Qingyu not revealed her full capabilities earlier? Did she possess further resources? Yet, each individual was allowed but a single opportunity to showcase their talents. Hadn't Jiang Qingyu already utilized hers? At that moment, Hua Jiao suddenly grasped a critical realization. She leaned back slightly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of anger and deeper appreciation. A smile crept across her lips as she spoke. No, she has not exhausted her opportunity. Rather, she has merely assisted me in executing the sword dance. Simultaneously, she has complemented her performance with her music. Utilization of one's strengths against another's, and she claimed that this piece was her token of compensation, urging me to accept this favor. This girl was far from the innocent facade she presented. She was akin to a gentle blade, striking with precision. Hua narrowed his eyes, inwardly willing to grant Jiang Qingyu this chance to seize an advantage. Miss Jiang, does that piece not count? With a smile, Jiang Qingyu shook her head. That piece is merely half. It serves as a gift. A spark of interest ignited in Hui's eyes. Oh, if such a splendid gift is merely an appetizer, I eagerly anticipate what the main course you will present to me entails. However, ponder carefully. My expectations are not burdens that just anyone can bear. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. In anticipation lies a demand. Should Jiang Qingyu fail to meet his expectations, disappointment would ensue. He would not act against her, but inaction would serve as the harshest reprimand for those who seek power. Jiang Qingyu replied softly, I understand. She then turned her gaze towards the door, prompting the others to follow suit. The young lord? Huobuqi's spirited visage appeared before the crowd, with scrolls in one hand and various items in the other. The moment his eyes met Jiang Qingyu's, they visibly brightened, and he hurriedly approached her. Neglecting to greet the lord, his focus solely on Jiang Qingyu. Miss Jiang, Huobuqi exclaimed, I have gathered everything you requested. Is it timely enough? He resembled an eager pet, thrilled to present treasures to its master, his enthusiasm palpable. Jiang Qingyu glanced beneath to assess. This is sufficient. I appreciate your efforts, young lord. Huobuqi waved his hands dismissively. Not at all. It's no trouble. I look forward to assisting you further. The favors you have done for me are far greater than I can repay. The crowd was left in stunned silence, questioning the identity of the young tyrant of the capital they had come to know. Hui's expression darkened, his demeanor turning stormy and tremulous. How embarrassing, how utterly humiliating. How could he possibly have such an embarrassing son? The nature of their private interactions was beyond his concern or interference. Yet, in such a public setting, with so many eyes watching, the son of the undefeated marquis, the future heir, displayed such undue eagerness. Moreover, the connection between them was still tenuous at best. How could he have never encountered such a devoted son, one so eager to alleviate his burdens? Hui lowered his voice. Huobuqi, come here. Huobuqi cast a glance at his father, disregarding him. and continued to gaze longingly at Jiang Qingyu. Miss Jiang looked exceptionally beautiful today. Miss Jiang, please do not worry. I have promised that I will grant you anything you desire. My father will not trouble you. Hui was utterly enraged and slammed his palm on the table, startling everyone present. Hobuki. Only then did Hobuki feel apprehensive and hurriedly chuckled as he approached. Father, do not fret. I was merely reminiscing with Miss Jiang, and here I am. After taking a few steps, he turned back again, gazing expectantly at Jiang Qingyu. I shall take my leave now. I will be by my father's side shortly, whispering sweet nothings in his ear, so rest assured. Jiang Qingyu smiled and waved her hand. The others were left speechless. Young lord, is it truly acceptable to be so forthright? As they looked at Jiang Qingyu again, they found nothing amiss. Instead, they felt a newfound respect for her, seeking a tutorial on how to train the young lord as a loyal dog. Ultimately, Hobuki settled beside his father, who shot him a glance and quietly inquired, "Did you give her the jade pendant your mother bestowed upon you?" Hobuki replied, "Indeed." Hui pressed, "Do elaborate. What transpired?" Upon recalling their initial meeting that morning, Hobuki could not help but feel elated. He recounted everything that had transpired to his father. Hui was taken aback. "And then you just gave her the jade pendant?" Hobuki affirmed, "Yes. Do you not find her sincere, kind, beautiful, wise, and brave? She embodies the essence of all women." Hui regarded him with a mix of shock, disbelief, respect, and confusion. "Are you out of your mind? Where do you see that?" Sensing his father's disapproval, Hobuki sulked and huffed. "When paths diverge, we part ways. If we cannot find common ground, you lack vision. But I do not. Regardless of what decision you make today, Miss Jiang must have her wishes fulfilled. Otherwise, I shall inform my mother." Hui's expression turned to one of despair. This was precisely the tactic he feared most. Do not keep bringing your mother into this. If she learns you carelessly bestowed the jade pendant upon someone, she may hold you accountable. He could offer her a chance today. But whether she could seize it depended solely on her abilities. Frankly, he had hinted to Hua Jiao that it was permissible. Yet he had not explicitly stated it was acceptable to play dirty. Moreover, this was contingent upon Hua Jiao being victorious. The outcome remained uncertain. Tonight, even now, no one could discern the true purpose of his banquet. Should Jiang Qingyu indeed excel, and Hobuki so cherish her, then his favoritism would pose no issue. Conversely, Hobuki muttered, "Wasn't it the same for you when you first saw my mother? Can she blame me? Get lost. You and your mother are hardly comparable." Hui's face flushed, and he nearly delivered an elbow strike that could have shattered the young lord. The strength of a general is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Fortunately, Hobuki had grown accustomed to it since childhood, with tough skin and resilient flesh. Otherwise, a single elbow strike would have surely broken two of anyone else's ribs. At the moment he fell, he muttered curses under his breath. "You truly are my dear father." Just as the father and son engaged in their playful yet fierce tussle, Jiang Qingyu had finally arranged all the items she had prepared. However, when they beheld what Jiang Qingyu had set up, they were left utterly dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected revelation. A roll of painting paper? A lump of ink? Was she intending to practice calligraphy? If it were calligraphy, how could it possibly compare to Miss Hua Jiao's mesmerizing dance? Surely, such a commotion was unnecessary. What was Miss Jing planning to do? Suddenly, Jiang Qingyu burst into laughter. "Why jump to conclusions, dear friends? It would not be too late to form an opinion once I have completed my work. In a quarter of an incense stick's time, I believe you shall view this scroll with newfound admiration." Chapter 23. With a stroke of the pen, Jiang Qingyu astonishes all. Jiang Qingyu refrained from unnecessary chatter. Her talent in ink painting was remarkable. During her more foolish days, she had accomplished one thing that garnered general approval. She had adorned the majority of the walls in the Jiang residence with her artwork. Her parents had originally intended to scold her, but the beauty of her paintings, imbued with a childlike innocence, spared her from reprimand. To this day, those murals remain. In the blink of an eye, several vibrant inks appeared on her inkstone, crafted from the latest natural pigments refined by Dayou, both precious and unique. As she began to illustrate on the scroll, the onlookers were taken aback by the fluidity of her strokes. Miss Jiang's prowess in art was indeed unexpected. What astonished them further was not only her smooth technique but also how, in just a few strokes, she captured a fundamental outline. A robust figure sat, while a youthful one bowed his head. The robust figure bore thorns on his back, with the character for loyalty emblazoned across his chest, embodying a great general. In contrast, the youth carried a basket of books, his head lowered in resignation, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope under Jiang Qingyu's deft rendering. Everyone recognized the scene at once. This was the very moment they had witnessed while she played the zither. How could she have rendered it with such precision? And in such a brief span of time? Her artistic skill was nothing short of miraculous. Even the unbeaten Marquis and the young Marquis found themselves unnerved. The young Marquis, with stars in his eyes, exclaimed, "Father, Miss Jiang is indeed remarkable. Her artistry surpasses that of the calligrapher you hired. I can even recognize that the figure depicted is me. Good heavens, she has painted me. Could it be that Miss Jiang harbors feelings for me?" His face flushed crimson with a sudden shyness, nearly smoking with embarrassment. Yet he was not prepared for this. Beside him, he doused his excitement with cold water. "Look at you, such a fool. Do you think she painted you? Could you truly stand there with a book basket and listen to my reprimands, appearing as if you absorbed it all?" Indeed. Hui had discerned the truth. The robust figure bearing thorns was himself. Jiang Qingyu's artistry was extraordinary, her portrayal of features and expression unmistakable. Yet, such an event had never occurred. How could she depict it with such lifelike accuracy? Moreover, the coincidence of this scene was too uncanny. Could it be that Jiang Qingyu had guessed the true purpose of his banquet? For he pondered deeply, scrutinizing with increasing seriousness. Before long, Jiang Qingyu completed her painting. Her skill was transcendent, leaving the onlookers in awe. They had not anticipated such hidden talents from Miss Jiang, truly a gem concealed from view. However, even with her exceptional artistry, could it truly rival Miss Hua Zhao's sword dance? It appeared she had painted the Marquis and the young Marquis, yet why was the Marquis bearing thorns? Xie Chenyuan swallowed hard, a shadow passing through his gaze as he fixed his penetrating stare upon Jiang Qingyu. It seemed that we need not pave the way for her in this game. His tone was extraordinarily calm, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Su Youfu, intrigued, inquired, "Are you suggesting that Miss Jiang has triumphed? But this is hardly sufficient." Xie Chenyuan remarked, "Her melody and this painting clearly indicate that she has grasped the purpose behind Lord Hua's banquet today." Su Youfu, upon receiving this revelation, suddenly understood. However, a single painting is hardly sufficient to alter the situation convincingly, is it? Xie Chenyuan continued, "If it is apparent to us, how could she, being a participant, remain unaware? It all depends on how she navigates the unfolding scenario." Su Youfu smiled at Jiang Qingyu, realizing he had underestimated her. He decided to watch with keen anticipation. Lord Hua, seated at the head of the table, gazed at the painting for a long while before speaking. "Miss Qingyu, if I am not mistaken, the two figures in this artwork represent myself and my son, correct?" Jiang Qingyu nodded. "Indeed, it is you both." Hui raised an eyebrow. "Why do I appear to bear thorns?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "All will be revealed once I complete this unfinished piece." Hui was taken aback, not expecting such a response. "Unfinished?" Jiang Qingyu added, "Yes, in the realm of painting and calligraphy, where there is a painting, how could there not be accompanying verses?" Hui, somewhat surprised, inquired with heightened interest, "You also compose poetry?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "I have perused a few texts." Hui waved his hand grandly. "Please, proceed." Jiang Qingyu turned back to face the scroll, while Itsue had prepared the ink, its fragrance wafting through the air, attracting the attention of nearby birds. In the next moment, Jiang Qingyu dipped her brush in the ink. Her delicate, fair hand held a vibrant red brush, and with a gentle motion, she rendered the ink onto the scroll with the precision of a swordsman's blade. A line of exquisite characters emerged, revealing a verse: "The sun hangs high. The sand stained red, the valiant general strides forth like a tiger, offering peace to the nation, bringing comfort to the people. Worrying over the sustenance of heroes with silver hair. Stone uncarved cannot become a spirit, the mother-in-law bears pain like iron, piercing loyalty, preserving righteous heart. The youthful spirit ultimately achieves success." As this verse was completed, astonishment gripped all present at Jiang Qingyu's literary prowess. This was undeniably a poem of praise, imbued with a comforting essence. At this moment, Lord Hua's composure began to wane. Indeed, Miss Qingyu had discerned the intent behind his banquet. Every expression in the room was captured in Jiang Qingyu's observant eyes, yet she remained calm, a smile gracing her lips. "It is not over yet. How could a verse exist without a title?" Once again, Jiang Qingyu dipped her brush, and this time the ink exuded a captivating fragrance. She swiftly inscribed the title on a small section of the scroll, "Song of Loyal Bones, a Legacy." The instant she completed the inscription, a chorus of bird calls erupted, as countless birds that had gathered nearby were irresistibly drawn to her work. They circled around her painting, chirping excitedly. In that moment, everyone gasped in astonishment. Could it be that just the act of writing had summoned a multitude of birds? Such an effect rivaled that of Miss Hua Zhao, simply astounding. My goodness. Song of Loyal Bones, the title perfectly encapsulates the melody, and its meaning is truly profound. Suddenly, I feel enlightened. I comprehend Jiang Miss's intentions. Incredible! Miss Jiang excels in music, literature, and painting, and possesses such literary talent in composing lyrics. If it were known that these exquisite works were created by Miss Jiang at the tender age of merely 15, countless masters would surely vie for her attention. The crux lies in the fact that she has indeed achieved this, wielding her pen to summon a myriad of birds. How is this even possible? At this moment, the harmonious fusion of music, painting, and literature, who can fathom the overwhelming emotions that course through me? Even Hua Jiao finds it hard to believe. The special fragrance she uses to entice birds has been effortlessly discerned by Jiang Qingyu. No, it is not just a simple revelation. Jiang Qingyu had already begun her preparations before their performance. The efficacy of Jiang Qingyu's fragrance is certainly not so potent as to attract birds from afar, but once she draws them near, her scent will undoubtedly take effect. No wonder it is said she has utilized her skills. Moreover, the content of these writings and paintings likely reflects the true sentiments of the Lord today. Jiang Qingyu, oh Jiang Qingyu, you are indeed exhilarating. The heat in Hua Jiao's eyes is palpable, each way as heart races. And Xie Chenyuan sips his tea with a slight smirk, while only the young lord appears bewildered. What on earth has transpired that has left everyone with such expressions? Is it that Miss Jiang's poem is simply extraordinary? Indeed, Miss Jiang is perfection. At this moment, all eyes turn toward the Lord. Jiang Qingyu offers a slight bow towards him, her pure and graceful visage radiating brilliance. My lord, has this performance I prepared not been stunning? Author's note, the lyrics are my own creation. I fear readers might think it's mere plagiarism. Thus, I reference the idioms "Can the old general still eat?" and the mother-in-law's needlework. The astonishment expressed in the narrative is purely for plot purposes, so please do not dwell excessively on it. Although I have referenced idioms, this book is set in an alternate universe. I was simply wary of creating new idioms that would require excessive explanation. Thus, I opted for familiar ones. Truly, I am worthy of admiration. Chapter 24. An unexpected reward. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Hua Yi's excitement could no longer be contained, as he had never anticipated that Jiang Qingyu could bestow upon him such a delightful surprise. The melody serves as a prelude, the painting embodies intention. Yet the true essence lies within that singular verse. Firstly, it showcases Jiang Qingyu's literary prowess. Secondly, it reveals her complete understanding of his intentions behind hosting this banquet. Thirdly, with a stroke of her pen, she has transformed Hua Jiao's talents into her own. The purpose of today's banquet was none other than his son, who stubbornly detests the pursuit of knowledge. The Dayou Taixue stands as the highest institution of learning in Dayou, where only princes, princesses, and prodigies are permitted to study. Those who emerge from its halls inevitably become the pillars of the nation, with some even achieving remarkable feats that benefit the citizens while still in their studies. Moreover, the Taixue serves as a shortcut. Anyone, regardless of gender, who completes all assessments there is assured a title, stepping from the Taixue directly into the court. Furthermore, the Taixue is a sacred ground for forging connections with the powerful. Upon his triumphant return, when the emperor offered rewards, he declined all but a single request for a spot in the Taixue. He is aging. At nearly 50, how many more years can the general wield a sword? Once he can no longer grasp the blade, the honor of the Ho residence will rest solely on the shoulders of that boy, Wabuki. Yet, having endured countless battles and witnessed the most harrowing of human trials, he knows the torment of both body and soul, an endless wait for death. He truly wishes to spare Wabuki from treading the same path, even if it means the decline of the Ho residence. He has only this one child left. Alas, Wabuki's temperament is far too capricious if he is not closely monitored. He resorts to fighting and skipping classes at the Taixue. Countless times, he has been summoned to the school for parental meetings. However, as a general of the nation, he must lead troops into battle frequently, leaving little time to oversee his child's education. The Taixue's headmaster even went so far as to send him messages while he was on the front lines, reporting that Wabuki had once again skipped class to engage in brawls. He could no longer endure it if this continued. He would surely lose his sanity as a parent. Thus, the evening banquet was orchestrated. He sought someone to oversee his child in his stead. At this moment, as Huidi gazed upon Jiang Qingyu, the smile on his face could no longer be concealed, his eyes gleaming with fervor, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. He leaned closer and said, Miss Qingyu, it appears that you alone have deciphered my intentions for tonight's banquet. This is indeed my fortune. May I inquire if Miss Jiang harbors any interest in the Taixue? Would you be willing to temporarily serve as my son's companion in study? Upon utterance of these words, all present, including Wabuki, were rendered utterly speechless. To become a study companion for the young lord at the Taishue? Even though it is merely as a companion, it still entails studying. That institution gathers the elite offspring from all corners of the realm, representing the swiftest pathway to success in Dayou. Hua Jiao felt a pang of regret, biting her lip in vexation. How could she concede defeat so readily? Yet, it is the Taishue, a realm of authority and ambition that surpasses even the Ho residence. She could bear it no longer. She genuinely felt the ache in her heart. The young lord stood there in a daze, glancing at his father, then at Jiang Qingyu, embodying the mortification of a boy whose father has just divulged all his flaws to the girl he admires. He stood up, reprimanding, "No wonder you never told me." Hui glanced at Huabuki and retorted, "Who knows if you would have agreed? Now, you must think it through. I have invited Miss Qingyu." Huabuki quickly regained his composure. Indeed, if Miss Jiang were to become his companion in studies, wouldn't that mean he could see her every day? This prospect didn't seem so bad after all. Hui felt a swell of pride within him, how easily he had maneuvered this situation. Miss Qingyu was undoubtedly the most suitable choice, even more seamlessly than he had anticipated. She possessed sufficient talent, was poised and graceful, and hailed from a well-bred family. But most importantly, she could indeed keep Huabuki, that little tyrant, in check. Hui stifled his excitement and inquired, "What do you think, Miss Qingyu? Are you dissatisfied with my terms? What more do you desire? As long as you agree, I can offer you a salary and ensure that you and Buki enjoy equal standing. That boy will be at your beck and call." Jiang Qingyu hesitated. This doesn't seem appropriate. How could I command the young lord? It's against the rules. For he was puzzled. What is inappropriate about it? I see you handle him quite well and with great familiarity. Jiang Qingyu coughed awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Hui placed a hand on her shoulder. "Then tell me what you want, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes." Jiang Qingyu shook her head. "Simply gaining admission to the academy is already the best condition for me. I was just taken aback. I never expected to become a companion scholar." She truly had not anticipated this, especially since the car accident in her previous life had thrust the young lord into the military, leaving her unaware that he had now entered the academy. No wonder the minister wanted her to attend this banquet and urged her to seize the top position. If she could enter the academy, she would be able to engage directly with the core of the royal lineage of Dayou, rapidly establishing her own reputation. Thus, her future growth would undoubtedly surpass any other path. Perhaps within a year, she could possess the power to protect her family. Jiang Qingyu felt a surge of excitement, trembling with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. That minister was genuinely helping her. She instinctively glanced towards Xie Chenyuan, only to find he had already risen to depart, Su Youfu discreetly handing a letter to Itsue as he left. She bit her lip and returned her attention to Hui. "My lord, I will cherish this opportunity. Rest assured. I will not disappoint your expectations and will ensure the young lord studies diligently." Hui chuckled, increasingly pleased with Jiang Qingyu. This girl was not only beautiful but also came from a respectable background and possessed ample talent. Truly, as that insufferable boy had claimed, she was flawless in every regard. "Son, your father can only assist you thus far. You must seize this opportunity to make Miss Qingyu your wife." "Wait a moment. He doesn't seem to be here to choose a bride." "Never mind. Becoming family would be even better." As the main event drew to a close, the evening banquet quickly began to disperse. Huabuki intended to escort Jiang Qingyu, but Hui swiftly seized him by the nape of his neck, pulling him away. He could not allow this young man to act foolishly. He needed to impart the proper way to pursue someone. Jiang Qingyu's heart was still aflame with excitement. She yearned to see the Prime Minister and express her gratitude for his guidance. Just as she was about to take action, a clear and resounding female voice called out from behind, "Miss Jiang, please wait." Jiang Qingyu halted, momentarily dazed, and turned around. The woman had changed into a new outfit, clad in a simple yet elegant crimson ensemble that accentuated her graceful figure and rosy complexion. "Sister Hua?" Chapter 25, Jiang Qingyu, "You are my true match, our grand victor. Do you intend to depart after utilizing my sister?" Hua Jiao clasped her hands across her chest, a profound smile gracing her lips. Jiang Qingyu, with utmost respect, performed a courteous bow, a proud smile illuminating her exquisite features. "Sister, you flatter me. I am merely a fortunate thief who has stolen the fruits of victory, hardly deserving of the limelight. Now that the prize is secured, I naturally wish to depart unobtrusively. After all, my triumph was not achieved through valiant means." Hua Jiao raised a hand to her mouth, concealing the lower half of her face. Although she had observed this visage closely during their recent dance, a more meticulous glance now revealed. Indeed, she was utterly adorable, possessing both courage and intellect, daring enough to tread on her ascent while discerning the Marquis's thoughts. yet speaking with such humility and sincerity, unlike any other girl she had encountered before. Resisting. I must not succumb to a nosebleed at this moment. As the daughter of a military family, everyone expected Hua Jiao to embody the spirit of a valiant general's daughter, yet she harbored a secret. She was utterly defenseless against anything adorable. From the very first glance at Jiang Qingyu, she found her appearance charming. Yet the decorum of the situation had restrained her from expressing it. However, Jiang Qingyu's recent display had deepened her appreciation for the girl's cuteness. She simply had to get to know Jiang Qingyu. Once Hua Jiao regained her composure, she remarked, winning and losing are mere facets of the game. There is no question of an unmerited victory. Besides, only you have perceived the Marquis's true intentions. May I inquire how you discern this? It was not that they were lacking in intelligence, but rather that the Marquis concealed his thoughts exceptionally well, leaving no trace. Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together. Smiling, I merely happened to overhear the young Marquis lamenting about his studies. Hua Jiao, is that all? Jiang Qingyu paused, tilting her head as she hesitated. Perhaps there were some wild conjectures on my part? She was uncertain whether her ruse would suffice. But revealing the truth was out of the question. She had pieced together the fates of the Marquis's household from her past life and this one. Along with the young Marquis's grievances, she had initially been perplexed about how to secure a stunning victory, until her brother's loyal bones melody inspired her. Although Hua Jiao was amiable, she could not carelessly disclose her rebirth. She had confided in her brother solely because he was a trustworthy family member. And she also wielded leverage over him. Should Hua Jiao see through her facade, she would have to play the fool. However, upon witnessing Jiang Qingyu tilt her head, Hua Jiao could no longer contain herself and was struck by a nosebleed. Jiang Qingyu, taken aback, pointed, Sister Hua, your nose. Hua Jiao's eyes widened in alarm, realizing the peril. She must not allow Jiang Qingyu to misconstrue her as an oddity. Covering her nose, she forced a laugh to regain her composure. Ha ha ha, please forgive my embarrassment. There is no need for concern. It is merely an old affliction of mine. I tend to get nosebleeds when overly excited. Jiang Qingyu, excited? Hua Jiao, yes, indeed. To my surprise, you were able to deduce so much merely from the words of the young lord. I, Hua Jiao, willingly accept you, Jiang Qingyu, as a friend. I wonder if you would be so gracious as to honor me with your friendship? A faint smile graced Jiang Qingyu's lips as she performed a respectful bow, replying, To earn the recognition of Sister Hua is truly an honor for me. As she bowed, she lowered herself slightly, showcasing a demeanor of innocence. Hua Jiao, unable to contain herself any longer, found her nosebleed worsening, leading to a sensation of dizziness from the considerable loss of blood. Observing this, the maid, Hong Shi, hurriedly intervened. Miss, you have important matters to attend to, and it is getting late. We must return swiftly. Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize. Let us meet again another time. Without delay, Hong Shi swept her mistress away, and as they distanced themselves, Hua Jiao's voice echoed from afar. Sister Qingyu, let us meet at the academy. Jiang Qingyu stood there, momentarily dazed. What just transpired? She felt somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. Each way, equally perplexed, approached silently. This Miss Hua is rather peculiar. Jiang Qingyu replied, Indeed. I hope Sister Hua is well. Please send her some goji berries later. Each way nodded in agreement, suddenly remembering something, and retrieved a letter from her bosom. Oh, miss, this is a letter left for me by the Prime Minister before his departure. He mentioned it contains information you wish to know. Upon hearing the mention of the Prime Minister, Jiang Qingyu swiftly accepted the letter, glancing over it. And a smile soon illuminated her face. Let us go, each way. We must thank the Prime Minister in person for today's events. The contents of the letter were simple, merely stating an address located at the Marquis's residence. Jiang Qingyu immediately recognized it as the Prime Minister's location. Until tonight, she had believed the Prime Minister merely intended to connect her with the Marquis's household, but after tonight, she realized the Prime Minister's influence was far-reaching. Consequently, her fear of him diminished somewhat, replaced by admiration. The two of them swiftly followed the address indicated in the letter, soon arriving at the Marquis's guest room. Jiang Qingyu knocked on the door. Prime Minister, it is I. After a brief pause, Su Youfu's voice called from within, Miss Jiang, please enter. The Marquis has been waiting for some time. Only then did Jiang Qingyu push the door open. Inside, a man clad in a long robe sat upon a bed, his face concealed by a mask, long hair cascading over his shoulders. He gazed down at the teacup before him, his eyes exuding a melancholic chill. The moment Jiang Qingyu stepped inside, he lifted his gaze slightly, his lips parting. You have arrived? Yi Chui closed the door, and Jiang Qingyu quietly approached Xie Chenyuan. Bowing respectfully, thank you for your guidance, Prime Minister. A slight smile graced the corners of Xie Chenyuan's mouth beneath the mask. Please, take a seat. It was but a trifling effort, yet your performance exceeded my expectations. Thank you for your praise, Prime Minister. Jiang Qingyu sat down obediently, feeling an involuntary tension rise within her. Although she had eagerly anticipated expressing her gratitude to the Prime Minister, now that the thanks had been exchanged, his formidable presence rendered her awkward and anxious, even without any action from him. There was an overwhelming sensation akin to encountering a stern master, accompanied by an apprehension that she might, in the next moment, inadvertently pierce her own hand with a hairpin once more. The wound from her last attempt still bore significant severity. These past few days had been spent enduring pain while writing and playing the piano. In summary, she longed to depart. Particularly after settling down, the room fell into an unsettling silence. What had compelled her to approach so eagerly just moments ago? Suddenly, Xie Chenyuan fixed his gaze upon her, inquiring, "Are you afraid?" Jiang Qingyu shook her head, replying, "No." After a moment of contemplation, Xie Chenyuan instructed, "Extend your hand." Jiang Qingyu, puzzled yet compliant, placed her right hand upon the table. "Your other hand," he added. Jiang Qingyu acknowledged with an "oh" and extended her left hand, placing it on the table as well. The left hand had been treated by the physician of the Prime Minister's residence. The wound was stitched, and with the vibrant designs she had painted upon it, no one could discern that her hand had been pierced by a hairpin. Xie Chenyuan scrutinized the injury for a considerable time before meeting her gaze and asking, "Does it hurt?" Jiang Qingyu, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Huh?" Xie Chenyuan reached out, his cool fingers grazing the skin beside the wound. "I mean, why aren't you applying any medication to the injury? Or do you require assistance from me?" Jiang Qingyu was flabbergasted, her expression reflecting her confusion. Shui Fei, in a state of panic, displayed exaggerated emotions, while Su Youfu wore an expression of resigned expectation, quietly presenting a tray of medicine. Realizing the situation, Jiang Qingyu hastily protested that it was unnecessary. However, before she could withdraw her hand, Xie Chenyuan had already seized her wrist firmly. He declared, "Jiang Qingyu, you belong to me." Chapter 26. He lured her step by step, and she fell into his trap within the confines of the room. Xie Chenyuan bowed his head, meticulously applying medicine to Jiang Qingyu's wounds. His movements were exceedingly careful, and despite the stinging nature of the ointment, Jiang Qingyu felt no pain. As he tended to her, Xie Chenyuan remarked, "Since you have promised to become a member of the Prime Minister's residence, you must always remember that you have yet to contribute anything to it. Today, you have performed admirably. I perceive greater potential within you. Therefore, before you exhaust your worth at the Prime Minister's residence, please take good care of your body." Though each word was a lesson, Jiang Qingyu felt a rush of bashfulness and excitement. She looked up and asked, "Are you praising me, my lord?" Xie Chenyuan, without meeting her gaze, retorted, "Is it not permissible to praise?" Jiang Qingyu relaxed slightly, responding playfully, "I simply did not expect such bluntness from someone as stern as you." After a moment of contemplation, Xie Chenyuan released her hand and stated indifferently, "It is done." "Thank you, my lord," Jiang Qingyu replied. However, Xie Chenyuan did not afford her the luxury of further relaxation. He shifted the conversation sharply, saying, "Once you enter the Imperial Academy, do not let your guard down. This is merely the beginning. If you dwell on today's achievements and grow complacent, beware that the walls you have yet to build may come crashing down." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback and replied stiffly, "Yes." Xie Chenyuan seemed displeased with her response. "Are you truly prepared?" Jiang Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually affirmed once more, "Yes." Suddenly, Xie Chenyuan stood up, and the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, prompting her to hold her breath. She looked up to see him pressing a finger to the lips of a terrifying mask. Shoo, confused. Jiang Qingyu watched as Xie Chenyuan casually drew a sword from beside the bed, its blade glimmering with a chilling light. Instantly, every nerve in her body tightened. Her mind raced, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Had she spoken incorrectly? Had her jest inadvertently crossed a line? Yet, in the context of their previous exchange, her words should have borne no ambiguity. No. She could not gauge the thoughts of this formidable man known as the God of Death. At that moment, Xie Chenyuan raised his arm, brandishing the sword. But Jiang Qingyu could not discern his target, merely biting her lip in silence. Just then, she heard the cold, hard voice of the man above her. "If you are prepared, why have you yet to discover the mouse trailing behind you?" In an instant, Xie Chenyuan hurled the sword. The blade, having claimed countless lives, sliced through the air like a comet, piercing the door with a resounding crash, followed by a girl's anguished scream. "Ah!" In that heartbeat, Jiang Qingyu's eyes widened in terror, sweat pouring down her back, her pupils trembling. Were there others outside? When had they arrived? Did that mean her entire conversation with Xie Chenyuan had been overheard? The thought sent a wave of nausea through her, leaving her feeling utterly drained and tense. Sir. Xie Chenyuan cast a fleeting glance at her, uttering no words, before turning his gaze to Su Youfu to open the door. Upon its opening, a young maid clad in coarse garments, appearing no older than 17 or 18, stood before them, a sword impaled through the center of her calf, pinning her firmly to the ground. As the door swung wide, she hastily shielded her face and cried out, "No. Please do not kill this servant. I merely passed by. I had no knowledge that there were people inside the room." Xie Chenyuan's tone was devoid of emotion. "Remove your hand." The maid in rough clothing did not comply. "What are you blocking for? The sir commands you to move your hand." In the next moment, Itsue boldly stepped forward, her petite face taut with resolve, as her hands, imbued with an almost supernatural strength, swiftly pried away the hands that obscured the maid's face. Although neither the young lady nor the sir had spoken, the fact that someone had been following and eavesdropping on them without detection was utterly negligent. Moreover, the sir was no ordinary person. It was evident he harbored some blame towards the young lady. Unforeseen circumstances had unfolded, and she must rectify this error. Buying time for the young lady to react. However, when she recognized the face of the maid before her, she was taken aback. "It's you." Xie Chenyuan glanced at the somewhat dazed Jiang Qingyu. "Do you recognize this person?" Jiang Qingyu, now regaining her composure, glanced at the maid's face and nodded. "Yes. She is the maid of Huang Yinqiao, who deliberately made things difficult for me at the banquet." She could not be mistaken. Huang Yinqiao had been expelled by the sir. Why was her maid here? Yet, she had never held a grudge against Huang Yinqiao. Could it be that she believed the expulsion was due to her, thus sending her maid to follow her? She had been too careless, too complacent. Jiang Qingyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, unable to suppress her self-reproach. But now was not the time for guilt. She stood upright. "Sir, it was my overconfidence that allowed this loose end to slip through." Before she could finish, Xie Chenyuan, with a calm glimmer in his eyes, interrupted her. "Since you are aware of your mistake, why not take the initiative to rectify it?" Jiang Qingyu's small face tightened, and she immediately turned her gaze toward the door. "Itsue, pull her in and bind her up. Close the door." Itsue worked swiftly, and before long, the maid in coarse clothing was securely tied to a chair in the room. Jiang Qingyu approached, looking down at her. "If you wish to survive, answer my questions honestly. How long have you been eavesdropping outside? What have you heard?" The maid stammered. I was merely passing by and did not overhear anything." "That is a lie." With a sharp sound, Jiang Qingyu raised her hand and struck the maid, causing her face to contort in pain. "Your lady has long been expelled. Your presence here, meticulously lurking, surely indicates premeditation." Tears streamed down the maid's face as she pleaded. "Miss Jiang, please spare me. I was merely following orders." Jiang Qingyu scoffed coldly and then produced a pouch of powdered medicine from her bosom. Her expression was frigid. "If you consume this powder, I shall let you go. But once ingested, you will be unable to speak for the rest of your life." The coarse maid seemed to grasp a lifeline. Now, as long as she could survive, she would do anything. "I will eat. I will eat." Jiang Qingyu pried open the maid's mouth and poured in the medicinal powder. Soon, after a heart-wrenching struggle, the maid could no longer utter a word. Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together and turned to glance at Xie Chenyuan tentatively. "My lord." Xie Chenyuan's gaze was cold, his hand resting against one side of his mask as he quietly observed Jiang Qingyu. After a prolonged silence, his voice seemed to freeze the very marrow of her bones. "Miss Jiang, is this your resolution?" A chill ran down Jiang Qingyu's spine. An unmistakable message from the cold air. The lord was decidedly displeased. But she had no choice. She knew this punishment was far too lenient. Yet, just then, Xie Chenyuan stood up once more, this time striding directly towards the door. "Su Lao, it's time to return to the manor." Su Youfu cast a disappointed glance at Jiang Qingyu before turning to follow Xie Chenyuan. Xie Chenyuan paused at the doorway, half-turned to Jiang Qingyu, stating, "An uninteresting farce. I hope our next encounter will not be under opposing circumstances." In that moment, Jiang Qingyu felt a surge of desperation. "Please give me another chance." Xie Chenyuan scoffed coldly. "Another chance? To poison her mind or to weaken her bones? Miss Jiang, I am tainted with too many sins. One misstep could lead to irreparable damnation, and I have no time to indulge in such child's play. Let us erase the previous promises. I do not require your life, nor do I have the right to borrow your power." Was the Lord truly resolved to abandon her? No, that could not happen. Jiang Qingyu gritted her teeth. Her eyes reddened as if she had made a firm decision, and she dashed towards Xie Chenyuan, drawing the sword from his waist. Tears streamed from her eyes, her extreme emotions rendering her expression uncontrollable. Her voice trembled with a sob. "My lord, Qingyu has never killed, nor has she ever truly harmed anyone. But, please, believe in me. Grant me another opportunity. I beseech you. I truly beg you. I will succeed." As she spoke, her whole body shook with emotion. In that instant, she realized that all the tenderness had been a fade. From the moment she entered this room, she had stepped into Xie Chenyuan's trap. And this trap had been meticulously laid from the very moment she triumphed at the banquet, with him luring her step by step into his snare. Chapter 27. He taught her to kill. Xie Chenyuan's swift realization that the walls had ears was no mere coincidence. From the very moment he departed, he must have known that Huang Yinchao intended to send someone to follow her. Thus, he intentionally left an address for Xie, orchestrating this meeting as a performance for the maid to witness. But why? What was the purpose behind such a scheme? Was it merely to compel her to take a life at this very moment? Was it to ascertain whether she might bring ruin upon the Xie family? From the moment Jiang Qingyu resolved to kneel before the Xie residence, seeking aid from Xie Chenyuan, she understood that this day would inevitably arrive. She simply never anticipated its arrival would be so swift. How could she, Jiang Qingyu, ever commit murder? As the sole daughter of the Jiang family, cherished by her parents and brothers, she was the beloved pearl of the family, enveloped in their affection since childhood. Thus, she had never been forced to confront the world's darkness, its brutality, and its treachery. Consequently, in her past life, she remained naïve and oblivious, only awakening to the grim reality when her family faced their demise. With trembling hands, Jiang Qingyu grasped the sword, unsteady and wavering. As she advanced towards the maid seated in the chair, her expression was contorted with anguish, while the maid's eyes reflected sheer terror, her entire being thrashing in resistance, causing the chair to wobble. "Please, don't kill me. We agreed that as long as I took that medicine, I wouldn't be harmed." With a clumsy thrust, Jiang Qingyu pierced the maid, who writhed in agony, her face contorting in unbearable pain, reacting with fervent intensity, resembling a fish desiccated on a cutting board. Gradually, she succumbed to weakness, accepting her doomed fate. "I'm sorry." Jiang Qingyu's apology was a whisper, frail and faint. It was not merely an apology to the maid, but to the past version of herself and her family. Had she realized sooner, perhaps she could have alleviated their burdens. Miss Itsue, filled with concern, attempted to intervene, only to be restrained by Su Youfu, who shook his head in disapproval. Itsue too felt the weight of sorrow, yet this was her mistress's own decision. Having escaped the clutches of death herself, she understood that some paths must be paved with the blood of many to ensure survival. Still, she feared for the pain this would inflict upon her mistress. Jiang Qingyu held the sword firmly with both hands, her head bowed in silence. Suddenly, a large hand enveloped her own, warmth dispelling the chilling grip of blood. The voice that followed was devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a deity or a demon, yet distinctly human. "You have done well. However, the target was incorrect. They will not perish immediately. Before they do, they will endure agonies worse than death. If you truly pity the souls beneath your blade, you must learn the art of killing." He tightened his grip on Jiang Qingyu's hand, guiding her to clench the sword, directing its point above the maid's lifeless body. "Here, thrust it in. The brain will be instantaneously destroyed, granting them a swift end, free from suffering." The sword's tip then descended towards the neck. Here, one may stab or slice, but the incision must be sufficiently deep, as we often say. A strike to seal the throat. After their demise, the body should remain intact, allowing for the donning of ceremonial garments. The blade then descends, resting upon the corpse's chest. Here lies the heart, the very essence of the human circulatory system. It is the most accessible yet terrifyingly lethal target. A stab to the heart renders one breathless, engulfed in excruciating pain, until the final breath is drawn. Yet, it is crucial to remember that if one side is pierced, do not fall prey to the illusion of safety on the other, for some individuals possess their hearts on the right side. Jiang Qingyu's mind was a blank canvas, yet it bore the calmness and turbulence of a battlefield trampled by countless warriors. She did not turn her gaze, allowing Xie Chenyuan to hold her hand, teaching her the art of killing, where to strike for instant death, where to inflict unbearable agony. Though this act was steeped in cruelty, an inexplicable warmth and sense of grievance welled within Jiang Qingyu. It was not due to her own anguish, but rather, she felt the pulse of the Duke against the back of her hand, screaming in torment. The Duke was in pain? A few tears clung to her eyelashes, and as she blinked, tiny droplets cascaded down. She remained silent, resolutely tightening her grip on the sword she held. It was not until the Duke imparted all his lethal knowledge that he finally released her hand, his voice penetrating her ears. "Have you absorbed all that I taught?" Jiang Qingyu responded, "I have remembered, esteemed Duke." Only then did Xie Chenyuan let go, advising, "Now, return and rest. I shall take care of the bodies here." Jiang Qingyu's pale face managed a forced smile. "I understand. I appreciate your assistance, Duke." She glanced at Itsue, saying, "Itsue, let us return to the residence." Itsue stepped forward to support Jiang Qingyu as the pair moved cautiously, step by step, until she crossed the threshold. At that moment, a man's voice resonated from behind. He said, "It is not too late to withdraw now. The path to power has no stairs. A mountain of corpses is the only ascent. To rise to the pinnacle and seize authority, one must tread upon the bodies of countless souls, step by step, with no turning back. Proceed further, and you shall face irreversible damnation." Jiang Qingyu lowered her head, contemplating for a long while, finally breaking into a soft laugh. "Irreversible damnation, you say? I have long since embraced that fate. Thank you, Duke, for your guidance. I shall sacrifice everything to pursue this path, no matter how bitter or painful, even if it costs me my very being. Therefore, I hope you will overlook my naivety and continue to instruct me." With that, Jiang Qingyu boldly stepped forward, exiting the door and leaving the Duke's residence, transforming into a fish that swims into a sea of corpses and blood. After her departure, Su Youfu finally looked up to address Xie Chenyuan. "Duke, do you not think today was rather harsh? Miss Jiang possesses all the potential. She merely requires time." Xie Chenyuan's gaze was shrouded in mist, concealing his true emotions beneath his mask. He coldly interrupted Su Youfu. "We have no time for her to grow." Su Youfu clenched his teeth, ultimately surrendering to despair and releasing his grip. Xie Chenyuan remarked, "She does not require time. No one dares to wait any longer." After returning to her residence, Jiang Qingyu secluded herself in her chamber for a full 3 days. Aside from the meals delivered to her, even Zhang Laosan was barred from entry. The family was deeply concerned. During this time, Jiang Hui resorted to a dramatic display of hanging himself at her door. Yet the outcome was unchanged. He could not leap high enough and fell instead. They initially believed that Jiang Qingyu's trip to the Marquise had ended in failure. However, on this very day, visitors to the Jiang residence were relentless, proclaiming that they had produced an exceptional daughter destined for greatness. Little did they know, their illustrious daughter was currently refusing to see anyone. Yang Qing wept so profusely that she had to change her handkerchief 7 or 8 times. The tears wrung from it could wash a face. "We do not require our little fish to achieve fame. We only wish for our daughter's happiness." It was not until 3 nights later, while Jiang Laosan was still deep in slumber, that he heard the sound of the door creaking open. "Little fish, have you finally decided to venture out?" Before he could voice his reproach, Jiang Qingyu, with an unusually serious expression, fixed her gaze upon him and stated, "Third brother, do you have any money? Please give me some." Chapter 28, My Dear Lady. "You are of noble status." The expression on Jiang Laosan's face visibly transformed from anxiety to astonishment, from astonishment to silence, and from silence to a profound existential doubt. Jiang Qingyu had secluded herself for a full 3 days, and her first utterance upon emerging was a demand for money. No inquiries about her well-being? No apologies. Never mind, he decided to overlook her indiscretion. Jiang Qingyu retrieved a handful of silver coins from his pocket, tapping them lightly with his finger. "How much do you require?" Jiang Qingyu extended her hand, gesturing 5. "This amount." Jiang Qingyu pondered for a moment before distributing 5 silver pieces. Jiang Qingyu shook her head. "You have misunderstood my intent." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. "You desire 50 taels?" Jiang Qingyu again shook her head, emphasizing her gesture of 5. Jiang Qingyu exclaimed, 500 taels? Jiang Qingyu, have you lost your senses?" His face darkened instantaneously as he turned to leave. Jiang Qingyu decisively stepped forward, grasping his arm. "Third brother, I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to. You wouldn't want to see me scarred and marred in the future, would you? Even if you might. What would father and mother think?" Jiang Qingyu inhaled deeply. "Ah, you little fish, have you dared to threaten me?" Jiang Qingyu blinked innocently. Her eyes filled with a pitiful charm. "Third brother, you possess ample wealth, do you not?" Jiang Qingyu felt himself spiraling into madness. "You were determined to extract every last coin from me." Yet, shortly thereafter, he presented Jiang Qingyu with a banknote, along with the silver coins. Jiang Qingyu immediately called upon Itsue, eager to depart. Jiang Qingyu was astonished. "At such a late hour, you intend to leave? You are going to." "It's nearly midnight." Jiang Qingyu interjected. "The ghost market." "Third brother, I have compelling reasons to visit the ghost market. Jiang Qingyu hesitated. What about father and mother? Jiang Qingyu displayed an expression of delicate innocence and vulnerability. With my brother present, surely it can be resolved? Jiang Qingyu muttered under his breath. Damn. Ever since little fish became clever, it seems she has been relentlessly exploiting me, and yet, I willingly play the fool every time. No. How could he liken himself to a mere turtle? Jiang Qingyu helplessly shot her a glance and waved his hand. Go on, the sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Thus, Jiang Qingyu adorned herself and Itsue in disguises that would conceal their identities and set off swiftly, armed with a sword. The ghost market, located in a clearing within the eastern outskirts of the capital, only opens after midnight. It is said that this area was once a dense forest, tamed by the enigmatic master of the ghost market who defied official constraints to establish his domain. Unconstrained by regulation, the market often showcases items of dubious origin and gray market goods. The ghost market boasts an array of items rarely seen in everyday life. Yet, the true identity of this powerful proprietor remains shrouded in mystery. In stark contrast to the desolation of the city at night, the ghost market thrums with life. Bustling with various shops and stalls, peddling exotic wares and ancient relics that dazzle the senses. Everyone present dons masks to conceal their identities. The master and servant, cloaked and masked to conceal half their faces, traverse the ghost market. The servant, Itsue, had never encountered such a spectacle and was filled with curiosity. Miss, there are so many treasures here. I have never seen such an abundance. What are we here to purchase? At that moment, Jiang Qingyu, deep in thought with her chin in hand, replied casually, a person. Itsue's eyes widened in disbelief. A person? But you brought 500 taels with you. Just to buy a single individual? It was worth noting that, given the current prices in Dayou, 5 silver coins sufficed for a family's expenses for an entire year, while an ordinary slave could be acquired for merely 3 to 10 taels. The implication of Miss preparing 500 taels. Was she intending to purchase over 100 slaves? A sense of urgency surged within Itsue. Miss, is there something lacking in me? Please, don't abandon Itsue. Jiang Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle, casting a sidelong glance at her. What are you thinking? I do intend to acquire several hands, but it all depends on how much I have left after purchasing that individual. Itsue was momentarily taken aback. How much remains after buying a person? Is that what I think it means? Jiang Qingyu nodded, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, a very special person. He will be the highlight of tonight's auction. Itsue gasped sharply. The auction's highlight. It wasn't you're overreacting. It had been quite some time since slaves had been sold at auction. The prices were exorbitant, and slaves could perform nearly any task, unless, of course, they were exceptionally beautiful. Yet, such stunning slaves had long been whisked away by wealthy and powerful merchants, leaving no opportunity for auction. Not only was the individual being auctioned likely to be extraordinary, but why did the miss know that tonight there would be a slave auction? Let alone the highlight? Indeed, upon entering the ghost market, she had heard whispers of the auction, yet no one knew the items up for bid. How could the miss have such knowledge? Jiang Qingyu continued to ponder, biting her lip. I wonder if 500 taels will be sufficient to secure him. If not, Itsue's fear escalated. 500 taels may not be enough for a slave. Miss, you're buying a slave, not an emperor. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The individual Jiang Qingyu intended to acquire tonight had a connection to an emperor, albeit not from their own country, nor from the present time, and he could not be wholly classified as a human. The person she aimed to obtain was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Qingyu tugged at Itsue. We have arrived. Itsue glanced around, startled by the emptiness that felt almost eerie. One might think they had wandered out of the ghost market into a desolate wilderness. Miss, where are we? At the auction house. As Itsue pondered this, an elderly figure clad in a cloak and mask suddenly appeared. Welcome to the auction house. Please present your credentials. Entry into the auction house required proof of wealth, which would yield a permit allowing free access thereafter. Jiang Qingyu produced 5 silver notes, a total of 500 taels. The elderly man took the silver note to verify its authenticity, and suddenly his gaze fell upon the scar on Jiang Qingyu's left hand. His fingers paused momentarily. He pressed his lips together, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. He had not anticipated that Miss Jiang would emerge so swiftly, let alone venture into the ghost market. This was indeed beyond the expectations of the noble lord. Without hesitation, he produced a jade token, revealing, it seems a person of high status has graced us with their presence. This is your permit. Please keep it safe. Jiang Qingyu accepted the jade token and the silver note, her eyes widening in surprise. Sir, you have issued the wrong permit. The only asset I presented was the silver note. The permit's level varies according to the owner's disposable wealth, categorized into different metals: iron, copper, silver, gold, and jade. The amounts are as follows: 10 taels of iron, 100 taels of copper, 100 taels of silver, 1,000 taels of gold, and 10,000 taels of jade. Those who possess a jade token are exceedingly rare throughout the vast realm of Dayou, indicating an extraordinarily exalted status. Yet, the elderly gentleman merely chuckled softly, enigmatically stating, "Did I not mention, my dear, that you are indeed a person of distinction?" Chapter 29. The Secret of Xie Chenyuan. At this moment, on the other side, a man donned a silver mask and wore a black stealth outfit that rendered him nearly indistinguishable from the shadows. Only the silvery light of the moon pierced through the darkness to reveal his faint outline. He wielded a silver blade, soaring swiftly through the forest, surrounded on all sides by countless figures clad in dark, masked attire, relentlessly intent on his demise. The masked man's eyes glimmered with sharp intensity as his speed intensified. Despite the myriad wounds adorning his body, the scent of blood attracting some wild beast lurking in the forest. Notably, a gory gash marred his left chest, starkly visible to the naked eye. His stamina waned with each passing moment. Should this continue, he would inevitably be caught. Gritting his teeth, the masked man unleashed a surge of latent potential, accelerating further. His pursuers were momentarily bewildered. How could he still accelerate? Damn it, how troublesome this man is. They had finally captured the prince of the ancient capital, intending to leverage his death to forge an alliance with the city. Yet they never anticipated that this man would intervene at the critical moment, directly abducting the prince. After nearly a month of scheming to find an opportunity to strike, they had plunged their blade into his heart, sawing back and forth, yet this man still turned and fought on. Not only did he survive, but he also engaged them in the woods for almost an entire incense stick restoration. Fortunately, he was gravely injured, and their numbers were overwhelming. They had ambushes positioned ahead. Just then, the ambushers leaped forth from the front, forcing the masked man to halt. With this pause, they closed in from all directions, encircling him tightly. "Give up. You cannot escape. Having offended that esteemed individual, it is already a privilege for you to have forced us to this extent. Surrender the prince of the ancient capital, and we may grant you a more dignified demise." The masked man paid them no heed, silently leaping from the tree to sit beside it. The assassins were taken aback. He raised his gaze to them. "Are you not here to kill me? Must I invite you down?" The assassins, momentarily shamed and enraged, had not anticipated his sudden halt. The leader of the assassins clenched his fists. "We shall descend." An assassin nearby cautioned, "Be wary of a trap." The leader shook his head. "I have already scouted the area below. There will be no issues." The assassins swiftly leaped down, surrounding the man. The leader approached with a smile. "To have compelled us to this extent, you must be the only one in the entire world. The master of the ghost market, the Ghost King. Oh no, perhaps we should address you by another title. Sir, who could have imagined that the figure of such curiosity within the ghost market would indeed be the notorious specter known to all?" Xie Chenyuan remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. "Is the title of ghost market not sufficiently clear? I could bestow upon him a new name on a chosen day, one that even the dim-witted could comprehend. An intriguing notion, but alas, you shall not live to see that day." The leader of the assassins remained unfazed. They were professionals of the highest caliber, not easily swayed by such trivial jibes that could distract from their purpose. In the next moment, a mocking voice echoed in his ear. "You said the same last time, the time before that, and even the time before that. Yet, it seems to have borne no fruit. Your level of competence. How audacious of that individual to entrust me to your care. It appears you will never receive any good news in this lifetime." At that instant, the assassins found their defenses shattered by the derision aimed at their abilities. Who would have imagined that the minister could survive a stab to the heart? However, he must be on the brink of death, surely? Xie Chenyuan chuckled softly. "Oh no, I will not perish merely from a wound to my heart. Would you like to know why?" A wave of shock swept through the crowd. Everyone knew the heart was the most vital organ in the human body. How could one possibly survive a stab to it? Yet, the current state of the minister did not resemble that of a dying man. Could it be that he had cultivated some formidable technique? Or perhaps the rumors were true, that he was indeed a remnant of that lineage, possessing the enigmatic powers coveted and feared even by emperors? Impossible. That lineage had been utterly eradicated. There could be no survivors. Regardless of the possibilities, they were compelled to unravel this mystery. "Come closer, and I shall reveal the truth." Xie Chenyuan beckoned. The leader of the assassins cautioned, "Do not attempt any tricks." With a benign smile, Xie Chenyuan replied, "As you say, I am already on the verge of collapse. Deceit holds no purpose for me. There was a semblance of reason in his words. The crowd cautiously approached, maintaining a distance of 3 meters from him, the closest they dared to draw. This was their utmost concession. Now, speak. What is truly happening? At this juncture, Xie Chenyuan lifted his head, his dark eyes beneath the mask radiating boundless fury and hatred, gradually morphing into a crimson hue. The blood pooling around them seemed to ignite with life, and in a sudden surge, Xie Chenyuan erupted forth, his vitality robust and formidable. Clutching his blade, he unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes, dispatching several assassins in a single sweep. As the leader of the assassins regained his composure and raised his dagger to deflect the oncoming blade, he shouted, "Run. Otherwise, we shall all perish." Fear gripped his heart. But in the next heartbeat, a silver flash, a flame, pierced through his chest, the searing pain eliciting a blood-curdling scream. The man's voice resonated as if from the depths of hell. "Did you not wish to know why I fear not a heart's piercing? It is simple. My heart resides on the right side." In that instant, the assassin leader's pupils dilated in horror. "Xie Chenyuan, you truly are a descendant of that lineage. Flee. Spread the word about Xie Chenyuan. He must die. He must perish." Xie Chenyuan withdrew his sword from the man's chest, vanishing from sight in an instant. None would escape. Soon, the forest was filled with the anguished cries and pleas for mercy, as Xie Chenyuan emerged like a vengeful specter from the depths of hell, counting the fallen while saturating the woods with the essence of blood. Only after vanquishing the last foe did he finally relinquish his blade, bloodied and weary, gazing skyward at the moon. The luminous orb appeared to have been devoured by a gluttonous celestial dog, leaving a gaping maw. Is it indeed too strenuous to forcibly wield such power? Is he about to transform into that form again? Lowering his head, he could perceive his hair visibly shifting to a silvery gray. In the black market auction house, Jiang Qingyu and Itsue were positioned at the forefront, undoubtedly the most coveted and advantageous spot. However, at this moment, Jiang Qingyu felt increasingly restless, even breaking into a sweat. This was due to her encounter with some extraordinary individuals at the auction. More precisely, a remarkable group of individuals. Moreover, this remarkable group was conveniently divided by her presence in the center. At this juncture, a spirited youth with a ponytail on her left side leaned forward, excitedly nudging her with his half-masked face. "Brother Huangfu, Sister Linger, this person's lower face resembles that of the one I am so infatuated with. What do you think? Is she not breathtakingly beautiful? So why, dear young lord, are you here so openly without even donning a mask? Most importantly, could you perhaps exhibit some sense of boundaries?" Author's note: the secret of Xie Chenyuan is, in fact, that he is a little magical fairy capable of transformation. By the way, let me reiterate. This world is not purely ancient. It possesses martial arts as well as certain supernatural elements, though not fantastical or exaggerated. Chapter 30. Jiang Qingyu's descent into the Shura field. Jiang Qingyu felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, feigning composure as she sat silently amidst the two groups of people. To her left were the young Marquis and Hua Jiao, while to her right sat the esteemed Huangfu brother and his sister Linger. To claim that one was not anxious would be a blatant falsehood. For Huangfu was of the reigning royal lineage, and it was likely that the young Marquis, a notorious figure, referred to him as brother only because he was one of the princes, though which prince remained a mystery. As for Linger, it was said that a princess of Dayou was born amidst celestial phenomena, flowers blooming in abundance. Not only did she possess an enchanting fragrance, but her talents were also exceptional. Thus, the emperor conferred upon her the title Ling at birth. Rumor had it that she once disguised herself as a man to partake in the imperial examinations, achieving top honors in both the provincial and palace tests. Had she not been discovered by the emperor, she might have secured all 3 titles. She was a renowned prodigy of the court, and many lamented that her gender precluded her from being the strongest contender for the throne. Hua Jiao reproached the young Marquis. "Huobuqi, can you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? Must you so brazenly poke fun at the girl's face? Does she even know you? How shameless can you be? Moreover, while you choose not to conceal your identity, must you also expose all of ours indiscriminately? The entire world claims she has a fondness for Huobuqi. It is utterly ridiculous. How could she possibly harbor feelings for such a fool?" Huobuqi shot a glare at Hua Jiao. "Am I not merely showcasing the appearance of my beloved? Besides, sister, you do not mind, do you?" Jiang Qingyu forced a smile. "Not at all." "Do you truly believe that?" The Huangfu brother interjected. "Dear sister, do not take offense. It may simply be that you bear a striking resemblance to his beloved," causing him to momentarily lose his composure. His voice was dignified and calm, exuding refinement. Jiang Qingyu nodded stiffly. only to hear the Huangfu brother continue, however. There has been much talk of the young lady Jiang of late. It is said that she not only received a jade pendant gifted by Huobuqi, but also managed to summon a multitude of birds with her brush at the Marquis's residence. The young Marquis chimed in. Indeed, I bestowed the jade pendant upon her. She is undeniably talented and beautiful, gentle yet resilient. Hua Jiao agreed. I concur. Although she utilized my connections to achieve her feat of summoning the birds, I sense no malice from her. We are akin in spirit, and she is truly charming. I can hardly wait to see her reaction upon discovering that I had already enrolled in the academy. Reflecting on the matter, she lamented. Had I known that the Marquis's residence was selecting companions for Huobuqi, I would have willingly withdrawn, sparing myself the unnecessary preparations. At this point, everyone cast peculiar glances at the young Marquis, attributing the blame to him for neglecting his studies. The young Marquis scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling softly. How can this be my fault? The academy is dreadfully dull, and those other fools constantly pester me. The teacher loves to complain, but things will improve from now on. Miss Jiang will accompany me. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Around the young Marquis, an atmosphere akin to a blossoming garden enveloped them. Meanwhile, the one directly beside him clenched her fists discreetly, her toes digging into the ground, a sense of discomfort washing over her as goosebumps prickled her skin. Please. Noble young master, refrain from speaking. She is willing to kneel for 3 days in your estate. Her only request is that you speak less in the future. Who understands the embarrassment she feels at this moment? Even though she conceals her identity, the overwhelming sense of shame is nearly unbearable. Beside them, Prince Huangfu chuckled. To receive such high praise from both of you, it seems that this Miss Jiang truly possesses remarkable talents. I am eager to discover what ability she possesses. Hua Jiao, with her discerning eye, seldom misjudges a person, and those she favors are certainly not lacking in merit. The young master appears somewhat eccentric. However, beneath his rough exterior lies a keen intellect, and few can gain an advantage over him. He expressed his curiosity about the individuals they both admire. When she arrives at the academy, would you mind testing her abilities? Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. Testing? What nonsense is this? You are already plotting before she even arrives? Please, no. The young master decisively replied, not at all. Your tricks will be child's play for Miss Jiang. Internally, Jiang Qingyu protested. No. It is not child's play. Hua Jiao added. Indeed, she will undoubtedly handle it effortlessly. Jiang Qingyu exclaimed. Who has instilled such confidence in you regarding her? Thus began a fervent discussion among the three on how to evaluate Jiang Qingyu, as if she was not present at all. Indeed, they were unaware of her presence. But could they refrain from turning their heads towards her with every utterance, discussing bizarre tests they intended to impose upon her? Jiang Qingyu felt as though she were subjected to a form of torment. This was the true trial for a blossoming young woman. She noticed that only the serene Lingo had remained silent throughout. Was she simply aloof or naturally reticent? Aside from her legendary feats, descriptions of the enigmatic Huangfu Ling were scarce, with whispers suggesting she was cold and haughty, looking down upon others. Yet, in glimpses through her mask, Jiang Qingyu perceived a lack of arrogance in her gaze, which was calm, even tinged with a hint of yearning. What could she long for? Perhaps the desire to converse with others? Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together, deciding not to speculate further. Huangfu Ling had indeed noticed Jiang Qingyu's scrutiny. Their eyes had met. Yet she remained silent, not due to aloofness or arrogance, but rather due to an unspoken reason that was difficult to articulate. Meanwhile, others continued their discussions on how to assess Jiang Qingyu. Gradually, Jiang Qingyu's initial shame began to dissipate. Had she matured? Had she grown numb? Neither. It was simply that she had shed her embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Speak freely, everyone. Whatever you say will not faze me. At that moment, a voice resonated from the front. Thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. The auction shall commence, and I assure you that today's offerings will exceed your expectations. In that instant, Jiang Qingyu felt as though her spirit had been cleansed. She inhaled deeply, her heart and mind soaring with joy. Ah, the sin of liberation. The auction is about to commence, with a plethora of treasures available in the clandestine market, alongside an abundance of scarce resources and even information for sale. The bidders are exceedingly generous, as even a couple of items can secure prosperity for numerous households for a considerable duration. Even the young lord, Hua Jiao, and the Huangfu siblings have each acquired items of their desire, all adorned with golden plaques. Jiang Qingyu watches with envy. They are indeed affluent individuals. As a commoner, she finds herself in need of borrowing money from her brother to participate in this auction. She must contemplate ways to earn money, as relying solely on Jiang Laosan is not sustainable. Although Jiang Laosan is quite generous and she holds leverage over him, his indulgence makes it particularly delightful. Nevertheless, one must maintain a sense of morality. Soon, the auction will culminate in its final highlight. Ultimately, tonight's Pai de Assistance is rumored to feature a man of the ancient capital, possessing the bloodline of beasts and the innate prowess of a warrior. Chapter 31. The Prince of the Otherworld. In the heart of the auction house, a massive cage was dragged in, chains binding the man's hands and feet. He was clad only in undergarments, appearing to be in his early 20s, his body marred by a multitude of shocking scars. His skin bore a dark hue with a subtle golden sheen, his disheveled hair cascading wildly, and his facial features were sharp and menacing, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. Indeed, he was a beast in every sense, evidenced by the pair of dark gray ears atop his head and the tail that protruded from his lower back. People of the ancient capital, release me. The otherworldly shall never be enslaved. Once freed, I shall annihilate you all, damned yous. This world is not solely dominated by the kingdom of yous. It is rich in diverse races. Nevertheless, Yu stands as the most powerful and prosperous human nation at present. Surrounding it are several smaller states, among which is the ancient capital, renowned for its fierce warriors known as the otherworldly. These beings are born warriors, valiant and ferocious, possessing a primal ferocity. Consequently, the military prowess of the ancient capital has always commanded respect globally, even eliciting a degree of caution from Yus. Various treaties have been signed between the two, resulting in a fragile semblance of peace. Even if it is but an illusion, for the common folk, peace is the ultimate aspiration. The otherworldly individual before them is exceptionally unique. Jiang Qingyu's eyes sparkled with fervor as she fixated on him, her fist clenched tightly. Behind her, Itsue was taken aback, realizing that Miss had indeed predicted correctly. The highlight of today's auction was a person. But why would she desire an otherworldly being beside them? The young lord also appeared exhilarated. His muscles are exquisite. I would relish the chance to engage him in combat. Hua Zhao interjected. The otherworldly are not the ordinary beings you encounter daily. Your father once almost met his demise at the hands of one of them. Brother Huangfu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ancient capital has long been wary of the otherworldly. They are inherently savage, their wildness unbridled. The entire ancient capital venerates martial prowess, where strength reigns supreme, making them formidable adversaries. The more Jiang Qingyu listened, the more her heart raced with desire. While everyone recognized the otherworldly's might, few knew the identity of the man before them. He was none other than one of the crown princes of the ancient capital, a true prince of the realm, Salyuokis. Although the reasons behind his capture and auction remained a mystery, she was aware that a year later, prior to her own beheading in her past life, his identity would be unveiled upon his return to the ancient capital. His tale is both extraordinary and heart-wrenching. It is said that he endured severe mistreatment before being captured for sale, nearly succumbing to death. After the auction, he fell into the hands of a wealthy merchant, who, possessing a penchant for young men, committed numerous unspeakable acts against the robust and handsome Salyuokis. Thus, upon his return to the ancient capital to ascend the throne, his first decree was to launch an assault on Yus. At that time, several lords along the borders of Yus conspired against their own kingdom, leading to an internal and external crisis that seemed too orchestrated to be mere coincidence. Upon investigation, who do you think was implicated? She discovered that the blame for treason had fallen upon the head of her father, the Vice Minister of Rights, who was responsible for foreign affairs in the ancient capital. Consequently, the Jiang family was unjustly accused of betrayal, and none among the court officials came to their defense, leading to the tragic fate of the entire family being executed. Thus, Jiang Qingyu was certain that from the moment her father was promoted to vice minister, the Jiang family had already been ensnared in a whirlpool of calamity. Even if her father were to resign, it would be of no avail. As for why she firmly believed in her father's innocence, it was undoubtedly due to his commendable character and capabilities, which she found trustworthy. Even if he harbored treasonous thoughts, he lacked the means to act upon them. Therefore, she felt compelled to secure this peculiar individual. On one hand, after the recent murder incident, she had come to a crucial realization: she could not rely solely on the insights provided by the Duke's residence. She must cultivate her own influence to navigate the ever-changing landscape. And this individual certainly represented an exceptional asset. On the other hand, if she could manage to keep Salyuokis in check during this period, it might slightly alleviate the impending aggression from the ancient capital. Of course, she understood that a single person could not sway the course of a nation. Even if they were a prince or an emperor, no one could. Jiang Qingyu pondered, feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly fervent. Many were vying for this extraordinary individual. and she wondered if her offering of 500 taels would suffice. The merchant who had acquired Salo Kueis in her past life had ultimately bid 800 taels. Alas, perhaps she should consider eliminating him? No, even in the absence of this merchant, others would surely compete. Engaging in random violence would only invite disaster upon herself. As she contemplated, the auction commenced. The starting bid was set at 100 taels, with increments of no less than 10 taels. The bidding begins now. As soon as the auctioneer concluded his announcement, Jiang Qingyu was the first to raise her bid, 150 taels. Everyone around her turned in astonishment. The young marquis beside her stammered, "I never expected this young lady, who appears so demure, to be so audacious." After conversing for so long, she had only uttered a single phrase of indifference, and even knowing he was the young marquis of the undefeated duke's residence, she had refrained from flattery. Yet, upon encountering the auction for the ancient capital's extraordinary individual, she hastily called out a bid, showing evident urgency. Hua Jiao quickly silenced the young marquis. "If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Meanwhile, Huang Fuxiong, grinning, remarked, "I apologize for the presumption, but as a gesture of goodwill. If you desire this extraordinary individual, we can assist you in securing him." Huang Fuling, who had remained silent, nodded in agreement. Jiang Qingyu felt overwhelmed, as if she had fallen into the Yellow River and could not cleanse herself of suspicion. She was merely a young woman, untouched and pure, not the sort to engage in such schemes. With tears of frustration welling in her eyes, she replied, "There is no need for your concern. I can manage on my own." At this, Huang Fuxiong ceased his inquiries, having noticed that she had evidently recognized their identities yet maintained her composure, sitting with poise. His question had been a test, and he sensed that this young woman was anything but ordinary. Based on his extensive experience with tales and narratives, he concluded that she must possess a significant background. The organizer of this auction is certainly not an ordinary individual, as they possess an extraordinary demeanor and an admirable composure. Although the utility of forging connections remains uncertain, it is prudent to establish relationships first. Who knows, perhaps they are an influential figure within the martial arts community. In that case, I would eagerly seek to become their apprentice and wander freely within the realm of martial arts. Once the die is cast, even his father cannot obstruct his aspirations, awaiting the realization of his martial dreams. 200 taels. Jiang Qingyu's subsequent bid instantly shattered the prince's ambitions of becoming a martial artist. Did he truly manage to raise his bid to 200 taels in the blink of an eye? It seems rather swift. However, once his identity is revealed, none would dare to outbid him. 300 taels. Huang Fu's brother. Jiang Qingyu clenched her fist, her gaze fixed on a portly man who had been bidding against her. "I found you. It is indeed you." Spending 300 taels to acquire a slave would seem unjust to anyone. The merchant, unable to contain himself, stood up with wide eyes, exclaiming, "My dear lady, I am the vice president of the Southern Continent Trading Company. I implore you to consider my position. You cannot outbid me, and I would prefer to avoid any unpleasantness." Chapter 32. A display of bravado and a blatant display of power. The vice president of the South Continent Commercial Bank sought to oppress others. How remarkable! Watch how I deal with him. The young lord could hardly tolerate such behavior. He was prepared to confront the man, yet was halted by the ever-calm Prince Huangfu, who advised, "Huabuki, do not be hasty. This young lady surely has her own methods." The prince gazed at Jiang Qingyu with utmost confidence, treating her as though she were a formidable figure. The young lord conceded, "You have a point. Let us first see if this young lady can resolve the matter." Jiang Qingyu smirked slightly, wondering where his confidence stemmed from, as she had yet to utter a word. Moreover, had they considered that she could hear every whisper exchanged between them? Nevertheless, she indeed had a solution. She had been concerned about matching their financial prowess, yet the man had unwittingly revealed his own status. Had he mentioned his position as the vice president of the South Continent Commercial Bank earlier, it would have been a different story. Feigning deafness to their murmured conversation, Jiang Qingyu boldly addressed the vice president above her. "I was curious who it could be. It turns out to be the illustrious vice president Qian Jin of the South Continent Commercial Bank." Qian Jin, filled with pride, thumped his chest. "It seems my reputation precedes me. In light of this, you should be more accommodating and increase your bid. I have my ways of discovering your identity." His threat was starkly apparent. Jiang Qingyu smiled sweetly. "Indeed, your reputation is well known. It is uncommon for one to audaciously misappropriate company funds for personal gain. Might it be due to the fact that the president of your bank is your brother-in-law? Thus, you feel untouchable?" Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd, their eyes fixated on the unfolding confrontation between Jiang Qingyu and Qian Jin. The latter stiffened. "You, You are spouting nonsense. Even those nearby could no longer remain composed. The young lord questioned, is it true that public funds have been embezzled? Hua Jiao's expression turned serious. This is no laughing matter. The Great Yu Empire is exceedingly cautious regarding such issues, especially concerning a commercial bank. If the amount is substantial, it could lead to dire consequences for one's family. Prince Huangfu narrowed his eyes, encouraging Jiang Qingyu, do not be afraid. Speak freely of what you know. I am Prince Huangfu Qinghuan, the third son of the current sovereign. With my presence, you can speak boldly. No one will dare to harm you. He then produced a royal seal to verify his identity. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The third prince. Who would have imagined that a prince would grace the auction house? And I, interjected Huabuki with a mischievous grin, the sole heir of the undefeated lord. Embezzlement and bribery are grave offenses, not to be taken lightly. Hua Jiao added, I have no notable identity. I am merely Hua Jiao, daughter of the Minister of War. After a moment's hesitation, Huangfu Ling spoke softly, I am Huangfu Ling. At that moment, the minds of all present threatened to explode. Who were they? Where were they? What were they intending to accomplish? The princes and princesses of the Great Yu Empire, the young lord, and the daughter of the Minister of War. Heavens! How was it possible to encounter such illustrious figures in one place? Slap me if you will, to see if I am dreaming. How is it that the mere utterance of a single phrase by that young lady has caused these individuals to reveal their identities? They are, after all, princes and princesses. The events unfolding here will surely reach the ears of His Majesty in due course. Now we must ascertain which side speaks the truth. At this moment, the face concealed behind the mask of Qian Jin has turned crimson, tension coursing through him as he breaks into a cold sweat. In his eagerness to save a bit of coin while acquiring that slave, he has unwittingly exposed his identity. Not only are they aware of his embezzlement, but he finds himself surrounded by royals. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that if he adamantly denies it, they have long prepared false accounts that no one would discern. You speak nonsense. What evidence do you have of my misappropriation of funds? Jiang Qingyu offered a smile. Evidence? In your previous life, you met your end by beheading before her. Does our time as prison mates not constitute evidence? We are both victims of the same fate. After all, Jiang Qingyu continued, if I am not mistaken, that exquisite jade pendant worth 1,000 taels hanging at your waist is indeed the ancestral treasure of the Wang family. Recently seized in a raid, is it not? It ought to have been confiscated, yet your avarice led you to keep it for yourself. How foolish of you to flaunt such ill-gotten gains so brazenly. On what grounds do you claim? He attempted to dismiss her words as the ramblings of a madwoman. But she pressed on, the pendant's value is bolstered by the fact that our current emperor inscribed the character for Wang upon it with gold ink. Those present need only glance to recognize its authenticity. As for your fabricated accounts, you conspired with your brother-in-law to maintain false records for nearly 3 years. Yet upon your return to report today's auction, an audit would reveal discrepancies in your accounts. Qian Jin felt as if his mind were shattering, his entire being tingling with disbelief. How could she possess such intimate knowledge? A companion of Qian Jin seized the pendant, raising it high for all to behold. Indeed, this pendant bears the inscribed character for Wang in gold ink. In that instant, all gazes turned towards Jiang Qingyu, disbelief washing over them like a tidal wave of astonishment. She is remarkable. Who is this person, seemingly endowed with celestial abilities, that no detail can elude her scrutiny? Jiang Qingyu stood there, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her logic was impeccable. She had dismantled all perceptions of Qian Jin with the mere mention of the pendant. Having pilfered such a significant treasure, how could one doubt the likelihood of his embezzlement? Even should there be no falsification of accounts, the fact remains that he has unlawfully appropriated public property. Qian Jin possessed no grounds for defense. I am wrong. Silence. Seize him and take him to the magistrate. Later, I shall personally interrogate him. At this moment, Huangfu Qinghuan had emerged from his state of shock, yet he could not suppress a gulp as he regarded Jiang Qingyu. Qian Jin was swiftly escorted away, and all eyes were fixed upon Jiang Qingyu, particularly Huangfu Qinghuan, his gaze smoldering with intensity. Now, he was more certain than ever of his sentiments towards Jiang Qingyu. He inquired, my lord, how did you come to know all of this? Jiang Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that someone would actually ask. She certainly couldn't disclose that it was during a meeting with her fellow inmates that the information was revealed. Pressing her lips together, she feigned profundity and replied, Your Highness, have you ever heard of telepathy? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The third prince was utterly thrilled. Indeed, she was a concealed master of the martial arts world. His heart raced with excitement as he resolved to recruit her as his mentor, yearning to learn the art of mind reading himself. However, Jiang Qingyu, noticing the increasingly fervent glint in his eyes, began to question her own life choices. Do you truly believe this? Is your mind really that of a fool? She thought in desperation. At that moment, the third prince continued, My lord, you have greatly aided me today. You desire this extraordinary individual, do you not? Allow me to secure them for you. Jiang Qingyu, quick of tongue yet cautious of heart, replied, No need. If this prince were to assist me in capturing them, I would still have to engage in further discourse with these individuals. How embarrassing it would be if my true identity as Jiang Qingyu were to be revealed. Never before had she felt such embarrassment over her name. In the interest of fostering a cordial environment for future interactions at the academy, Jiang Qingyu took a deep breath and declared, I have my own methods to secure what I seek. She then produced a jade token from her pocket. Surely, everyone was familiar with this token. Today, I shall claim this extraordinary individual. If any of you insist on competing with me in terms of financial prowess, feel free to try. My final offer is 300 taels. Chapter 33. I wish to make a deal in an instant. The entire venue erupted into a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan. The jade token, good heavens. Am I seeing things? Is that truly the jade token from the underground auction? After wandering through the ghost market for so long, this was my first genuine encounter with a holder of the jade token. Possessing such a token signifies that she has access to at least 10,000 taels of silver at her disposal. Even a lord would find it impossible to amass such a staggering amount. Who exactly is she? Even Huangfu Qinghuan and the young marquis were rendered incredulous, their pupils trembling in disbelief. Having been born into nobility and accustomed to grand spectacles, they felt as though their hearts had been seized. Overwhelmed with excitement as they gazed at the jade token in Jiang Qingyu's hand, Huangfu Qinghuan thought to himself, I had hoped to assist her. It appears she requires no help from us. The jade token holder. Apart from my father, she is the second person I have encountered. Hua Jiao remarked, So, she possesses wealth rivaling that of nations? The young marquis added, At the very least, she is wealthier than my father. Wang Fuling, with a composed expression, scrutinized Jiang Qingyu. Judging by her visible skin, she appeared to be of a similar age to them, yet her status was unexpectedly formidable. Holding a jade token proves one's ability to command 10,000 taels of silver, though the actual amount is certainly far greater. Discretionary silver differs from total wealth. Nearly all nobles possess a total wealth amounting to 10,000 taels when accounting for their properties and the necessary funds to maintain those properties. The movement of funds at each stage is exceedingly crucial and troublesome. In contrast, discretionary silver refers to the amount she can utilize at will, akin to having immediate access to it. Even my father would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve such a feat. This person holds significant influence. After the initial shock, silence enveloped the crowd, with no one daring to bid further. Competing with the jade token holder would be akin to brandishing a sword before a master swordsman. Even if one were to raise the bid, it would undoubtedly offend her, an unwise endeavor. How many among those who ventured into the ghost market could be as foolish as Qianjin? Moreover, spending hundreds of taels on a mere slave would be an utter folly. Furthermore, those of extraordinary nature are notoriously difficult to tame. Many have met their demise at the hands of unruly slaves. Acquiring such a being inherently carries risks. Jiang Qingyu was acutely aware of this, which is why she dared to present the jade token to assert her financial prowess. Yet, it was also fortunate that Qianjin had acted recklessly. Otherwise, she would have struggled to prove her right to possess the jade token. After all, she truly lacked the funds. With no further bids, Jiang Qingyu soon acquired the otherworldly man for the price of 300 taels. As the auction concluded, the cloaked elder, who had awarded Jiang Qingyu the jade token, approached her. He offered a respectful gesture. Congratulations, young lady, on securing your coveted item. After the silver is settled, I shall personally escort you to collect your auction goods. Jiang Qingyu smiled and replied, I am equally grateful for your assistance, esteemed sir. Beneath the mask, Su Youfu could not help but admire Jiang Qingyu. Each encounter revealed new surprises, with each meeting leaving him more convinced that Miss Jiang was akin to a treasured secret, one that, the deeper one delves, the more astonishing it becomes. Endless in supply and inexhaustible in use. He was uncertain how Jiang Qingyu had become aware of the embezzlement committed by Qianjin, yet everyone harbors secrets. From the moment she began to kneel before the Prime Minister's residence, he and the Prime Minister had surmised that Jiang Qingyu's secrets must be far more intriguing than anyone else's. At that moment, the young marquis approached. Miss, you truly are remarkable. I have never seen such a jade token, and for some reason, you seem particularly familiar to me. Jiang Qingyu, why are you still here? Surely you haven't recognized me. Her mind raced, and she retorted nonchalantly. Young marquis, do you speak so to every woman you encounter? Young marquis, ah? Jiang Qingyu let out a light scoff. I have pressing matters at hand, so I shall not keep you company. With that, she swiftly departed, leaving the young marquis standing there, bewildered. Huh? When Huangfu Qinghuan arrived, he was taken aback. Huobyuki, why did you provoke her? How annoying. I haven't even had the chance to pay my respects yet. Young marquis, what did he do? Wasn't he merely trying to get closer to her? As the transaction was concluded, Jiang Qingyu had already been led by Su Youfu to a concealed chamber, in the center of which stood a cage containing the foreign being. Saluo's eyes gleamed like those of a ravenous wolf, seemingly intent on tearing Jiang Qingyu to shreds, his sharp teeth bared as if ready to. He had witnessed everything clearly at the auction. He, a prince of the ancient capital, was now being auctioned off like mere merchandise, the highest bidder claiming him. Each bid felt like a humiliation. Damn those great you people. And the woman before him was the one who had ultimately secured him for 300 taels. Another loathsome great you individual. He was unaware of what these great you people intended to do with him, but he had once seen the fate of some young beings from the ancient capital, captured by the great you and sold as commodities. Severed limbs, torment, degradation. The fortunate ones died early, while the less fortunate were rescued back to the ancient capital only to be haunted by those memories, plagued by nightmares day and night. Too terrified to speak or venture outside their rooms, they had completely lost the will to live. The people of the ancient capital bore a deep-seated enmity towards the Great Yu. Yet he had ventured to reclaim territory between Great Yu and the ancient capital to become the heir, only to be ambushed by the Great Yu. He had endured considerable abuse, been abducted, and upon opening his eyes, found himself as an auction item once more. Now, having fallen into the hands of the Great Yu again, what fate awaited him? Saluo clenched his fists, wishing he could tear apart all those from Great Yu. They say the people of the ancient capital are untamed. Yet the Great Yu are truly a pack of savage, inhumane beasts, merely cloaked in a layer of human skin. Jiang Qingyu turned to the elder beside her. You may leave. Hand me the key, and I shall manage this alone. Su Youfu was taken aback. My dear lady, allow me to remind you, this extraordinary individual is exceedingly ferocious and has harmed many. It would be prudent not to hastily unshackle him, lest you understand the consequences. Jiang Qingyu nodded, her gaze fixed upon the enigmatic figure before her. I comprehend. I shall bear all consequences myself. Su Youfu refrained from further persuasion, leaving the key behind as he exited the room. Jiang Qingyu clutched the key and approached the cage containing Salo step by step. Salo, ever the vigilant one, began to emit threatening hisses and growls. Most would surely be intimidated, yet Jiang Qingyu remained unfazed, her expression impassive. This was not even as daunting as the presence of the Duke. Of course, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no fear. Rather, she understood that displaying fear would only embolden him further. The most effective strategy against formidable strength is to project an even greater power. Jiang Qingyu unlocked the cage and stepped inside, crossing into a realm of peril. The sounds emanating from Salo became increasingly menacing, as if he were sizing up his prey. Great Yeren, what is it that you desire? Unperturbed, Jiang Qingyu fixed her gaze upon him, and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, I wish to propose a transaction. Chapter 34. The Dog Training Master Jiang Qingyu Transaction? The moment Saluo heard these words, he nearly burst into laughter. I possess nothing to offer you, nor will I engage in a bargain with a cunning individual from the Great Yu. I shall await the opportune moment, and then I will slay you. You shall regret all your actions today. He clenched his fists, ready to deliver a fatal blow to this frail woman should Jiang Qingyu take another step forward. Jiang Qingyu indeed stepped closer, her eyes devoid of any fear. At this distance, you could easily crush me with a single blow. It would hardly be a challenge for someone of your stature to kill a defenseless woman, would it? Saluo's eyes widened. Had his thoughts been laid bare? Could she truly possess the ability to read minds? Jiang Qingyu chuckled. I possess no such powers. It is merely that you wear your thoughts upon your face. Indeed, you could end my life, but you would also incur a far greater cost. This is the land of the Great Yu. Should you slay your patron, The laws of this realm would demand your life in return, making this a rather unwise transaction for you. Wouldn't you agree? Dayou felt as if her words struck home, realizing that this woman was frighteningly astute. He had divulged nothing verbally, yet she had discerned his thoughts with remarkable clarity through mere expressions. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "As I stated, I wish to make a transaction with you." Without dwelling on the intricate disputes between our factions, she presented her conditions directly. "I offer you two choices. The first, I shall allow you to leave." Dayou's body tensed. "What did you say?" Jiang Qingyu's words carried a subtle amusement. "You heard correctly. I will set you free, right now, without conditions." Dayou decisively responded, "I choose the first option." To be released was the greatest temptation for him. Jiang Qingyu probed further. "Would you not wish to hear the second option?" Dayou scoffed. "Allowing me to leave is already the best choice. Beyond that, I have nothing to discuss with you people of the Great Yu." "Very well." Jiang Qingyu, not one to linger, produced a key and swiftly unshackled the chains binding Dayou. "You are free." As the iron cuffs fell away, Dayou momentarily lost his senses, as if awakening from a dream. The restraints that had confined him for nearly a month were now so effortlessly removed. He stood upright, his imposing figure, long disheveled hair, emanating a primal threat. He coldly remarked, "Are you not afraid that I might kill you right now and flee?" Jiang Qingyu remained unfazed, merely curling her lips into a smile. "Though the people of the ancient capital harbor deep-seated enmity towards the Great Yu, you revere the goddess Gutua. In principle, you do not harm innocent women and children, believing them to be the wellspring of life. Furthermore, consider me your savior in this moment. Refraining from violence against me would be your greatest act of forbearance." Her insights were astonishing, revealing an intimate understanding of their beliefs. Dayou was struck with astonishment, feeling as though he were but a stark skeleton before this woman, laid bare and utterly transparent, unable to conceal even the slightest thought. Were all the people of Dayou this formidable? If so, it was understandable why they had once suffered a devastating defeat in the ancient capital. Gritting his teeth, Dayou felt a surge of resentment, suppressed her cunning. "For when we meet again, I shall claim your life." With that, he resolved to stride forth, unadorned, and with a swishing tail that betrayed his trepidation. Yet, at the very moment he was about to exit the door, a vague yet pointed reminder came from behind. "You are free to leave through that door, but allow me to caution you." "Sir, do you truly intend to depart with your ears and tail exposed? Once you leave, how do you plan to evade the watchful eyes of others? The distance between the capital and the ancient city is vast. How will you return unnoticed without any connections or means of transport? Where will you reside? What will you eat? How will you escape? How can you ensure you will not be captured again? If captured, will you encounter another buyer like me?" Jiang Qingyu's words struck Dayou like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, his fingers trembling slightly as all movement came to a halt. He stiffly turned around to find the girl, clad in black and masked, smiling with a cunning glint in her eyes. One hand lifted to her mask. She slowly removed it, revealing a visage that was both youthful and exceptionally pure. Her smile was profound, her tone resolute. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Qingyu, the daughter of the third-rank Minister of Rights in Dayou. Now, may we sit down and discuss?" Dayou could scarcely fathom that this young woman, who had so effortlessly outshone him at the auction, was so remarkably youthful. Had she even reached adulthood? 15? 16? The more he pondered, the more incredulous he became. A chill creeping down his spine. Here he was, a prince of the ancient capital, rendered speechless by a mere girl. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing it, he would have deemed it impossible. Clenching his jaw, he cast a glance at Jiang Qingyu. "Speak plainly. What is it you wish to discuss? Spare me the circumlocution." The crafty Dayou woman smiled brightly. "There's no need for such hostility. We have plenty of time to nurture our relationship." Dayou gritted his teeth even tighter, thinking to himself that he had no desire to cultivate any rapport with this sly Dayou woman. Jiang Qingyu then inquired, "Since I have introduced myself, may I know your name?" Dayou's expression turned wooden. "I am called Xiaohe." Jiang Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "Must you be so dismissive with a false name? You call me a cunning Dayou person, yet here you are, pretending as well." It seems he has no intention of revealing his identity, which is prudent. The identity of the prince from the ancient capital, if disclosed, could be exploited in unforeseen ways, necessitating a fundamental sense of caution. It is perhaps better that he remains undisclosed, lest her intentions become too apparent, leading to unintended consequences. At present, she has no need to utilize the identity of the prince. Her sole desire is to protect her family to the best of her ability. Jiang Qingyu remarked. Little Black, it truly resembles the names we give to small dogs. Dayou immediately bristled, his face flushed with indignation. How audacious. Do you wish for death? Jiang Qingyu cast him a cool glance, suggesting it would be wise to behave if he wished to live and to take a seat. After a moment of silence, Dayou complied and sat down, but then stood up again. Are you training a dog? Jiang Qingyu replied. Will you sit or stand? Dayou trembled with anger. Swearing by his name as the most valiant warrior of the ancient capital that once he was safe, he would certainly take revenge on this woman. Jiang Qingyu remained expressionless, her demeanor as frigid as ice. Stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. After this repeated several times, Dayou could no longer endure it. Are you mocking me? What do you wish to discuss? I will kill you. Jiang Qingyu replied. There's no need to rush. Isn't the preparation just arriving? As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards the door, where a dazed Itsue had just appeared. Itsue blinked her round eyes in confusion. Is the young lady training a dog? Chapter 35. The world's greatest glutton, she had indeed watched for a brief moment, the content revealing that when the young lady commanded the stranger to stand, he stood. When she instructed him to sit, he sat. Itsue dared not inquire, nor could she bear to look. Silently, she raised her thumb in approval of her mistress. Everyone was right. The young lady was indeed a master of training. Jiang Qingyu beckoned Itsue over. Have all matters been settled? Itsue nodded. Yes. Everything is in order. Jiang Qingyu smiled slightly, then spoke. Please hand over the gauze and medicine. Itsue gathered the necessary items and presented them to Jiang Qingyu in one go. Nearby, Dayou, also known as the Little Black, squinted his eyes. What do you need these for? Jiang Qingyu had prepared everything meticulously. You are injured. If not treated promptly, it may lead to infection and further complications. Now that I have purchased you, I must take responsibility. Dayou was taken aback. This medicine was meant for him? To tend to his wounds? You're the daughter of a third-rank official. Do you possess any medical knowledge? I do not, but I am more than capable of addressing your external injuries. Jiang Qingyu bit the bandage with her teeth and deftly applied the pre-prepared ointment to Dayou's wounds, swift and precise. It may sting a bit. Bear with it. Hiss. You could have warned me sooner. Dayou had no choice but to resign himself to fate. This seemingly delicate young lady had cornered him into a singular path, her unspoken second option. Apart from placing his trust in her, he truly had nowhere else to turn. The wounds on Dayou's body were a chaotic tapestry of burns and cuts, likely a testament to a prolonged period of inhumane treatment. Fortunately, his toughened skin and resilient flesh withstood the ordeal. Otherwise, a normal person would have succumbed long ago. As Jiang Qingyu bandaged his injuries, she began to articulate her second offer. Now we can commence our negotiations. First, I shall provide you with shelter, regular meals, and even sufficient resources for your livelihood. Second, I assure you of your identity's safety. No one shall recognize you as an outlier. Third, should you find an opportunity to leave, you may do so at any time. I will not threaten you with any means. These are the terms I present to you. You may ponder them. Upon concluding, Jiang Qingyu bit off the end of the bandage, completing the dressing. Dayou, with his robust physique, now wrapped in bandages, exuded a wild beauty reminiscent of battle scars. Throughout the process, he maintained his gaze upon Jiang Qingyu's eyes. Her eyes held no hint of malice. They sparkled with sincerity, as exquisite as the most precious gems of their ancient capital. This made it difficult for him to doubt her words. Yet, he felt compelled to fortify his defenses, for the conditions Jiang Qingyu offered were undeniably impeccable, although she had purchased him, rendering him her nominal slave. With the power to dictate his life or death, especially as an outlier from the ancient capital, her first condition granted him existence, her second ensured his safety, and her third bestowed upon him freedom. It is indeed quite peculiar. Jiang Qingyu could not possibly have so much wealth with nowhere to spend it that she would purchase him for merely 300 taels of silver. Unless her intentions are grand, and she is already aware of his identity. Dayou had been scrutinizing Jiang Qingyu, attempting to discern any flaw in her expression. Yet, apart from her gentle smile, there was nothing else. Thus, Dayou inquired, what is it that you require from me? Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together and then smiled, loyalty. During this period when our relationship appears to be that of master and servant, you must offer me your unwavering loyalty. As you can see, I am but a frail woman, yet I possess aspirations that I must strive for. The path I tread is fraught with peril and obstacles, and I require a sufficiently powerful warrior in the shadows to clear the way for me. Yes, I need a shadow guard, or perhaps a cadre of shadow guards. And you, an outsider of the ancient capital, are a born warrior, endowed with the ferocity of a beast in battle. You are the most suitable candidate. Jiang Qingyu spoke with utmost sincerity. She was not uttering falsehoods, merely concealing part of the truth. She sought power, and to achieve that, she needed her own influence. A woman of the great you cannot hold an official position, thus she must carve her own path. In addition to the residence of the Marquis, she also required genuine support. This was the conclusion she had reached after days of contemplation in her chamber. Gulyalu. A strange sound emanated. Jiang Qingyu paused, while the dark-skinned man before her could not help but redden at the ears. What you propose? I have no objections. But could you perhaps first take me to eat something? He then lowered his head, raising his gaze tentatively to Jiang Qingyu. This is your first bargaining chip, is it not? Jiang Qingyu chuckled. Indeed, but before we leave this place, I have a gift to present to you. As she spoke, she rummaged through the items brought by Itsue and retrieved a set of men's robes and a cap of decent craftsmanship. This is a cap and attire I have personally fashioned for you. Please don them, for after all, you wouldn't want to expose your identity as an outsider. Would you? Salo was taken aback, for the cap and robes were specially tailored to completely conceal his two most prominent characteristics as an outsider. Jiang Qingyu had crafted these with her own hands. Did she perhaps foresee the events of this day? In an instant, Salo felt a chill run down his spine. How vexing. He wished to dismiss the thought, yet his mind felt like it might explode. Miss, is he truly human? An outsider. I suppose that counts. Are all outsiders as gluttonous as he? Though this sentiment may be unflattering at present. Salo donned the black attire and cap specially made by Jiang Qingyu. And with his naturally dark complexion, he nearly melded into the shadows. Yet, the light still faintly illuminated his handsome features, alongside the towering stack of bowls beside him. To fulfill her promise, Jiang Qingyu took this famished outsider prince to a snack stall in the ghost market, where he proceeded to devour 17 bowls of fried rice in one sitting. The vendor beside them exclaimed, astounding. It is exceedingly rare for me to describe a person's appetite in such terms. To consume 17 bowls of fried rice single-handedly. I have never encountered a man with such a prodigious capacity for food. This is nothing short of a testament to my culinary skills. My life has been worth it. Tears welled up in the vendor's eyes. Jiang Qingyu tugged at the corner of her mouth and stepped forward to inquire, Are you full? I'm about 70% full, but that will suffice, Salo replied. A pang of anxiety struck Jiang Qingyu's heart. With such an appetite, she indeed needed to devise a means to earn money. Otherwise, she might find herself unable to cover the cost of his meals. Perhaps her decision to purchase Little Black today was a grave mistake. Chui Fei settled the payment and approached Jiang Qingyu, gently asking, Miss, it is getting late. Shall we set out to take a look over there? At the mention of that place, Jiang Qingyu could not help but smile. Of course we must have a look. After all, dawn is approaching. It would be wise to go now and return home tomorrow. From the author, a small note. Salo's full name is Salo Kisi, with Salo being the given name and Kisi the surname. Therefore, in the text, he is generally referred to simply as Salo, though he is currently called Little Black. Chapter 36. The Witch Clan. On a narrow path leading back to the capital from the ghost market, a man cloaked from head to toe leaned unsteadily against a tree. He emerged from the dense forest, nearly exhausting the last remnants of his strength, his vision blurred, and his complexion pale to an alarming degree. I never anticipated a day of miscalculation for myself, he mused. The number of individuals they dispatched exceeded his expectations. This time, he had plunged into the fray, intending to ensnare them all at once, though it would inflict considerable damage upon his adversaries, granting them a moment of respite. It took a heavy toll on his own vitality. Yet, this was the only way to minimize all unstable factors. His identity must remain concealed from prying eyes. Having employed such formidable power, his body could no longer endure, and he could only pray for a brief moment of safety to recuperate. Just then, footsteps approached. Fortunately, that esteemed individual instructed me to verify matters later. Otherwise, you might have indeed escaped. A figure approached, brandishing a knife. He was a somewhat notable figure in the underworld, yet merely a minor character. Had Xie Chenyuan been in good health, slaying him would have been akin to dispatching a mere chicken. With a cold smirk, Xie Chenyuan remarked, Is this the caliber of assassin they send to confront me? They must hold me in scant regard. Or perhaps this ambush has drained them of too much energy. 100 skilled pursuers, the depletion of both financial and material resources was no trivial matter. Such concerns were no longer his to ponder. All he needed was to present the severed head of this man to claim the final bounty. As he spoke, the knife-wielding man's veins bulged ominously as he swiftly struck towards Xie Chenyuan, unwilling to meet a disgraceful end. Xie Chenyuan found himself devoid of the strength to wield his sword. After a few parries, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, and in his attempt to escape, he was struck in the abdomen by his opponent's blade. Blood gushed forth, and a flicker of crimson light flashed in Xie Chenyuan's eyes. Clenching his fists, the blood that splattered ignited on the man before him. Flames erupted instantaneously, and Xie Chenyuan succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it, am I to perish here? How absurd. He hoped that Elder Su would receive word from the Black Golden Sparrow before his demise. Meanwhile, despite having adorned Sa Luo with garments that concealed his ears and tail, Jiang Qingyu and her entourage opted for the back roads upon their return to the capital. Suddenly, Sa Luo's nose twitched. There's a scent of blood and charred remains. I shall investigate. After consuming 17 bowls of fried rice, Sa Luo had resigned himself to his fate. During his time in Dayou, he dutifully assisted Jiang Qingyu, awaiting the opportune moment to escape. The upcoming birthday of the Dayou Emperor promised an influx of visitors from various nations, and the ancient capital's entourage would surely arrive, providing him with the perfect opportunity to depart amidst their convoy. Soon enough, Sa Luo returned. Jiang Qingyu inquired, "What did you find?" Sa Luo's expression grew somber. "It appears a conflict occurred not long ago. However, it is now secure. There is one corpse and a dying man. Yet, the dying man possesses some peculiarities." Jiang Qingyu asked, "What sort of peculiarities?" Sa Luo replied, "He has silver hair." Silver hair? Jiang Qingyu pondered for a moment. Could it be? Take me to him. The three swiftly made their way. Beneath the tree, a man leaned against a colossal trunk, his silver hair shimmering like the radiance of the moon. His visage was striking, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending from the heavens. At that moment, he was grievously injured, his proud yet gentle brows furrowed in agony. A slender blade had pierced through his chest, and a gaping wound marred his waist, blood still flowing unabated. He seemed to be a favored child of the heavens, with fireflies illuminating his path through the pitch-black forest, casting a fragile glow, broken, cold, and hauntingly beautiful. Iqi, holding a lantern, couldn't help but marvel. He is truly handsome. How could someone inflict such harm upon him? Jiang Qingyu concurred with Iqi's sentiments. This man's ethereal beauty surpassed anyone she had ever encountered in both this life and the last. Even the man renowned as the most handsome in the capital paled in comparison. The severity of his injuries might be related to his silver hair. He could very well belong to the witch clan. Iqi and Salo were momentarily taken aback. The witch clan? This clan, once vibrant in the border regions of Dayou a century ago, was said to produce individuals of striking beauty, each adorned with lustrous silver hair, their blood infused with mysterious powers. They had been a formidable force during the founding of Dayou, yet one day they vanished without a trace, retreating from the world. As time passed, their existence faded into the realm of myth, almost forgotten by many. Who could have imagined that today they would behold a silver-haired man, a vision of divine beauty? Jiang Qingyu pondered deeply, her instincts compelling her to act, regardless of whether he was indeed a member of the witch clan. This man must not perish. Consider it a favor owed to the witch clan. Iqi, please hand me the medicine and bandages, she instructed. He needed to staunch the bleeding immediately. Iqi nodded and promptly brought forth the necessary supplies. Fortunately, she had prepared for Salo's injuries today, bringing along applicable medicines and bandages. Otherwise, if he continued to bleed, it would be too late. Jiang Qingyu crouched down, her movements deft as she prepared to tend to his wounds. However, just as she drew near, a hand swiftly grasped her wrist. She met his pale silver-gray eyes, which visibly trembled upon recognizing her. Keeping her composure, Jiang Qingyu reassured him. "Do not be alarmed. I am here to help you. Once I have tended to your wounds, I will take you to a safe place." After a moment of silence, he released her grip and closed his eyes once more. The man's injuries were grievous, but the most terrifying wound was not the one in his chest. Rather, it was the deep gash in his abdomen, nearly 3 fingers wide. Most would have succumbed to such a blow. For this man, his heart resided on the right side. Jiang Qingyu's heart sank at this realization. She had only just learned from the master how to strike the heart for a fatal blow, and now found herself confronted with someone whose heart lay on the opposite side. As she bandaged his wounds, he succumbed to unconsciousness, as if the tension in his body had finally dissipated. Jiang Qingyu wondered at the value of his silver hair. Was he unaware of its worth? If Salo's previous life was valued at 800 taels, then this silver hair, symbolizing the witch clan's identity, was worth 10,000 taels. This serves as a moral test for her, a woman on the verge of being unable to afford her subordinates' meals. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingyu ultimately managed to perform the essential tasks of hemostasis and bandaging. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The injury was too severe and required the timely intervention of a truly skilled physician to ensure complete safety from peril. Jiang Qingyu murmured to herself, then squinted and turned to Dayou. Xiaohei, carry him on your back and accompany us to a certain place. I know of a location that can not only save his life, but also preserve him. Turning back, she reassured the patient, do not worry, you will be all right. Please hold on a little longer. The man opened his eyes once more, gazing intently at Jiang Qingyu. In the end, he uttered not a word. Calm and composed. She proceeded with methodical precision. Indeed, she had matured rapidly. However, it was evident that she had grown overly complacent, necessitating further instruction from her. Chapter 37. Indeed. You have a hidden agenda. Combined chapter. Not long after Jiang Qingyu departed with the silver-haired man, Su Youfu arrived, slightly late, accompanied by a group of people. Hurry, hurry. If this delays our critical mission, none of you shall escape unscathed. Su Youfu clutched a piece of letter paper, upon which horrifying words written in blood proclaimed, the minor path is in peril. If death occurs, retreat. The sight of the letter nearly sent him into a panic. He had not anticipated that the Lord had even prepared a will. He immediately rallied a large group, including physicians, to come and assist. However, upon reaching the scene, all he found was a charred corpse. Su Youfu stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers. This is disastrous. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Find him. Should anything happen to the Lord, their years of meticulous planning would be rendered meaningless. When he beheld the golden plaque bestowed by His Majesty, inscribed with the words of the Prime Minister's residence, Xie Chenyuan, lying exhausted on Dayou's back, felt a prolonged silence within. It was reminiscent of returning home. Oh no, it was indeed a homecoming. Yet, this was merely the abode of Xie Chenyuan. He had speculated on where Jiang Qingyu might take him, but never had he envisioned being brought to the Prime Minister's residence. Kai Chui was also taken aback. Mississippi, are you truly intending to deliver him to the Prime Minister's residence? She had initially meant to suggest sending him into the clutches of that fearsome figure, but suddenly recalled certain matters and hastily amended her words, pleading for leniency. Dayou gazed intently for a while. The Prime Minister of Dayou, Xie Chenyuan, was known for his malice, cunning, and ruthlessness. It was said that the war between the ancient capital and Dayou was turned around solely due to Xie Chenyuan's unexpected intervention. Otherwise, the ancient capital would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. If the people of the ancient capital harbored disdain for Dayou, their loathing for this prime minister was exponentially greater, wishing to rend him to pieces. Are you from the Prime Minister's residence? Jiang Qingyu approached and knocked on the door. In a sense, yes and no. The Prime Minister inside is half my mentor, though he holds no official title. The matter I seek is of great magnitude and requires the assistance of a powerful figure. Thus I chose him, and he has aided me. I am aware of the ancient capital's animosity toward him, but remember, you are mine now. During your service here, you must temporarily set aside personal sentiments and follow my lead. If he is indeed of the witch clan, perhaps I can barter something with the Prime Minister. Dayou remained silent for a moment before responding with slight irritation. Understood. You are so long-winded. I never claimed I intended to do anything. However, when the opportunity arises, I shall ensure that the Prime Minister suffers 1,000 torturous deaths, offering his blood and flesh as a tribute to our fallen kin. Behind him, the Prime Minister, who had been carried along all this while, cleared his throat. Jiang Qingyu inquired, You have awakened? Feigning confusion and weakness, Xie Chenyuan asked, Where is this? This is the Prime Minister's residence, where the finest physicians reside, capable of saving your life, Jiang Qingyu replied. Xie Chenyuan pressed his lips together and expressed, Thank you, miss, for your assistance. It was at that moment that the door of the Prime Minister's residence swung open. A petite and enchanting young woman clad in white stood languidly within the doorway. Her demeanor was one of indifference, and upon seeing Jiang Qingyu, she spoke with a hint of annoyance. Miss Jiang, both the Prime Minister and Elder Su are absent today. I shall not impart any medical knowledge at midnight. Wait here while I fetch a couple of medical texts for you to peruse on your own. This was the physician of the Prime Minister's residence, known as Lady Bai. Jiang Qingyu replied, Lady Bai, I have come on urgent business today, seeking your assistance to save a person, which may prove beneficial to the Prime Minister's house. I believe you would find it quite intriguing. Lady Bai had an insatiable curiosity for various complex ailments and possessed a profound exploratory spirit in the field of medicine. Oh, Lady Bai's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the surroundings until they fell upon a burly figure carrying a silver-haired man on his back. In that moment, Lady Bai shared a glance with Xie Chenyuan. Lady Bai, Xie Chenyuan. Silence enveloped them, a quality both beautiful and profound. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. Did they know each other? Or was Lady Bai merely overwhelmed with excitement? After all, this was a member of the witch tribe, a legendary lineage which would undoubtedly captivate someone as zealous about research as Lady Bai. Jiang Qingyu inquired, Lady Bai, what is the matter? Behind her. Xie Chenyuan cleared his throat. Lady Bai, recovering from her momentary daze, forced a smile and quickly rectified the situation. No. I simply did not expect you to find such a remarkable patient. Bring him into the residence. I shall attend to him immediately. Jiang Qingyu shook her head. With you here, we are at ease. The hour grows late, and we shall not enter the estate. I merely need your assistance with one matter. Lady Bai appeared bewildered. Do you require medical texts, or are you seeking to learn some medical techniques? Jiang Qingyu offered a gentle smile, her eyes betraying her true intent. I wish for you to convey to the Prime Minister the events of today, while it may seem a trivial effort tonight. Bringing a member of the witch tribe to the Prime Minister's residence could hold significant value, and I would like to earn some recognition for it. The others present. So you came with this ulterior motive. Lady Bai cast a meaningful glance at Xie Chenyuan. Look at what you've done. This fine young lady from a noble family has been turned into what? Now what shall we do? She wields the Emperor's command over the lords. Xie Chenyuan remained silent. Realizing he had not taught her this, she had learned it independently. Lady Bai spoke up for him. What recognition do you seek? Jiang Qingyu replied. I request the Prime Minister to assign me a few capable servants and 20 warriors. Lady Bai was taken aback by such a modest request and glanced once more at Xie Chenyuan. What have you been telling her? Even when her life is at stake. She approaches you with such trepidation. Does she perceive the Prime Minister's residence as impoverished? Xie Chenyuan, unable to bear it, closed his eyes and stated, devoid of emotion, if we do not assist him soon, my wound shall heal. Lady Bai. She glanced at Jiang Qingyu and said, I will relay all this faithfully. Miss Jiang, please provide an address and await good news. Jiang Qingyu offered an address. Thank you, Lady Bai, and please extend my gratitude to the Prime Minister. We shall take our leave now. With that, Jiang Qingyu and her companions departed. Miss Bai instructed her attendants to escort Xie Chenyuan into her exclusive sick room within the residence, tending to his injuries while murmuring in disbelief. I never anticipated that you would sustain such severe wounds, and to think that Miss Jiang was the one who rescued you. Xie Chenyuan maintained a stoic expression. They have temporarily doubled their manpower. They truly have invested significantly in eliminating me. Miss Bai retorted, who instructed you to steal away the otherworldly prince they had painstakingly captured. The incessant commotion of assassins within the estate has left me in a state of disquiet for an entire month. Xie Chenyuan fell silent, his gaze chilling. It was not yet the time to instigate war, at least, not now. They sought to leverage the otherworldly prince to simultaneously undermine Dayou from within and without. This would thwart his plans. Miss Bai, disinterested in the political machinations, remarked, the thoughts that occupy your mind elude my comprehension, nor do they concern me. I am merely a physician, yet I am more intrigued by that Miss Jiang, the otherworldly being she carried behind her. Is it not the very prince destined for auction tonight? Moreover, to think you were seen by her in such a state, could it truly be mere coincidence? Is there such a thing as serendipity in this world? At this moment, Xie Chenyuan's thoughts were tumultuous, yet the mention of Jiang Qingyu darkened his profound gaze further. Perhaps such coincidences do exist, or perhaps she possesses capabilities beyond our imagination. Nevertheless, she does not lie. Her sole desire is to protect her family. She poses no threat to us, but rather serves as an ally. Miss Bai chuckled. Is that so? I cannot shake the feeling that you harbor a particular fondness for her. Having accompanied Xie Chenyuan for some time, she was acutely aware of his nature, a revenge-driven puppet ensnared by hatred, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his objectives. He utilized everyone around him, devoid of love or affection. Yet, inexplicably, he seemed to have developed a personal interest in that Miss Jiang, albeit slight, yet sufficient. The atmosphere around them suddenly turned frigid. Xie Chenyuan's eyes glinting like frost, as if the blood coursing through him were freezing. He commanded, Bai Shi, rein in your curiosity. All right. I shall refrain from further inquiry. Your convoluted affairs are of no concern to me. My willingness to accompany you from the outset was solely to explore the medicinal value of your witch lineage, she replied. Burning, freezing, and granting immortality. It is no wonder such events transpired within the witch clan back then. This blood is truly extraordinary. So much so that I am tempted to draw your blood for deeper study. Xie Chenyuan closed his eyes. Suddenly, Baishi could no longer suppress her curiosity. What of the two conditions she just proposed? You, who are present, yet refuse to make a direct statement, expect me to speak on your behalf. Oh. The losses I incur as a physician grow ever greater. Xie Chenyuan, uninterested in her antics, narrowed his eyes slightly. It appears she has spent the past few days in seclusion contemplating matters. Since she seeks to cultivate her own power, I shall lend her assistance. Considering it a repayment for her life-saving act today, have someone fetch me the list from the third compartment on the left side of my cabinet. I shall select the individuals myself. Before long, Xie Chenyuan received the list. They were meticulously trained and selected talents. Xie Chenyuan seemed to have made plans in advance and quickly identified a few names. I will have old Su send them over. Baishi cast a curious glance at the list, and upon seeing one name, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Xie Chenyuan, are you really sending that person over? Is that not acceptable? Baishi remained silent for a moment before concluding decisively, you indeed have ulterior motives. Xie Chenyuan closed his eyes and said nothing. Then slowly opened them, gazing down at his bandaged wound. I merely wish to see how far this little fish can swim. Chapter 38. The influence of Jiang Qingyu. As the night had grown exceedingly late, Jiang Qingyu exchanged a group of individuals with the silver-haired shaman at the Xiang residence. Allowing for a moment of respite amid the evening's tension, rather than obsessively inspecting a certain location, she opted to return home and rest for the night. The following morning, she set out once more, accompanied by Itsue and Saluo. That evening, it became evident that Jiang Qingyu had stealthily returned home. Jiang Qingyu, who had been reprimanded by their parents for an entire day and had even failed to keep an eye on his younger sister, had already resolved to rise early to confront Jiang Qingyu. Was it easy for him? If he did not defend his sister, he would suffer her ire. If he did, he would incur their parents' wrath. His standing in the family was even lower than that of a common stray. Yet, when he arrived at Jiang Qingyu's door and knocked several times without response, he pushed the door open. The room was empty, save for a note resting on the table. Third brother, today promises to be another busy day. I kindly ask you to continue covering for me. Jiang Laosan clenched the note in his fist, seething with indignation. As if he could breathe fire, if only he possessed such abilities. The place Jiang Qingyu referred to as the property she had instructed Itsue to acquire with the remaining 200 taels, located between the marketplace and the Academy Union Pavilion. The ghost market offered a plethora of items, and second-hand properties were no exception, provided one could afford them. Why this location, one might wonder? On one hand, she was soon to accompany her studies at the academy. On the other, establishing her influence necessitated a disguise in the form of a residence. Most importantly, she required funds. Since such a sizable property had been procured, it would be prudent to have the servants engage in some business. Armed with her awareness of lucrative opportunities, she was well aware of the most profitable ventures at present. The trio explored the premises of Union Pavilion, surveying both the interior and exterior with keen interest. Miss, what do you think of this house? Jiang Qingyu replied, it is quite satisfactory. It has everything one might need, and most importantly, it is spacious and ideally located. It seems the previous owner was eager to sell. Otherwise, 200 taels would not suffice for such a property. At that moment, a familiar elderly voice called from behind. There you are, both of you. What brings you here so early? Jiang Qingyu turned, offering a slight smile and performing a respectful gesture. Su Gong. Su Youfu now regarded Jiang Qingyu with astonishment, as she had transformed remarkably. Not only had she secured a favorable outcome with the foreign prince, but she had also saved the life of the Xiang Lord. Who could have foreseen that the Lord, having traversed much of the mountains, had already returned home, thanks to this young lady's timely assistance? Had it not been for her, the consequences could have been dire. If the Xiang Lord had perished, their years of planning would have come to naught. However, he had not anticipated that such a significant achievement on Jiang Qingyu's part would only require a few individuals, despite her not recognizing the Lord himself. Yet, the Xiang Lord was indeed generous, sending those he had nurtured as successors to her. Nevertheless, the fruits of labor should not flow to outsiders. Jiang Qingyu was considered one of their own, and his disciples would follow her lead, regardless of where she went. Furthermore, whether Jiang Qingyu could win the allegiance of these proud young men and women remained another matter entirely. Although these individuals are undoubtedly virtuous, those endowed with capability often exhibit a hint of arrogance, and even the esteemed officials of the residence found it challenging to govern them. As the saying goes, one particular lord even claimed he was not particularly invested. Su Gong, growing increasingly pleased with his thoughts, remarked, "Miss Jiang, I have brought everyone you requested. Would you like to see them now? The Lord has acknowledged your significant contribution and personally selected the finest for you." Jiang Qingyu, brimming with anticipation yet maintaining her composure, replied, "Then please convey my gratitude to the Lord, Su Gong." Su Youfu turned and called out, "Everyone, come in." At his command, a group of individuals gradually entered. Aside from a man and 2 women clad in civilian attire at the forefront, 10 robust men and 5 graceful women followed closely behind. The 10 men donned black garments while the 5 women were dressed in white. Su Youfu directed, "From this moment forth, you shall serve Miss Jiang. Do your best. Miss Jiang possesses great wisdom and is a person from whom you can learn much. Once you align yourselves with her, you must heed her words. Do you understand?" "Understood." Jiang Qingyu then addressed the 18 individuals. "Since you shall be comrades from now on, allow me to familiarize you with the people and matters you must remember. This is Itsue, the second in command of Union Pavilion. Besides myself, you must always recognize that she shares equal authority with me." Turning her gaze towards the 15 martial artists, she continued, "And this is Xiaohai. He shall be your leader henceforth. In all matters of training and missions, you shall look to him first." The martial artists collectively turned their attention to the tall, handsome man beside Jiang Qingyu, whose golden brown eyes scanned them with a mix of pride and disdain. Although these martial artists possessed some skill, they appeared utterly insufficient in his eyes. Teaching them seemed less appealing than simply enjoying a meal. Unexpectedly, a voice of dissent arose among the martial artists. "I refuse to accept this," exclaimed a man in black. Xiaohai narrowed his eyes, his beast-like golden-brown pupils assessing the challenger. "What gives you the right to refuse?" The man boldly stepped forward, thumping his chest. "We are all warriors who have undergone rigorous training. To have a stranger, of unknown depth, appointed as our commander based solely on Miss Jiang's words, naturally, we cannot accept." Xiaohai let out a cold laugh. "Are you implying that I lack qualification?" The black-clad man glared at him, anger flickering in his eyes. "That is precisely our sentiment." They had endured hellish training from a young age, meticulously selected through stringent processes, and had expected to serve the residents soon, only to find themselves unexpectedly assigned to a seemingly harmless young lady from a noble family. Who could accept such a fate? Jiang Qingyu smiled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Youfu, whose expression suggested that everything lay within his expectations. Nevertheless, this provided her with an opportunity to gauge the prowess of Saluo and the martial artists accompanying him. If they were unwilling to yield, why not engage in a duel? "Henceforth, your principal task shall be to safeguard my safety and uphold the order of Union Pavilion. Mere words cannot resolve matters. And the most effective solution among martial artists is to engage in combat." She turned to Itsue. "Itsue, prepare tea for me and Su Gong." Her decisive command left no room for rebuttal. The man in black expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your understanding and support." Saluo let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with arrogance. "I have no objections, though I fear you may not withstand 3 of my strikes." The long-standing enmity revealed its fangs slowly. Moments later, 15 men and women lay piled in a heap, gasping for breath. As they lifted their heads, a glimmer of fear flickered in their eyes. Saluo twisted his wrist, his fangs bared, eyes shimmering with a dark golden light. "Is this truly the finest assembly of martial artists from this young residence? They appear rather lackluster. I believe I alone am sufficient to protect Miss Jiang." Chapter 39. The employment methods of Jiang Qingyu. How terrifying. Is this truly human? These individuals were the finest reserves trained under the authority of the Prime Minister. Yet none could withstand even a single strike from that dark-skinned man. Even when they all joined forces, it proved futile. He effortlessly sent one flying with a mere palm strike. The disparity in strength akin to that between an adult and a fly, a chasm that could not be bridged, whether it be power, speed, or that brutal combat demeanor. The disdainful Saluo before them epitomized excellence. I dare say, even among the elite under the Prime Minister's direct command, few possess such formidable prowess. Jiang Qingyu traced the lid across her cup before leisurely lifting it to sip her tea, her eyes radiating a gentle yet astute gaze. "Well, are you all convinced now?" A group of martial artists fell silent, evidently withdrawn. This outcome was one Jiang Qingyu had anticipated long ago. They are natural warriors, and Dayou, being a prince among them, had participated in warfare, a top-tier expert, with only a handful worldwide capable of defeating him. Moreover, these teenagers had merely undergone some training. For disobedient children, a sound thrashing suffices. Jiang Qingyu said with a smile, since there are no objections, from now on, you will learn diligently from Little Black. You are not here for elimination, but for opportunity. I assure you, your prospects working with me will be no less promising than those within the Prime Minister's residence. She appeared delicate and innocuous, yet her words struck deeply. She discerned their dissatisfaction stemmed from feelings of being cast aside and concerns for their future. Now, with Dayou having deflated their bravado, she possessed compelling grounds to motivate them. Suddenly, a youthful voice interjected, no less promising than the Prime Minister's residence. Miss Jiang, you truly have a lofty opinion of yourself. Jiang Qingyu glanced over, having earlier noted this boy clad in deep blue attire, whose youthful face suggested he was merely 14 or 15, likely the youngest among them. She had experienced death and rebirth, yet he had not. His countenance bore the unmistakable mark of maturity that surpassed his years. If the 15 men and women in black and white were martial artists, he, along with the 2 girls, presumably represented the strategists, management, and crisis response. Thus, a robust foundation for any faction could be established. The Prime Minister would not casually send her a few children to deceive her, or so she thought. However, Jiang Qingyu believed the Prime Minister would not act thus, for it served him no purpose. Interests, after all, are the sole fuel that drives actions in the realm of power and influence. The composed yet slightly juvenile boy before her likely corresponded to the role of a strategist. She was intrigued by the unique talents he might possess. Jiang Qingyu said, I invite you to voice any objections, but first, do tell me your name. The boy replied, my name is Gaohe. Jiang Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly. High mountains and long rivers, clear waters and calm seas? Gaohe responded, indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, an intense gaze seemingly scorched him, leaving him unsure if it was merely an illusion. Upon closer inspection, it was not a figment of his imagination. Miss Jiang was indeed staring at him with eyes ablaze, as if fueled by an inner fire. Gaohe pondered, had they truly just met? Were they previously unacquainted? Could it be that Miss Jiang had fallen for his charming appearance at first sight? In the future, Miss Jiang would be his superior. Would she wield her authority to coerce him into performing unsavory tasks? Gaohe would never sell himself for mere entertainment. Jiang Qingyu clenched her fists, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Gaohe, do you doubt my words? Gaohe maintained a serious expression, nodding. Indeed. The influence of the Prime Minister's residence is well known, and I need not elaborate. You are merely the daughter of a third-rank minister of rights. The disparity between us is immense. Your claim that your prospects here surpass those at the Prime Minister's residence is an exaggeration, akin to a frog in a well mistaking the moon's reflection for the actual moon in the sky. If pressed to speak candidly, he would assert that this young lady from a noble family had never faced adversity and was indulging in fanciful dreams. Beside them, Su Yufu cast a look at Jiang Qingyu, a smirk of schadenfreude upon his face as he stroked his beard and chuckled. Gaohe was indeed a troublesome character. Yet if he could be tamed, it would be far more valuable than any bribe. What would Miss Jiang do in this situation? Jiang Qingyu chuckled lightly. Unhurriedly approaching Gaohe, the girl had matured earlier than most, and her height was already striking among women, making Gaohe seem comparatively shorter. She inquired, may I ask, Mr. Gaohe, how many top-tier experts does the Prime Minister's residence currently command? Gaohe candidly replied, no fewer than 100. Jiang Qingyu continued, then, who possesses wisdom comparable to that of the Prime Minister and Su Gong within the residence? Gaohe acknowledged, no one can rival them. With a hand outstretched, she pointed towards the 15 formidable warriors standing in the distance. The 15 martial artists who accompanied you are all elite choices from the Prime Minister's residence? Gaohe pursed his lips, feeling a sense of shame, though it was undeniably true. Yes, but what exactly are you trying to convey? Jiang Qingyu paused thoughtfully, her smile reminiscent of a carnivorous flower that lures one closer only to envelop them whole, a blend of beauty and seduction, veiled with latent danger. She posed a rhetorical question. I merely wish to point out, given that the Prime Minister's residence boasts over 100 first-rate experts, and that the Prime Minister is both wise and valiant, do you truly believe there will be a place for you to showcase your talents there? I acknowledge that each of you is a gem of immense value. Yet in the Prime Minister's residence, such exceptional talents are as common as fish crossing a river. Will you shine brightly, or will you be buried in obscurity? Your existence forgotten until death? As Jiang Qingyu's words hung in the air, the faces of all present turned ashen, fists clenched, their bodies trembling. They glared at Jiang Qingyu, acutely aware that this was their greatest fear about remaining in the Prime Minister's residence. Yes, they were all prodigies, but the Prime Minister's residence was not lacking in talent. Even the most dazzling jewels, when placed among many, lose their identity. Moreover, they were not nearly as brilliant as they fancied themselves to be. At this moment, Jiang Qingyu smiled subtly, gesturing towards Saluo. Esteemed warriors, you have witnessed that although my Union Pavilion may not even be considered a rising star, having only recently made its mark, it is not devoid of exceptional talents within its ranks. Ask yourselves, even within the esteemed Prime Minister's residence, how many can rival the prowess of Xiaowei? A somber realization settled over the crowd. Even the elite masters within the Prime Minister's estate could scarcely match the level of defeat they had experienced. Jiang Qingyu continued, indeed, you are unrefined gems at present. Yet to transform into precious treasures, one must undergo the process of honing. Consider this. If you were to train under Xiaowei for 2 or 3 years, what formidable warriors might you become? You seek opportunities which the Prime Minister's residence cannot provide. However, I, Jiang Qingyu, possess ample opportunities to allow you to shine brilliantly within my Union Pavilion. I promise you opportunities, a stage, sustenance, and freedom. In return, all I require are 4 words, loyalty and reciprocity. Chapter 40. The good boss of the people. Jiang Qingyu spoke with conviction, articulating all the pros and cons with clarity that left no room for rebuttal. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Indeed, Miss Jiang's Union Pavilion is merely at the outset of its journey. The future uncertain and the path ahead shrouded in mystery. However, if they were to remain in the Prime Minister's residence, would they truly gain the esteem of the Prime Minister? They were undoubtedly talented individuals, yet the Prime Minister's estate was replete with brilliance. Moreover, the prowess of the young He was evident to all, and Miss Jiang's discernment was astutely sharp. Dayou was nurtured by Su Youfu as a potential successor, his innate talent truly exceptional, and it was this very talent that often led him to emerge victorious in training. Thus, he bore himself with a certain pride. Yet, upon encountering his peer, Jiang Qingyu, he could not help but feel a sense of disparity. Was she truly just an ordinary young lady from a prominent family? How could one so young possess such formidable decisiveness? The crowd exchanged glances, clenched their fists, and ultimately, the 15 warriors knelt on one knee. We beseech Miss Jiang and Master He for your guidance. Gao He exhaled. Speaking up, we shall look to you for guidance moving forward. The 3 of us will primarily manage and strategize, dedicating ourselves completely to your endeavors. Jiang Qingyu's heart swelled with excitement. Her previous remarks had indeed carried an element of risk, for at that moment, Union Pavilion possessed nothing but a parcel of land. Yet, with Gao He's agreement, her confidence soared. In her past life, 2 months hence, a prodigious youth had emerged in the capital, rumored to possess an exceptional vision and decisive judgment. Within merely 6 months, he had uncovered countless new business opportunities and swiftly captured the market, establishing a stellar reputation. In that brief span, an obscure shop on the verge of collapse was revitalized and gained prominence within the capital's commercial sphere. Jiang Qingyu had heard that young man's name, Gao He. Reflecting on it now, it made perfect sense that Gao He was a talent cultivated by the Prime Minister's residence. Having garnered their trust, Jiang Qingyu instructed Sa Luo to remain and teach the warriors the rules, while she led Gao He and his companions into the room. With Su Youfu following closely behind, Cui Fei was tasked with preparing other essentials. Management holds an undeniably critical position in any enterprise, and Jiang Qingyu could not afford to be distracted at all times, so she opted to delegate authority. From this day forth, you shall wield full autonomy in the operations of Union Pavilion. Here are 200 taels of startup capital for your discretion. With a casual motion, Jiang Qingyu presented a hefty bag to Gao He. The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. Is she truly gifting us 200 taels? This is no trifling sum. Even in business, such an amount seems excessively trusting. Are you truly giving us 200 taels? Jiang Qingyu maintained an air of nonchalance. What? Do you think you are unworthy of this 200 taels? Gao He hurriedly embraced the bag. We are worthy, indeed. This is 200 taels. It is worth noting that even the Prime Minister's residence intended to grant him 50 taels of silver after a month of testing. Unexpectedly, Miss Jiang presented him with 200 taels right away. Gao He had always harbored a keen interest in wealth, and at this moment, gazing at Jiang Qingyu, he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration and respect. Miss Jiang was indeed correct. Union Pavilion is brimming with opportunities. To offer 200 taels in one go is the hallmark of an exemplary employer. Jiang Qingyu, feeling the intensity of his gaze, offered a somewhat bashful smile. She suddenly pondered how advantageous it would be if her father could indulge a bit more in his official capacity. For this 200 taels was the culmination of her savings over more than a decade. Although Jiang Hui was a court official, he was a man of integrity who refrained from greed, relying solely on his meager salary, which hardly afforded him any wealth, especially as he had to support a large family. Consequently, the Jiang family's finances have always lagged behind those of other prominent officials. Fortunately, she was showered with affection from her family, who would occasionally gift her a few taels, allowing her to gradually amass her savings. Now, she was placing all her family's fortunes on the line. Should she incur losses, it would all be for naught. Gao He, still grappling with the shock of receiving 200 taels, had a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Although the money is now in hand, could you enlighten us, esteemed employer, about the primary operations of Union Pavilion? Jiang Qingyu and Su Youfu exchanged bewildered glances at Gao He's sudden shift in address. Was the change in tone too swift? Jiang Qingyu cleared her throat and articulated the plan she had long prepared. The main focus will be on a restaurant and an inn. Gao He regarded her with skepticism. Are you certain? Jiang Qingyu smiled. What? Do you believe the capital is already saturated with restaurants and inns? Gao He remained silent, yet his expression conveyed precisely that sentiment. The capital has never lacked for establishments like the renowned Yulu Inn and the extravagant Jiuqi Lin, both of which guarantee quality and reputation. When people think of dining and lodging, those two names inevitably come to mind. Thus, opening another small inn or restaurant would offer no competitive edge and would soon fade into obscurity in the capital, as the industry is presumed to require no fresh blood. It would undoubtedly be a losing venture. Jiang Qingyu continued, I am fully aware of your concerns and understand what troubles you, but since I have proposed this idea, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them. Miss, it's time for dinner, came the voice of Itsue. Jiang Qingyu glanced at the others and suggested, let us share a meal before we continue. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Yet Su Youfu remained particularly intrigued by Jiang Qingyu. Surely, it could not merely be a simple meal. Miss Jiang was certainly no fool. Her decision to venture into the restaurant and in business must be grounded in solid reasoning. For instance, such establishments are prime locations for gathering intelligence. Moreover, she might indeed possess the capability to revitalize this industry, but how could she accomplish that? His visit today served dual purposes, to deliver manpower and to assess whether this Miss Jiang possessed the requisite qualities to become a competent leader. Before long, Itsue entered, bearing freshly prepared dishes. As soon as one stepped through the door, a robust and piquant aroma enveloped the air, a stark contrast to the typically bland fare at Dayou's dining establishment. The initial encounter with such a fragrance was a considerable shock to all present. Before even laying eyes on the dishes, they could not help but salivate. When each way presented several vibrant and visually arresting dishes, the diners were rendered momentarily speechless. The fragrance was intoxicating, and the cuisine was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Jiang Qingyu squinted slightly, remarking that it would be even more delightful when paired with rice. Urging everyone to partake, especially as Su Gong appeared eager to dig in. Su Youfu had few passions, with gourmet food being one of them. The allure of such aromatic and enticingly fresh dishes was almost too much to bear. He was on the verge of losing his composure. I shall defer to this old fellow, he thought, as he picked up a portion and brought it to his mouth. Initially, his skin visibly flushed with color. Then, Su Youfu's eyes sparkled with amazement as he gazed at Jiang Qingyu, exclaiming, What have you added to this dish? Chapter 41. The half-disciple of the minister Jiang Qingyu remained silent, savoring her meal. Su Youfu, filled with curiosity and impatience, could no longer maintain his composure. Hastening the pace of his chopsticks as if he were a glutton indulging in a feast, abandoning his usual decorum. The onlookers, particularly Gao He, were left agape in astonishment. Could the food truly be that delectable? They too began to partake, and the moment the food grazed their palates, a spicy aroma enveloped their mouths. The exquisite richness exploding within, momentarily eclipsing all their joys and sorrows. It was simply delicious. In addition, when paired with rice, the spiciness was beautifully balanced, allowing the grains to absorb the flavors, rendering each bite more enticing than the last. Despite the beads of sweat forming on their brows and the sounds of their labored breaths, they continued to eat unabated. Why are you all eating so quickly? Don't you understand the importance of honoring your elders? Su Youfu exclaimed. This meal is courtesy of my employer. Master, given your age, such stimulating flavors may not be suitable for you. Allow me to bear the brunt of it. Before long, the plates were stripped bare. And as they regained their senses and beheld Jiang Qingyu's knowing smile, they felt a pang of embarrassment and lowered their heads in shame. Su Youfu dabbed his mouth with a napkin and mused, Now I understand your confidence in opening an inn and restaurant. With such exquisite dishes, once tasted. All other culinary delights pale in comparison, leaving an indelible longing for more. Jiang Qingyu's venture will undoubtedly yield great profits. However, Su Youfu remained intrigued, pondering what secret ingredient could evoke such an insatiable craving. The high prices of these dishes suggested that they must contain rare and costly elements. If only he could, he would willingly invest his personal fortune. Jiang Qingyu, no longer withholding information, revealed, it is the spices, specifically a selection of peppers and other flavorings. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. Spices? The people of Dayou cherished fragrance, yet the pungent notes of pepper and chili were often unbearable. Relegated to the status of unwanted refuse, they never would have imagined that integrating them into food could yield such exquisite flavors. Jiang Qingyu continued, Now, do you understand why I wish to establish an inn and restaurant? The market for these culinary spices remains largely untapped, and we have the opportunity to seize the initiative and build our reputation. By the time other establishments catch on in a month or two, we will have already secured a solid foothold in the capital. Interestingly, the individual who first recognized the culinary value of these spices was none other than Gao He, who sat at the table with them. It was a twist of fate, and she could not afford to clarify this point to restore his rightful credit. Nevertheless, she had her own means of repaying Gao He for his insights. Gao He's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression shifting to one of thoughtful consideration. But most of these spices are foreign tributes. Dayou has none of its own. What about the supply issue? Jiang Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten my father's official position? Gao He, like a child struck by a revelation, exclaimed, The Vice Minister of Rights. If the Vice Minister of Rights were to intervene, we would indeed secure a dominant position, and for the next 3 years, no one could pose a threat to us. Jiang Qingyu felt a twinge of awkwardness as she smiled faintly. The child certainly thought far ahead. 3 years in a year, her family would be facing extermination. How could there be 3 years? However, Gao He was indeed exceptional. With just a hint, he could grasp the situation. Suddenly, Gao He thought of something. But isn't the Vice Minister of Rights known for his integrity? He never grants favors. Would he truly assist us? Yet, we only wish to procure some spices through him. Jiang Qingyu decisively interrupted. He won tea. Gao He replied. Is he your biological father? Jiang Qingyu continued. However, there is someone who can help us. Gao He inquired. Who? Jiang Qingyu stated. My elder brother, Jiang Xingche. Gao He immediately searched his mind for the name Jiang Xingche. 3 years ago, Jiang Xingche began his commercial ventures, traversing the land for many years. With his astute mind and bold character, he leveraged his father's position as the Vice Minister of Rights to cultivate his own small trading consortium, gaining a modest reputation in the business community, though often at his father's expense. Jiang Qingyu explained, My brother opened up foreign trade a year ago using our father's name. He possesses a considerable stockpile of spices, which we can purchase in bulk at this price. She indicated a figure that astonished everyone. This price was a full 50% lower than the current market rate. Even Gao He, who aspired to profit and become a shrewd merchant, found it hard to swallow. Isn't this price a bit too harsh on your brother? Jiang Qingyu confidently replied, Brothers are meant to be taken advantage of. Aren't they? Besides, we are all family. We're just starting out and have little money. I haven't even asked my brother for support, which is quite generous of me. Once she spoke, her brother would definitely provide the funds. This was the confidence of a cherished daughter of the Jiang family. Moreover, her elder brother likely found himself in dire straits, struggling to offload the large quantity of spices he had purchased a few months ago. He had thought they would sell well, but to his dismay, there was no interest. Spices can be stored for a long time in dry conditions, but during the current plum rain season, with the air being humid, they would soon begin to spoil. In her previous life, Jiang Xingche suffered significant losses due to this batch of spoiled spices. Several partners fled, and the business collapsed overnight. As a result, her brother lost his former vigor, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, leading her sister-in-law to leave him in frustration, returning to her family. Now that she was aware of these circumstances, she could not allow them to unfold again. She would protect this family. Jiang Qingyu turned to Gao He. In the future, I want to frequent Union Pavilion. I'll leave everything in your hands. Externally, Union Pavilion will also announce you as the owner. Do you understand? Gao He, taken aback, stammered. How can this be? While I may be talented, I have never truly done these things. What if there is no what if? Jiang Qingyu's eyes burned with intensity as she grasped Gao He's hand. It is because I believe in you that I can entrust such significant matters to you. Do you not believe in yourself? As he gazed into Jiang Qingyu's resolute eyes, Gao He found himself momentarily dazed, a profound and ineffable belief taking root in his heart. My goodness, not only had she bestowed upon him 200 taels with casual grace, but she had also entrusted him with the management of the Union Pavilion. All merely out of trust? The minister's residence was a chilling place. No matter how hard he toiled or how impressive his achievements were, he had never once been told he was trusted, only that there was room for improvement. This was the first time someone had uttered the word trust to him. And from such an extraordinary individual, tears of exhilaration welled in his eyes. Miss Xiao Gao? Miss Xiao Gao. Whoa. Gao He felt as though he were a child overwhelmed with emotion. Beside them, Itsue narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss, a wave of crisis rising within her. She interjected herself between the two, creating a tangled web of affection and rivalry. Miss Itsue. Miss Itsue. Meanwhile, Su Youfu remained silent for a considerable time, pondering whether this was the essence of Miss Zhang's culture. How awkward. I dare not speak, nor do I dare to inquire. The scent of food wafting through the air drew Salo closer, and upon witnessing the scene, he remarked sharply, madness. He promptly shut the door behind him and turned back to the kitchen to eat. Having completed his observations, Su Youfu did not linger. Returning to the Prime Minister's residence to report all that had transpired that day to the Prime Minister himself, he extolled Jiang Qingyu to the heavens. It was astonishing that not only did Miss Jiang possess an exemplary character, but her discernment and methods were equally formidable. In the span of a mere hour, she had won the hearts of all present. Even young Gao He looked up to her with admiration. However, it seemed she did not wish for him to intervene in the matters of the Union Pavilion. Jiang Qingyu's primary aim from the outset was to assert her authority, and she would not relent until she had confirmed that the Prime Minister no longer held sway over them. At this moment, Xie Chenyuan donned his mask once more and spoke. She is no fool. She does not suspect those she employs, nor does she doubt those she trusts. Only that which truly belongs to her will she allow herself to feel at ease. Su Youfu remarked, that sounds quite like you. Xie Chenyuan cast him a sidelong glance. Is it? Su Youfu was taken aback. You do not contest my words today. No rebuttal. A hidden smile briefly flickered at the corners of Xie Chenyuan's lips, unseen beneath his mask. After all, claiming to be my half-disciple, he should naturally bear some of my shadow. However, this fleeting smile vanished quickly. Su Youfu continued. Speaking of which, the Taishui is set to commence classes tomorrow, yet it seems Miss Jiang is not quite prepared. Should we remind her? Xie Chenyuan replied. There is no need. If she cannot even manage the affairs of the Taishui, then she is but a discarded pawn of little value. Su Youfu scrutinized Xie Chenyuan closely. His eyes narrowed in examination. Did he truly care so little? Xie Chenyuan remarked, a distinguished guest has already visited the Jiang residence. Why should we concern ourselves? Su Youfu inquired, who? Xie Chenyuan answered, the invincible Marquis. Chapter 42. Should they arrange an engagement for the two of them? Today. The atmosphere in the Jiang residence was unusually tense for a brief moment. After finishing his duties, Jiang Hui returned home with great enthusiasm. He had always detested the meaningless flattery exchanged among officials. All he desired was to hurry home and whisper sweet nothings to his beautiful wife, sharing delightful anecdotes. With the passage of time, he found himself adopting a more laid-back attitude. In just a few years, he would be over 60, able to retire comfortably at home, awaiting his children to support him in his old age. The thought alone brought him joy. He skipped lightly along, displaying a playful demeanor befitting a man in his prime. However, upon entering the door, he was met with the sight of his wife respectfully smiling and inviting a robust man. In that moment, Jiang Hui felt as though the sky were collapsing upon him. His home had been invaded. How could this happen? Was it possible that he had grown old and unattractive, and his wife had begun to disdain him for being neither good-looking nor capable? The man, a dashing figure, bore a somewhat familiar silhouette. Yet Jiang Hui was certain he did not know him. Moreover, due to his reserved nature, he had few acquaintances in the official realm, let alone visitors. This man, tall and casually dressed, certainly appeared more vigorous than he, but how could he tolerate this male seducer attempting to woo his beautiful wife? In a moment of despair, Jiang Hui seized a broom nearby and charged forward. You, male seducer, enticing my wife, Prepare to meet your demise. By the time Yang Qing noticed, it was too late. Jiang Qinyu's command was barely uttered before the broom descended upon the man's head. Unfazed, the man turned around, looking down at Jiang Hui, who stood a head shorter than him. Their eyes met, both men locked in a gaze. Suddenly, Jiang Hui felt a flicker of recognition. Wait, you are the invincible Marquis? Hui chuckled softly. Sir Jiang, you truly are full of vigor. He had struck the invincible Marquis. Jiang Hui rolled his eyes and, without uttering another word, fainted. Once he regained his composure, he found himself seated at the table in the main hall, surrounded by others as the maids served freshly brewed tea. Jiang Hui held the teacup with trembling hands, unable to drink, as if his body had become unresponsive and rigid, his expression maintaining a facade of composure. His mind raced with the thought of having struck the invincible Marquis and the consequences that would befall the Jiang family. Was there still time to kneel and beg for mercy? If retribution were to come, let it be his life alone that was demanded, not that of his wife and children. Yang Qing slapped Jiang Hui on the back, nearly causing him to sputter the tea he had just managed to swallow. What were you thinking? What kind of appearance do you present before the Marquis? Why would you approach him with a broom? Jiang Hui, feeling wronged, replied. I truly did not recognize him. I thought the Marquis was merely a male seducer trying to lure you away. Yang Qing retorted. I am of an age where I could be a grandmother. Would I still seek out a male seducer? Do I resemble one? Jiang Hui, known for his ineptitude and reputation as a henpecked husband, often found himself the subject of ridicule, while others were obedient to their wives. His would openly berate him in front of others, and he would merely accept it, feeling quite wronged. The wife shows no understanding of him, and he, fearing her disdain for his age, has begun to care for his appearance. He even makes a habit of jogging around the Jiang residence daily. The playful banter between the couple caught the keen eye of Hui, who, with a barely perceptible hint of envy, let out a faint smile before sipping his tea. There is no need for concern. I harbor no intentions of assigning blame. Lord Jiang is merely a devoted husband. Given the harmony in your relationship, it is no wonder that Qingyu is so intelligent and endearing. Upon hearing this, the couple exhaled in relief, only to feel a wave of anxiety wash over them again. For the Lord had mentioned their daughter, Xiaoyu. Ever since her visit to the Marquis' residence, she had locked herself away in her room, and they were greatly worried about what might have troubled her. Yang Qing's expression shifted to one of caution. Did the Marquis come today on account of Qingyu? For he did not conceal the truth, indeed. Yang Qing clasped her hands on her thighs, then promptly knelt before Hui, pulling Jiang Hui down alongside her. Marquis, regardless of what my daughter Qingyu has done, if it has caused you or the Marquis any inconvenience, I sincerely apologize on her behalf. She is still young and naive. I hope you can show her some leniency. Qingyu has reflected on her behavior these past few days, and if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon our misguided indulgence as parents. The Marquis, bewildered, responded, What on earth? There is no need for such formality. He hastily assisted them to rise. Surely, Qingyu has not shared anything with you? The couple looked utterly perplexed. Share what? The Marquis continued. She actually said nothing? Then let her explain herself. Miss Jiang had not committed any offenses at the Marquis' residence. On the contrary, she had shown brilliantly at the banquet, earning the admiration of all present. Furthermore, she had agreed to accompany my son in his studies at the Taishui. It is truly commendable that the Jiang family has raised such an exceptional daughter. I can understand your pride as parents. If your son is as understanding as Qingyu, I would cherish him dearly. The couple remained bewildered. Pardon? Are you referring to our daughter? Seeing their utter confusion, Hui recounted the events of that day in detail. What? My daughter Qingyu actually saved the young Marquis on horseback. What? A song inspired by the scenery that captivated countless birds. What? Serving as the young Marquis' study companion? And going to the Taishui? The couple was in a state of continuous shock. Was that truly their daughter? Although Xiaoyu had become much wiser since her time at the Prime Minister's residence, this was beyond impressive. Hui affirmed, Do you truly think I would deceive you? There were dozens of witnesses. Jiang Hui and Yang Qing exchanged glances, still struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Why had Xiaoyu returned so withdrawn after her splendid display at the Marquis' residence? Their thoughts were a whirlwind. Yet, the priority now was to focus on addressing the Marquis' presence. Jiang Hui inquired, Then, what brings the Marquis here to seek out Xiaoyu today? Hui pondered for a moment before responding, There are two matters at hand. The first is, I hope you will not delay any longer. Tomorrow, as the Academy convenes, it is imperative that you arrive early at the Marquis residence, where everything has been arranged for her. Jiang Hui nodded, somewhat understanding. I see. And what is the second matter? Hui cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Hui and Yang Qing. As for the second matter, it concerns all of us. The couple grew more curious. Hui continued, Qingyu and Buqi are no longer young. It is time they consider matters of lifelong commitment. Although the moment may not be ripe yet, I believe in preparing ahead of time. Moreover, my son harbors affections for Qingyu. As a father, I am uncertain how many more years I have on the battlefield, and in my lifetime, I wish to witness my children establish their own families. What do you two think about arranging a betrothal for them? Chapter 43. Uncle Hua. Please put down the knife and speak. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence for a moment. Jiang Hui and Yang Qing, in perfect synchrony, let out a mouthful of tea, which directly splattered across Hui's face. What did you say? Hui awkwardly wiped his face, yet maintained a cordial demeanor. As I was saying, the two children are not so young anymore. They are deeply in love. And even the white tiger jade left by his mother has been gifted to Qingyu. They are indeed a perfect match. I hold great affection for this child. Qingyu, if possible, would you both consider becoming my in-laws? His words were imbued with sincerity, showcasing the utmost humility he could muster. This is absolutely out of the question, my lord. With that exclamation, Jiang Hui, pulling his wife along, knelt before the marquis. Hua, he narrowed his eyes at this sight. What does Lord Jiang mean? Do you perhaps oppose this union? Or do you believe that my son, Hua Buqi, is unworthy of your esteemed daughter? His tone shifted to a menacing one, clearly unable to accept Jiang Hui's actions. As a marquis of unassailable reputation and a first-rank military general, even if he were to seek a marriage proposal from the emperor would not dare to refuse so bluntly. Yet here, at the Jiang residence, he had not only been swept aside but also splattered with tea, and now faced such a direct rejection. Did they truly believe he had no temper? Both Jiang Hui and his wife trembled in fear, yet Jiang Hui still mustered the courage to straighten his back and address the unyielding marquis. My lord, this is a matter of the children's lifelong happiness. We cannot decide for them. Hui's expression hardened, exuding authority. What is wrong with parents' commands and matchmakers' words? Why can we not decide? Jiang Hui replied, while that may be true, we, the Jiang family, are ultimately just an ordinary household. I have been fortunate to become an official. My eldest son is wholly devoted to commerce. My second son left a farewell letter and joined the army. My third son idles away his days, and young Yu is still too young to know what the future holds. Though none of them align with my wishes, they are still my children. As a mere official, I possess the strength to ensure their safety and happiness throughout their lives. I do not seek great wealth or the establishment of a noble lineage for my children. I only wish for them to live happily and choose their own paths. Therefore, I hope that young Yu's future and marriage are determined by her own desires. Though we are parents, we do not possess the right to dictate their happiness. I ask for your understanding, my lord. Every word spoken was a heartfelt expression from Jiang Hui and Yang Qing. They truly harbored no ambitions. As long as their family could eat well and stay healthy, they would feel fulfilled. Otherwise, they would have long sent their third son out into the world to gain experience. They held a pragmatic view. Children, after all, happiness is what matters. If life became unbearable, they could always return home, for they could provide for them. Hui, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. His tone fierce. But what if I do not grant my understanding? The couple was rendered speechless. How could the unyielding marquis be so unreasonable? What should they do? Jiang Hui gritted her teeth and, steeling herself, decided to approach the situation. If the marquis refuses to forgive, then let him strike me with his stick. Knocking me unconscious or even to death at that moment, no one would stop him. Yang Qing, terrified, quickly embraced Jiang Hui from behind, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you speaking?" At that moment, the undefeated marquis truly picked up a stick, causing both spouses to shut their eyes tightly. After a brief silence, they opened their eyes to find Hui's smiling face. You two are indeed reasonable individuals. I wondered how such an exceptional girl as Qingyu could emerge. And now witnessing her parents, my curiosity is satisfied. Jiang Qingyu, wise and considerate, thrived because her family bestowed upon her an abundance of love. Jiang Hui stammered, You won't kill us? Hui replied, I merely wish to ascertain the sincerity of your words. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hui asked, Then why do you still hold that kitchen knife? Kitchen knife? He glanced at the stick in his hand, realizing that it was affixed with a knife at the top. Who would leave such a knife in the hall? Just then, the door swung open. Clad in simple garments, Jiang Qingyu appeared at the entrance. She surveyed her visibly terrified parents kneeling in fear, then turned her gaze to Hui, and finally looked upward, spotting the knife. Her already pale visage turned an even lighter shade. She clasped her hands respectfully towards Hui, saying, "Marquis, spare their lives." Hui replied, "May I have the opportunity to explain?" Jiang Qingyu responded, "Then please set down the knife before you explain." Hui closed his eyes, resigned to destruction. This situation was indeed peculiar, as such coincidences rarely occurred. After a moment, Jiang Qingyu managed to soothe her frightened parents and led Hui outside, where through various explanations, she finally grasped the situation. Jiang Qingyu was no fool. She could sense that the young Marquis harbored feelings for her. Yet she had no time to ponder romantic entanglements. Until she ensured the safety of the Jiang family, her thoughts could not wander. Resolutely, Jiang Qingyu removed the white tiger jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Hui. "Marquis, I am still young and do not comprehend matters of love. I fear I cannot bear this responsibility. After careful consideration, I realize that accepting this pendant could lead to misunderstandings. I cannot offer you promises, nor can I meet your expectations, so please return the pendant to the young Marquis." He was nearly taken aback by this display. Was this truly a pendant? It felt more like a bomb. If that scoundrel Huabuki saw him returning with the pendant, would he not swallow his father whole? Would there not be tears, tantrums, and threats of hanging? He could not accept this pendant. It was far more terrifying than any explosive from the battlefield. Nevertheless, Hui maintained a calm demeanor, exuding kindness. "Since he gifted you the pendant, it belongs to you. Even if you do not cherish it, there is no need to return it. Otherwise, he will surely cause me no end of trouble. Keep it as a favor to your uncle Hua. Certainly, should you ever reconsider in the future, you are welcome to bring the white tiger jade to my residence at any time to express your needs, and my household shall offer unwavering assistance." Jiang Qingyu, not one to be overly coy, smiled and replied, "Then I extend my gratitude to you, Uncle Hua. This indeed represents a favor from the invincible Ho residence. A gesture worth its weight in gold. Should she fail to acquiesce, it would reflect poorly on her understanding. Who dares to claim this young lady lacks insight? She is far more perceptive than one might assume." He felt a surge of emotion, simultaneously casting a reproachful glance at his own son. "Huabuki, for the sake of this union, your father has laid bare his dignity. You must strive to win Miss Zhang's heart without delay." After a moment of reflection, Hui continued, "My unexpected visit today is not solely to propose a union, but rather, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you." Chapter 44. Only the strong deserve to be your offspring. The following day, at the unbeaten Marquis's residence. The Marquis had always favored simplicity, and the most conspicuous feature of the estate was a grand, crooked plum tree at the entrance. Its branches leaned precariously over the gate, while its sturdy trunk seemed capable of withstanding all of life's tribulations. At that moment, the renowned young Marquis, Huabuki, resembled a sloth, clinging desperately to a branch while his father wielded a stick, striking his backside with fervor. Yet, Huabuki remained resolute, exclaiming, "I will not let go. I refuse to attend the academy. I do not wish to go to school." His cries incensed the unbeaten Marquis, whose face turned crimson with fury as he roared and intensified his efforts to instill discipline. Huabuki swayed precariously on the plum branch, which miraculously held firm. Indeed, rather than the harsh winters that typically threaten trees, this plum tree's greatest adversary was none other than the young Marquis himself. As you may have surmised, the tree was not inherently crooked. It had been burdened with the young Marquis's weight since his childhood, leading it to bend under the strain. If the plum tree could speak, it would undoubtedly unleash a tirade upon Huabuki. Alas, the plum tree could only blossom, unaware of the turmoil it endured. Perhaps the young Marquis fancied himself charming as he clung to the tree. Pouting, he declared, "Father, spare your breath, for I shall not attend school. Even if you were to beat me to death today, I will not go. Whenever the teacher speaks, I simply fall asleep below. The harder I try to listen, the quicker I drift off, and then the teacher calls on me to answer, shattering my fragile self-esteem. And those classmates of mine, each time they perform splendidly in tests, earning top marks, they feign inadequacy before me, claiming their scores are poor. When I receive a mediocre grade, I can hardly muster a word. They whisper behind my back, calling me a fool. Do they not realize that I could retaliate with a single blow? What would happen when their teacher and parents come knocking, lamenting their fate?" The more he spoke, the darker Hui's expression became. Was it merely an illusion? Instead of remorse, he discerned a sense of pride and bravado in his son's words. Clenching the stick tightly, he spoke earnestly. "Huabuki, you truly fail to appreciate your fortunes. Had I possessed your talents in my youth, I would not have needed to risk my life on the battlefield. I would have long since achieved the status of a distinguished scholar, basking in accolades and rewards. Huobyuki was unconvinced, for he believed his father to be even more illiterate than himself. The Hua family lacked the intellect to produce even a single successful candidate. The entire unbeaten Marquis residence could not muster a single scholar among them. Suddenly, Hua Yi discarded the stick, exclaiming, "Very well, cling to that tree if you so desire." Huobyuki was taken aback. Something felt amiss. His father had never given up so easily, no matter how long he clung to the tree. Even if his father were to strike him relentlessly, he would persist in his efforts. The notion of forcibly removing him and sending him to the academy was not new. Yet today, his father seemed peculiarly strange. Huobyuki narrowed his eyes and asked, "Father, are you concocting some underhanded scheme?" Hua Yi shook his head, saying, "Your father merely understands that if you have no desire to study, then do not attend school. It is entirely your choice. Perhaps everyone has their own fate, and indeed, you might not possess the aptitude for academia. It is a pity, however, that Miss Jiang is still so keen on attending the academy and sharing classes with you, sitting side by side as classmates. It seems I need not call for Miss Jiang any longer." Huobyuki felt a jolt but remained unfooled. This tactic would not work on him. If Miss Jiang truly wished to come, she would have arrived by now, indicating that she too was reluctant to pursue her studies. Just then, a melodious voice echoed from the doorway. "Uncle Hua, young lord, I apologize for my tardiness." Huobyuki's heart skipped a beat. The voice sounded remarkably familiar. No, it must be a scheme by his father. Jiang Qingyu's clear, perplexed eyes met him as she inquired, "Young lord, why are you clinging to that tree? Did we not agree to go to the academy together for class?" Unable to resist, Huobyuki furtively glanced down. Today, Jiang Qingyu donned a simple yet elegant attire, a flowing azure dress with a light veil draping over her shoulders, her long hair secured with a modest peachwood hairpin. She resembled a blooming lotus, fresh and increasingly enchanting with each glance. Miss Jiang. For a moment, Huobyuki was captivated, forgetting to cling to the massive tree branch. When he regained his senses, he realized his hands had slipped from the branch. Huobyuki, in a state of panic, he flailed wildly before ultimately succumbing to gravity and falling. Hua Yi raised a hand to shield his eyes, softly muttering, "How embarrassing. Is this son truly my flesh and blood?" Huobyuki wished he could vanish. His father was so cruel. No wonder his demeanor shifted so abruptly. It was surely to allow Miss Jiang to witness his folly. Is this truly my father? Would Miss Jiang laugh at him? Would she think him a fool for eschewing his studies? Would she consider him a ruffian? Why not just let him fall to his demise? The young lord's mind spiraled into chaos, while Jiang Qingyu remained calm and gentle, approaching with measured steps to inquire, "Are you hurt? Do you need me to take a look?" Huobyuki's eyes lit up. He could feign injury and have Miss Jiang tend to him, just as love stories narrate. He immediately sat up, only to be struck on the head by Hua Yi's fist, collapsing once more. "No need to trouble Miss Jiang. This rascal is merely pretending to be hurt," Hua Yi remarked. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback by the impact. He may not be dead, but such a blow could surely render him lifeless. After a considerable time, Huobyuki expressionlessly rose and grasped Jiang Qingyu's hand. Jiang Qingyu, unable to resist his strength, was led outside. Once they stepped out, Huobyuki dared to steal a glance at her once more. Indeed, today's Miss Jiang remained breathtakingly beautiful. Her hands were small, tender, and delightfully soft. Wait, he was holding Miss Jiang's hand. Huobyuki, caught off guard, hurriedly withdrew his hand from Jiang Qingyu's grasp. His face visibly flushed from his neck up. "Jiang. Miss Jiang, I did not mean to hold your hand. Please, pardon my indiscretion. Furthermore, I am not one to neglect my studies. I simply did not wish to go to the academy alone. I was waiting for you." Halfway through his confession, he cast a pitiful glance at Jiang Qingyu. "I came out and waited by the door for an hour, thinking you might not come." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. "It is still early. You waited an entire hour? You mean you did not sleep and waited all night?" She could only chuckle helplessly. This young lord was adorably naive. "Since I have already promised, I shall not break my word. However, young lord, you must refrain from rising so early in the future. Your health is paramount." Huobyuki gazed at her countenance, his eyes unwavering, one hand pressed against his heart, which raced incessantly. So, Miss Jiang truly cares for him. Jiang Qingyu. At that moment, the lord approached, delivering a playful slap to his son's head. And then he tossed Huobyuki's bookbox onto him. "Hurry up and leave. Do not delay Miss Jiang's arrival." Jiang Qingyu was left in a daze. "Is this the culture of your esteemed family?" "My lord, Is it not the case that a strong man does not deserve to be your son? It is no easy feat for the young lord to have grown to this age. Perhaps his mind has suffered from such blows? As she pondered this, Hua Yi's voice, laced with a peculiar teasing tone, echoed, Qingyu, do be cautious when you go to the academy today. Do not forget what I reminded you yesterday. The academy is a place rife with contention. Chapter 45. The plans of the young aristocrats. The Taixue, under the auspices of the Guozijian, stands as the most esteemed institution in the vast realm of Dayou. Admission here is exclusively reserved for two categories of individuals. The first comprises those who have successfully navigated the rigorous examinations of the Taixue, akin to the imperial civil service exams, thereby proving themselves as the nation's pillars through their exceptional abilities. The second category includes royal offspring, or those who, through their forebears' illustrious achievements, seek favor from His Majesty to enter the specially designated Qilin Hall of the Taixue. While it is grandly termed the Qilin Hall, one might more accurately label it as a haven for those with connections. The headmaster of the Taixue is a rather austere and solemn elder, rumored to have once sent an urgent missive to the undefeated marquis on the battlefield, denouncing a certain young lord for his lackadaisical academic attitude. Such a demeanor, in a sense, embodies the essence of righteousness entwined with folly. Were it not for the decree of the previous emperor, such a figure might never have established the Qilin Hall in his lifetime. Thus, he adopts a stance of willful ignorance towards the hall, remaining indifferent in general, but providing special attention to a few students who disrupt the order. These individuals are notorious bullies within the Taixue, instilling fear in their peers. At this moment, though the esteemed master of the Taixue has yet to arrive, the students have nearly all assembled. Huangfu Qinghuan, adorned in a black and gold robe, bears a striking resemblance to his mother, possessing exquisite features and a beauty mark upon his brow. Even among women, few could rival his allure. With a mischievous grin, he ascends the lectern and clears his throat. My esteemed peers, are you aware that we shall soon welcome a new classmate? Upon the words of the third prince, every student is compelled to pay rapt attention. Within the Taixue, two notorious bullies reign supreme. One is the formidable Hua Xiaoho, known for his brute strength, who has mercilessly beaten numerous classmates. The other is none other than the third prince himself. Unlike the physical assaults of the young lord, the third prince revels in mischief, employing cunning tricks that serve as psychological torment due to his cleverness. These two ruffians, one dominating the internal sphere and the other the external, maintain a close rapport. Their considerable influence renders entanglement with them both troublesome and excruciating. As Huangfu Qinghuan stands at the lectern, it is evident he has devised a scheme for mischief, the target of which remains to be disclosed. A new classmate, you ask? Which esteemed young lady could it be? Huangfu Qinghuan inquires. Indeed, she is a beauty. Are you aware of the recent commotion surrounding Miss Jiang in the capital? Classmate A gasps. Miss Jiang? Classmate B raises a hand. Your Highness, I know. You must be referring to the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Jiang Qingyu, correct? Classmate C exclaims. Jiang Qingyu? Is she not famously simple-minded? Just days ago, she knelt at the Prime Minister's residence for 3 whole days, reportedly lovesick over the Prime Minister himself. The other classmates are taken aback. Lovesick over the Prime Minister? Could it be that she harbors some hidden affliction? Had it not been stated before that she is notoriously simple-minded? At this juncture, a classmate interjects. Hey. Your accounts are rather outdated. Miss Jiang is no longer naive. Not only has she knelt before the Prime Minister's residence, but she has also successfully entered it. Furthermore, she unexpectedly forged a connection with the young Lord Hua, who fell for her at first sight, even gifting her the cherished white tiger jade he has carried since childhood, a testament to his profound affection. Moreover, just a few days ago, she dazzled at the Marquis's estate, performing a duet with Hua Jiao, captivating all with her melodious voice that drew the attention of countless birds, leaving even the Marquis in awe. It is said that due to that evening's banquet, the Marquis appointed her as the young Lord Hua's companion for studies, and she is set to visit our Qilin Hall as well. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of curiosity towards Miss Jiang. Could such an extraordinary individual truly exist? Did she possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Beside them, Huangfu Qinghuan decisively interjected. Indeed, such a person exists. Not only are you curious, but I, too, am intrigued. I have already gathered information about her. She has arrived at the Taixue and is currently undergoing the preliminary assessments by the scholars. Once the testing concludes, she will familiarize herself with the surroundings. As a loyal brother to Buki, I, Huangfu Qinghuan, cannot disregard this individual. I must put Miss Jiang to the test to see if she truly possesses such talents or if she has employed some trickery to ensnare Buki's heart. Of course, to prevent Buki from interfering, I have discreetly arranged for someone to knock him unconscious. The crowd gasped. Knocked him out? Your Highness, you are indeed wise. Well done. Such matters require the third prince to handle. The third prince smiled outwardly, yet his heart seethed with resentment. It was utterly infuriating. After years of indulging in romantic tales, believing he had mastered the art of love, he had yet to encounter a woman who could stir his heart and share in his carefree adventures. Meanwhile, his good brother Buki stumbled upon Miss Jiang during but a brief absence from class, and he could not abide by this. The sting of his own failure was painful, but the success of his brother was the final straw that broke the camel's back. According to the narrative, he should be descending into darkness at this moment. He was determined to see if Miss Jiang truly possessed such remarkable abilities. At that moment, another newly arrived woman stood up, approaching Huangfu Qinghuan to whisper, Your Highness, if you hold an interest in that Jiang Qingyu, I might have a way to deal with her. This woman was none other than Huang Yinxiao, who had recently made waves at the Marquis's estate. After being expelled from the Marquis's residence, the maid sent to follow Jiang Qingyu had gone missing, and the mastermind, Jiang Qingyu, had inexplicably garnered the admiration and praise of so many influential figures. She was far from content. Initially, she had planned a covert revenge, but now since the third prince harbors such strong animosity towards that woman, it is an opportune moment to leverage the prince's influence to eliminate her. However, Huangfu Qinghuan cast her a cold glance. You merely leveraged your father's position as a scholar in the Guozijian to gain favor here. Do you believe you have the right to speak? Huang Yinxiao's complexion turned pale. Your Highness, Huangfu Qinghuan retorted. Have I not told you before that I dislike being interrupted when I speak? Particularly by a fool such as yourself. Huang Yinxiao hastily knelt and bowed her head, exclaiming, Your Highness, I was wrong. I shall take my leave at once. I will certainly behave. With a face smeared in dirt, she returned, yet her heart seethed with resentment. Laughter erupted from the others, for she had failed to pass the test set by these privileged heirs. To gain entry to the academy, she had beseeched her father, a scholar of the Imperial Academy, leveraging countless connections and wealth to secure a position as a companion scholar. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyu had merely resorted to underhanded schemes. She vowed never to allow Jiang Qingyu to thrive at the academy. Sooner or later, she would wield greater power than any of them. Once she became the lady of the Marquis residence, she would ensure that the humiliation she endured today would be repaid in full measure. Suddenly, a chill crept down her spine. Following her gaze, she found Huangfu Shui staring at her intently. Huang Yinxiao gritted her teeth. It was noteworthy that their tests were linked to this enigmatic princess, a challenge that transcended human capability, terrifying and utterly unreasonable. However, if she could not pass such a test, then Jiang Qingyu stood no chance whatsoever. Perfectly, she could seize this opportunity to surreptitiously teach Jiang Qingyu a lesson. At that moment, Hua Jiao, who had remained silent, finally spoke. If you wish to play your games, I understand it is your rule, but please do not overstep your bounds. If it truly comes to a desperate situation, I will take Miss Jiang away. Her words were evidently directed at Huang Yinxiao. Clenching her fists, Huang Yinxiao felt even more defiant. No one liked her. Everyone was pressing her. All because of those trivial matters. Now that Jiang Qingyu was coming, she could not allow her to stand above her any longer. As long as Jiang Qingyu found herself more embarrassed than she had been, she could escape this stifling position. Jiang Qingyu, just you wait. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu was indeed waiting. Chapter 46. The Unparalleled Genius, Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu awaited the official stamp for her assessment. Upon entering the Imperial Academy, even those who relied on connections as companions were required to undergo a preliminary test to ascertain their ability to cope with the rigorous academic demands of the institution. Should one prove inadequate, they would face the prospect of being advised to withdraw. However, for those from Qilin Hall, this was merely a formality. Even if their submissions were utterly subpar, expulsion was unlikely, a privilege indeed. Yet, privileges aside, a written record was still necessary to complete the enrollment process. The main components of the assessment included law, arithmetic, calligraphy, literary talent, and political discourse. Once the questions were distributed, the examiners would often sit idly, even dozing off, clearly unconcerned about Jiang Qingyu's performance. What could possibly be expected from someone affiliated with Qilin Hall? Moreover, Many students from Hall would submit blank papers, simply going through the motions. Despite this, Miss Jiang appeared to be diligently engaged in her writing. As time slipped by, 3 hours elapsed. The academy concluded its classes, and Jiang Qingyu finally completed all her assessments. She handed her answer sheets to the examiner, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your patience. May I leave now?" The examiner, noting her filled pages, though several answers were evidently incorrect, merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go get your stamp. Once it's affixed, you shall be a student of the academy." I need to reiterate the rules you've already been informed of. Under normal circumstances, the academy was far more stringent. Yet who could argue when Miss Jiang was associated with that notorious scion? Associating with such a figure typically led to ruin. One could only hope she wouldn't cause more trouble than he did. Jiang Qingyu smiled softly, saying nothing further as she departed to obtain the stamp. Outside, Yichue, disguised as a male attendant, carried books for Jiang Qingyu and Ho Byuki, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Miss, how did you fare in your exam?" Jiang Qingyu smiled subtly, responding, "It should be satisfactory. In the academy, one must maintain a low profile." Yet, she could not be too inconspicuous. Excessive modesty would render her invisible, defeating the purpose of her attendance. Conversely, being overly conspicuous might invite unwarranted troubles, disrupting her plans. Thus, she engaged in a clever stratagem, hoping that a discerning individual at the academy would recognize her potential. But where was the young lord? Yichue was momentarily taken aback. "I haven't seen him since you entered. Perhaps he has gone off to amuse himself?" Jiang Qingyu chuckled softly. "Then let us familiarize ourselves with the academy." Indeed, Yichue beamed with delight. She had longed for quality time with her mistress, unbothered by the inexplicable interruptions of others, which had caused Jiang Qingyu to pay her less attention. During the assessment, she had already explored the academy thoroughly, ensuring that her mistress would regain her expectations of her. In the Mingda Pavilion of the academy, a dedicated space recorded the achievements of the candidates. Every assessment paper submitted by the examinees would be meticulously archived for future reference. As the examiner approached with Jiang Qingyu's examination paper, he encountered a Mediterranean elder with a thick white beard. The moment the examiner laid eyes on the elderly man, a wave of respect washed over him. "My lord," he greeted. The elder, with a kind and gentle expression, smiled warmly at him. "Is it time for another round of student assessments?" The examiner sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. "Yes, it is said that this is specifically arranged for the young lord's companion. However, it appears the young lord is beyond saving. The companion is a young woman, quite polite and diligent in her work, yet it seems her talents are rather mediocre, not someone we have been waiting for." The elder lightly tapped the examiner's shoulder with a piece of chalk, causing the examiner to wince in discomfort, then widened his eyes in disapproval. "Every child is unique, a seed of great potential in the future of our realm. How can you claim there is no hope? We have merely yet to discover the right way to nurture this child. It is our failure." The examiner's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head in response. "Indeed, I have been superficial." The elder glanced at the examination papers in the examiner's hands. "May I see those papers? Since they were personally selected by the young lord, I must ensure their quality. To know a person before meeting them, one must first examine their written words, for their thoughts are interwoven within." The elder meticulously reviewed all 6 papers. The examiner assumed the elder was casually glancing through them, but he was surprised to see the elder's eyes grow increasingly serious, even sparkling with a peculiar light. The examiner was bewildered. He had read all the papers and found nothing extraordinary. How could this elder find them so captivating? Unable to contain his curiosity, the examiner asked, "My lord, what do you see?" "These are merely 5 exceedingly ordinary papers." The elder chuckled and countered, "Indeed, when viewed separately, these 5 papers appear quite unremarkable. But have you noticed that all 5 are of a consistent standard?" The examiner replied, "Is that strange? Isn't it merely adequate?" The elder's smile widened. "But have another look at the order of her mistakes." The examiner paused, then reopened the papers, focusing on the sequence of errors. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. He realized, with a chill creeping over him, that all the errors were on even-numbered questions, while the odd-numbered ones were flawless. "Are you suggesting that she is deliberately controlling her examination results?" The elder grew excited, pointing to a subjective question in the political commentary section. "Examine her response to this question closely. Though her wording is unremarkable, it is remarkably concise, with each word brimming with information. Most importantly, her opinions on the merchant law align perfectly with the proposals His Majesty put forth in court today. This proposal is set to be officially implemented in a month." At this revelation, the examiner felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. Are you implying that she has inscribed a political proposal that has yet to be publicly disclosed, which is endorsed by the entire court? Do you mean to say she is an unparalleled genius? The elderly man was evidently quite agitated, his face flushed and his fingers trembling. He exclaimed, "It is highly likely." "No, it is not just likely, it is certain." "What is her name?" "We must keep a close watch on her and ascertain her true nature. Once I confirm it is indeed her, she must be immediately transferred to the heavenly hall. We cannot allow that group of fools from the Qilin Hall to taint her essence." The examiner was taken aback, questioning. "Did you not just say that the individuals from Qilin Hall are promising seeds of the future, pillars of strength? Why now call them fools?" Naturally, he refrained from expressing his thoughts too harshly, for the matter at hand was of great significance, especially for this esteemed individual. This newcomer was the daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights, and her name seemed to be Jiang Qingyu. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyu found herself in a rather awkward predicament. In a moment of urgency, she hastily sought the restroom. Out of sheer boredom, she stumbled upon the Qilin Hall, intending to familiarize herself with her future learning environment. However, the instant she stepped inside, the door was swiftly closed and locked behind her, the windows secured as well. She had anticipated this turn of events, having overheard the discussions while in the black market, where she was among a few individuals. It was clear that the third prince intended to test her. Yet, she was surprised that even during the break, they were still lurking about. She remained oblivious to the nature and purpose of the test, believing it to be of little consequence. Otherwise, Hua Jiao and the young marquis would have intervened on her behalf. What could it possibly entail? Suddenly, a source of light illuminated the dim room. Then, without warning, a woman's face appeared before Jiang Qingyu. She maintained a tense expression for a moment before relaxing slightly and tentatively calling out, "Your Highness?" Chapter 47. Countdown to conquering the princess. Before me stands a maiden with skin as fair as snow, her light brown eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. She resembles a bud poised to bloom, youthful and enchanting, while her rounded brows evoke the image of a delicate deer sprite leaping through the woods, embodying an unparalleled charm. Jiang Qingyu has encountered countless beauties, yet in the presence of this 14-year-old princess, she finds herself overshadowed, unable to fathom the dazzling allure she will possess upon reaching adulthood. At this moment, the princess of Dayou, known as Huang Fuling, gazes intently at Jiang Qingyu, her glass-like eyes serene and unwavering. Seemingly unsurprised that Jiang Qingyu has recognized her, Huang Fuling's penetrating stare lingers on Jiang Qingyu for a while. It is well known that this princess possesses a cold and aloof demeanor, rarely offering more than 10 words in a day. People attribute this to her genius and pride. Indeed, her talent is widely acknowledged. Alas, the women of Dayou are unable to showcase their abilities in the court, and even the princess, renowned as the first genius of Dayou, is no exception. Cold and peculiar. Whether it was their previous encounter at the auction house or this formal introduction, the rumors surrounding Huang Fuling have proven to be true. Jiang Qingyu remains calm and composed, gently crouching down to meet the gaze of this unusual princess. With a tender curiosity, she brushes her fingers against her cheek and inquires, "Is there something on my face?" Huang Fuling, resembling a wooden figure, shakes her head in silence. Jiang Qingyu adopts a tone akin to soothing a child, asking, "Then why does your highness gaze at me so intently?" Upon hearing this, Huang Fuling quickly diverts her gaze, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, which Jiang Qingyu perceptively captures. Rather than responding, Huang Fuling takes a few steps to sit beside her, properly retrieving a book to peruse. Jiang Qingyu finds this situation astonishing, soon realizing an intriguing detail. This princess appears to diverge from the tales told about her. Rather than embodying cold pride, her reactions suggest a sense of fear and evasion, akin to that of a timid creature. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyu is struck by a bold notion, and she too gradually sits down, glancing at the book in Huang Fuling's hands. "Does your highness also enjoy Lord Liaison the equality of all people?" Huang Fuling's grip on the book tightens. In the case of another, repeated encounters with indifference would surely incite a response, yet Jiang Qingyu remains unfazed, continuing her monologue as if speaking to herself. Lord Liaison the equality of all people champions the notion of equality among all beings, asserting that both men and women possess the same rights to choice, irrespective of gender, birth, or background. All differences do not denote superiority or inferiority, for in matters of the world, it is the capable who shall prevail. At this juncture, Jiang Qingyu notices that Huang Fuling, who had been feigning interest in her book, is now gazing at her with eyes alight with interest. Huang Fuling finally makes a move. Not with words, but through sign language. Jiang Qingyu, having received some instruction in sign language, quickly interprets Huang Fuling's expression and the message conveyed. Do you also admire Lord Li Yazan, the equality of all people? Jiang Qingyu nodded slightly, acknowledging that the arguments and ideas within the theory of the people were remarkably profound and ahead of their time, advocating for a meritocratic system. At present, the Great Yu is home to many talented individuals who, due to factors such as gender, lineage, and background, found themselves stymied at certain junctures, a tragedy that resulted in a significant loss of talent. While everyone possesses abilities, not everyone can find the right opportunities. A blanket dismissal leads to the loss of exceptional horses and missed opportunities, inflicting pain upon both the nation and its people. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyu's perspective, Huang Fuling became increasingly animated. This confirmed that Jiang Qingyu had indeed engaged with the theory of the people and had contemplated its implications deeply. Finally finding her voice, her tone imbued with innocence and excitement, she asked, "Where did you come across the theory of the people?" The author, Leah, was a well-educated woman who had penned numerous works, with the essence of her thoughts encapsulated in the theory of the people. When it was first published, it stirred considerable controversy as its ideas threatened the interests of certain powerful individuals, leading them to label Leah as a rabble-rouser and subject her to unspeakable torment. Ultimately, she lost her life, and the theory of the people was banned by some, making its readership exceedingly rare, with even fewer who dared to support it. Huang Fuling had discovered it solely from the royal library. What thrilled her further was that Jiang Qingyu shared her sentiments. Truly, Miss Jiang was exceptional. Jiang Qingyu smiled, explaining, "My third brother often indulges in leisurely pursuits and occasionally scavenges for antiques in the ghost market. I stumbled upon it in his room." Huang Fuling nodded, her expression turning serious as she reflected, "You enjoy visiting the ghost market as well." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. The rumors were indeed accurate. Her Highness was remarkably astute. Huang Fuling's cheeks flushed slightly as she stumbled over her words. "You can just call me Linger. I will keep your secret." Jiang Qingyu's appreciation for the theory of the people indicated that she was certainly not a villain. Jiang Qingyu replied with a gentle smile. "Since you've expressed it so, I shall not hold back. Do you have a fondness for the theory of the people and for Lady Leah?" Huang Fuling nodded earnestly. Jiang Qingyu then inquired, "Would you be interested in the sequel to the theory of the people, as well as other works by Lady Leah?" Huang Fuling stood up. Disbelief etched on her face. You have them?" Such treasures were beyond her reach despite her tireless efforts. Had anyone witnessed the fluidity of their conversation, they would surely have been astonished, jaws dropping to the ground, inadvertently sweeping the floor clean. In this brief moment alone together, Huang Fuling had nearly expressed everything she had withheld over the past year, even exhibiting a hint of uncharacteristic exuberance. Typically, her expression resembled that of a ghost, staring intently at others, as if her soul had been drawn out, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Yet now, her excitement mirrored that of any ordinary girl. Jiang Qingyu was nearly certain she had unraveled the essence of Huang Fuling's character, understanding the reasons behind her peculiar demeanor. With a playful squint and a smile, she reassured, "Do not be overly excited. If you desire it, I shall bring it to you tomorrow." However, Huang Fuling had completely lost her composure, her face betraying an eagerness that was palpable. "However, what?" Jiang Qingyu cast a glance at her, then feigned a melodramatic sigh. "However, Leah's works are immensely precious, and I hold her in high regard. Even if it were for you, it would feel akin to sacrificing a piece of my own flesh." Huang Fuling, being an astute individual, adopted a serious expression reminiscent of an adult negotiating terms. "Then, what do you desire? As long as it isn't too unreasonable, I can accommodate." She was willing to comply with any request, provided it did not entail stealing the ancestral jade seal from her home, setting ablaze her father's palace, or abducting the concubines from the harem. After all, it was Leah's collection. The princess mentally raised her threshold, while Jiang Qingyu merely regarded her with those exquisitely clear and transparent eyes, speaking with intrigue. "I wish to engage you in a game. A game that can mend the afflictions of your heart." Chapter 48. Sister Yu. As Jiang Qingyu's words fell, Huang Fuling gazed at her with a look of incredulity, her earlier excitement transforming into cautious apprehension. She gently clasped her hands before her chest and stammered, Do you know about this illness?" Jiang Qingyu nodded. "I encountered it in a medical text authored by a physician with the surname Bai." Huang Fuling's fingers trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, nearly overwhelming her with emotion. She was not aloof or indifferent. On the contrary, she yearned to befriend others, yet she found herself unable to do so. Everyone claimed it was simply her nature, unappealing and misunderstood, leaving no one to grasp the anguish she harbored within. This torment had plagued her since childhood, and despite her inquiries to the imperial physician about whether it was an ailment, she was assured that her health was intact. Now, this erudite Miss Jiang had revealed to her that it was a malady of the heart, one that could indeed be cured. How could she not feel a surge of emotion? Huang Fuling quietly asked, "What should I do?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "Next, I will pose a few questions to you. You need not respond verbally, simply nod or shake your head. Is that agreeable?" Huang Fuling found Jiang Qingyu's warmth disarming, allowing her to relax for the first time in a while, and thus she nodded. Jiang Qingyu's first question was, "The trial they set for me is to be alone with you, correct?" Huang Fuling was taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. Indeed, these mischievous children were both naive and endearing. They were unaware of Huang Fuling's inner turmoil, easily misinterpreting her true intentions. Prolonged solitude with her might lead them to feel frustrated and withdrawn. After all, the princess sat there in silence, her aloof demeanor conveying a singular message. "What status do you possess that warrants my attention?" Huang Fuling's face betrayed her apology. Jiang Qingyu continued, "My second question is, did you choose to stay here of your own volition?" Huang Fuling, momentarily dazed, nodded again. Jiang Qingyu inquired, "Is it because you wish to befriend them and integrate into their circle?" This time, Huang Fuling's nod was noticeably more vigorous. Jiang Qingyu asked, "Is your difficulty in communicating with others due to becoming easily anxious in their presence?" Huang Fuling's eyes widened, her small fists clenched in excitement as she nodded emphatically. Miss Jiang had indeed spoken the truth. Her words resonated deeply. Each time she encountered someone, even her father, she could not help but feel a wave of anxiety, an emotion she could not control, resulting in numerous misunderstandings. She certainly did not harbor dislike for anyone. Jiang Qingyu smiled. "Are you willing to take the initiative to engage with others?" Huang Fuling nodded. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu extended her left hand. Typically, the hands of noble ladies are fair and delicate, smooth as that of an infant. Jiang Qingyu's hands were equally slender and beautiful, yet her palms bore the scars of labor, evidence of calluses that, while still lovely, spoke of a life not untouched by hardship. Jiang Qingyu asked, "Linger, would you like to place your hand upon mine?" Huang Fuling nodded and placed her hand on Jiang Qingyu's. In the next instant, Jiang Qingyu gently enveloped Huang Fuling's hand, striving to encompass it completely. Huang Fuling was instantly taken aback, her face visibly flushed with surprise and embarrassment. A sense of panic washed over her as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it gripped more tightly by Jiang Qingyu. A subtle fragrance of medicine wafted from Jiang Qingyu, gradually calming her excited emotions and causing her to forget her struggle. With a gentle smile, Jiang Qingyu inquired, "How do you feel?" Huang Fuling was momentarily stunned, then instinctively replied, "It feels warm, like a river of warmth flowing through my veins. It is quite comforting." The moment she uttered those words, she was astonished. She had completely articulated her innermost thoughts. It was simply incredible. She lifted her gaze to Jiang Qingyu, who sat upright with an air of serene composure. Her expression was consistently gentle and soothing, embodying a tranquil power that instilled relaxation and a sense of peace. This was a uniquely feminine strength, subtle yet profound. "You truly are an honest and good child," Jiang Qingyu remarked. How gentle she was. Like the warm embrace of spring flowers, the dimly lit room felt surprisingly comfortable and liberating. Huang Fuling's heart raced incessantly, her entire being unwinding in a state of ease. Since her birth, she had been the most esteemed woman in the Great Yu, second only to the Empress Dowager and her mother. Yet the Empress Dowager often sought solitude, finding solace in Buddhism, while her mother devoted all her attention to her brothers, neglecting her entirely. Anyone who approached her was invariably fervent, attempting to overwhelm her with their fiery enthusiasm. Never had anyone dared to speak to her with such tender admiration, as if she were a cherished child. Yet, this sister Yu was different. She too radiated warmth, but it was a comforting heat that did not instill fear. Although she was the first person to boldly grasp Huang Fuling's hand, the sensation was not one of distaste. Rather, Huang Fuling found herself relishing the feeling of being held, akin to the embrace of moonlight. In that moment, a wave of profound grievance surged within Huang Fuling, manifesting as tears that streamed down her cheeks. She inhaled deeply, feeling a mix of soreness and discomfort. Noticing this, Jiang Qingyu quickly rose and moved to sit beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and softly asking, "What is the matter?" Huang Fuling herself was uncertain of her feelings, but at that instant, as Jiang Qingyu settled beside her, she longed to lean against her. She felt no fear towards Jiang Qingyu. "Sister Yu, I feel unwell." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu swiftly cupped her face and wiped away her tears. "It's all right. If you feel distressed, let it out. It's just the two of us here, and I promise to keep your secrets." Unable to hold back any longer, Huang Fuling collapsed into Jiang Qingyu's embrace, softly weeping, her tears soaking Jiang Qingyu's garment. She cried for quite some time, while Jiang Qingyu gently patted her back in a comforting manner until Huang Fuling finally lifted her head, her bright, reddened eyes fixed on Jiang Qingyu as she quietly asked, "Am I being very foolish? I don't even know what's wrong with me. But, Sister Yu, I fear many people, except for you. What is happening to me?" She firmly believed that Jiang Qingyu possessed the means to heal her, that she could indeed help her lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. In merely a brief moment, Sister Yu has already alleviated her fears. Jiang Qingyu gently cradled her face, wiping away her tears, and spoke softly, "Do not worry, you are all right. This is merely a common affliction of the heart, not a rare ailment. However, the path to healing requires time, enabling you to adapt and accept the presence of others. Would you allow me to accompany you on this journey to recovery?" Huang Fuling nodded vigorously in Jiang Qingyu's embrace, affirming her willingness. Jiang Qingyu then inquired, "Would you like to know the name of this condition?" After a moment of hesitation, Huang Fuling, who had once been torn between curiosity and fear of an incurable plight that might prevent her from ever making friends, now felt differently. She replied, "I would like to know." Jiang Qingyu pondered for a moment before responding, "This affliction is known as shyness. Author's note, commonly referred to as social anxiety. A new title to embrace, rival of the Prince One. Yet, what can one do? After all, Jiang Qingyu embodies a maternal essence. I kindly request a 5-star review. I am currently experiencing a growth phase, and all feedback is of utmost importance." Chapter 49. The wild dog attack. Shyness is not a grave affliction. Indeed, many individuals experience it to varying degrees. However, the symptoms exhibited by Huang Fuling are markedly more severe. Fortunately, she does not possess a closed-off heart, which renders her treatment manageable, albeit requiring a certain duration of companionship and acknowledgement. Tenderness and understanding serve as the most effective remedies for her shyness. After engaging in conversation for a considerable while, Jiang Qingyu inquired, "It is already quite late. When will they unlock the door?" Huang Fuling, reluctant to part ways, replied, "Do you wish to leave, Sister Yu? They are likely to return only after dinner, as they did previously." Jiang Qingyu appeared bewildered. "Do they often behave this way? These mischievous children are rather outrageous." Huang Fuling, already timid, felt apprehensive about being confined with a stranger. What if something were to go awry? She shook her head and explained, "It was my suggestion to do so. After encountering you at the ghost market and hearing that you would come, I proposed this arrangement." "Why?" Jiang Qingyu pressed. Huang Fuling's lovely visage flushed with embarrassment. "Because I am quite curious about you. I wish to spend time together. But I did not expect you to be even more delightful than I had imagined. Though they might seem foolish at times, it is essential to remember that the third brother is of royal lineage. They can discern what is permissible and what is not. Rumors of their aggression often have underlying reasons. They are not inherently malevolent." As she spoke, her sincerity was tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Fearing that Jiang Qingyu might perceive her actions as selfish, Jiang Qingyu let out a sigh of relief, smiling warmly. She truly found this princess utterly charming. Wondering how such a sincere and gentle child could exist. There is no need to complicate matters in the future. You can speak openly about anything. This approach is perilous. Should you encounter unsavory individuals, it could place you in a precarious situation. Currently, I may be the only one receiving such treatment, am I not? As soon as these words escaped her lips, Huang Fuling stiffened. "Are there others?" Jiang Qingyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Huang Fuling's expression darkened. "Yesterday, there was one." Outside the Qilin Hall, the prankster students remained oblivious to the absence of one among them. Huang Yinxiao had calculated the timing and stealthily made her exit. Standing before a dilapidated courtyard of the university, she felt a cold smirk form within her. "Jiang Qingyu, soon you too shall find yourself ostracized. That princess hardly seemed human. They can find her and that princess together until their return. Any hint of impropriety would result in immediate exclusion." She had endured such treatment the previous day, initially managing a forced smile and attempting to communicate with the princess. who showed no interest and even ignored her. The princess would merely gaze at her with those haunting eyes or busily attend to her own affairs, treating her like air. Regardless of her actions, the stifling environment, coupled with such a companion, inflicted tremendous psychological torment. Ultimately, her composure shattered, and she contemplated breaking down doors and windows to escape. Rather than offering assistance, Huang Fuling unexpectedly approached, startling her into a push. Just then, the others returned, witnessing her act of aggression. From that moment forth, she was utterly ostracized. The princess was indeed shrewd and deliberate. If she could not retaliate, how could you? Soon, you shall be condemned to death for the crime of plotting against the princess. Jiang Qingyu, await your fate. Huang Yinchao's eyes glimmered with malice as she gently pushed open the door, the sound of fierce barking emanating from within. My darlings, after nurturing you for so long, it is finally time for you to serve a purpose. Cui Rue grasped an axe, steadily approaching Qilin Hall. During her brief visit to the restroom, she had discovered the young ladies were missing, and after searching, found them trapped inside. They appeared to have been confined for quite some time, prompting her to fetch an axe to break down the door. She was adept at physical labor and swiftly demolished the lock. Once the two emerged from Qilin Hall, she anxiously scrutinized her mistress. "Milady, are you unharmed?" "And your highness." Huang Fuling, still shy due to her incomplete recovery, found herself opening up to Jiang Qingyu, who knew how to appeal to her preferences. However, in the presence of others, she reverted to her original demeanor. Her fingers discreetly pinched the hem of Jiang Qingyu's garment, her frosty visage betraying a clear message. Strangers keep away, acquaintances get lost. Cui Rue grew anxious. Surely the princess would not take offense at her momentary lapse, placing her name after her mistress? Oh no. Cui Rue's mind raced, and she quickly knelt, her attitude displaying utmost contrition. "Your highness, please do not be angry. I was merely flustered and neglected the rules. I beg for your mercy and forgiveness for my impropriety." Huang Fuling was startled by this action, gripping Jiang Qingyu's garment tighter, afraid to speak. Huang Fuling, QQ. She was not angry at all. Cui Rue, Jiang Qingyu's most trusted maid, was so fearful of her. Had she truly made a blunder? Jiang Qingyu found herself caught between the two, bemused. Goodness, what a situation. Cui Rue might never escape the shadow of that blunder. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Qingyu finally chuckled softly and explained, "There is no need to be anxious. The princess is merely shy and does not bear any grievances. She actually holds great fondness for you, saying your flustered demeanor is quite endearing." Cui Rue was taken aback. Really? But the princess did not say anything. Jiang Qingyu, discerning her confusion, clarified, "The princess may not be eloquent, yet upon seeing you, her expression softened, which signifies her approval." Cui Rue looked up in bewilderment, meeting Huang Fuling's expressionless face, which could freeze one's bones with a mere glance, and fell into silence. Did her expression truly change? Huang Fuling nodded with great interest. Cui Rue's tender heart was struck with disbelief, nearly shattered. Could it be that her mistress truly possessed the ability to read minds? However, since her arrival at the Prime Minister's residence, her demeanor had indeed transformed remarkably. In such a short span, she had managed to establish rapport with the notoriously aloof princess, making the notion of mind reading seem less extraordinary. Huang Fuling was also impressed by Sister Yu's remarkable ability to interpret her thoughts instantaneously, a feat even her father could not accomplish. Ai Cui, no longer preoccupied with how her mistress had discerned this, let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Otherwise, I would never dare to relieve myself again. I heard rumors that wild dogs have been howling around the academy these past few days, and I feared that you might be taken by them." However, at that very moment, a series of panting sounds from behind them echoed ominously. Instantly, the three of them tensed up. Turning towards the source of the noise, they beheld several fierce black dogs surrounding the Qilin Hall, their robust forms and glistening silver fangs striking terror into their hearts. Wild dogs. In an instant, the color drained from their faces. Jiang Qingyu, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, calmly ushered the princess back to her chamber. "Linger, stay here and do not worry. I have a plan." Huang Fuling attempted to voice her concerns, but Jiang Qingyu swiftly shut the door, barricading it. Turning around, she saw the wild dogs lunging at them. Ai Cui brandished an axe to defend their position, while Jiang Qingyu, her voice cold and commanding, ordered from behind, "Leave only one alive. I have use for it." A shadow wielding a massive blade appeared before her. "As you command, Mississippi Chapter 50. Brother, let us perform a play before them." Saluo's dark figure flickered as he effortlessly dispatched the ferocious hounds that lunged at him, their bodies severed with a brutal efficiency that was almost beyond belief. Even Itsue, wielding an axe, found herself momentarily stunned. A sudden attack. A vicious dog launched itself from behind, catching Saluo off guard, and it charged directly at Jiang Qingyu. With clenched teeth and an unwavering gaze, Jiang Qingyu shielded her face with her hands. The dog tore through her clothing, drawing blood from her arm. Though pain coursed through her, she hesitated not a moment before unsheathing her dagger from her waist and plunging it into the creature's throat. The dog fell lifelessly. Sliding from her grasp, yet another beast came barreling in with its gaping maw, sharp teeth poised to rend her apart. Just then, an axe swung through the air, slicing open the dog's belly mid-flight, causing it to tumble to the ground in a flurry of chaos. Itsue, brimming with fury, positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Qingyu. "Miss, I will guard you." Without a trace of sentimentality, Jiang Qingyu nodded, gripping her dagger tightly as she retreated a couple of paces against the wall. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the hounds, leaving only one remaining, which began to cower and attempt to flee. However, as it turned, Saluo stepped beside Jiang Qingyu. "May I borrow your dagger?" She handed it to him, and with a dismissive flick of his wrist, he hurled it at the dog's hind leg. The fleeing beast lost its balance and collapsed, howling in distress. Saluo swiftly approached and delivered a crushing blow to its head, rendering it dazed and disoriented. "Be quiet." With the crisis averted, Itsue cast a concerned glance at Jiang Qingyu. "Miss, your injury." Jiang Qingyu focused her thoughts as she spoke. "It is nothing serious. I did not expect an ambush from behind. I wonder who unleashed these dogs and what their intent was." Itsue, bewildered, replied, "Are you suggesting it was intentional?" Pointing to the lifeless hounds, Jiang Qingyu reasoned. Though fierce and intimidating, these dogs are well-fed and clearly not wild creatures accustomed to hunting for themselves. Their appearance was too coincidental. They must belong to the students of Qilin Hall, targeting either me or the princess. Had this incident occurred just days prior, she would have been at a loss. Flustered and panicked. Yet now, she had undergone a profound transformation. While the methods employed by the Marquis were undeniably harsh, it was precisely that brutality that had elevated her resilience to adversity. Killing a few dogs was but a trifling matter. She merely found their blood distasteful. Itsue expressed her concern. Could this be a part of their trial? Jiang Qingyu quickly dismissed this notion. The trial is orchestrated by the third prince. The young Marquis is unaware, and with Sister Hua overseeing matters, they would not go so far. It seems someone wishes to use this situation to their advantage. Aiming for me. Itsue's eyes widened in shock. How could that be? Jiang Qingyu replied. As for Linger, it appears she is willing to risk her own safety. Itsue countered. But you two have always been locked together. If they are indeed targeting you, they would surely endanger the princess as well. Jiang Qingyu narrowed her eyes. Quickly arriving at a conjecture, the existence of Xiaohe was known to very few. Had it not been for Xiaohe today, we all would have faced dire consequences. If both of us were to meet our demise and the owner of the mad dog could not be identified. I appear, thus the dog appears. Such an incident has never occurred before, and no one could attest that this dog was not brought by me. The mere insinuation of a vicious dog turning against me could easily shift all blame onto my shoulders. Should I perish, there would be no evidence to refute the accusations. Cui Fei gasped in shock. How insidious. If this crime were to be attributed to you, it could lead to execution. Surely, her lady had not offended anyone? However, Jiang Qingyu merely smiled coldly. I might have an idea of who is targeting me. They are quite relentless. Since they resorted to such treachery, they must not blame me for being impolite, lest they become an eyesore in the future. Yet, I still require some solid evidence. At that moment, Saluo approached. What are you two chattering about over here? If you have any hypotheses, why not just ask me directly? Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. You know? Saluo pointed at the dog that had been left behind and said, I can inquire with him. Jiang Qingyu was left speechless. Seeing her expression, Saluo immediately guessed that Jiang Qingyu's mind might have begun to wander into wild imaginings, and decisively interrupted. In our ancient capital, there exists a small number of anomalous individuals who possess the ability to communicate with beasts. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. She had never heard of such a thing. Yet, it was true that during battles in the ancient capital, there were indeed unique teams of beasts that assisted in the fray. These creatures were ferocious on the battlefield. And countless nations, even the Great Yu, had attempted to imitate this, all to no avail. Little did she expect that the true reason behind their failures was this. A portion of anomalous individuals possessed the ability to communicate with beasts. Jiang Qingyu's eyes brightened. The 300 taels spent on Saluo Kisi were indeed worth it. So they can hear your words? She inquired. Saluo shook her head. No, they cannot. Jiang Qingyu responded. Saluo added, but they can be made to obey until they do. No sooner had Saluo spoken than the seemingly dead dog below suddenly opened its eyes wide and began to bark excitedly. Saluo glanced down, then looked at Jiang Qingyu. It claims it is already obedient. The dog then settled back down contentedly. Some dogs may be alive, yet they have already perished. They do not wish to be killed. Being a dog, one must learn to read the mood, Jiang Qingyu remarked. What a straightforward method. Yet, it was fine. She smiled subtly. The Marquis is correct. This academy truly is a place of right and wrong, from students to masters. To receive such a grand gift on our very first day suggests we need to stage a performance, to set an example. At that moment, Huang Fu Ling pushed open the door, her expression unprecedentedly serious and icy. Do you require my assistance? She inquired. Truly, as a royal offspring. She possessed an impressive psychological fortitude at the tender age of 14. One should not underestimate her. That would be splendid. Moments ago, the second-generation heirs who had been laughing and chatting in the dining hall rushed back, with Huang Fu Qinghuan at the forefront, his eyes red, filled with anger and regret. As they hurried back, 3 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by countless lifeless canine forms. The entire scene was utterly harrowing. Huang Fu Qinghuan was momentarily struck with panic, swiftly locating the body of Huang Fu Ling. The corpse still radiated warmth, and the heartbeat appeared to be normal. As he looked closer, he noticed Huang Fu Ling's strikingly beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly. All of Huang Fu Qinghuan's fury and remorse transformed into sheer bewilderment. Something was amiss. He closed his eyes and reopened them. Sensing his confusion, Huang Fu Ling unexpectedly spoke. Elder brother, let us perform a little act together. What? This narrative diverged from expectations. In that instant, Huang Fu Qinghuan's mind exploded with incredulity. How could this differ so drastically from the murder mystery he had read? Chapter 51. Resurrected? Huang Fu Qinghuan hurried over, alarmed. Because as they exited the dining hall, a white dove delivering a message collapsed at the entrance. Unable to resist their curiosity, they opened the letter, only to discover it contained a murder cipher. I have secluded myself with her in Qilin Hall, and I shall ensure her life is extinguished. In that moment, it felt as if a thunderbolt struck them. At that time, only 2 individuals were present in Qilin Hall, Huang Fu Ling and Jiang Qingyu. They concluded that the letter had been penned by Jiang Qingyu, who intended to assassinate the princess, although they were uncertain of her methods. If Wabuki had revealed any information, Jiang Qingyu certainly had the opportunity and time to orchestrate this murder. In that instant, Huang Fu Qinghuan couldn't forgive himself. He should never have acquiesced to Lingo's absurd request, especially since she had already been injured due to it just the day before. He never anticipated that Jiang Qingyu harbored such malevolent intentions. Thus, they rushed back to Qilin Hall with utmost urgency, and upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground, thoughts of executing Jiang Qingyu's entire family crossed his mind. Yet now Huang Fu Ling was not only unharmed but was blinking and speaking as well. Brother, let us put on a performance, she declared. 8 words, how extraordinary those 8 words were. It had been ages since he had heard Linger express so much in one breath. And she had even called him brother. His life felt worthwhile at that moment. Although he was unsure of what had transpired, he would act. Oh, Lingo, your demise is so tragic. The onlookers beheld Huang Fu Qinghuan transition from an emotional embrace of a lifeless body to an outburst of anger, culminating in tears and frantic cries. Suddenly, he picked up a dagger that had fallen to the side and approached Jiang Qingyu, who lay on the ground with an unusually serene expression upon her closed eyes. Huang Fu Qinghuan gritted his teeth, aiming the dagger at Jiang Qingyu. Linger, your brother shall not allow you to depart this world with unclosed eyes. I shall avenge you. The despicable murderer, even if they suffer the consequences, deserves more than death. Shielding the view of the others with his back, he began to plunge the dagger downwards towards Jiang Qingyu. I shall pierce you. Pierce you. Pierce you. The others watched in confusion and daze. Perceiving Huang Fu Qinghuan as grief-stricken and mad with rage, someone stepped forward to offer solace. Your Highness, we understand your current emotions, but please do remain calm. Uncovering the truth is of utmost importance. As they approached, Huang Fu Qinghuan swiftly raised a hand to stop them. Do not come closer. There is no need to comfort me. I will ascertain the truth. At that moment, Huang Yinchao stepped forth. Your Highness, allow me to handle this matter. I have encountered Miss Jiang a few times and possessed some clues before she could finish. Huarjiao interrupted sharply. Impudent. What are your qualifications to handle this case? If the murderer is truly Jiang Qingyu, why did she and her maidservant also fall victim to such a heinous act? Although she has not interacted much with Jiang Qingyu, she could discern the nature of the person, regardless of the circumstances. Jiang Qingyu could never be the one to murder the princess. She is not a fool. Huangfu Qinhuan stood in a state of bewilderment, inwardly lamenting the predicament. Oh no, Huarjiao, how could you possibly hinder his performance? Suddenly inspired, he coolly commanded, I shall personally oversee this case. This dog has an unknown origin. Summon the ritual scholar and seal off the academy. No one is permitted to leave. I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Huang Yinqiao, struck by a sudden idea, volunteered, I will go fetch the Confucian scholars. Coincidentally, she could call upon her father, informing him of the situation and enlisting his assistance as a witness. If she could leverage this incident to aid in uncovering the truth behind the princess's murder, she would certainly gain favor in the eyes of the royal family. Not only would she avoid further ostracism, but perhaps she could even bolster her father's career. To her surprise, events unfolded seamlessly. Just as Huang Yinqiao departed, Huangfu Qinhuan found himself tiptoeing, peering into the distance and bending down to ascertain her distance. The crowd looked on in confusion. What is the prince doing? Why is he behaving so peculiarly? Only after confirming her departure did Huangfu Qinhuan exhale in relief, muttering, finally, I have managed to send her away. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. In the next moment, the seemingly lifeless Jiang Qingyu, along with Huangfu Ling and Itsue, abruptly sat up. The crowd, wide-eyed and trembling, pointed at the trio, you, have risen from the dead. Huangfu Ling stealthily approached Jiang Qingyu, her fingers lightly grasping the hem of Jiang Qingyu's garment. The third prince and the others were flabbergasted. What on earth is happening? Has the proud princess willingly grabbed someone else's clothing? What is this? How could she adopt such a timid demeanor? What transpired in Qilin Hall moments ago remained a mystery to them. Huangfu Ling, aware of the astonished gazes upon her, leaned in closer to Jiang Qingyu's ear and whispered, Sister Yu, I feel a bit anxious. Jiang Qingyu smiled warmly, tenderly cupping Huangfu Ling's face in her hands. Do not worry, I am here. Huangfu Ling nuzzled against Jiang Qingyu's hand, and the crowd was left utterly bewildered. What transformation has taken place in such a short time? The third prince was equally stunned, feeling as though his world had collapsed. His sister, who never allowed him the privilege of touching her face, was now leaning toward Jiang Qingyu's hand. It was unfathomable. I cannot accept this. I must change. I must embrace darkness. He declared, What have you done to my royal sister? Jiang Qingyu blinked, recalling that much of the mischief she had endured today was instigated by this immature third prince. With a gentle smile, she replied, What do you think? The third prince, taken aback, exclaimed, What? No one has ever dared to utter those words to me. Do you believe I would not condemn you to death on the spot? No sooner had he uttered these words than Huarjiao and Huangfu Ling stood up in unison, glaring at him. Not aloud. The third prince protested, But, aren't we all friends? Aren't you all my sister as companions? Why turn against me? Jiang Qingyu, how can you condemn a deceased person for their crimes? Moreover, she approached Huangfu Qinhuan step by step, causing him to retreat 2 paces involuntarily. Yet, he ultimately could not evade her, as she whispered, Does your highness not wish to learn how to win the princess's favor? Does your highness not desire to know how to make the princess cling to you and call you royal brother? If you truly decide my fate, then the method shall remain unknown to all. In that instant, Huangfu Qinhuan's ears perked up, and he even employed the technique of heightened hearing. Third prince, is it true? Jiang Qingyu, what do you think? The third prince recalled his sister's recent frivolous actions and, filled with remorse, resolved to strike a deal. Agreed. If you can deliver on your promises, then today, you may resolve this matter as you see fit. Chapter 52. Like those dogs, the news of the tumultuous events at Qilin Hall sent ripples through the entire academy. This was a heinous crime, murdering a princess, a capital offense. Along the way, almost everyone had heard Huang Yinqiao's malicious gossip, understanding that the perpetrator was a freshman named Jiang Qingyu. Yet 2 individuals remained skeptical. One was the examiner who had just evaluated Jiang Qingyu, and the other was an aged scholar with white hair, the minister of the National Academy. Rumor had it that this minister was not merely a third-rank official as he appeared. He bore significant influence. The examiner glanced sideways and inquired, My lord, what is your perspective on this matter? The elder stroked his beard, revealing no hesitation. The true culprit is someone else. The examiner pressed, What do you mean? The elder replied, The ability to anticipate yet to be announced policies indicates a profound sensitivity to political affairs. How could such an astute mind commit such an egregious folly? Moreover, with her legion of vicious hounds, How could she possibly conceal their presence in the academy? Even in the most lenient of institutions, identification is required for entry. Jiang Qingyu only received her stamped ID today. How could she have orchestrated this? With these speculations, he arrived at Qilin Hall, only to be met with an unexpected sight. The ground was littered with dog carcasses, yet there were no signs of human remains. Everyone withdrew a chair, sitting in an orderly fashion outside Qilin Hall, awaiting developments. In the center, Huang Fuqinghuan wore a peculiar, defiant smile, while Huarjiao scrutinized Huang Yinqiao, who had led the group here. Ah, you've arrived? Many have been summoned by Huang Yinqiao, from ministers to students from various academies, and now they were all bewildered. What on earth was happening? Had they come to the wrong place? Huang Yinqiao's face paled with embarrassment, her voice faltering. Why, Your Highness? What is this? Huang Fuqinghuan replied, waiting for a hair. Huang Yinqiao's complexion drained of color, her heart racing with unease, yet she managed to laugh. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand your meaning. Hua Jiao scoffed. Stop your dissembling. Do you truly believe no one can see through your lowly tricks? Huang Yinqiao. I thought you foolish, yet never imagined you could be so audacious as to plot against the princess's life. These dogs, they are all yours, are they not? Caught off guard by this blunt accusation, Huang Yinqiao was at a loss, until her father, Huang Zhong, stepped forward to rebuke. Hua Jiao, what nonsense are you spouting? I know you dislike Yinqiao, but how dare you accuse her of such a grave matter? Is this how Lord Su has taught you? Lord Su Yue, also a doctor at the National Academy and a lecturer at Qilin Hall, was present as well. He cast a cold glance at Huang Zhong. I have only taught the children of Qilin Hall to be forthright, including your daughter. I have never ridiculed her due to her unclear origins. As for student behavior, that falls to the individual. My word does not dictate their actions. Huang Zhong seethed with frustration. The elder approached, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Let us not stray from the topic at hand. The priority is to ascertain what has transpired. The third prince and Huarjiao certainly have their reasons for their assertions. As for who the true culprit is, it cannot simply be determined by mere words without evidence. Since everyone has gathered here, it is clear that our objectives align. Therefore, it falls upon those who can identify and provide proof. If my standing is insufficient, I shall have no choice but to request His Majesty to personally adjudicate the matter. Not to mention that this venerable elder indeed possesses the authority to summon His Majesty. The stakes are high as this affair pertains to the life of a princess. Once this reaches His Majesty's ears, he will undoubtedly come to preside over the investigation himself. Should he truly arrive, everyone present today will inevitably face an unwarranted calamity. Huang Zhong was the first to shatter the silence. I, Huang Zhong, swear that today's matter has absolutely no connection to my daughter, Huang Yinqiao. If I lie, may my family be struck by celestial wrath. Huang Yinqiao, after a moment of stunned silence, hastily declared, I, Huang Yinqiao, am not such a malicious person. If I am indeed involved in this affair, may I be met with divine retribution. There is no necessity for me to engage in such deeds. Huang Fuqinghuan scoffed disdainfully. Vagos devoid of any substantial evidence are hardly worthy of such commotion before so many witnesses. Truly laughable. Evidence? We are not lacking in that regard. As his words faded, a young woman clad in plain attire emerged from the room behind him, her demeanor poised and elegant, a smile gracing her lips. Given that everyone is deeply concerned about this matter, I shall refrain from elaborating on my identity. By now, you should all be aware of my name. I am Jiang Qingyu. The moment she revealed herself, a wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Huang Yinqiao and Huang Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Yinqiao gasped, how can this be? Jiang Qingyu smiled lightly, surprised. I am not dead, and the princess is unharmed. It is truly a relief that you are safe, Huang Yinqiao stammered, nearly betraying her composure. Though her fleeting expression did not escape the notice of the onlookers. Jiang Qingyu replied, truly relieved? Were you not hoping to accuse me as the murderer to absolve your own guilt and earn credit for solving the case? Shouldn't you feel regret that the princess and I are alive? Huang Yinqiao clenched her teeth. What are you saying? I have never thought that. Ignoring her outburst, Jiang Qingyu turned her gaze towards the corpses of the dogs scattered on the ground, taking a few steps forward. What a pity that all the dogs you raised have perished. You must feel quite heartbroken, no? Huang Yinqiao tightened her fists. Miss Jiang, I am genuinely glad you're unharmed, but you cannot simply slander me like this. Jiang Qingyu chuckled. Slander? Perhaps, but everyone at Qilin Hall knows that this afternoon, only the princess and I were present. The vicious dogs attacked Qilin Hall so specifically. Is this mere coincidence? Or is there internal strife within Qilin Hall? Huang Yiqiao bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Then why was it specifically me? I only arrived yesterday. I know nothing. Jiang Qingyu smiled sweetly, her demeanor relaxed, quite simple. Really, for you harbor resentment towards me? Just as Huang Yiqiao was about to dismiss this as nonsense. Jiang Qingyu's expression turned cold as she gazed at her. The maid you sent is still in my possession. Huang Yiqiao's face flushed crimson. So she is indeed with you. What have you done to her? Jiang Qingyu smiled but did not respond. Instead, she cast a sidelong glance at her, likening her to these dogs. Huang Yiqiao, momentarily dazed, inquired, What? A profound smile graced Jiang Qingyu's lips as her gaze remained fixed on Huang Yiqiao. I meant that she is akin to these dogs. Therefore, these dogs must also exhibit a similar affection towards you, Miss Huang Yiqiao. As her words echoed in the air, the door behind them swung open, and the sound of barking ensued. Chapter 53. Thus, you shall reap what you sow. From within the gates of Qilin Hall emerged a formidable black dog. Its limbs robust and exuding an aura of aggression that sent a shiver down the spine of onlookers. A vicious beast? Panic rippled through the crowd. And in the next instant, the black dog lunged fiercely at Huang Yiqiao. She shrieked in terror, but the dog was too swift. And by the time she grasped the situation, she had already been knocked to the ground. You wretched creature, Huang Zhong cursed, attempting to shove the dog away. When he heard Jiang Qingyu's voice cautioning, My lord, there is no need for haste. This dog does not appear to harbor intentions of harming your daughter. The crowd then focused their attention on the scene anew. The menacing black dog had transformed, panting with its tongue lolling out and wagging its tail in a playful manner. Noticing that Huang Yiqiao seemed frozen in fear, the dog eagerly extended its foul-smelling tongue to lick her face. This was no ferocious beast attacking. It was a pet dog, delighted to see its owner and eager to engage in playful antics. Witnessing this, the others began to feel a sense of indignation, directing their glares at the father and daughter duo, while the color drained from Huang Zhong's face. Huang Fuqinghuan rose from his seat, remarking, My lord, it seems this dog shares a rather close bond with Miss Huang. An elderly man with white hair squinted, focusing his gaze on Huang Zhong. Just as he was about to speak, the dog belonging to Huang Yiqiao suddenly dashed away. The dog has fled. Jiang Qingyu chuckled nonchalantly. It has run off. Perhaps we should follow. There may be unexpected rewards in store. The crowd, taken aback by her calm demeanor, found themselves inexplicably quiet and followed her lead, pursuing the black dog. Huang Yiqiao, regaining her senses, noticed everyone had departed and was seized by a wave of dread as she recalled the direction they were headed. No. Those pieces of evidence. I haven't had the chance to destroy them. She still had time to run. Jiang Qingyu, standing beside her, remarked with a smile. Do you wish to flee? I believe it would be futile for Miss Huang to entertain such thoughts. Once you inform the officials of this matter, the academy has already been sealed off. No one can escape. Huang Yiqiao felt a rush of confusion. Indeed, she had woven her own web of entrapment. Casting a glance at Jiang Qingyu, she noted the serene beauty of her face, which had maintained a smile, yet beneath it lay a hint of disdain and mockery. A chill ran down Huang Yiqiao's spine. She had evidently provoked someone far beyond her reckoning. These individuals were on an entirely different level. Clenching her fists, Huang Yiqiao pleaded, I beg you, Miss Jiang, spare me. I was wrong. I will never trouble you again. I promise to be humble and compliant. Jiang Qingyu crouched down, lifting Huang Yiqiao's chin with a finger, compelling her to meet her gaze. Her expression remained gentle. I have learned a valuable lesson. To achieve great things, one must not engage in childish antics. When one senses the beginnings of wrongdoing, it must be quashed in its infancy. Since you, Miss Huang, have repeatedly taken action against me, you must be prepared for the consequences. I have numerous tasks to undertake, and I shall not permit anyone to hinder me, nor will I tolerate any potential threats. Therefore, Miss Huang, it would be prudent for you to face the consequences of your own actions. For is this not the conclusion you have prepared for me? Huang Yiqiao's eyes widened in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. She suddenly felt as though she had lost her voice, unable to utter a single word. Following the trail of the black dog, the people arrived at an abandoned residence, which had once served as accommodation for some students of the Taishua. However, with the establishment of new dormitories, this place had yet to be renovated and was thus temporarily preserved. Even from a distance, one could detect a foul stench. A closer inspection revealed that a pack of dogs had once inhabited this place, alongside remnants of their sustenance. Furthermore, some of Huang Yiqiao's personal belongings were discovered. The case was swiftly solved, and the third prince, already aware of the truth and prepared, put on a performance of furious indignation. vowing to impose severe consequences upon the Huang family. Even as Huang Zheng knelt publicly, his head bloodied from repeated bowing, he could not sway the authorities, who had him taken away for further interrogation. As for Huang Yinxiao herself, by the time everyone returned, she had hanged herself at the entrance of Qilin Hall, leaving behind a bloody letter pleading for the emperor's forgiveness. It must be said, this was the most judicious decision she had ever made. To murder a princess, regardless of the motive, was a crime that would bring ruin upon her family. As the principal perpetrator, her demise ensured that, although the Huang family could not escape punishment, their lives were spared. Yet, what awaited the Huang family in the future was a fate worse than death. The Huang family would find no redemption. Upon learning this outcome, Kai Chui trembled slightly, leaning against Jiang Qingyu. She could hardly fathom the consequences had Miss not acquired the little black dog. They might have perished at the jaws of those vicious hounds. Jiang Qingyu, maintaining her composure, looked gentle as ever. Are you afraid? Kai Chui nodded, then shook her head, afraid. So much has transpired in just a single day. Indeed. Jiang Qingyu lifted her gaze, staring into the distance as if contemplating something profound. One misstep leads to another, a cascade of errors, an irrevocable fate. None can escape disaster. Thus, she was prepared to endure greater cruelty, for only in doing so could she protect those she cherished. Today, all were ordered to maintain silence regarding the incident, for the repercussions would be immense, affecting more than just the Taixue. Most individuals within the Taixue were astute, capable of weighing benefits and detriments. Just when everyone believed the ordeal had passed, the esteemed master of rituals called out Jiang Qingyu's name in the midst of the assembly. Come forward. All eyes turned towards Jiang Qingyu. Though she did not fully grasp the elder's intent, she gracefully approached, performing a sincere bow. I have met the master of rituals. The master scrutinized Jiang Qingyu, admiration and curiosity swirling in his gaze, and he generously praised her. Was it you who devised this trap today? Yes, Jiang Qingyu replied. I merely sought to save myself, harboring no ill intent. The task of discerning the orchestrator behind this scheme was remarkably effortless. Jiang Qingyu had no intention of concealing her intentions. In fact, she deliberately aimed to capture the attention of those who wield genuine authority within the academy. Notably, this included the esteemed master of rituals, Chen Shushi. This individual was far more complex than he appeared, a fact Jiang Qingyu had been aware of from her previous life. He wielded a power that even the sovereign held in reverence. Consequently, upon learning that the Marquis's reward involved becoming the young Marquis's companion in the academy, she surmised that the Prime Minister wished for her to align herself with this master of rituals. It was likely that he harbored even deeper secrets. Just as her contemplations concluded, she lifted her gaze to find the master of rituals observing her with keen interest. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated enough for many to overhear. At last, I am convinced that your examination paper truly belongs to you. You have performed admirably. That paper is the finest I have encountered in my decade of teaching at this National Academy. Chapter 54. The Pursuit of the Master of Rites. As the Marquis pressed her relentlessly within the Marquisate, Jiang Qingyu remained unperturbed. When Huang Yinxiao conspired against her at the Academy, she was equally composed. Yet now, anxiety enveloped her. From the very beginning, her decision to control the grading stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, she struggled with certain problems. They merely happened to be even-numbered. Despite her rebirth, formidable memory, and several days of intensive study drawing from her past life, she could not transform into a prodigy overnight. Mastery in learning requires extensive accumulation. Her approach was merely a clever ruse, a temporary measure to enhance her own standing, not indicative of genuine capability. Secondly, many students at the academy had been immersed in their studies since childhood, destined to become the pillars of society. Most possessed a proud spirit, valuing knowledge above fame and fortune. It may be presumptuous to say so, but those dedicated to their studies often grapple with psychological complexities. Even the esteemed third prince would only acknowledge them out of courtesy, without genuine interest. However, the sudden emergence of an academic prodigy changed everything. They would eagerly follow, befriend, and even harass her. This was particularly true for those yet to step into the true realm of fame and fortune, brimming with youthful exuberance, convinced of their destined greatness. If she shone too brightly, it would inevitably draw unwanted attention, a complication she wished to avoid from the outset. Yet now, the Master of Rites had obliterated all her efforts with a single remark. His declaration of her paper as the finest in a decade had diverted the gaze of all the Academy's students toward Jiang Qingyu. Their scrutinizing stares pierced through her, as if to expose her vulnerabilities. What was more troubling was the apparent intention behind the Master of Right's words. He could discern the merit of her paper at a glance, but to claim it was the best in 10 years was surely an exaggeration. Take, for instance, Huang Fu Ling behind her. He was the true paragon, capable of overshadowing all scholars of the age. The Master of Right's actions seemed to serve but one purpose: to force her into the spotlight she sought to evade. Jiang Qingyu could only manage a bitter smile internally, while outwardly she could not slight the Master of Rights. Your flattery, Master of Rights, is unwarranted. My paper is quite ordinary, merely meeting the passing standard, hardly deserving the title of the finest in a decade. Immediately regretting her words, she found herself ensnared by Chen Shushi, who seized upon her comments. Merely passing? I have said nothing, and the teacher grading your paper has offered no correction. How can you assert you merely passed? Have you calculated this beforehand? Jiang Qingyu realized she had stepped into a trap of her own making. The gazes of her fellow students sharpened, laden with intent. Master, please spare Qingyu. She has only dabbled in the art of opportunism. It hardly counts for anything. She could no longer maintain her facade. Continuing would lead to her unraveling. Chen Shushi cast a glance at her and remarked with a smile. If one can predict even the undisclosed policies, it would indeed be a form of cunning trickery. Perhaps we, the elder statesmen, are merely incompetent figures unworthy of the stage, and you alone could assist His Majesty. With a decisive gesture, Jiang Qingyu knelt down and humbly pleaded for mercy. I dare not, my lord. The esteemed scholar's stature was daunting. What was most fearsome was that for every step she retreated, he advanced tenfold. It was a relentless pursuit. She genuinely feared that a few more words could lead to her ruin. However, Chen Shushi had no intentions of completely decimating her spirit. On the contrary, he held Jiang Qingyu in high regard. He merely sought to gauge her attitude. It was evident that he was currently dissatisfied with her demeanor, with her evident capabilities. Why conceal them? If one is indeed gold, one should shine brightly and dazzle all who behold. What merit is there in lurking in the shadows? She had seemingly mastered the art of duplicity from the Prime Minister's estate. He had little appetite for such tactics. He preferred straightforward talents. Given Jiang Qingyu's innate gifts and lineage, Chen Shushi reluctantly resolved to guide her directly. Miss Jiang, the extent of your abilities must be revealed for all to witness. If you desire my esteem, yet refuse to showcase your talents, are you hoping to let others believe I have taken on a disciple of mere reputation, subject to their ridicule? The little schemes you harbor may deceive others, but they cannot fool me. There exists a vast chasm between us. I now present you with two choices. Firstly, earnestly cultivate genuine skills here at the Academy, proving yourself as a moldable talent. Or secondly, promptly gather your belongings and depart. Returning whence you came, go learn from whoever summoned you here. His words thrust Jiang Qingyu into the spotlight, leaving all present in a state of astonishment and envy. Their gazes fixed upon her. By what right? What gives Jiang Qingyu the audacity? The esteemed scholar's pronouncement was a clear indication of his intent to take her as a disciple. She had barely arrived at the Academy. Yet such attention was bestowed upon her on what grounds? Was it merely due to an unseen entrance examination, or the elaborate ruse she concocted today for self-preservation? Who could accept this? Jiang Qingyu comprehended the scholar's reservations, but was utterly taken aback by his inclination to accept her as a pupil. Should he indeed take her under his wing, she could no longer afford to remain inconspicuous. Yet, the most pressing concern was her genuine lack of substantial skills. In her moment of hesitation, the scholar spoke again. Jiang Qingyu, I have laid my words bare before you. Will you not provide me with a definitive answer? Surely many here harbor doubts about your capabilities, do they not? Students from the Tianzi Hall, the Dizzy Hall, and other academies, do you accept her? Soon, the students behind her voiced their dissent. We, under the esteemed scholar, do not accept her. Chen Shushi responded. You see, they disapprove. Should you choose to remain today, your future at the Academy will be fraught with unrest. I am not in want of a single talent such as yourself. If you cannot provide me with a clear answer regarding your intentions, I have no choice but to take my leave. Upon finishing his words, the esteemed master was about to take a couple of steps away. This was evidently a tactic of provocation, yet it proved effective. Just as he had taken a few steps, Jiang Qingyu raised her voice and spoke. I am grateful to the esteemed master for your guidance. From now on, I shall exert all my efforts and dedicate myself wholeheartedly. I will not disappoint your expectations. Author's note, Jiang Qingyu. I wish to work diligently and remain humble. Chen Shushi, if you seek humility, then leave. Please provide a 5-star review. Let us strive for better ratings. Chapter 55. Xie Chenyuan and Chen. After Jiang Qingyu expressed her stance, Chen appeared satisfied and promptly ushered the crowd to disperse. Nevertheless, today's Jiang Qingyu had already captured the spotlight, making it an impossible endeavor for her to maintain a low profile in the Imperial Academy moving forward. In fact, it didn't take long after Chen departure for several students from other academies to approach her. Miss Jiang, please wait. Jiang Qingyu understood their intentions, yet maintained her poise, exuding the grace befitting a young lady of her stature. The leading student introduced himself. I am Yu. You are likely aware of our purpose. We wish to discern what abilities could warrant such commendation from the venerable master. Before Jiang Qingyu could respond, Hua Jiao stepped protectively in front of her, casting a cold glance. The day is waning, and Miss Qingyu has endured considerable distress. I advise you to refrain from causing trouble at this moment. Instead of fretting over others, perhaps you should ponder why you have not garnered similar recognition. Yu and his companions paled, ready to retort, but were interrupted as Huangfu Qinghuan and Huangfu Ling approached. Huangfu Ling commanded with a frosty demeanor, leave. Huangfu Qinghuan, with an air of arrogance, raised his chin defiantly. Are you planning to linger here, hoping we might invite you to dine with us? Realizing they were outmatched, Yu and the others retreated, astonished to witness the attention and protection Jiang Qingyu received from the third prince and princess. Surrounded by her classmates from Qilin Hall, Jiang Qingyu felt secure, turning to Yu and the others as she took a few steps. In 1 month, during the Imperial Academy's monthly assessment, the results shall reveal all. Until then, I trust you will refrain from disturbing me. I am under no obligation to entertain your doubts, nor do you possess the qualifications to question me. Her gaze bore an unexpected intensity, catching everyone off guard. Acknowledging that she could no longer remain inconspicuous, she resolved to preemptively address any potential troubles. Allowing the upcoming month to serve as a measure of her capabilities, she would not falter. Before Chen could return to his quarters, he spotted 2 magnificent steeds in the courtyard, indicating the arrival of uninvited guests. You may return, he instructed the individuals who had accompanied him, before entering his room. Inside, Xie Chenyuan donned a silver demon mask, having brewed tea, and seated himself at the head of the table, savoring the beverage alone. You do seem quite at home, Chen remarked as he took a seat beside him. Xie Chenyuan poured him a cup of tea, which he sipped before responding, I did not invite you here. Xie Chenyuan feigned indifference. What do you mean? Chen narrowed his eyes, not hesitating to express his sarcasm. She is indeed a promising talent. Reminiscent of you in certain aspects, yet her downfall lies in that resemblance, having adopted some cunning tricks, believing herself clever. Like a fish swimming in the depths, she assumes ease, unaware that the larger fish below perceive her every move, poised to devour her whole at her next misstep. Chen has long harbored a complex sentiment towards Xie Chenyuan. Simultaneously, he possesses a deep admiration for him. When Xie first graced the court, Chen contemplated taking him as a disciple. However, Xie's obstinate and extreme nature, coupled with the sinister schemes he concealed, caused Chen to abandon this notion. Over time, Xie ascended to a position surpassing Chen's, while Chen distanced himself from the fray, choosing instead to disengage from state affairs. Content to hold the title of a lecturer at the National Academy and to impart knowledge to students in the twilight of his life. Yet, Chen harbors his own troubles. His life is not destined to endure much longer, and the wealth of knowledge he possesses may perish without an heir. In the final years of his existence, he yearns to find a suitable and talented disciple to carry on his academic legacy. After a prolonged silence, he unexpectedly received a letter from Xie, proposing to introduce a potential disciple. Chen has always been averse to such arrangements, but Xie confidently asserted that once Chen met her, he would recognize her as the ideal candidate. Thus, Chen found himself waiting at Mingda Pavilion. Xie was correct. Her performance on the examination revealed much, and most impressively, her remarkable ability to devise a strategy on the spot was truly striking. Aside from the attitudes she had learned in the Prime Minister's residence, Chen found himself quite taken with her. Xie remarked, after all, she bears my influence. If you find her unsatisfactory, it would not be too late to take her as a disciple and teach her anew. Chen scoffed at Xie's audacity, thinking it absurd that he could impart such teachings. Despite his urgency, he would not blindly accept anyone. He would rather take his knowledge to the grave than disseminate it indiscriminately. You bring her to me with ulterior motives. I see through your intentions clearly. Xie, unfazed, replied. You may dismiss her at any time. Chen retorted coldly, I have no desire for conflict. What does right or wrong matter to me? Why would I wish to drive her away? You are not the first to send someone my way. Those who wish to take from me must prove their worth. Xie smiled, remaining silent, seemingly confident that success was within his grasp, as if everything unfolded according to his design. Observing Xie's demeanor, Qin could not help but let out a deep sigh. However, I advise you, do not dismiss my words lightly. Avoid causing harm. Turning back is always an option. Xie paused momentarily, then stood and walked towards the door. Qin Darren, I am utterly alone, with no path left to retrace. I shall reside at the academy for the time being. I hope for your guidance. Qin anticipated this reaction and chose not to prolong the conversation, opting for a dismissive wave of his hand. Go on, that is indeed your rightful place. In a time of peril, Xie had once sought a favor from Qin, requesting a place to hide from pursuers. In exchange, he revealed a secret to Qin. Qin Shushi, a moderate, had once been embroiled in fierce conflicts but found enlightenment in his later years, choosing henceforth to eschew involvement in worldly matters, overwhelmed and entangled in complexities. He had originally intended to retire to his hometown, yet the emperor, in his capacity as the head of the Imperial Academy, insisted that he remain in the capital. Indeed, the past 2 years had been tumultuous for the great Yu, and the emperor himself was in a state of unrest, harboring suspicions towards everyone. After managing to navigate the enthusiasm of her classmates, Jiang Qingyu finally found a moment to breathe and discreetly slipped away with Itsue. Along the way, they spotted a white dove soaring gracefully in the air, circling as if to guide them. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qingyu resolved to follow it, leading her to a tranquil garden within the academy. Before her lay a crystal-clear lake adorned with floating petals and leaves, separated by an elegant arch bridge. On the bridge, Jiang Qingyu recognized a familiar face. Chapter 56. Encountering the man of the witch tribe again. Beside the bridge stood a peach tree, its blossoms delicately draping over the branches, partially concealing the man at its side. His silver hair glimmered with hints of gold under the setting sun, while he gently scattered fish food into the lake. Clad in a simple moon-white satin robe, he bore little adornment, yet his tall and graceful figure was unforgettable. Seemingly sensing her presence, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Qingyu. His expression was calm, as if the passage of time had soothed all tumult. Jiang Qingyu felt a rush of recognition. It was him, the man from the roadside encounter. He approached her, explaining, "This is my residence. I did not expect to meet Miss Jiang here. Are you studying at the academy?" Jiang Qingyu, taken aback, nodded. Then inquired with concern, "How is your injury?" He placed his hand over his heart and replied, "Thanks to Miss Jiang taking me to the residence of the governor for treatment, that skilled Miss Bai has healed me, and I am now well. I intended to visit the Jiang residence to express my gratitude, yet fate has led me here instead. I see that Miss Jing bears many worries. Perhaps you might sit with me for a while? I may be of assistance." Indeed, Jiang Qingyu's thoughts were in disarray. Although she had accepted challenges from other academies and had proactively arranged for the next monthly assessment, the prospect of competing against the exceptionally talented students was daunting. She was unaware of the questions or topics that would be covered in the assessment, and her memory, along with her past experiences, proved insufficient. Moreover, while she possessed a certain aptitude for learning, it certainly did not equate to instant comprehension. She often required time to absorb complex concepts. With uncertainty clouding her mind, she resolved to give it her all. The man introduced himself as Shi Lin. Jiang Qingyu held no expectations but nonetheless followed him into his chamber. This was not out of a desire to further their acquaintance. In fact, the opposite was true. Shi Lin was likely a member of the witch tribe, destined for turmoil. Yet he genuinely wished to express his gratitude. If she were to refuse now, another opportunity would arise. Rather than prolonging the matter, it would be wiser to resolve it promptly, eliminating the chance for a future encounter. His room was impeccably tidy, filled with a refreshing scent of wood. Numerous books adorned the shelves, many showing signs of wear from frequent reading. Noticing Jiang Qingyu's interest, Xie Chenyuan spoke up, "My circumstances are somewhat peculiar, preventing me from going out often. Occasionally, I ask the young attendants at the academy to bring me books to pass the time. If you are interested, I can select a collection for you and have them delivered." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback but did not immediately decline. She observed that the books were carefully curated treasures, covering a broad range of subjects. In addition to the text recommended by her friends, she found herself in need of further reading material. "May I take a look?" she asked. "Of course, Miss Jiang," Xie Chenyuan replied. She picked up a book and discovered it filled with meticulous notes, neatly written and brimming with various insights. The notes are elegantly penned, showcasing a profound mastery of calligraphy, while the content is articulated with remarkable clarity and precision, seamlessly connecting authoritative works and theories. This is undoubtedly the hallmark of an academic prodigy. Xilin does not merely peruse these texts to pass the time as he claims. He has thoroughly absorbed each book within. Then there is Xie Chenyuan, whose pale eyes are intently fixed upon her. What are your thoughts, Miss Jiang? It is evident that he harbors knowledge he refrains from disclosing. Today's encounter appears to be anything but coincidental. With Xilin's assistance, her learning could undoubtedly accelerate and become far more effective. Consequently, Jiang Qingyu ceases to feign indifference. What is it that young master she wishes to inquire about? Xie Chenyuan responds, Miss Jiang, your situation is exceedingly precarious, and the time frame of 1 month is quite pressing. Should you find it necessary, I propose that you visit here for 2 hours each day after classes, and I would be more than willing to assist you with your inquiries. Jiang Qingyu feels tempted yet ultimately declines. One should not accept rewards without merit. I appreciate your kindness, young Master Shi. But my intention in saving you was not for personal gain, making it unreasonable for me to accept such recompense. Xie Chenyuan, however, remains unfazed. Everyone has their own motives. We should not judge intentions by actions alone. Moreover, I too have my own interests in making this request. It is best to lay everything bare. For the other party seeks her assistance, allowing her to feel justified. Please, young Master Shi, speak candidly. Xie Chenyuan confides, to be frank, while I have received treatment from the Xiang residence, I still endure subtle pains daily, likely due to exposure to cold. The Xiang residence is a place fraught with turmoil. I cannot linger there. Miss Bai has informed me that you possess the ability to alleviate cold ailments, and I hope that you might assist me in easing my discomfort each day. Jiang Qingyu hesitates, but the next moment, she hears a note of fear in Xie Chenyuan's voice. Moreover, the individual at the Xiang residence is truly terrifying. I am quite apprehensive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu's trust in him significantly increases. Another individual who fears the Xiang Lord. As long as he shares this fear, they are indeed allies. With the conversation having reached this point, further refusal on Jiang Qingyu's part would seem impolite. And she willingly accepts this arrangement. Besides, the man from the witch clan possesses striking features that are pleasing to the eye, undoubtedly uplifting her spirits. There is no one who does not appreciate beauty, and Jiang Qingyu is no exception. However, as the day has grown late, she refrains from prolonging her visit. After casually enjoying a pot of tea, Jiang Qingyu departs with Itsue. Xie Chenyuan watches her retreating figure, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He is now rather cautious. After a moment, he strokes his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Upon turning, he finds Su Youfu's penetrating gaze fixed upon him, silent yet laden with unspoken words. Yet Xie Chenyuan discerns what Su wishes to convey. It was merely a nudge. Should she truly become Qin Shushi's disciple, she will acquire that object. Su Youfu continues to stare, his longing palpable. Xie Chenyuan adds, the grace of the Xiang residence is one matter. Xilin must repay his debts of gratitude. Su Youfu's gaze intensified. Xie Chenyuan's tone became frigid. Old Su, you are being repetitive. Su Youfu, at a loss for words, retorted, I haven't uttered a single word. Your thoughts are of no concern to anyone. Xie Chenyuan remained silent, his fingers idly crushing the remnants of fish food. Night enveloped the academy, an eerie stillness pervading the air. In a shadowy corner, a forgotten youth abruptly rose. He glanced around, then instinctively swatted at a fly. Wabuki paused, his mind processing the situation, yet to no avail. He collapsed back, lamenting the hardness of the bed. Moments later, he jolted upright. Eyes wide with fright. Wait, where on earth am I? Chapter 57. The initial emergence of Xiao Yuer's royal qualities that evening, upon returning home. The young Marquis confirmed the safety of Jiang Qingyu, and only after hearing that she was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. He pondered deeply who could possibly be plotting against him. After much contemplation, his mind could not keep pace, and ultimately, he decided to abandon his thoughts entirely. However, he had already unraveled the mystery behind the last incident involving the mad horse. It was merely a trivial conflict among classmates, which he had resolved with the help of others, ensuring that such disputes would not arise again. Upon returning home, Jiang Qingyu immersed herself in her studies. The following day, she set off to the Imperial Academy alongside the young Marquis, where she discovered a note on her desk. The note read simply, "Get lost." Jiang Qingyu chose to disregard it, dismissing it as a childish prank. Yet the young Marquis was not inclined to let the matter rest. Their audacity was astonishing. Aside from Qilin Hall, the Academy hosted 4 other halls, and he took the note to the other 4, standing at the forefront of each and demanding, who wrote this? When no one claimed responsibility, he threatened to randomly select someone to punish. In the first 3 halls, no one admitted to it, and true to his word, The young Marquis kicked the sturdiest classmate in each hall. It was not until the last hall, Huangzi Hall, that someone was finally pushed forward. The young Marquis, undeterred, delivered 3 swift kicks, nearly incapacitating the poor soul. Brandishing the note, he declared, "If you have grievances against Miss Jiang, voice them directly. Try any more of these underhanded tricks, and see what happens. Remember, I stand guard over Jiang Qingyu." The other 4 halls fell silent, realizing that provoking Jiang Qingyu stirred the young Marquis' wrath far more than inciting him directly. Later, when the instructors sought to chastise Huabuki, Jiang Qingyu stepped forward, holding the note inscribed with "Get Lost." With just a few words, she absolved the young Marquis and prompted the instructors to reflect on their management practices, leading to stricter oversight of such incidents. Consequently, the other 4 halls faced reprimands upon their return. The students from the other 3 halls fumed. Feeling unjustly implicated in the affair, they had not even witnessed the spectacle, yet one of their number was randomly chosen by the young Marquis to receive a kick. The young Marquis's blows were no trifling matter. The instructors declared, "Are you unaware that our esteemed Dayou has a collective punishment system? If you do not know, write it 100 times. The students protested, "No, please." Huabuki's reputation as a little tyrant at the academy was well known, and following this incident, it was certain that the other students would think twice before provoking Jiang Qingyu again. Jiang Qingyu also recognized Huabuki's astute yet coarse approach to resolution. While it appeared to implicate the innocent, it was, in truth, the only way to resolve all matters at once. Indeed, he was the descendant of a military family, and his thunderous methods bore the hallmark of military strategy. However, it seemed that ever since Jiang Qingyu arrived at the academy, a sense of unrest had persisted for 2 consecutive days, or perhaps the instructors were genuinely intrigued by her. They appeared to have set their sights on Jiang Qingyu. The esteemed master of Qilin Hall is named Su Wei. Achieving such a prominent position at just over 30 years of age is truly remarkable. His retort to Huang Zhong yesterday was exceptionally brilliant. The morning classes commence at the hour of the rabbit and extend until noon. Whenever a question arises, Master Su would say, "Let this question be answered by Jiang Qingyu." Over the span of one morning class, 30 inquiries were posed, with Jiang Qingyu fielding 25 of them. Notably, 2 of these were interrupted by the young Marquis, who interjected, "Master, Miss Jiang has just arrived at the academy. She is still unfamiliar with the material." To which Master Su replied, "Then you answer on her behalf." Ultimately, the young Marquis found himself at a loss for words, and as a consequence, he was sent outside to stand in penance, expressing his dismay. It was evident to all that Jiang Qingyu was being put on the spot, yet she remained silent, her demeanor exceptionally attentive. Despite being a young lady from a prestigious family, while others at Qilin Hall busied themselves with trivial matters, Jiang Qingyu maintained an upright posture throughout. When it was time to listen, her eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. When it was time to take notes, her pen never faltered. She even took the initiative to pose unique questions. During breaks, she would pursue Master Su relentlessly, inquiring if he could afford her more time during note-taking sessions, as she occasionally felt pressed for time. The other students observed this with a mix of fear and an inexplicable sense of remorse. In the past, only a few had attended classes at Qilin Hall, Hua Jiao and Huang Fuling, for example. Huang Fuling's demeanor is well known, and Hua Jiao would sometimes drift off or succumb to fatigue. However, Jiang Qingyu was different. She was a pure learning machine, seemingly immune to weariness. Her pursuit of knowledge appeared to invigorate her, leaving her feeling more spirited and enlightened upon completion. Take the third prince, for instance, seated at the back. He engaged in idle chatter and found little enthusiasm in his reading. Yet upon noticing Jiang Qingyu's vibrant dedication to her studies, he felt as if the sky was collapsing around him. The third prince pondered, could this be the reason my royal sister is so drawn to her? Because both share a passion for learning? Others began to introspect, yet they still lacked the resolve to immerse themselves in their studies. During lunch, the third prince orchestrated a gathering with a few familiar companions, inviting them to the dining hall. Jiang Qingyu was notably among them. What struck them as most astonishing was the continuous murmuring of Jiang Qingyu, Hua Jiao, and Huang Fuling at the back. Huang Fuqinghuan exclaimed, "Wait, why is Linger involved as well?" He added, "What are you all discussing? I want to join in." Huabuki chimed in, "Me too." The 2 young men approached, only to discover they could not comprehend the conversation. It was entirely focused on academic topics, and the trio was thoroughly engrossed. Huang Fuqinghuan could no longer contain his curiosity and tugged at Hua Jiao's sleeve, asking, "Hua Jiao, you weren't like this before." You didn't care so much about studying. Why are you discussing lessons even after class? The once unbreakable vows of friendship now seemed distant, as if they had forgotten the passage of time. Having promised to indulge together, how have you transformed into this? Hua Jiao succinctly replied. It wasn't that I lacked interest in learning before, but rather that there was nothing to discuss. Could you comprehend what I had to say? The third prince and the young marquis appeared as though they had been pierced by a dagger to the heart. Hua Jiao continued. Moreover, Qingyu is genuinely remarkable. Her thought process diverges entirely from ours. Even the most mundane topics become captivating under her discussion. Another metaphorical stab. Hua Jiao added, furthermore, I wish to continue absorbing knowledge from Qingyu. I previously succumbed to frivolities while associating with you, neglecting my studies. Please do not disturb me. The final blow. The two young men exclaimed, QAQ. Were they truly such wretched individuals? Yet, even more terrifying events loomed ahead. Author's note. I have a slight headache from a cold. Hence, only one chapter today. Chapter 58. The grand renovation of Qilan Hall during their meal. Huangfu Qinghuan and the young Lord Jiang Qingyu's speed of eating astonished everyone. Almost immediately after the dishes were served, Jiang Qingyu began to devour her food. While one might assume she ate little, her appetite subtly surpassed that of the other two girls. You could say she lacked decorum, yet her every gesture exuded a cultivated elegance, nurtured from a young age. A mere glance at her while dining revealed a beauty that was nothing short of enchanting, each movement seemingly choreographed with meticulous care. However, just as the others still had more than half of their meals untouched, Jiang Qingyu had already finished. They looked at her in disbelief. You ate that quickly? Jiang Qingyu smiled gently, nodding as if lost in thought, though her body instinctively responded to them. The young lord was visibly worried. Qingyu, you wouldn't be troubled by something, would you? If you are, you must tell me. I can help. Throughout their journey, everyone addressed her as Qingyu. And the young lord took delight in this newfound closeness, nearly overwhelmed by joy, almost igniting his own inner flames of happiness. The others were perplexed by his exuberance. Perhaps he was of a combustible nature. Though they did not comprehend, they respected it. The others were equally concerned about Jiang Qingyu, assuming she was still affected by the incident with the note from the morning. Under their ardent gazes, Jiang Qingyu finally returned to the present. Offering a soft smile, there's no need to worry. I'm fine. The young lord felt a pang in his heart. How could you be fine? You're eating so quickly and looking so lost. Jiang Qingyu, with a blend of amusement and exasperation, replied, I merely feel that with the monthly assessment approaching, having accepted their challenge, I must devote myself entirely. Otherwise, not only would I embarrass myself, but I would also bring shame to Master Jijiang. My foundation is inferior to yours, hence I believe it is essential to finish my meal swiftly, freeing up time to double my efforts. The group was momentarily taken aback by her words. Hua Jiao exclaimed, You needn't push yourself like this. Your foundation is excellent, and you are quite intelligent. We would feel guilty for slowing you down. Jiang Qingyu shook her head. It's all right. You may eat at your own pace. While you dine, I will mentally review what I learned this morning, solidifying my memory, and simultaneously simulate potential questions for the upcoming examination. The others were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wait, you're studying during this time? You're even self-simulating exam questions? The third prince, unable to contain himself, interjected. Qingyu, isn't this a bit excessive? Can a person truly be this studious? Your diligence makes us feel somewhat uneasy. Jiang Qingyu chuckled. This is merely temporary. Once I catch up, I will allow myself to relax. The third prince, to catch up on progress means Jiang Qingyu, to secure the top position in the monthly assessment within 3 months. Apart from Huang Fuling, the others nearly choked on their rice. The Imperial Academy gathers all the youthful geniuses from across the nation, and the current holder of the monthly assessment's top position is Huang Fuling. With no one from Qilan Hall even making it into the top 10, even Hua Jiao cannot break into the top 30. Huang Fuling is the epitome of genius. Beyond doubt, she excels in all 5 subjects, being the deity overseeing examinations in Dayou. Aside from her, nearly everyone else possesses the potential to become the top scholar in the imperial examinations. To surpass them in 3 months is akin to a fairy tale. Yet Jiang Qingyu is favored by the esteemed master of rituals. She must possess extraordinary qualities herself. The crowd, astounded, lowered their heads to gaze at their bowls of rice, each lost in their own thoughts. Hua Jiao, Qingyu has a clear goal and is willing to strive tirelessly for it. With such determination, She is bound to succeed in whatever she undertakes. As for myself, I keep proclaiming my desire for power and influence. Yet I allow indulgence and leisure to consume my time. This cannot continue. Huobuki. Qingyu is so diligent in her studies, while I feel utterly useless in assisting her. Such a dedicated student as Qingyu surely detests the likes of one who is utterly devoid of ambition. If this continues, I shall barely see the shadow of Qingyu. For her sake, I must strive for excellence. Huang Fuling. If Sister Yu wishes to claim the top position, she must surpass me. I believe she can achieve it, and I am willing to provide her with assistance, but others may not be so accommodating. I must also identify my own shortcomings to aid Sister Yu in her quest for knowledge. Suddenly, an invisible fire ignited in the air. Huangfu Qinghuan looked around in disbelief, perplexed by the madness unfolding before him. What are you all so fervently igniting? He sensed that a transformation was imminent in Qilin Hall, which was shifting from a place of ease to one of formidable intensity. As anticipated, the atmosphere in Qilin Hall underwent a dramatic transformation starting from the afternoon classes. Jiang Qingyu and her companions held their heads high, brimming with vitality, their faces radiating an insatiable thirst for knowledge. They occupied the front row of desks, standing out conspicuously. Their classmates felt an odd tension, but chose to ignore it, until they decided it was time to engage the third prince and the young marquis in a game of cricket. Classmate A. Third prince, young marquis, I've caught 2 crickets. Would you care to join in a thrilling and exhilarating match? Upon turning, they found both young men had also straightened their postures. The young marquis stared wide-eyed, on the verge of collapse. Although he could barely grasp the lesson, he still implored the third prince to pinch his thigh to keep him awake for his studies. The third prince was in a similar plight. Both were determined not to disappoint Jiang Qingyu and the princess. They absolutely could not lag behind. Observing their classmates still inclined to play with crickets, the two clenched their teeth, their voices laced with a sense of urgency. With only 29 days remaining until the monthly assessment and merely over 400 days until the autumn examination, how could they still be preoccupied with such trivial pursuits? If you refuse to learn, we still must. It is unacceptable. While we attend classes, you must also participate. After class, I shall conduct a surprise check on your attentiveness. Those who fail to respond, be prepared. The crowd. What is going on here? However, with both the third prince and the young marquis having spoken, others are acutely aware of the dire consequences of offending either of them. And thus they stiffen and dare not defy, their authority surpassing even that of the teacher. In an instant, the Qilin Hall underwent a profound transformation. In recent days, even the various instructors who came to teach were taken aback by the sight of students, nearly on the brink of collapse, yet resolutely straightening their backs and striving with all their might to learn. They were left bewildered, questioning whether they had mistakenly entered the wrong school. Have you been possessed by another? Where are your cricket fights? Where are your whispers? Yet the children, willing to embrace change, brought immense satisfaction to their teachers. Several instructors even praised the students during class, and while expressing their commendations, they were moved to tears. You have finally grasped the teacher's earnest intentions. You have made me feel like a truly successful educator. Consequently, in order for the children to acquire even more knowledge, the teachers increased the volume of homework assigned. Are you happy, dear children? The children could not muster a smile. Their hearts were on the verge of breaking, yet under duress. They could only grit their teeth and respond, "We are overjoyed, immensely so. Thank you, esteemed teacher." After approximately 10 days, the students of Qilin Hall gradually acclimated to this new routine. However, the occurrence of a certain event led them to face yet another wave of despair. Chapter 59. Did Jiang Qingyu secretly meet with a poor scholar? On a splendid afternoon, the Qilin Hall adhered to its schedule and concluded its classes as usual. Observers noted that Jiang Qingyu would invariably depart swiftly with each way immediately after class, disappearing without a trace. On one occasion, the young marquis visited the Jiang residence only to discover that 2 hours had elapsed since class had ended, yet Jiang Qingyu had not returned home. He contemplated inquiring directly with Qingyu but hesitated, fearing that she might find his concern excessive or meddlesome, unbefitting of a man. However, his worry was palpable. Consequently, every individual at Qilin Hall, apart from Jiang Qingyu herself, became privy to this situation. Huangfu Qinghuan, drawing from years of experience in reading romantic tales, deduced, if she had not returned home after class, and even her esteemed parents were unaware of her whereabouts, then the truth could only be one. Jiang Qingyu had found a romantic interest at the academy. Yet, this suitor was unsuitable for her, and they clandestinely met after class each day. This revelation struck Huabuki like a thunderbolt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qingyu had never mentioned a man of such caliber. Huangfu Qinghuan retorted, how could she possibly confide in you? Your feelings for her are well known. She must fear that you would interfere in their affair, sabotaging their blossoming romance. This seemingly absurd yet plausible assertion left the young marquis completely drained of strength and resolve. His eyes, brimming with grievance, were on the verge of tears. Then what should I do? Have I lost my chance? Huangfu Qinghuan, exasperated, rebuked him. Lost your chance? Are you content to concede to someone you have never even met? In the narratives, you would be the unloved second male lead, destined to seize the love that is rightfully yours. The young marquis, unwilling to accept defeat, clenched his teeth and rose in indignation. You must provide me with a plan. What should I do? Huangfu Qinghuan's eyes gleamed with wisdom. It is quite simple. We shall follow her. Do we truly require so many people for surveillance? Huabuki questioned, bemused by the throng trailing behind them. Huarjiao, with righteous fervor, declared, this concerns Xiaoyu's future. As her sisters, we must ensure her well-being. What if she encounters a man who is both unattractive and inept, a mere impoverished scholar? You men delight in pinning tales of destitute scholars and noble maidens. Deceiving the ladies, it is all a ruse. Indeed, I shall safeguard Sister Yu, agreed Huangfu Ling, who, after recent healing, had gradually begun to express herself. She concurred with Huajiao's sentiments. Huangfu Qinghuan pointed to his own eyes, then gestured forward. As the strategist, my presence is essential. Huabuki interjected, and what of the others? The collective assembly, numbering 30 to 40 individuals, appeared to be convening rather than stealthily tracking someone. Others chimed in. We are merely here to witness the spectacle. Should that man prove to be ungrateful, we can unite and confront him. They were equally intrigued to discover the type of young man Jiang Qingyu might favor. Over the past few days, Jiang Qingyu's reputation at Qilin Hall had soared to remarkable heights. Not only is she exquisite in appearance, but her gentle disposition also shines through. Regardless of how foolish the questions posed to her may be, she never exhibits disdain and always takes the time to offer thorough assistance. Moreover, she possesses a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of a refreshing medicinal aroma that invigorates the senses. Were it not for the presence of a certain young lord, many would have already pursued Jiang Qingyu. Now, upon hearing that individuals from other academies are attempting to entice her, how could they remain indifferent? Huabuki, how utterly disheartened I am. Had I known, I would have remained silent. Why is it that so many are infatuated with Qingyu? No, it is only natural that everyone admires someone as exceptional as her. Cease your chatter. Itsue has arrived. In the throes of inner turmoil, Huabuki watched as Itsue approached Jiang Qingyu, carrying a 3-tiered lunchbox. It was evident that such a meal could not possibly satisfy just the two of them. Classmate A, it seems they are indeed having a clandestine meeting. That lunchbox appears to contain the renowned spicy dishes from Yunyang, which have been the talk of the town. My father managed to procure a serving through connections just a few days ago, and it was absolutely delectable. Classmate B, yes. I thought it looked familiar. I once savored Yunyang's spicy dishes and still reminisce about it. The last time I waited an hour and a half just to obtain a serving. It seems Miss Jiang has indeed invited someone. Yunyang officially opened its doors a week ago, and the tantalizing aroma of its spicy cuisine has attracted numerous new patrons. With exemplary service and undeniable quality, it has quickly garnered an outstanding reputation. Gao He recently proposed to Jiang Qingyu the idea of acquiring nearby shops to expand the establishment, highlighting its commercial success. However, Gao He did not conceal his status as a small business owner. Everyone is aware that he is backed by a more prominent figure, though the true identity of this major benefactor remains a mystery. The young lord is also acutely aware of how difficult it is to procure a meal from Yunyang. Upon seeing the 3 boxes of spicy dishes, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Not only is she being courted, but she is also spending money on meals. Regardless of who the other party may be, I shall never consent. He was utterly devastated. He could already envision Jiang Qingyu gesturing towards the yet unseen man, declaring that he is certainly not a mere impoverished scholar. The more he pondered, the more distressed he became, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Jiang Qingyu and Itsue soon made their way towards a garden deeper within the academy. Young lord, let us follow. A group of individuals stealthily trailed behind. Occasionally, other students from different academies would catch sight of them, and as they attempted to greet the group, they narrowly avoided being silenced. Finally, after stealthily following for what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a secluded garden. As Jiang Qingyu traversed a bridge, their hearts raced with anticipation. The academy harbored such a hidden, beautiful place, adorned with flowers. It truly felt like a secret rendezvous. Huangfu Qinghuan saw through it all. The young lord could no longer contain his tears. It is not yet confirmed. What if Qingyu simply enjoys this location? Perhaps she has come here specifically with Itsue for a meal. A man seldom sheds tears, but if he does not release some now, he fears his mental state may shatter. Just then, Hua Jiao remarked, "Oh, is there someone residing here? There appears to be a small cottage." Ling Er warned, "There is someone inside." Huangfu Qinghuan exclaimed with excitement, "That person is approaching." Chapter 60, My disagreement with this marriage. The crowd was so eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious figure that they nearly clawed their eyes out. Much like tossing an embroidered ball. What do they look like? Let us see. At the forefront stood Huangfu Qinghuan, the first to behold the other. In the moment she laid eyes upon them, her expression became utterly frozen. What is the matter? What do they look like? The onlookers pressed Huangfu Qinghuan. Yet she remained as if petrified, her expression unchanged. Why is she acting so dazed at this moment? Huangfu Ling squeezed her way through, and in the next instant, she too became entranced. Hua Jiao exclaimed, "What is happening? Who on earth is this?" Even a princess displayed such a reaction. It seemed quite exaggerated. Did they possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Hua Jiao, exerting herself with great effort, finally managed to push her way forward, only to find herself equally immobilized. Everyone stood like exquisite ice sculptures, their expressions identical and stiff, as if they had witnessed something extraordinarily significant. The only one left behind, the young marquis, who had seen nothing amidst the crowd, mused, "Do you all remember we came here for me in the first place?" In the next moment, Hua Jiao spoke, "Huabuki, you should give up." The young marquis responded, "Huh?" The others echoed, "Yes, you should give up. There is no contest." The young marquis was baffled. "Why is there no contest? Didn't you all promise to stand by me forever?" He was determined to uncover the truth of the matter. He hurriedly pushed aside the throng before him, finally catching sight of the enigmatic individual. The person before him possessed hair as silvery and cool as moonlight, exuding a gentle demeanor reminiscent of a nobleman from the Book of Songs, clad in a moon-white satin robe, adorned with nearly transparent jade. Every gesture and smile captivated the hearts of those around. So strikingly handsome, he seemed almost unreal. Anyone standing beside him would merely serve as an accessory. At that moment, he wore a humble smile, graciously accepting a food box for each way and thoughtfully offering her a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Jiang Qingyu's brow. Jiang Qingyu appeared genuinely intrigued by their conversation. They had never seen her so animated before. Hua Jiao remarked, "This is the most handsome man I have ever encountered in my life, with that silver-white hair. No wonder even Xiaoyu couldn't resist secretly meeting with him." Huangfu Qinghuan noted, "That piece of white jade at his waist. My father has a similar one in his private treasury, his most cherished and beloved jade. The one he wears seems to rival my father's in quality." Linger added, "He seems very considerate." In contrast, everyone turned their gaze toward Huabuki, unable to resist the urge to compare. In terms of appearance, although the young marquis was younger and handsome, he paled in comparison. The other was simply too breathtaking. In terms of wealth, while the marquis's family boasted formidable military achievements and held significant weight in the court, the marquis himself was known for his integrity, having amassed little wealth. His family's assets barely equaled the value of the jade pendant at the other's waist. The little lord, with his lack of maturity and poor reputation, is akin to a monkey, and there is little more to say. It seems that apart from some rather impractical martial skills, he is thoroughly outmatched in every regard. The crowd collectively sighed, "Alas, the little lord has completely lost his composure." "What do you mean by that? What are you sighing about? Please clarify." The crowd responded, "Is there anything further to discuss?" "The answer is evident, little lord. You have no advantage compared to others." Gritting his teeth, the little lord coldly huffed, "What is so commendable about him? He merely possesses a handsome appearance and a bit of wealth. I can be considerate too. I even assisted in beating someone up." Hua Jiao retorted, "A good appearance is already enough to attract attention. Is your ability to fight something to boast about?" The little lord, blushing, took a deep breath. "I don't care. In any case, I disagree, and I will never relent." Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyu, eager to return home sooner, would rush to find Xi Lin immediately after class. It must be said that Xi Lin is exceptionally knowledgeable. He can elucidate any question from a refreshingly novel perspective. This timing coincides with mealtime. At first, Xilin would prepare meals while Jiang Qingyu read, but feeling embarrassed, she soon asked each way to bring food from Union Pavilion every day. Aside from this, their interactions were minimal, limited solely to academic discussions. Yesterday, Xilin posed an intriguing question, and Jiang Qingyu spent the entire night contemplating it. Arriving today with great excitement to share her thoughts, Xie Chenyuan smiled. That is a commendable answer. Your progress is remarkable, and your thinking has improved significantly. At this rate, you will achieve excellent results in the upcoming monthly assessment. Jiang Qingyu felt a bit shy. This is all thanks to you, young Master Xi. The books you selected are of exceptional quality, and their connections are seamless. In these 10 days, her rapid progress is undoubtedly attributed to Xilin. She had never realized the importance of selecting the right books before. Xie Chenyuan interjected, however, today is more significant than usual. I have something important to discuss with you. Just then, a loud voice erupted from behind. No, I do not agree to this marriage. Chapter 61. Thoughts on the young lord? The door swung open, revealing a youth clad in a reddish-brown robe, his eyes filled with determination and defiance. Summoning all his courage, he boldly intervened, proclaiming in a manner that suggested, "As long as I survive, no one shall take Jiang Qingyu away from me." His voice startled everyone in the room, leaving them momentarily speechless as they gazed at Huobyuki. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the space, embracing the notion that if I am not embarrassed, then neither should others be. Huobyuki strode directly toward Jiang Qingyu, seizing her hand with fervor and casting a fierce glare at Xie Chenyuan. I do not consent to your engagement. You need not mention your so-called important matters. He then turned to Jiang Qingyu, his expression akin to that of an abandoned puppy, eyes brimming with grievance. Qingyu, this man harbors ill intentions. He is merely infatuated. Who proposes after knowing someone for less than a month? Surely, there should be formalities and proper courtship. Do not be deceived by him. Jiang Qingyu, incredulous, questioned, proposal? Young lord, have you misunderstood something? Huobyuki, seeing that Jiang Qingyu still sought to defend him, felt his heart shatter. His voice trembled with desperation. I heard everything. You two have been clandestinely meeting for quite some time now. He claimed he had something important to tell you today. Qingyu, I know you are fond of scholarly young men, though I may not measure up at present. I am striving to improve. I truly am working hard. I wish to study diligently for your sake. Please do not be with anyone else. I cannot bear it. The youth's thoughts were as transparent as the path he tread, unhidden and unsought to be concealed. His mind was a chaotic tangle, unable to focus on anything. He simply could not bear the thought of losing Qingyu, and the mere idea filled him with a painful jealousy that felt as if a vast expanse of vinegar had been thrust into his heart, leaving him both hurt and tender. He yearned to express his feelings to Jiang Qingyu, wishing for her to remain solely with him. On the side, Xie Chenyuan, observing the scene, could not suppress a chuckle. Young lord, I believe you must have misheard or misconstrued my intentions. I am not proposing. The young lord refused to listen, retorting coldly, Who asked for your opinion? Do not think your handsome visage grants you the freedom to act as you please. Consider your age before pursuing Jiang Qingyu. Xie Chenyuan remained unfazed, continuing casually. I merely wish to inform Miss Jiang that I will be occupied with certain matters in the coming days and will be unable to assist her. If she finds this place conducive to her studies, she is welcome to come here anytime. Upon hearing this, the young lord snapped to attention. You truly mean that? You are not proposing? Xie Chenyuan replied, Miss Jiang is my savior. We are merely friends. Given my academic expertise, I am assisting her. And our relationship ends there. Huobyuki turned his stiffened gaze towards Jiang Qingyu. She offered an awkward smile. He speaks the truth. Young lord, you have indeed misunderstood him. Huobyuki suddenly realized the absurdity of his actions. Now, filled with regret, he wondered if it was too late to turn back before he had barged in. In a moment of despair, he collapsed, cradling his head in his hands. I apologize. I was just so flustered. I'm not someone who typically engages in such foolishness. He felt utterly shattered. Xie Chenyuan generously forgave him and then spoke up. It's quite all right. Now that you are here, let us not have those waiting outside stand idly. Please, come in and take a seat. Had they been discovered? The individuals outside jolted in surprise, toppling over one another, awkwardly waving and smiling at those inside. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, although she had noticed someone following her. Upon realizing it was the young lord, she had thought little of it. But now, all her classmates were here. She turned to Huobyuki. Young lord, what is going on? Huabuki felt as though he could die, his inner turmoil screaming in despair. Ultimately, he could only muster a pitiful expression in an attempt to cover his tracks. I didn't know they were coming too. At that moment, Hua Jiao raised her hand. I report, he is lying. We came together. Huang Fuling nodded vigorously, asserting that they were not peculiar individuals at all. The third prince, witnessing this, cast a deep glance at Huabuki. My good brother, I regret this. My reputation and the princess's well-being take precedence. Thus, the third prince decisively changed his demeanor, pointing an accusatory finger at Huabuki. It was he who said you've been acting strangely of late. We were concerned for you, which is why we came along. Seeing you unharmed is truly a relief. Such dedication to your studies, even outside of class, is commendable. It inspires me to return and tackle some problems myself. With that, he hastily made his exit. Huang Fuling's eyes narrowed as she quietly slipped away. Hua Jiao raised her hand again. I must return to my dance practice. The others quickly found their own excuses to depart, with one even claiming a need to assist their Sao with postnatal care. In an instant, only 4 individuals remained in the room: Jiang Qingyu, Itsue, Xie Chenyuan, and the utterly dumbfounded young lord. Huabuki, incoherently pointing in the direction of the fleeing figures, gritted his teeth and shouted, Are you all even human? We agreed to share joys and sorrows, to witness the spectacle together. And now, when I've made a fool of myself, you all run away. Xie Chenyuan, with an air of nonchalance, casually seated himself. Would the young lord care for some tea? I could pour you a pot. His smile was warm, devoid of any discernible emotion, including a desire to retain him. His calm demeanor only intensified Huabuki's sense of madness, and Jiang Qingyu observed this stark contrast with clarity. He felt on the brink of despair. Huabuki clenched his teeth. I don't need any tea. Since you all are fine, I will wait for Qingyu outside. From now on, whenever she comes here, I shall personally escort her, regardless of your intentions. I will keep a watchful eye. With that, he strode out with determination. A moment later, he poked his head back in, adding, Do not think that Qingyu is easily deceived because of her age. If you dare show her any disrespect, you will regret it. At this moment, the room fell into a profound silence. Xie Chenyuan glanced at Jiang Qingyu, who was now blushing and feeling disoriented, utterly lost in her thoughts. It was evident that she had not anticipated such embarrassment. He let out a soft chuckle, remarking, Miss Jiang, you certainly have many caring friends. It is often said that the more understanding a person is, the more sensitive they become. In a previous life, Jiang Qingyu might have felt a sense of pride in such matters, but now, she was both proud and somewhat ashamed. Her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson. I apologize for causing you trouble, she said, feeling genuinely remorseful. Xie Chenyuan shook his head. It's hardly a bother. They are quite endearing, especially the young lord. I didn't expect him to be so lively. Jiang Qingyu nodded in agreement. He is usually quite charming. Xie Chenyuan paused in his tea preparation, his gaze gradually rising to meet Jiang Qingyu's. So, Miss Jiang, do you have feelings for the young lord? Chapter 62. Anyone can. But not the Prince. Jiang Qingyu was not oblivious to emotions. She could sense the feelings others held for her. However, she was taken aback by Xi Lin's unexpected inquiry. Throughout their recent interactions, their conversations had predominantly revolved around academic topics, with little mention of daily life, let alone matters of the heart. When suddenly questioned about her feelings towards the young marquis, Jiang Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. Neither in her past life nor in this one had she entertained thoughts of marriage, and currently, she had no time for romantic pursuits. Did she harbor any disdain for the young marquis? Not at all. In fact, she could not deny that she held some fondness for him. Thus, she candidly expressed her thoughts. I have many pressing matters to attend to, and romance is not something I shall contemplate for the time being. However, regarding the young marquis, in terms of family background, I am undoubtedly reaching beyond my means. Yet, on a personal level, he is genuine, brave, and deeply loyal, having assisted me greatly. As she spoke, a notion began to form in her mind. Once my circumstances stabilize, should the day arise when I contemplate marriage, if the young marquis still holds affection for me, I shall earnestly consider him. She was not leading him on, nor was she lying about her feelings. Rather, her sentiments were simply not overwhelmingly intense. Marriage is a significant matter in life, to be approached with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyu's response, Xie Chenyuan narrowed his eyes and probed further. Matters of the heart should not be taken lightly, Miss Jiang. It would be prudent for you to reflect deeply. If one does not possess fervent admiration for another, it may be that the person is not worthy. Jiang Qingyu shook her head. For me, It makes little difference whether or not I marry. Family is of utmost importance. At this, Xie Chenyuan's expression relaxed slightly. He lightly tapped his finger on the table, seemingly both intentionally and unintentionally asking, "What do you think of me, Miss Jiang?" Jiang Qingyu thought he was jesting and responded in kind, "Young Master Xie. In both appearance and intellect, you are unparalleled. What right do I have to choose?" Xie Chenyuan remained silent for a moment before continuing. "And what of that gentleman?" "Which gentleman?" Jiang Qingyu was puzzled. Xie Chenyuan lowered his gaze, his unusually dense silver eyelashes casting a shadow over his expression. "The one you took me to see at the Xie residence when I was injured. In such times, one would only seek help from those they trust, would they not?" Jiang Qingyu realized who he meant, but found it hard to believe, swallowing hard. "You mean the prince?" Xie Chenyuan nodded. "What do you think of him?" In truth, he could already surmise the answer. He, Xilin, was not a viable option. One would certainly speak of power and unattainability or refer to him as masked in some way. Jiang Qingyu seemed to place considerable importance on appearance, a rather unexpected superficiality. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Qingyu decisively declared, "The prince is out of the question. Anyone else is acceptable, but not him." Xie Chenyuan? As Jiang Qingyu gazed with an expression of unassailable righteousness, Xie Chenyuan found himself momentarily dazed, questioning whether he had misheard. He inquired with a smile, "Why is it that the prime minister cannot be considered? Surely, he ought to provide you with what you desire?" Jiang Qingyu glanced at Itsue, then at the still healing wound on her left hand, and replied, "Indeed, the prime minister wields immense power, yet he is not to be approached casually or trifled with. Every moment spent in his company leaves me in trepidation, afraid to speak or act, lest I transgress a taboo and incur his displeasure. Like you, I harbor a fear of him." Itsue nodded vigorously in agreement. "Precisely. A man of his stature is destined for solitude. One misstep in conversation could prove fatal. My lady possesses a gentle disposition and cannot afford to associate with a man like the prime minister, lest she suffer." Xie Chenyuan tightened his grip around the teacup, a forced smile gracing his features. His voice emerged as a strained whisper, "Is that so?" "I see now." Jiang Qingyu nodded. "Let us refrain from further discussion of the prime minister. His capabilities are formidable, and he is ever watchful. I can never conceal my actions or words from him. However, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused today." Xie Chenyuan remained silent, a cold smile curling within him. After Jiang Qingyu and Itsue departed, a faint murmur echoed from the back of the room. "I too harbor a fear of him." "Ah. Anyone could be deemed acceptable, even Xilin, but the prime minister is an exception. Why is that?" "It is simply because he is too formidable. The prime minister, who does not concern himself with others, why then would he suddenly inquire about matters of the heart? Now, having asked, it is over." Su Youfu's casual remarks shattered the teacup in Xie Chenyuan's hand, the shards cutting into his palm, drawing blood. Xie Chenyuan smiled at Su Youfu. "When did I express any concern?" Su Youfu retorted with a sly grin. "Ah, true, you have not explicitly stated it. Yet, your every concession to her lowers your standards more effectively than mere words. Oh no, it seems I should no longer refer to you as the prime minister, but rather as young Master Xie." Faced with such sarcastic banter, Xie Chenyuan's expression grew icy. He explained, "My inquiry was merely to ensure she does not become ensnared by fleeting emotions. Trivial affections only serve to burden her and us." Su Youfu clicked his tongue. Indeed. All of it is merely a test for her." Xie Chenyuan fell silent, donning his mask once more, his hair gradually darkening to its original hue. "Let us cease this trivial chatter. Is everything prepared?" Su Youfu quickly shifted gears. "Everything is ready, absolutely foolproof." "Then let us depart." As they made their way halfway, Xie Chenyuan suddenly paused and said, "By the way, find a way to restrict Huabuki for a few days. Do not allow him to interfere with her monthly assessment. The significance of this assessment is unparalleled, and Shinshushi has been keeping a close watch." Su Youfu inquired, "What has the young marquis done to you?" "I have not observed him being able to disturb Miss Jiang." Xie Chenyuan remarked, "Just do as instructed." Su Youfu replied, "You are the boss. Your word is final." Poor young lord, how unfortunate to have entangled with such a despicable character. After this minor interlude, Jiang Qingyu's life returned to the routine of home, the Imperial Academy, and Shilin's residence, waking earlier than the roosters and retiring later than the dogs. The others at Qilin Hall gradually adapted. Yet they could not help but lament that she had gone mad. Her friends were exceedingly worried about Jiang Qingyu's health. As expected, the day before the monthly assessment, Jiang Qingyu fell ill. Author's note: I have been out enjoying myself these past few days. Updates will resume daily until Sunday. Chapter 63. Opening one's mouth. The sudden onset of illness left Jiang Qingyu momentarily dazed. The sweltering heat of her body, trapped beneath the covers, caused beads of sweat to form, while Xie gently wiped her brow, tears of sympathy threatening to spill. Yet, she dared not make a sound. For Baiji was occupied with diagnosing Jiang Qingyu. Baiji reassured her. It is not a grave illness, merely a common case of overwork fever. A few days of rest should suffice for recovery. Jiang Qingyu was a kind-hearted and eager learner. Although she was a diligent worker who despised overtime, she always brought spicy dishes from Union Pavilion whenever she visited. Over time, her bond with Xie deepened. In the residence, there were few girls to converse with, and none with whom she could truly connect. Upon hearing Xie's urgent request for medical assistance, she rushed over without hesitation, feeling relieved once she confirmed it was not a serious ailment. However, upon hearing that she would need several days of rest, Jiang Qingyu's inherently gentle eyes appeared even more sorrowful. Several days? But I have a monthly assessment tomorrow. Surely, Miss Bai, you possess a remedy that can yield swift results? Baiji looked at her with a hint of exasperation. You have acquired some rudimentary knowledge. You should be aware of the limitations of medical practice. Jiang Qingyu understood well that medicine was not sorcery, but rather a means to assist the body's inherent healing processes. She clenched her fists, yet felt drained of strength. After striving so hard, she found herself incapacitated. Her lips turned pale, and her fingers trembled with frustration. Seeing her in such a state, Xie lamented, "It is my fault. I should have urged the young lady to rest sooner. I have witnessed her hardships, yet I did not intervene." Jiang Qingyu shook her head gently and replied, "Do not blame yourself. What is meant to be will inevitably come to pass." After observing the exchange between the two, Baiji remained silent for a moment before speaking. In truth, there may be a solution after all. Jiang Qingyu instantly seized upon her words, her eyes shining with hope as she looked at Baiji. Baiji, not wishing to withhold information, continued, "Recently, envoys from distant lands have arrived, bringing with them numerous treasures, including some extraordinary herbs. Among them is a rare fruit known as Dayou, which is said to possess remarkable restorative properties. Consuming it not only remedies various ailments but also enhances the physical constitution of the eater. It is rumored that those who partake in it seldom suffer from common illnesses thereafter." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Such treasures were offerings from foreign lands, coveted even by princes and princesses, let alone someone like her. Just then, Baiji added with a smile, "If you desire it, you might inquire with Xie Chenyuan." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. "The Lord?" Baiji replied, "Indeed, he has recently accomplished something quite remarkable. It is said that he has secured a declaration from all the foreign envoys to become allies of Dayou, with Dayou assuming a dominant role in the alliance. His Majesty was greatly pleased by this, and if the Prime Minister were to leverage this achievement for his own gain, a mere purple jade fruit would surely be granted without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu's mind stirred. Yet she soon fell into a state of indecision. "My relationship with the Prime Minister is merely one of verbal agreement. What grounds do I possess to request such a precious reward in exchange for the fruit? He has already aided me sufficiently. Furthermore, even if I were to ask, he may not acquiesce." Nevertheless, she truly yearned for that purple jade fruit. Baiji cast a glance at her. "Are you not going to ask? Shall I go and inquire on your behalf?" Upon finishing her words, she prepared to depart. Jiang Qingyu, feeling somewhat bashful, especially regarding matters of social etiquette, promptly sat up from the bed. "Miss Bai, please wait. I shall go myself." Baiji then halted her steps and regarded her. "Is your condition stable?" Jiang Qingyu's complexion lacked color, yet she nodded affirmatively. "I am fine. Just as well." From Baiji's perspective, if Jiang Qingyu were to approach Xie Chenyuan for the purple jade fruit at this moment, he would undoubtedly comply. On one hand, Xie Chenyuan needed Jiang Qingyu to excel in the upcoming monthly assessment, thereby becoming a disciple of Chen Shushi. On the other hand, that reserved fellow certainly harbored personal feelings for Jiang Qingyu. Having accompanied Xie Chenyuan for 5 or 6 years, it was the first time she witnessed him abandon his principles for a woman, and she had even heard tidings from Su Lao regarding this matter. Xie Chenyuan had met Jiang Qingyu once before. The clarity of that encounter suggested it was indeed significant. As they made their way, Baiji could not help but inquire, "It is said that you once had an encounter with Xie Chenyuan. Do you recall?" Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. Had she truly crossed paths with the Prime Minister? She quickly shook her head in denial. I do not remember. My memory is quite good. And the Prime Minister is easily recognizable. Had I met him, I would not have forgotten. Bai Shi remained skeptical. Yet Xie Chenyuan had no reason to fabricate such a tale to Su Youfu. Or perhaps, during that previous encounter, Xie Chenyuan was under a different identity? It seemed only he could elucidate the true nature of those events. How vexing, such curiosity. Upon arriving before the Prime Minister's residence, Jiang Qingyu was already on the verge of collapse. She felt unwell, as though her head might burst. The moment Bai Shi knocked on the door, Jiang Qingyu fainted. The last sound she heard being Itsue's frantic call. Miss, what is wrong with you? What is her condition? Nothing serious, merely exhaustion. Knowing she was fatigued, why did you allow her to come here? I am a physician. I know the limits. Should she not come in person? The value of that purple jade fruit would diminish significantly. It is the Prime Minister and Miss Bai. What are they discussing? The words were indistinct. Her eyes felt too heavy to open. Where was she lying now? What time is it? Is there still time for the monthly assessment? Jiang Qingyu summoned the last vestiges of her strength to move, yet found even the slightest motion a challenge. Was this merely a dream? At that moment, a deep, resonant voice of a man echoed through the air, imbued with an unusual warmth, yet the words spoken carried an unmistakable tone of disdain. To have exhausted oneself to such an extent truly makes one a rare specimen in this world, and in a certain light, one could even consider it a form of talent. She instinctively attempted to part her lips, yet found herself unable to move, her mouth stubbornly sealed. Was this indeed a dream? It seemed fitting. Only in dreams would a nobleman speak so extensively, and not a single word of his was pleasant. Suddenly, a finger pressed gently against her lips, as the man reiterated his command with emphasis, "Open your mouth." Chapter 64. Unappreciated affection. Xie Chenyuan gently pried open Jiang Qingyu's lips with his fingers, the icy sensation brushing against her mouth. Sweet juice flowed into her slightly parted lips. Jiang Qingyu found herself unable to swallow, but after hearing the man's deep sigh, his warm fingers pressed against the acupoint beside her jaw, applying gentle pressure. Gradually, her mouth began to swallow the mysterious juice, cool and sweet, as if a breath of refreshing summer air glided effortlessly down her throat and into her stomach. The man's voice descended upon her, cool and detached. You can't even manage to drink it. How troublesome. Jiang Qingyu felt a wave of frustration. Was she truly the one difficult to please? It was not a matter of will but capability. It was no wonder that everyone feared him, labeling him a malevolent spirit. Was this akin to being haunted by a ghost? Once the juice settled in her stomach, its sweetness transformed into strands of coolness, visibly lowering her body temperature. Remarkably, Jiang Qingyu sensed that she had regained control over her own body. She could open her eyes now, and before her stood the man in the ghostly mask. Indeed, it was the familiar Xie Chenyuan. Yet his exposed eyes felt hauntingly familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Jiang Qingyu dismissed her thoughts and slowly rose. Noticing her movement, Xie Chenyuan gently supported her, inquiring, "Are you able to get up?" His tone, even in such a simple question, carried an air of profound sorrow. Jiang Qingyu's mind was still somewhat muddled, and she nearly fainted again, but thankfully Xie Chenyuan was there to steady her. She instinctively placed her hands upon the cold, terrifying mask. With its green face and sharp fangs, it seemed capable of devouring a person whole. As she held the mask, she couldn't suppress a feeling of grievance rising within her. Could you not be so fearsome? Xie Chenyuan paused, as if contemplating something. He then asked, "Do you know who you're speaking to?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "Lord Xie." Xie Chenyuan pressed his lips together. "Am I truly fearsome?" Jiang Qingyu nodded seriously, "Very fearsome." "Everyone is afraid of you." Xie Chenyuan inquired, "How afraid?" Jiang Qingyu replied, as if standing before a tiger or wolf. "No, even more fearsome than that." Xie Chenyuan gazed at her, his eyes deep as an abyss, where countless lost souls resided, reaching out to pull her closer, threatening to drown her in their depths. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "What would you have me do?" Jiang Qingyu bit her lip, uncertain whether this was reality or a dream. And with a tone reminiscent of a request or negotiation, she said, "I hope you could be a little gentler." Xie Chenyuan did not look at her anymore, lowering his gaze to ask, "What does gentleness mean?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "Soft words, kind speech, and not causing harm at will." Xie Chenyuan questioned, "In your eyes, am I one who speaks harshly, acts maliciously, and harms at whim?" Jiang Qingyu fell silent, even in dreams. She understood the boundaries of her words and what should remain unspoken. Moreover, many things were already clear without needing to be articulated explicitly, which would only appear foolish. Xie Chenyuan's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "I have gone to great lengths to procure the purple jade fruit for you. only to find that you have become a presence more ferocious than tigers or wolves. Jiang Qingyu, you truly lack gratitude. The mention of the purple jade fruit struck Jiang Qingyu like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Had he really gone through so much trouble to acquire it? It took her a while to realize this was no dream. This was the truth. Remembering her earlier candid words, she felt a surge of heat in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to make the best of the situation. Besides, Xie Chenyuan was still relatively gentle at this moment. Jiang Qingyu replied, I am deeply grateful that the Lord is willing to save me. However, let us be clear, while it is true that you can be fierce, it does not stem from malice. It is said that fierce beasts do not act solely out of aggression, but also to protect themselves. In her opinion, Xie Chenyuan belonged to the latter category. Yet, Xie Chenyuan showed no leniency. He swiftly countered, now that your wits have returned, do you seek to make amends? Jiang Qingyu, feeling embarrassed, responded with a smile, I do not quite comprehend what you mean, my lord. Xie Chenyuan raised his gaze slightly. Truly do not understand? Jiang Qingyu nodded, stubbornly maintaining her ignorance. Xie Chenyuan was too weary to engage in further banter. You have slept the entire night. The examination at the academy will commence in half an hour. Since you have nearly regained your strength, ensure that you fulfill your responsibilities. Do not let my efforts in procuring the purple jade fruit be in vain. Jiang Qingyu replied, understood. The carriage back to the academy was driven by Su Youfu himself, who appeared to be in high spirits. Inside the carriage, Jiang Qingyu and Itsue were engaged in a pre-exam review. After a while, Su Youfu spoke up. Miss Jiang, you are truly fortunate. Jiang Qingyu, taken aback, inquired, fortunate? How so? Su Youfu explained, the Lord returned to the residence and, upon hearing of your illness, hurried back to court to request a purple jade fruit from His Majesty. For the Lord to be so concerned, you must be the first. Remembering the awkwardness of the morning, Jiang Qingyu felt a sense of relief only in Su Youfu's presence, and sighed, please do not jest with me, Su Laozhang. The Lord sought the purple jade fruit so that I might excel in the examination. Should I fail, I would have to return it. Su Youfu narrowed his eyes. He spoke directly to her heart. If the Lord sought someone, there are many more suitable candidates than you. Why did He not choose another? Jiang Qingyu pondered for a moment. Because I am obedient enough? Su Youfu asked, are others not obedient? Jiang Qingyu replied, perhaps it is simply my good fortune. Su Youfu found himself speechless, his expression growing colder than ever, as if he were playing music to an uncomprehending audience. The youth of today truly lack understanding, all consumed by their mundane ambitions. If they could not grasp the situation now, who could? Life is not easy, Su Youfu sighed. He felt an urge to resign and return to his hometown to cultivate the land, fearing that if he remained in the residence much longer, he would inevitably become an antique. Time seems to be slipping away. In the Qilin Hall, in pursuit of fairness, the learned scholars of different academies take turns serving as examiners. After reviewing the list, the examiners realized that Jiang Qingyu was missing. A tenth of an incense stick as burning time past the examination deadline would be considered a no-show, thereby deeming her absence as forfeited. As the allotted time had now elapsed, the examiner inquired, has Jiang Qingyu not yet arrived? According to the regulations, I must mark her name as absent. Just then, the young lord stood up resolutely. He addressed the examiner, please grant Qingyu a little more time. She will surely come. Chapter 65, Timely Arrival Following the Small Lord. Hua Jiao, Huang Fuling, and Huang Fuqinghuan all expressed their stances. The examiner appeared troubled, stating, this is the rule. Under normal circumstances, it would suffice. But this month's assessment is different. The Grand Scholar places great importance on this occasion, as it carries a significance that transcends merely testing the students. It is intricately linked to recent events in the court. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution. However, upon uttering these words, other students from Qilin Hall also rose to their feet. Teacher, how has Jiang Qingyu performed this month? Everyone has been watching. She has worked diligently to achieve commendable results in this assessment. Please, do not strip her of the right to take the exam. We beseech you. The examiner, bewildered and apprehensive, stammered, You mustn't speak so recklessly. I have not deprived her of her examination rights. He felt the weight of their accusations bearing down on him. Nevertheless, their claims held merit. Jiang Qingyu's dedication and work ethic since her enrollment were exceedingly rare in the annals of the academy, comparable only to a handful of underprivileged students who aspired to rise through such means. A young lady of her stature was an unprecedented occurrence. Born with a silver spoon, she had access to privileges that ordinary individuals could only dream of, rendering effort seemingly unnecessary. Yet, during these days, She relentlessly pursued her teachers with questions. When Su Yue was absent, she turned to others, ensuring that all the instructors remembered her. She not only exerted herself, but also inspired her peers in Qilin Hall. Since her arrival, the atmosphere in Qilin Hall had transformed remarkably. Even the distinguished students of Tianzi Hall were not as fervent. This inspired other halls to engage in earnest study as well, fostering an unprecedented spirit of diligence throughout the academy. Jiang Qingyu played an indispensable role in this vibrant shift. The examiner spoke again. Let us wait for the duration of a tenth of an incense stick. However, this matter must remain within our knowledge. We cannot allow others to exploit it. Do you understand? Gratitude filled the air, with praises showering upon the teacher, lifting the examiner's spirits immensely. Who says the students of Qilin Hall are unruly? They are, in fact, exemplary. As the incense neared its tenth of a stick's worth of burn, the examiner began distributing the examination papers. At that moment, the small lord could no longer contain himself, murmuring, "She cannot possibly miss the exam. Something must have happened. I shall go find her," and swiftly dashed out of the classroom. Others paused in surprise, and the examiner barely had time to stop him. Not long after the small lord dashed out, he unexpectedly collided with the hastily approaching Jiang Qingyu and Itsue. Sweaty and startled upon spotting the small lord, Jiang Qingyu exclaimed, "Small lord, what are you doing here?" With a reddened gaze, Huabuki felt the heavy stone of worry finally lift from his heart. He longed to rush forward and embrace her but restrained himself, his voice tinged with concern. "Where have you been? I thought something had happened to you. So I came out to find you." Jiang Qingyu concealed the matters at the Xiang residence, relaying only the details of her fever and related circumstances to him. The young lord was taken aback, his own anxiety surpassing even the heat of the moment. "So, how are you feeling now? Are you still unwell?" Jiang Qingyu shook her head. "I'm fine now. Let us hurry back to the academy for the monthly assessment." Huabuki nodded, and they both dashed off together. They returned to Qilin Hall just in time, and a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone present. The monthly assessment at the academy comprised 5 subjects: law, arithmetic, calligraphy, literary talent, and political discourse. Each subject was allotted 1 hour, spanning 2 days in total. Once seated, Jiang Qingyu glanced at the questions, her heart tightening with trepidation. Huabuki, seated beside her, murmured reassuringly, "Do not fear, just attempt it. No matter the outcome, no one will dare to say anything against you. Should anyone do so, I shall stand by you." Jiang Qingyu felt a wave of relief wash over her due to his words. "Thank you, young lord." Huabuki blushed and nodded. "It is the least I can do." Since their last encounter with Shi Lin, his attitude towards Jiang Qingyu had grown increasingly favorable. For he recognized her exceptional qualities, so remarkable that many would covet her. Thus, he resolved to treat her with utmost kindness, hoping to remain in her thoughts. After the examination, it seemed as though the students from other halls had been utterly drained by the rigorous papers, their faces marked with shock and disbelief. In the dining hall, they lamented loudly. How could this assessment be so difficult? One cried, "I didn't even manage to see what the last 3 questions looked like before I submitted my paper unfinished." The level of difficulty this time was entirely unlike any before. Another chimed in, "I just compared answers with Lin Yu, and I got the first few questions all wrong." Speaking of which, how did Lin Yu fare? Did he finish? Lin Yu was among the top achievers in the Tianzi Hall, having excelled in the previous imperial examination and even had a chance of becoming the top scholar. However, he had voluntarily forfeited that opportunity to further his studies at the academy, preparing for the next examination. His academic prowess was impressive, and apart from his somewhat proud demeanor, he was generally regarded as a commendable individual. Lin Yu's expression was equally grim as he replied, "I didn't finish." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Even you didn't finish?" Lin Yu continued, "The last question on law pertained to diplomatic law, a topic that has never been examined before. I had no idea where to begin." The students were left uncertain whether to feel relieved or to lament the unprecedented difficulty of the examination. With Lin Yu not completing the paper as well, it was particularly nerve-wracking since he usually ranked just behind Huang Fuling. If no one managed to answer the questions, it would surely disappoint the instructors. This was, after all, the prestigious academy of Dayou. At that moment, the students from Qilin Hall strolled past with cheerful smiles. Lin Yu turned to Huang Fuling. "Your Highness, how did you fare in the law exam?" Huang Fuling offered him a fleeting glance, suddenly recalling how he had previously disrespected Sister Yu. She replied, "Sister Yu should have performed admirably." Lin Yu, astonished, looked at Jiang Qingyu. "You completed it?" Jiang Qingyu smiled modestly. "It was merely luck." Lin Yu was utterly shocked, unable to believe that Jiang Qingyu had indeed managed to finish the examination. Huobuqi spoke. I have heard you mention that this assessment is particularly challenging. The members of the Tianzi Hall replied, Indeed, it is quite difficult. What of it? Huobuqi suddenly revealed a brazen smile, retorting, The Tianzi Hall is merely mediocre. You still need to practice. The members of Tianzi Hall were incensed, demanding, What do you mean by that? No matter how poorly they perform this time, they certainly do not deserve to be looked down upon by that fool, Huobuqi. Who would have thought that Huobuqi would proudly pat his chest and exclaim, I performed exceptionally well in this exam. Previously, I was unable to answer a single question, but this time I have successfully answered 3 questions, bringing great honor to my family. Others? No. Is it not a matter of great pride what those 3 questions are? However, they have underestimated Qilan Hall. Chapter 66. The subtlety of words and the piercing critique. What was the existence of Qilan Hall in the past? It was a place where one could engage in spirited contests of cricket on the table during the monthly assessments. Was it that they lacked the desire to strive for excellence? No, it was rather a matter of inability. The Taixue, as the premier institution of the Great Yu, posed examination challenges akin to the imperial examinations. In certain respects, the imperial examinations paled in comparison to the rigors of Taixue assessments. Today, however, they found themselves in a position of unexpected triumph. This month's assessment was exceptionally simple. I could comprehend several questions with ease, devoid of any substantial difficulty. I am at a loss as to what the challenges of this month's assessment could possibly be. What on earth are the students of the Tianzi class struggling with? The first question was so straightforward that even I could grasp it, a feat I previously could not achieve. It was far too easy. I shall certainly attain a grade of B. I am confident I will pass. Oh, dear parents, I have made progress. I feel that my performance this time surpasses any prior attempt. Surely, diligent study yields rewards. One and all were exhilarated, an undeniable fervor radiating from their very beings. The members of the Tianzi Hall could not comprehend this fervor, utterly perplexed. What, pray tell, are you all celebrating? Particularly Lin Yu, who found the scene almost unbearable. They were merely elated over comprehending a couple of relatively simple questions. What was there to rejoice about? Were they not fools? Yet, curiously, upon witnessing their exuberance, he felt an inexplicable twinge of envy and a profound sense of internal turmoil. Envy towards this group, from Qilan Hall, despite knowing that even if he performed poorly, he could not possibly fare worse than them. What was the source of this sentiment? Jiang Qingyu regarded him, her gaze seemingly imbued with a hint of pity. Lin Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Qingyu shook her head. It is nothing. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, a surge of unidentifiable anger swelling within him. They had only completed one examination, for more awaited, and he could not possibly allow himself to be outdone by her. This time, in the monthly assessment, he would not concede defeat to Jiang Qingyu. Soon, the members of Tianzi Hall departed. Huang Fu Shui approached, drawing near to Jiang Qingyu, her confusion apparent. Sister Yu, what is wrong with him? She struggled to understand why Lin Yu, who was undeniably talented, would be irked by the elation of the Qilan Hall students. She sensed his frustration quite vividly. Jiang Qingyu replied, Perhaps he simply envies the camaraderie of the Qilan Hall. Huang Fuling was even more bewildered. Envy? Jiang Qingyu elaborated. There exists a type of individual who, having experienced significant deprivation in their early years, one day recognizes their own genius. In the midst of accolades, they lose their sense of self, believing themselves to possess nothing. They feel secure and fulfilled only by traversing further along this path. Yet, upon reaching a certain pinnacle, they find themselves surrounded by others of equal or greater brilliance, and anxiety and suffering ensue. This is not a disparity of material wealth, but rather a misalignment of one's inner state with external circumstances. He has advanced too swiftly and too early. Thus, he has likely not felt the joy of progress in quite some time. Yet the individuals of Qilan Hall are altogether different. They experience the thrill of learning for the first time. Geniuses are never crushed by external forces. Rather, they struggle to confront their own mediocrity. It remains to be seen whether Lin Yu can endure this challenge. After 2 days, the other 4 examinations also concluded in succession. The difficulty of this assessment was indeed unprecedented. Not only the prodigies from the Tianzi class felt the pressure, but students from other academies began to sense an overwhelming strain as well. Some were unable to contain their emotions and wept openly in the examination hall. Only the members of Qilan Hall found joy in their examinations. while others lost their appetites upon completion. The Qilin Hall students rushed to the dining hall to indulge in extra dishes, celebrating their remarkable success. This sight stirred feelings of discontent among the other academies. Eventually, unable to restrain themselves, several individuals approached the members of Qilin Hall, mocking them coldly. It seems that not studying has its advantages. Merely answering a couple of questions and still managing to feel elated over achieving a C grade is quite puzzling. Young Master Ho was on the verge of retaliating with a punch, but Jiang Qingyu intervened, smiling as she addressed them. As the sages say, contentment brings joy. We of Qilin Hall are merely a group of second-generation heirs here to seek gilding. It is naturally delightful to unexpectedly solve a few more problems. You all appear quite cheerful as well. Surely, you must have all attained grades in this month's assessment? I trust you have satisfactory reports for your families? The provocateurs were momentarily taken aback, their most sensitive concerns laid bare. Before they could formulate a response, Jiang Qingyu blinked and continued. Why the silence? Could it be that you encountered some missteps? Their faces flushed crimson. Jiang Qingyu feigned an apologetic demeanor, gently remarking, Oh, I see. My apologies. I did not intend to say such things. I merely assumed that since you from the Tianzi and Dizzy classes are exceptionally talented, you must have easily attained grades. Unlike us in Qilin Hall, who rely on familial connections and influence to gain entry here. This series of subtle jabs left the challengers' faces as red as blood. They longed to retort, yet Jiang Qingyu's gentle tone felt anything but aggressive. The veiled sarcasm was more disarming than outright insults. They pointed at her, rendered speechless, and finally managed a feeble response. Why you wait? No matter what, we will not perform worse than you. After the results are announced, the master of sacrifices will surely be disappointed in you. Jiang Qingyu innocently replied, but disappointment presupposes hope, does it not? Do you possess any? The others nearly spat blood in disbelief. This was a fatal blow. The members of Qilin Hall looked on in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the usually gentle Qingyu could wield such formidable wit when provoked. They felt a pang of sympathy for her adversaries. Each remark struck straight to the heart, landing as direct hits to their souls. They have skillfully adopted the cunning tactics of Jiang Qingyu and the students of Qilin Hall. One after another have abandoned their usual straightforwardness, resorting instead to loud and sarcastic remarks, causing those classmates who had not yet arrived at the dining hall to feel utterly defeated and unable to eat. Everyone exclaimed, we did not provoke them. Consequently, the focus of their ire shifted towards the few instigators. Zhang Xi, perhaps you should temper your words? No matter how poorly they perform, their families will always provide support. Do you not find it humiliating to trouble them in such a manner? Ultimately, Qilin Hall emerged victorious with overwhelming superiority, marking one of the rare occasions where they triumphed solely through the power of their words. In celebration of the valiant Jiang Qingyu, the group ordered 2 additional dishes. Finally, after 3 days, the results of the monthly assessment were announced. Chapter 67. Only 2 on the A list on the day the results are announced. For list will be released, A, B, C, and D. These lists encompass the cumulative scores from 5 subjects taken by the students, ultimately determining their rankings for this month's assessment. To secure a place on the A list, one must achieve top marks in all 5 subjects, with the other lists following suit in descending order. The significance of attaining all A grades in these subjects is a clear indication of one's potential for success in the imperial examinations. Presently, only 2 individuals maintain a stable position on the A list, Wang Fuling and Lin Yu. The remaining students fluctuate in their standings, with an average of around 5 individuals making the A list each time. The 3 days leading up to the announcement did little to ease the students' anxieties. Instead, they were gripped by trepidation as the day approached. I'm doomed, truly doomed. I was barely clinging to the B list, and now I fear I want to even make that. Will I be expelled from the Tianzi Hall? No. How can I face everyone? Calm down. The difficulty of this month's assessment surpassed all expectations. Everyone performed poorly, so surely no one will make a fuss, another replied, desperately attempting to console their peers. I can't take it anymore. Who devised such a challenging assessment? This is not even on the imperial examination syllabus. A group of students lamented, clutching their heads in despair. Members of Qilin Hall gradually approached, each one munching on seeds. Wabuki commented, what is there to be so distraught about? Haven't they seen the world? They're panicking at the thought of slipping to the B list, while I maintain a calm demeanor. I would even accept the D list. Huangfu Qinghuan retorted, who knows? Achieving the highest score doesn't guarantee a position in the upper echelons of government. Some individuals who only reach the rank of a scholar may still find success. If I were emperor, I would certainly not want such individuals. Their mindset is far too fragile. Huarjiao interjected, is it wise to voice such sentiments? We might lose our heads. Huangfu Qinghuan shrugged. Who else is listening? Huangfu Ling nodded in agreement while munching on seeds. Some words, once spoken, bear no consequence. It is only when they fall into the ears of the wrong individuals that trouble arises. Moreover, if her royal brother truly harbored ambitions of becoming emperor, it would actually ease her father's concerns. Her brother was rather neglectful of his responsibilities, often daydreaming about adventures beyond the realm, and had been brought back multiple times by their father's secret guards after attempting to run away. Jiang Qingyu also nibbled on seeds, appreciating the situation. While others only heard one side of the conversation, she was privy to both. Quite amusing indeed. She glanced around and astutely noted, where is Linyu today? He cares deeply about his grades. Surely he should be the most anxious for the results. Wabuki, ever playful and quick to gather information, replied. It is said that he has attended the academy these past few days. After finishing his last exam, he left home with a stern expression. Those from the Tianzi class mentioned he went to see a doctor. Huarjiao gasped, is it that serious? Wabuki nodded affirmatively, indeed. Huangfu Qinghuan suddenly spoke up. That can't be right. Isn't he right over there? The group followed Huangfu Qinghuan's gaze and indeed saw Linyu. Though he appeared to be in a rather dire state today, his dark circles were profoundly deep, and his face had lost all semblance of color, appearing so pallid that it was as if some malevolent entity had drained his vitality. The once fair visage had visibly withered since she last saw him just 2 days prior, with even his cheeks sunken inwards, resembling a specter. Young lord, what on earth? Has he been subjected to some form of torment? How could he have become so unappealing? Yet, Jiang Qingyu immediately sensed something amiss. She was aware of Lin Yu's completion of his final examination, a fact she had learned from Saluo. Saluo mentioned that he had been idly engaged in a game of rooftop hopping at the academy when he inadvertently witnessed the whole affair. During the political essay portion, Lin Yu had suddenly vomited, submitting an incomplete paper in a distressed state. It now appeared that Lin Yu's emotional turmoil was more severe than she had anticipated. Soon, the guards of the academy emerged, each clutching 4 large sheets of parchment, meticulously safeguarded. A young boy shouted, the results are out. In an instant, a wave of anxiety washed over the crowd, hearts pounding in trepidation. A guard announced, the ding list comprises 57 individuals. Upon hearing this number, everyone thought they had misheard. 57? Such a figure was unprecedented. Even when combining the numbers from Qilin Hall, it barely exceeded 30. The 4 great academies, each housing approximately 50 students, meant that the ding list signified failure, indicating that not a single one of the 57 had passed. This revelation left everyone in utter disbelief. The academy had never performed so poorly. Before long, the ding list was released, and to everyone's astonishment, the number of names from Qilin Hall was shockingly fewer than 20. Moreover, most were barely at the ding level, just shy of passing. The majority from the Huang class were in utter despair. I can't believe I failed. My parents will kill me. Meanwhile, those from Qilin Hall were elated. Oh my, I was so close to passing. I will definitely succeed next time. The young lord was notably absent from the list, leading to speculation that he might have landed on the C list. If even the young lord found himself on the C list, I must strive even harder. Nevertheless, my progress is commendable enough. My parents must take me to Union Pavilion for a celebratory feast. Young lord, what do you mean? Do I not look like someone who could pass? The C list is a mere trifle for me. Soon, the C list was announced. 170 names were revealed, with the young lord and Huangfu Qinghuan prominently featured. Ultimately, the A and B list would be unveiled simultaneously, drawing everyone's attention. The announcer began, I will first inform you that this time, only 2 individuals have made it to the A list. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Only 2. Jiang Qingyu instinctively clenched her fingers, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she focused on the A list. Although there were 2 slots, in reality, only one would remain, as Linger was certain to claim the other. At this moment, everyone's gaze was riveted on the A list. Who, besides Her Highness, would claim the other prestigious spot? The announcement continued. Author's note, engaging in leisure with friends outdoors, there shall be but a single chapter today. Chapter 68. First place on the A list. Sweeping the top 3. The A and B lists were simultaneously announced, yet all eyes were fixated solely on the A list. It was evident to all that only 2 names graced the list. As Jiang Qingyu gazed upward, before she could fully comprehend the moment, the air around her erupted into exclamations of astonishment, jubilation, and a cacophony of voices that bombarded her senses. Congratulations poured in from every direction, a symphony of shock and delight enveloping her. In the midst of this bustling celebration, as she beheld the name of Huang Fu Ling above hers, it felt as though she had leapt from water, transforming into a dragon of gold amidst the splendor. At that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down Jiang Qingyu's cheeks, saturating the ground beneath her. Jiang Qingyu, first in the 5 Doors A list. She had achieved it. Incredible, Qingyu, first in the 5 Doors A list. How did you manage such a feat? Is this achievement truly real? For the first time, aside from Princess Ling Heir, someone has secured the top spot in the 5 Doors A list. Even the prodigy Lin Yu had never claimed this honor. Not to mention, this examination was exceptionally challenging. At that moment, attention shifted to the B list. To everyone's astonishment, Hua Jiao had claimed the top position on the B list. She was merely one subject away from the A list, and her literary prowess was indeed commendable. Hua Jiao, too, felt her heart race with excitement. The 3 women of Qilin Hall stood proudly among the top 3. In the history of the Academy, such an achievement could only be deemed historic. The crowd was left in utter disbelief, as if caught in a dream, their minds entranced by the surreal nature of the moment, akin to silver needles piercing their consciousness. In this instant, the 3 women of Qilin Hall basked in their glory. Huang Fu Ling and Hua Jiao turned to face Jiang Qingyu, their faces radiating joy for her. Sister Yu, you did it. Qingyu, I shall strive to catch up to the A list next time. Others gradually emerged from their stupor. Jiang Qingyu, first on the A list, among the 5 Doors, the second individual to achieve this after Princess Huang Fu Ling. How could this be? The top 3 were all claimed by Qilin Hall. Lin Yu didn't even make it into the top 10. No, it was worse. Lin Yu had not only failed to enter the top 10, but he was also stuck in the middle of the C list. What? How had Lin Yu fallen to the C list, and within its depths? All gazes turned toward Lin Yu, who appeared ghastly, his eye socket sunken, devoid of color, as if all the blood had pooled in his eyes. He muttered incessantly, impossible, impossible, impossible. She has only been at the Academy for a month. How could she achieve such a level? First on the A list, how could anyone surpass the princess? Lin Yu had been tormented these past few days, and now, witnessing the results felt like a knife to his heart, rendering him unable to believe his eyes. Although both he and Jiang Qingyu were on the 5 Doors A list, they were technically tied, yet the scholars, faced with such a tie, would reassess their political essays and position the superior essay first. How could Jiang Qingyu, a mere woman, possibly compose a political essay more outstanding than that of the princess, who had been steeped in palace life since childhood? With reddened eyes, Lin Yu, in a state of uncontrolled despair, shouted, I demand a public review of the papers, a review of Jiang Qingyu's work. A single call incited a flurry of excitement, the broken window effect prompting everyone to demand a review of the examination papers. Jiang Qingyu had only been at the Academy for a month, and her entrance examination results had merely placed her in the 3rd tier. How could she possibly have made such rapid progress? Public review of the papers. We demand an open review. The 4 esteemed halls, Tianzi Hall, Dizzy Hall, Zhuangzidi Hall, and Huangzi Hall, united in their outcry. The expressions of the observing scholars darkened considerably. They never anticipated these students would engage in such unruly behavior. They were entirely unaware of the astonishing content of Jiang Qingyu's political discourse and legal examination. An open review? Wasn't that tantamount to undermining their authority? All the scholars turned their gazes toward Shushi, who held Jiang Qingyu's answer sheet in his hands, his eyes alight with excitement and satisfaction. Master, you must not indulge these children in their mischief. If they were to see this answer sheet, their resolve would surely be shaken. All the scholars had reviewed Jiang Qingyu's paper, which had received unanimous acclaim, securing the top position in the Academy. They understood all too well that her examination performance was a striking blow to the others. Nevertheless, Shushi retorted with a scoff. Students of the Academy are likely to become officials in the court. If they cannot withstand such minor setbacks and fail to recognize the existence of true genius that eclipses all others, then what difference is there between them and the utterly inept? If they wish to see, then let them see. Furthermore, this would allow me to justifiably take her as my disciple, clarifying to all why I chose her. After Jiang Qingyu submitted her paper, he sought out her answer sheet and perused it thoroughly. He realized her performance exceeded all expectations. He had intended to take her as his disciple 3 days prior upon receiving the paper, but he had waited until now to provide her with a legitimate opportunity. With Jiang Qingyu's answer sheet in hand, he stepped outside. The moment people saw him emerge, they bowed their heads in reverence. Master, Shushi remarked, you lot are truly devoid of decorum. At that moment, Lin Yu was on the brink of collapse. Any minor setback could reduce him to a mere puddle of despair. Resolutely clenching his teeth, he declared, "Master, I simply refuse to accept this." "What do you have to refuse? What does it concern you?" Lin Yu was momentarily dazed. I merely made an error in this examination." Qin Shushi coldly interjected, "You did not merely err. You were simply unable to accept your failure and have resigned yourself to decline." Lin Yu was rendered speechless by this statement, his fists clenched tightly as he sniffled. Qin Shushi continued, "If you wish to see the answer sheet, let us first inquire whether the candidate herself is willing to present it." He hinted at Jiang Qingyu with these words. Understanding Qin Shushi's temperament and what he favored, she rose and spoke with a firm yet measured tone. In response to Master, "I am willing to present. Since I have achieved the top rank, I also possess the heart of a top scholar. If my classmates are dissatisfied, I am willing to earn their respect through demonstration." Qin Shushi was immensely pleased with the response. With a grand gesture, he called out, "Excellent. Since Jiangxing has made his stance clear, I shall no longer be coy. Bring forth his examination papers and display them in the vacant position on the esteemed board, so that all may behold his brilliance." Several young scholars swiftly approached, taking Jiang Qingyu's 5 examination papers to affix them to the empty space on the board. Soon, a crowd gathered, with Lin Yu at the forefront. They were eager to ascertain whether Jiang Qingyu, the top student of the academy and the leading figure on the board, truly deserved such accolades. Chapter 69. Jiang Qingyu's examination paper. Before long, Jiang Qingyu's examination paper was scrutinized with great clarity. Renowned for her calligraphy, although not yet at a masterful level, her writing exhibited a nascent grace, strikingly beautiful and distinctly personal, evoking a sense of delight upon first glance. Moreover, she flawlessly answered all objective questions, while her subjective responses were meticulously articulated, smooth yet imbued with subtle personal insights. Like a gentle Tai Chi, she embraced all possibilities while delivering incisive blows of understanding. What truly astonished everyone was her response to the pivotal question on diplomatic law, as well as her discourse on governance of the people. Unlike the isolationist or submissive stances adopted by many of her peers, Jiang Qingyu advocated for the establishment of diplomatic channels, fostering beneficial interactions with other nations through agriculture, commerce, and industry. She envisioned a network of small ties leading to broader relationships. Such innovative thinking was not merely novel, it was unprecedented. The audacity of her approach seemed not only feasible but capable of propelling Great Yu's diplomacy to unprecedented heights. Should it succeed, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement for the ages. In her discourse on the governance of the populace, Jiang Qingyu proposed a radical and extreme theory. The foundation of statecraft lies in the governance of the people. The sovereign, appointed by heaven, must regard the populace as paramount. The hearts of the people are the true indicators of divine will, and he who wins the hearts of the people shall command the realm. For when the realm prospers, so too do its citizens. In light of the current deficiencies in Great Yu's governance, should the focus shift to enhancing the lives of the populace, it would yield generations of wisdom and virtue. This revolutionary shift from a state-centric to a people-centric ideology was exceptionally bold, fraught with peril that could lead to dire consequences. Yet, she displayed remarkable acumen by praising the current era as one of prosperity, asserting that the sovereign embodies the will of the people. To articulate such a perspective in an examination paper was audacious. Even to contemplate it would be deemed reckless by many. It is said that a person's responses reveal their true character. And such a daring and extreme stance emanating from the gentle and refined daughter of a noble family left everyone utterly speechless. How valuable was this examination paper? Could it be deemed worthy of the highest distinction? Those with discerning eyes could readily perceive that mere accolades would not suffice to categorize this work. Its true caliber could very well warrant an official commendation. Jiang Qingyu had transcended their level altogether. Yet, she maintained a confident smile, wondering why everyone else remained silent. Perhaps believing her examination paper unworthy? She cast a glance at Lin Yu, who gazed at the paper with red-rimmed eyes, whispering the characters pinned by Jiang Qingyu in a daze. Ultimately, his internal defenses crumbled, and tears streamed down his face. No wonder there are always those beyond others, and realms beyond realms. No wonder the esteemed master would take you as a disciple. No wonder the stark contrast and sense of inferiority consumed him entirely, leading to a complete breakdown. He was both convinced and painfully aware of the gap that existed. Upon witnessing this examination paper, everyone understood why the master had chosen Jiang Qingyu. Beneath her gentle facade lies a tumultuous and chaotic heart, yet she possesses remarkable intellect and insight. She is a true genius, a talent to be harnessed. Suddenly, Lin Yu knelt before Jiang Qingyu, bowing deeply. "Miss Jiang, I have previously offended you. I implore you to forgive my actions. I dare to. I dare to request your assistance. What should I do now? His former pride and glory had crumbled into dust, shattered and scattered by the winds, leaving him devoid of any motivation to continue his studies. Jiang Qingyu sighed, recognizing that while Lin Yu was indeed intelligent, his horizons were limited. With proper guidance, he could truly become a pillar of strength. She said, if you are sincere, spend a month at Qilin Hall. Lin Yu was taken aback. A month at Qilin Hall? Jiang Qingyu replied, Qilin Hall is no longer what it once was. If you trust me, come. If not, do as you wish. The transformation of Qilin Hall was evident. Not only had it claimed the top 3 positions, but the overall performance had also risen a level. Such significant change in just a month suggested that the internal developments were even more remarkable than they appeared. However, Tianzi Hall was the pride of the university. How could Lin Yu easily depart from it? Would he willingly do so? Amidst the confusion, Lin Yu clenched his fists and turned to Chen Shushi. Pushing his fist forward, Master, I wish to apply for a transfer. To be candid, I have struggled to find my footing for the past 2 weeks. No matter what I do, I cannot calm myself. This month's assessment made me realize that if this issue remains unresolved, it will be difficult for me to embark on a successful career. I wish to save myself. Chen Shushi, witnessing this, revealed a look of encouragement and waved his hand, saying, I approve. Pack your things. There are plenty of vacancies at Qilin Hall. Yes. He had just turned to leave when the young Marquis rushed over, draping an arm over his shoulder. Lin Yu was startled. Young Marquis, Huabuki smiled with a hint of menace. Since you wish to join Qilin Hall, I must enlighten you on the rules. Lin Yu asked. Rules? Huabuki declared. First, you must obey. Secondly, he suddenly leaned in, a fierce expression of threat and terror on his face. You are not to approach Qingyu. If I catch you, you will regret it. The others were left speechless, wondering what the fuss was about. After Jiang Qingyu's examination paper was made public, it was not retracted. Chen Shushi intentionally intended to display it permanently, allowing all to see what an exceptional student their university had, and this student was none other than his disciple. Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Shushi summoned Jiang Qingyu to his chamber, without any others present. Jiang Qingyu complied obediently. Chen Shushi was brewing tea, his favorite blend that he had long cherished. Today, he generously prepared it, solely because today was extraordinarily special. He glanced at Jiang Qingyu again, noting her graceful demeanor, which belied the wild and vigorous spirit reflected in her examination paper. He inquired, Do you know why I summoned you today? Jiang Qingyu nodded, as this matter had long ceased to be a secret. Furthermore, her performance today was exceedingly remarkable, undoubtedly surpassing the initial standards set by Chen Shushi. Chen Shushi continued, I have submitted your 2 examination papers on political discourse and legal statutes to the Emperor. If they prove successful, you shall gain some recognition. Of course, I understand your desires. However, these accomplishments are merely insufficient. I can assure you that I will provide what you seek. So now, kneel and serve tea. Chapter 70. The imperial mentor Jiang Qingyu swiftly lifted the tea from the table, kneeling without the slightest hesitation, ensuring not a drop was spilled from the teacup. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as she presented the tea to the elderly man before her. Master, please partake of this tea. Chen Shushi smiled, stroking his beard. Thoroughly pleased with his disciple, Jiang Qingyu, he accepted the tea from her hands, savoring it slowly, and soon found himself holding a talisman. This talisman, crafted from the rare and fragrant Longyan wood, bore exquisite patterns painted with golden liquid, elegantly outlining the character for Master. Jiang Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. This talisman? Could it be that her master was? Before she could fully grasp the implications of her thoughts, Chen Shushi spoke. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Chen Shushi. There are certain matters you must be made aware of. Your connection with Xie is commendable, and thus you ought to know that I am not merely the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy. Before becoming the Grand Scholar, I took on another disciple, who happens to be your senior brother, the current sovereign. They refer to me as Imperial Mentor Chen Shushi. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu's face was a canvas of disbelief. And in that instant, she comprehended why the esteemed official had wished for her to become his disciple. The term Imperial Mentor, the teacher of emperors, denotes unparalleled talent and status, the pinnacle of excellence. Though he appeared to be simply a third-rank Grand Scholar at present, his connections and influence were no less formidable than Xie Chenyuan. Excitement surged within Jiang Qingyu, nearly bringing her to tears. With the assistance of this imperial mentor, her chances of rescuing her family in 9 months would significantly increase. Moreover, her political discourses and edicts would be personally presented to the emperor by her mentor, which implied that there was a possibility she might be summoned by His Majesty for an audience. In that moment, tears of joy streamed down her face, and she deeply bowed to Qinshushi, expressing, "Thank you, Master. I, Jiang Qingyu, shall forever remember your kindness." Qinshushi felt a swell of pride, though he maintained an air of indifference. In these tumultuous times, with the court in disarray and the emperor harboring suspicions, he had uncovered many unsettling truths. The Jiang family was in a precarious position, on the verge of being toppled. Jiang Hui found himself ensnared, striving to lighten the burden. Yet his efforts were but a drop in the bucket, until Jiang Qingyu sought the aid of Xie Chenyuan. Who could have anticipated that the Jiang family would produce such an extraordinarily astute daughter? Perhaps she truly possessed the capability to turn the tide. Qinshushi stated, "Now that we are bound as master and disciple, there is no need for trivial formalities. In the future, you need not frequent the academy. Simply come to me for 2 hours each day, and I shall instruct you personally. However, this arrangement is contingent upon your maintaining a position in the top ranks of the Imperial Academy. Should you ever fall below this standard, do not hold it against me if I impose strict measures. Accepting disciples is not a matter to be taken lightly. Furthermore, I understand your emotional turmoil today. You may return for now, but when you come to the academy tomorrow, I have something of great importance to share with you. Something concerning the desires of the Chancellor behind you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu felt a sense of urgency. She realized, to her astonishment, that her every action was perceived so keenly by her master. Even the identity of her benefactor was known. However, she conceded that her earlier demeanor was hardly discreet. She had prided herself on possessing some cleverness, yet in the presence of such truly capable individuals, her wit proved utterly inadequate. Rather than conceal, it was far better to acknowledge openly. "I wish to visit the Academy's garden first to express my gratitude to a friend." Qianshushi's expression instantly turned serious. "Is that so? What is the reason for your gratitude?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "He has provided me with guidance after class. Without his assistance, I may not have secured a place on the top list in this month's assessment. He is a man of considerable knowledge." Qianshushi narrowed his eyes. "Only in your studies?" Jiang Qingyu looked puzzled. "Is there something else that is required?" Qianshushi scrutinized her closely. "Truly nothing else?" Jiang Qingyu's discomfort was evident. "Master, please speak plainly." With a cold snort, Qianshushi finally said, "Very well, it is nothing." Jiang Qingyu was left bewildered. Qianshushi advised, "You may go, but remember to take care of yourself, young lady." Although Jiang Qingyu was even more confused, she complied and departed. Upon reaching the garden, she found a silver-haired gentleman seated in the center, engrossed in a game of chess. He radiated an aura of warmth and charm, seemingly embodying the world's most captivating qualities, making it impossible to look away. From a distance, he evoked a sense of admiration. Itsue remarked, "Miss, Sir Shilin is exceptionally handsome. If he were not of the witch clan, how many noble ladies would be enamored by him?" Jiang Qingyu did not dispute Itsue's assertion. Indeed, Shilin's appearance and demeanor were unparalleled throughout Dayou, resembling a celestial being of the moon, both serene and gentle. Itsue continued, "Do you think Sir Shilin might harbor feelings for you? He seems quite gentle towards you every time." Jiang Qingyu chuckled. "There is no such romantic entanglement. Sir Shilin is courteous to everyone. It is merely his upbringing. He is equally gentle with you." Itsue insisted, "It is different." "How so?" Jiang Qingyu countered. Itsue's gaze was resolute. "It is simply different." Jiang Qingyu, disinclined to engage in such unfounded musings, reflected that if genuine affection were so prevalent, human interactions would be far too simplistic. She possessed an acute self-awareness. "My relationship with Sir Shilin is one of salvation and gratitude. At most we are friends. So do not dwell on it further." Itsue narrowed her eyes in silence, gradually transforming into a more contemplative state. As they approached, it seemed Sir Shilin noticed their arrival. Without lifting his gaze, he spoke, "Will you join me for a game of chess?" Jiang Qingyu did not decline. She adjusted her skirt and settled down. Today, she wore a rare red garment, distinctly different from her usual simplicity, yet it radiated a unique beauty. Two individuals sat together engaged in a game of chess. A strikingly handsome man and an enchanting woman, creating a scene of exquisite beauty that left even each way feeling utterly fulfilled in this lifetime. Su Lao truly lacked discernment, for he stood beside the young lady and that ominous figure. Such a remarkable person as she deserved to be with someone equally admirable like young Master Shi. She proclaimed this as a victory for the Linyu faction. Jiang Qingyu conceded a critical position, and Xie Chenyuan then set down his chess piece. Refraining from continuing the game, he inquired softly, "I hear you are ranked first in this month's assessment?" Jiang Qingyu nodded. "Indeed. It was thanks to young Master Xi's assistance that I was able to achieve this. I specifically came to express my gratitude." Shi Lin remained silent. And after a brief pause, he suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Jiang Qingyu, and asked, "Will you return in the future?" Chapter 71. Only Jiang Qingyu did not anticipate such a question from the other party. There was little to conceal among friends. So she spoke candidly. "You have been of tremendous assistance to me during these days, and I feel I have sufficiently repaid our past grievances. As a friend, I am acutely aware that my frequent intrusions may cause you inconvenience. Coincidentally, my master has offered to personally instruct me, which will alleviate the need for my constant visits. Even among friends, prolonged proximity can become burdensome." Her prior daily visits had already caused her considerable guilt, especially as she had taken up an hour of Shi Lin's time each day. To continue depleting their friendship in such a manner would be inconsiderate of her. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xie Chenyuan's eyes. "I see. But what if I express my desire for you to come?" Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Thoughts of Itsue's nonsensical remarks and Shi Lin's previous inquiries about her feelings flooded her mind. She hesitated, for what she had just stated was merely one aspect of her reasoning, not the entirety. "Before I respond, may I inquire why young Master Shi wishes for my presence?" she asked. Xie Chenyuan averted his gaze, seemingly speaking to himself. "My circumstances are peculiar, making public appearances difficult. I remain here, seldom seeing anyone. The rare moments I can converse with Miss Jiang bring me solace. If you were to cease your visits, I might revert to a monotonous existence." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, her heart swelling with empathy. Did young Master Shi truly have no other friends? At this, Xie Chenyuan lifted his pale eyes to meet hers. "No, only you. It has always been only you." His gaze seemed to pierce the soul, hinting at meanings beyond mere friendship. For a moment, Jiang Qingyu felt a tumult within her heart, yet she closed her eyes and spoke. "I understand. If young Master Shi does not mind, I shall arrange to visit occasionally, as I did before, to study with you. However, please forgive me, as I have other obligations that prevent me from coming frequently. Once everything settles, I shall provide you with a new response." After a prolonged silence, Xie Chenyuan remarked, "Miss Jiang, you are indeed quite astute. Let us consider my earlier words as mere jest. I simply find it hard to part with the spicy dishes you bring." Jiang Qingyu's expression softened, and she smiled. "Then I shall make it a point to send spicy dishes to young Master Shi daily." Itsuei, standing nearby, felt her heart shatter. Spicy dishes? Miss. This trajectory seems to lead toward a dismal conclusion. She was on the verge of collapse. Yet, what could Itsuei say? She could not meddle in her mistress's romantic affairs and could only dutifully respond, "I will ensure that young Master Shi receives his spicy dishes daily." Shi Lin exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze. "I am feeling somewhat unwell today and wish to rest." This was clearly a dismissal. It seemed young Master Shi was genuinely displeased. Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together and stated, "Then we shall not disturb you any further. I wish you all the best, young Master Shi." With that, she turned to leave. Once outside, Itsuei cautiously approached Jiang Qingyu and inquired, "Mississippi, why did you refuse young Master Shi? Isn't he quite exceptional in every way?" Jiang Qingyu, feeling a slight headache, pinched the bridge of her nose, utterly surprised that Itsuei had accurately guessed the reason for her visit today. She replied, "Itsuei, it is not a matter of rejecting anyone. I have stated before that we cannot afford to waste time. Every second is precious. Until I achieve the outcome I desire, no person or circumstance can serve as an obstacle." Her eyes gleamed with determination, causing Itsuei to awaken from her reverie. Was it not enough that the young lady had already ascended to be a disciple of the imperial teacher? Once her identity was fully revealed, she would become one of the most esteemed women in the world. Was that not sufficient? What, then, was the conclusion that the young lady sought? Itsuei did not comprehend. Yet she understood one thing. Her only duty was to unconditionally support her mistress. Moreover, since the young lady had articulated such sentiments, it implied that her alliance with Lin Yu had yet to reach its conclusion. Thus, there remained hope. Energized by this thought, Itsuei promptly asked, "Where shall we go now?" Jiang Qingyu responded, "We shall seek out Xiang Yi and inform him of the news." "Oh dear, why the long face?" Itsuei teased. "You merely turned down young Master Shi." "Not me. My dear Xiang Yi, why the sour expression? Only you, always you alone, sat in the carriage where Su Youfu rode at the front." not sparing a glance at Xie Chenyuan as he began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Xie Chenyuan, wearing a mask, felt the veins on his forehead throb. When have I ever worn a frown? Su Youfu retorted, take off your mask and speak. Xie Chenyuan's voice turned even colder. Su Gong, your manners have deteriorated of late. Su Youfu replied, what can I do? In a couple of years, I shall retire. And such amusing matters are not to be missed. Once missed, they are gone forever. Xie Chenyuan chose not to engage further, though he felt a simmering displeasure. She certainly knew how to weigh the pros and cons, clearly benefiting from his assistance, yet she was quick to thank Shilin first. Could she truly believe that Shilin's guidance for merely an hour each day had made a difference? Su Youfu interjected, Xiang Yi, are you all right? Is Shilin not the same person as you? You may deceive Miss Jiang, but do not deceive yourself. Was this jealousy? Was that not absurd? Xie Chenyuan scoffed coldly. It is merely the feeling of having nurtured a treacherous wolf. Su Youfu urged, calm down, calm down. Why speak such nonsense? Xie Chenyuan smirked icily, fortunately. She understands what she must do and recognizes that she has no time for frivolous romance. Otherwise, I would have certainly cast her aside this time. Su Youfu was left speechless. So, did you even hear what I said? Xie Chenyuan asked, what did you say? Su Youfu sighed, and an elderly man, having completely closed his heart to love, gazed vacantly ahead. There is nothing much to say. I commend your remarkable ability to discern character and your adept guidance. You truly are exceptional. It is advisable to express your anger judiciously, lest you inadvertently reveal your true feelings. Xie Chenyuan refrained from continuing the conversation, simply closing his eyes. Angry? He was far from it. From the very beginning, he had relinquished all rights to such emotions. How could he possibly be incensed over a woman of inconsequential significance? Such a reaction would be utterly inappropriate. It was only madness that prompted him to utter those words. In recent days, Xie Chenyuan had scarcely found a moment's rest. And as he began to reflect upon himself, he was inevitably reminded of certain past events, specifically, an encounter with a trivial girl who had long since forgotten him. Author S. Note, starting the day after tomorrow, I will resume posting twice daily. I have not maintained full attendance this month. Chapter 72, The Silver Demon Mask 6 years ago. The entire Jiang residence hosted a promotion banquet to celebrate Lord Jiang Qingyu's ascension to the esteemed position of third-rank Minister of Rights. Attaining the third rank signified a genuine court official, a well-established custom in the Dayou dynasty. This banquet implicitly required the invitation of all significant figures he was destined to encounter. Ostensibly, it was to honor the new official, yet, in truth, it served as a means for the seasoned powers to probe and assert control over the new appointee. Self-interest reigned supreme. Any official with a genuine intent to serve the people and uphold integrity rarely lasts beyond 3 months in office, often taking their families down with them. In this current court, ascending beyond the third rank without substantial backing is nearly impossible, and this age-old tradition remains unbroken. When Jiang Hui occupied the third rank, it marked the beginning of his role as a mere puppet, already mired in a quagmire. However, Jiang Hui, inherently slow to grasp the gravity of his situation, blissfully sent out invitations to all, including the Prime Minister's residence. Recently appointed and already the subject of widespread scrutiny, Xie Chenyuan found himself besieged by distrust from the emperor, opposition from fellow officials, and the ambitions of several schemers intent on his downfall. Despite his formidable resolve, the constant tension he maintained drew him perilously close to madness. He could not even take a day of respite on the anniversary of his mother's death, and in the morning hall, he committed an act of violence. Kneeling with his head bowed, he shed not a single tear, merely brushing the plaque bearing his mother's name. I am sorry, even in death. I cannot grant you peace, but soon, very soon, all will be quiet. Mother, wait for me. You all must wait for me. He lifted his gaze to behold 1,437 plaques before him. Not a single speck of ash was offered, nor a single plaque inscribed with words. Yet, Xie Chenyuan recognized each plaque, the culmination of countless days and nights spent in reverent touch and embrace. He traced the unique patterns with his fingers, each a testament to the thousands of innocent lives lost in a single night, and the last 1,437 relatives bound to his bloodline. They were the guardians of his nightmares. People spoke of him as a vengeful spirit, yet in his dreams, he encountered the true embodiments of wrath and vengeance. He was engulfed in fear, paralyzed by the inability to close his eyes, too cowardly to confront the haunting memories of that fateful night, spiraling into sleepless despair. Only in the embrace of these unmarked plaques could he find solace enough to drift into slumber. Yet, he remained insignificant. unable to bestow even the peace of death upon them. It was in this profound desolation that Xie Chenyuan, astonishingly, accepted the invitation from the new official. Yet, none were aware of his presence. For that night, he removed his mask and sat alone in the most inconspicuous corner of the Jiang residence, pouring himself cup after cup. No one paid him any mind. Who would concern themselves with a youth barely in his 20s? He drank himself into a stupor. Ultimately unable to restrain his tears as he leaned against the stone table, biting his teeth to stifle any sound, unwilling to let anyone hear him. Indeed, silence was imperative, just as it had been that fateful night. Do not make a sound. Do not allow anyone to discover your presence. Hide away. Even if they set fire to the house, even if they severed my head, you must not be revealed. Eventually, the house was engulfed in flames, ignited by the unique, combustible blood of thousands from the witch clan. The raging inferno consumed the entire tribe, reducing everything to ashes, sparing only their beloved soul heir, the last remnant of the witch bloodline left in this world. He stood amidst the ruins of the blazing inferno, unable to utter a sound. At that moment, a youthful voice called out, "Big brother, are you crying?" Xie Chenyuan snapped back to reality, finding a little girl in a pink dress crouched beneath the stone table, gazing up at him with wide eyes filled with curiosity. "Why are you crying?" Xie Chenyuan recalled who she was. It was rumored that the newly appointed minister Jiang had a daughter with impaired faculties and limited intellect. He ought to have ignored her, and his initial impulse was to consider silencing her permanently. Yet, upon seeing the innocence in her eyes, he regained his composure. "Xie Chenyuan, have you truly lost your mind? She knows nothing, and you contemplate such actions?" The little girl, noticing his silence, remained undeterred and continued to inquire. "My mother said many important people have come today. Are you an important person too?" Perhaps out of guilt, Xie Chenyuan replied, "Yes." The girl then asked, "Do important people cry?" "Even my mother and father are afraid of important people." After a brief silence, Xie Chenyuan responded, "If your parents are afraid, does that mean they cannot cry?" The little girl pondered this, for in her understanding, her parents were the most formidable beings capable of addressing any issue. If Jiang Sen bullied her, she would simply call upon her parents to punish him. Once she witnessed the wrongdoer being held accountable, her own tears would cease. The important people, whom her parents feared, must indeed be even more powerful, she declared. "But whoever made you cry, you can punish that bad person, and then you won't cry anymore." Xie Chenyuan replied, "I cannot punish them." The little girl gasped in disbelief. Are there important people who cannot punish others? She had thought herself to be the only one feeling so helpless and constrained. Xie Chenyuan remained silent, observing the little girl as she grappled with the reality of the situation. If even the important figures could not prevail, then her parents stood no chance. This realization struck a heavy blow to her worldview, prompting her to think earnestly for a solution. Finally, with a determined expression, she proclaimed, "Wait right here." Without delay, she dashed into the courtyard. After she left, Xie Chenyuan did not wait as instructed. Instead, he intended to depart quietly. However, just as he stepped beyond the gates of the Jiang residence, he heard her voice behind him, breathless and eager. "Big brother, wait for me." Xie Chenyuan turned in disbelief, his gaze landing on the young girl who stood before him, breathless and flushed, her expression brimming with reproach. "I asked you to wait for me. Why did you not?" she exclaimed, swiftly advancing towards the bewildered Xie Chenyuan. Despite her small stature, she commanded him with an air of authority, "Show me your hands." In her grasp was a mask larger than her own head, which she entrusted to Xie Chenyuan. "If you cannot punish them, then wear this mask and strike them stealthily. If one blow is insufficient, deliver two, or even more. They will never know who you are. Make them so terrified that they will dare not bully others again." Suddenly, a young boy burst forth, calling out, "Jiang Qingyu." The sound startled the girl, causing her to hurriedly thrust the mask into Xie Chenyuan's hands and urge him to flee. "Hurry and wear the mask. If my third brother discovers this, it will be disastrous. He is exceedingly petty. I will hold him off." With that, she approached the boy, adopting a playful demeanor to plead for leniency. Jiang Qingyu retorted, "We agreed to play hide and seek, yet you have stolen my mask? Your charm will not work. That is an antique. Do you have any idea how much I spent to acquire it? Return it to me at once." Feigning ignorance, Jiang Qingyu replied, "What mask?" "I have no mask at all." Jiang Qingyu pointed behind her. "Just now you clearly," but upon turning back, he found nothing but emptiness. "Hey, where did she go?" Xie Chenyuan had leapt into a tree, observing the siblings as they playfully bantered their way home. Jiang Qingyu continued to coax Jiang Qingyu until they faded from his sight, and he gradually regained his composure. His gaze drifted to the mask she had pilfered and gifted to him. After a prolonged silence, he attempted to don the mask. Murmuring to himself in a daze, it fits perfectly. It was a mask of a silver demon, destined to become the most representative of Xie Chenyuan among the countless masks he would come to possess in the future. Chapter 73. Combing the minister's hair. Before Jiang Qingyu arrived at the minister's residence, Xie Chenyuan had already been there. Upon her quiet entrance, she learned from Su Youfu that the minister was in his room. Despite her prolonged acquaintance with the residents, she had never ventured into the minister's quarters, having been cautioned by the guards that it was a forbidden zone, off-limits to all. Only after receiving Su Gong's assurance did she muster the courage to approach. Before knocking, Jiang Qingyu took a deep breath. Ai Chui lowered her voice and asked, "Miss, are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Qingyu shook her head, replying, "I am merely a bit anxious." Although she had successfully completed her task, indeed, exceptionally so, she hesitated to seek the minister's praise. He had assisted her greatly, and she wished to share her joy with him. Yet feared he might perceive her as boastful. After all, she could see through many, but the minister remained an enigma. As she pondered, a low, cold voice emerged from within. "What are you doing standing outside? Do I need to invite you in?" Jiang Qingyu paused, sensing from his tone that he might be in a foul mood. "Ai Chui, please wait outside. I will enter alone," she gently instructed, and then pushed the door open. Upon entering, she beheld the minister clad in simple, lightweight attire, slightly damp, with hair unkempt and cascading behind him, typically dressed in loose garments that concealed his form. She was taken aback by his impressive physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a solid build that seemed to radiate an innate sensuality. It was said that the minister concealed his visage due to its terrifying nature, yet those piercing eyes alone were nothing short of breathtaking. Though it is only human to admire beauty, Jiang Qingyu found herself unwittingly indulging in thoughts about the minister's appearance, a notion she deemed inappropriate. Before she could utter a word, the man before her inquired, "Do you have an injury on your hand?" Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. Why would he ask such a thing? "No, I am perfectly well," she replied. Xie Chenyuan coldly responded, "Is that so? If you are uninjured, then why did you not knock? Have you forgotten basic etiquette?" Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Qingyu stammered, "I apologize." "Leave," he commanded. Silently, she complied but felt perplexed by the minister's odd demeanor that day. It was perhaps wise not to provoke him at such a critical moment. Jiang Qingyu retreated, closing the door and pausing for 2 seconds before knocking again. "Minister, I have something to discuss with you." "Enter," came his reply. This time, as she pushed the door open, her expression was devoid of emotion, sensing an unsettling playfulness in his demeanor. Was he truly angry with her? Had she done something amiss? Reflecting on recent events, she concluded that she had not acted in a way that would provoke his ire, yet he was notoriously inscrutable. It was better to tread carefully. Jiang Qingyu stated earnestly, "Minister, I have successfully topped the rankings and have been accepted as a disciple by the imperial tutor." Xie Chenyuan replied. Jiang Qingyu sensed an awkward silence enveloping the room, stirring a sense of embarrassment within her. Should she utter something to alleviate the tension? Yet, the prime minister appeared to be displeased with her, and she feared that any careless words might further provoke him. Perhaps it would be wiser to take her leave. After much contemplation, Jiang Qingyu resolved to adopt a strategy of patience, unless the prime minister had other instructions. She would withdraw for the time being, ready to await his summons. To her surprise, Xie Chenyuan broke the silence, inquiring, "Are you in such a hurry to depart? You visit Shilin and then return to the mansion without exchanging a word. Quite the skill you possess." Caught in a dilemma, Jiang Qingyu chose to be forthright. "I sense that the prime minister's mood today seems less than favorable. Perhaps he does not wish to see me. I would not dare to speculate further and thus opt for retreat as a means of progress." Summoning her courage, she ventured to ask what offense she had committed to incur his displeasure. Xie Chenyuan remained silent for a long moment before finally responding, "I am not angry. In fact, I am in quite good spirits." If he, the prime minister, was not aggrieved, what could Jiang Qingyu possibly say? His straightforward nature and profound intellect were well known. Little did she expect that one day she would find herself in the position of comforting him. Jiang Qingyu, feeling somewhat at a loss, replied, "If the prime minister is in good spirits, that is splendid indeed. Is there anything I might assist you with?" Xie Chenyuan did not press her further. Instead, he cast a glance out the window, his gaze profound and tranquil. He spoke, "Could you assist me in arranging my hair?" Jiang Qingyu thought she misheard him. "Pardon?" Xie Chenyuan clarified, "I have just bathed. Do you expect me to go out with my hair unkempt?" Realizing his intent, she felt a twinge of vexation. "You wish for me to style your hair?" Xie Chenyuan retorted, "Is there another present?" Jiang Qingyu acquiesced, "Very well. though she found the situation perplexing. She understood that the Prime Minister was not a man easily comprehended, thus, she resolved to comply. Xie Chenyuan's hair was of exquisite quality. Gliding through her fingers like the finest silk, the horn comb effortlessly traversing its lengths, evoking a sense of envy within Jiang Qingyu. She yearned to inquire about his hair care regimen but refrained from voicing her curiosity. Instead, she silently admired him, allowing her expression to reveal her admiration. Before the copper mirror, a masked man closed his eyes while a young woman in red deftly styled his hair. They exchanged no words, however, he occasionally opened his eyes, stealthily observing her through the reflection, hidden from the world. She continued her task until she had arranged his hair and placed a hat upon his head. Jiang Qingyu said, "I fear my hands are clumsy. What do you think, Prime Minister?" Xie Chenyuan, not glancing at his reflection, replied without hesitation, "Quite good." A smile danced within Jiang Qingyu as she recalled her past experiences of styling hair with Yitsue, which spared her from embarrassment in this moment. She remarked, "Compared to those at the Prime Minister's residence, my skills are still lacking." To her surprise, Xie Chenyuan responded, "There is no one at my residence to style my hair." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. Returning to reality, she found his gaze, commanding and observant, fixed upon her. He continued, "In the past, I have always styled it myself." The gaze was utterly captivating, imbued with an undercurrent of poignant melancholy, leaving Jiang Qingyu in a state of bewilderment. Momentarily at a loss regarding the whereabouts of her own spirit, impulsively, she reached out to touch the silver mask adorning Xie Chenyuan's face. "Am I the first to style the Lord's hair?" she inquired. Rather than reproaching her, Xie Chenyuan elucidated, "Aside from my mother, you are the only one." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback by this revelation, her heart awash with indescribable emotions. Those eyes, so familiar, as if she had encountered them before. Locking her gaze with Xie Chenyuan's, she found herself instinctively rising onto her toes, yearning to remove the mask from his face and behold his true visage. Indeed, Jiang Qingyu acted upon this impulse, a sudden desire igniting within her to uncover the face hidden beneath that mask. Whether it be that of a fierce deity or a terrifying specter, she was consumed by curiosity about the true appearance of this man. Chapter 74. Disturbance in the streets. Before Jiang Qingyu could remove the mask, a large hand grasped her wrist, pulling her back to consciousness. She inhaled deeply and stumbled back 2 steps, nearly losing her balance. "Please forgive my rudeness. I was merely momentarily distracted," she said, regretting her impulsive actions. If only time could rewind, she would have loved to slap herself for her foolishness. Did she not recognize whose mask she was attempting to remove? Was she to commit such a blunder again? Clearly, she had not fully recovered from her previous bout of recklessness. However, Xie Chenyuan did not seem inclined to reprimand her. He merely regarded her with a calm gaze and inquired, "Curious as to why I wear a mask?" Jiang Qingyu cautiously raised her eyes and whispered, "Is it permissible to be curious?" After a moment's contemplation, Xie Chenyuan replied, "You ought to know." Jiang Qingyu was utterly bewildered. Why should she know? How could she possibly discern the reason behind his masked visage? It was utterly perplexing. Yet, having committed the initial offense, she felt a sense of inadequacy in her heart. "Come," Xie Chenyuan instructed. "Rest well for 2 days. Save your wits for the Emperor. That is your most significant opportunity. Let us see if you can seize it." With that, he departed alone. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, Jiang Qingyu sensed that Xie Chenyuan appeared in good spirits as he left. It was confounding. Nevertheless, as he had indicated, the Emperor's summons was undoubtedly a certainty. She indeed needed to prepare thoroughly. After all, he was the sovereign of a nation. In her past life, she had seen him from a distance on the execution ground. He was the most terrifying figure she had ever laid eyes upon. And before him, there could be no room for error. At the same time, he represented her greatest opportunity. Should she win his favor, she could ascend to great heights. Even if she could not serve in the court, she would wield a degree of influence. With no further thoughts occupying her mind, Jiang Qingyu hastily exited the room. Outside, Yitsue peeked her head in. "Miss, what transpired within? Did the Lord trouble you?" She had been deeply worried. Xie Chenyuan had appeared rather displeased, and the thought of her mistress encountering difficulties filled her with dread. Jiang Qingyu shook her head. "He did not trouble me. He merely asked me to comb his hair." Yitsue's expression was one of shock. "He asked you to comb his hair? A solitary man and woman in a room, and you helped him with his hair? Especially when that solitary man is the Lord." As they walked, Jiang Qingyu suddenly remarked, "He said I am the only person, apart from his mother, who has combed his hair." Yitsue's astonishment grew, her curiosity piqued. "The Lord has a mother?" Jiang Qingyu quickly covered her mouth. Yitsue hastily slapped her own mouth. Eager to clarify, I was merely curious. I've never heard anyone mention her. Though puzzled, Jiang Qingyu understood. After all, this is a private matter of the lords. How could others possibly know? Itsue, why would the Prime Minister speak to you about personal matters? Jiang Qingyu also came to a realization. Itsue suddenly entertained a rather terrifying speculation. Could it be that the Prime Minister harbors feelings for the young lady? Impossible. No. Absolutely not. Anyone would suffice, but not the Prime Minister. She would rather not even cast a glance at that malevolent spirit. How could she possibly bring him home? Wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the fold? If the young lady were to truly be with the Prime Minister, would there be any hope for a happy life in her later years? Before Itsue could voice her thoughts, Jiang Qingyu remarked, perhaps the Prime Minister is simply missing her mother. Itsue. Indeed, her worries were unfounded. The young lady's ambition and drive would surely thwart any such misfortune. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyu grew curious. However, what exactly did the Prime Minister accomplish to rise from obscurity to the position of Chancellor in just 5 short years? That is a position of the highest order. The Emperor's right hand, truly one person beneath thousands. Moreover, it is said that the Prime Minister has managed to lead the Emperor by the nose on several occasions. Itsue, unable to comprehend these matters, could only concur. He must have undertaken something quite extraordinary, I suppose. After leaving the Prime Minister's residence, Jiang Qingyu made her way to Union Pavilion. Since its inception, Union Pavilion has thrived, with business flourishing day by day. Merely in the first month, its net profit exceeded 1,000 taels of silver. With the potential to become the third most representative inn in the capital after the wine pool and meat forest and the rain in Dayou. Dayou possesses exceptional business acumen. Jiang Qingyu entrusted him with decision-making authority, and each choice he made was both swift and precise, resulting in an astonishing rate of expansion for Union Pavilion. Following his previous acquisition of several nearby shops in the capital, he was now extending his reach to other cities surrounding the capital, with branches set to open soon. As such, it should align perfectly with that undertaking. Upon her arrival at Union Pavilion, the establishment was in an uproar. Call your manager out. Compensation. It is imperative. My brother has been suffering from diarrhea ever since consuming your spicy dishes, and he is on the verge of death. Your spicy dishes are unsanitary. I too experienced this last night. Having heard of Union Pavilion's delectable spicy dishes, I stood in line to purchase them, only to suffer from diarrhea afterward. You must compensate. No more spicy dishes. A commotion erupted at the entrance. The attendants bore expressions of distress, having never encountered such a situation. Others nearby began to murmur. Is there an issue with Union Pavilion's spicy dishes? I just had some. If this continues, it will undoubtedly lead to a reputational crisis for Union Pavilion. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu quietly approached. With a gentle smile on her face and her emotions composed, she inquired, "Excuse me, could you elaborate on the hygiene concerns regarding the spicy dishes?" Employees who recognized Jiang Qingyu suddenly found a beacon of hope. A few burly men turned their gazes toward Jiang Qingyu, questioning, "Who are you?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "My father is the Deputy Minister of Rights. I am Jiang Qingyu, a frequent patron of Union Pavilion. My father has always had a fondness for the spicy dishes at Union Pavilion. However, it appears that there are now issues with these dishes, and as his daughter, I must consider his well-being. If there truly is a problem, my father will advocate for all of you." Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in surprise. Could she be the daughter of an official? The Vice Minister of Rights is indeed a high-ranking official. The merchant's heart swelled with delight at this unexpected turn of events. If he could enlist the aid of an official, he would surpass his targets and earn further accolades. He declared, "I shall not deceive you. My brother dined on the signature spicy dish at Union Pavilion yesterday, and upon returning home, he has been plagued by diarrhea. The physician has diagnosed him with food poisoning. Here is the receipt for our meal, along with the doctor's note, confirming that it was indeed the spicy dish from Union Pavilion that caused this affliction. We implore you, esteemed official, to take action on our behalf. With so many people queuing for Union Pavilion's fare, how can they serve such dishes to the common folk? It is imperative that Union Pavilion be shut down and prohibited from selling spicy dishes any further." Chapter 75. Competition among peers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu chuckled lightly. Her demeanor impeccably poised, devoid of any arrogance or distress. With an air of composure, she turned to the individuals from the Union Pavilion behind her and inquired, "Is it true that the ingredients at Union Pavilion are unclean?" The young waiter shook his head vigorously, his performance masterful as he began to wail, "Oh, esteemed judges, please intervene. The ingredients at Union Pavilion are sourced from the market at dawn, before the sun rises. And we have established an agreement with the local farmers to procure the freshest produce every day. Although Union Pavilion has only recently opened, it has been operating for a full month without a single report of food poisoning. Moreover, spicy dishes naturally stimulate the stomach to prevent any discomfort. We provide all our guests with herbs. Food poisoning? That is utterly impossible. I suspect this individual is intentionally causing trouble for Union Pavilion, deliberately tarnishing our reputation. Miss Jiang, you must stand up for us. The agitated man was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are slandering me. The guilty party is the first to cry foul. My brother's case of diarrhea is indisputable." Jiang Qingyu raised her hand, commanding silence. "Everyone, please calm down. I believe I have grasped the situation. Allow me to explain." Her words proved effective, as both sides, though still entrenched in their positions, fell silent. Jiang Qingyu approached the surrounding diners. "I have seen many of you here during my previous visits to Union Pavilion. Are you regular patrons?" The diners nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, we come here every time we have a day off. The spicy dishes are simply delightful." Jiang Qingyu asked, "Have any of you experienced similar instances of diarrhea?" The diners shook their heads in unison. "Never." Jiang Qingyu nodded and raised her voice to address all within the tavern. "Have any others encountered similar issues?" The crowd exchanged glances, the newcomers uncertain, while the regulars confidently asserted, "Although spicy dishes can be a bit stimulating, we have never suffered from diarrhea." Jiang Qingyu then stood before the agitated man. "You have heard the testimonies. Why is it that others remain unaffected while your brother has fallen ill?" The man's face darkened. "But my brother did fall ill. How shall we resolve this matter?" Jiang Qingyu, undeterred by his attempts to divert attention, responded rationally. "Let us proceed this way. I believe you, but you must also prove that your brother's illness is indeed due to the spicy dishes from Union Pavilion. Please sit down and consume the spicy dish. We will observe you for an evening. If you truly experience diarrhea, I shall relay the entire truth to my father. As for the payment, I shall cover it for you. The establishment will not mind accommodating a queue jumper, will they?" The young waiter replied, "No problem at all. We will follow Miss Jiang's arrangements. Union Pavilion can withstand scrutiny." The agitated man, visibly shaken, quickly retorted, "On what grounds? If there is indeed an issue with Union Pavilion's spicy dishes, and I suffer any lasting effects, who will bear the responsibility?" Jiang Qingyu merely shrugged, while her companion, Itsue, handed her a package. Upon unwrapping it, she revealed silver needles and medical texts. She said, "I am a physician. I can take responsibility. If you encounter any issues, I will resolve them immediately on site." The surrounding crowd was astonished. They had not anticipated that Miss Jiang was a doctor. At that moment, all gazes converged upon the unruly man. Enraged, he pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Qingyu, exclaiming, "Prepared so thoroughly? You must be in cahoots with them." He retreated several steps in panic. "You won't lay a hand on me." He attempted to flee, but Jiang Qingyu, with a gentle tone, expressed her concern. "It seems this gentleman is not very cooperative, yet tasks must have a beginning and an end. Don't you agree? Please, block his way." As her words fell, a shadow swiftly appeared before the man. "Get away." The troublemaker bellowed, brandishing a dagger to strike. But Salat Kuei seized his wrist, effortlessly disarming him and subduing the burly man on the spot, tossing him back. Salat Kuei's gaze resembled that of a great wolf, tinged with crimson intensity. "Be obedient." Jiang Qingyu looked down at the man, saying, "I apologize for the inconvenience. Please cooperate and stay here." The man, in disbelief, and the onlookers, observing the demeanor of both parties, finally grasped the situation. Jiang Qingyu decided to leave the remaining matters to others and inquired briefly about Gao He before heading in his direction. Behind her, the crowd gazed at the calm and composed young lady from a prestigious family, feeling an unusual admiration swell within them. Was this the renowned Miss Jiang who had been the talk of the town? Her composure was truly remarkable. She had resolved the matter swiftly and efficiently. I barely had time to react before she had unraveled everything, her manner and speech refreshing as a spring breeze, truly impressive. No wonder she garnered widespread praise at the market. The events from her last visit to the market had already spread, and times had changed. Her former notoriety had seemingly dissipated, with no one daring to mention it. When Jiang Qingyu found Gao He was in a state of distress, his head cradled in his hands atop the table. Upon seeing her enter, he sighed, "Mississippi. Why the long face? Have you encountered a problem?" Jiang Qingyu inquired. Gao He replied, "As you have seen, we have been facing persistent troubles lately at Union Pavilion. Though they are minor annoyances, if this continues, I fear they may be brewing something significant. Jiang Qingyu asked, has this been happening frequently? Gao He nodded gravely, detailing the incidents that had transpired. After listening, Jiang Qingyu remarked, although these are merely trivial matters at present, if they accumulate, the adversary could potentially devastate Union Pavilion in an instant. Alone, each issue may seem insignificant, but when compounded, they can create a profoundly negative perception for customers, leading to the gradual decline of Union Pavilion. This is a typical case of commercial rivalry. Jiang Qingyu then inquired, do you know who the puppet master behind this is? Gao He expressed his suspicions of indulgence, remarking on the lavish excesses of the two grand inns in the capital. However, he lamented the lack of sufficient evidence to draw any conclusions. While the opulence of such establishments was undeniable, the suppression of numerous taverns and inns could not justify labeling someone as the shadowy puppeteer based solely on unfounded rumors. With a sigh, Gao He noted the absence of any whispers of information. Even if one were to apprehend individuals for interrogation, it would yield nothing, as they had likely been compensated handsomely to maintain silence. Although he possessed the means to manage the situation, the incessant buzzing of annoyance was truly vexing. Yet, Jiang Qingyu interjected, proposing that rather than allowing them to persist in their bothersome ways, they should take the initiative to ensure that the conditions for their return to annoyance were eradicated. Gao He narrowed his eyes, inquiring about her intended course of action. Jiang Qingyu replied, suggesting that they merely create a series of insurmountable minor troubles for them, an eye for an eye, as it were. Chapter 76. The means become increasingly like him as night descended. The troublemaker, Zhang San, found himself under the watchful eye of Jiang Qingyu, who had ordered that he be observed and even provided him with a room of his own. He had believed that by simply remaining compliant within the confines of his room, he would be safe. However, he was unexpectedly bound midway through his stay. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, rendering him unable to see anything. His throat was parched from his futile cries, and he could no longer muster any sound. Salakwi stood guard outside the door until Jiang Qingyu soon arrived. She pushed the door open and addressed Zhang San. I apologize for the wait. It must have been quite exhausting for you. Zhang San glared at the woman before him, anger boiling within him as he realized he had fallen into her trap. You are indeed in cahoots with them. He spat. Jiang Qingyu gestured for Itsue to light the lamps, and the flickering flames illuminated her already striking features, enhancing her allure with an indescribable charm that captivated him. She remarked, life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that we, as honest merchants, would find ourselves embroiled in such a conflict? Zhang San gritted his teeth. I don't understand what you're saying. He feared that revealing too much could jeopardize his prospects of receiving the money owed to him. Jiang Qingyu had no intention of employing brute force to extract information from him. Instead, she held a dossier in her hands. Zhang San, a villager from Xiaohe village to the north of the capital, has farmed for generations. At 15, he married a woman from the same village, and the following year they welcomed a son. However, he fell into the vice of gambling, squandering his family's assets and farmland, and accumulating a mountain of debt. Lu's wife left with their son, demanding a divorce, nearly resulting in a complete familial breakdown. Yet, just 3 days ago, you miraculously repaid your debts and came here to cause a ruckus. Your information seems rather unreliable, does it not? Your wife and child are likely still oblivious to your illegal activities. Jiang Qingyu spoke with an unwavering demeanor, her tone casual, as if she were merely conversing with herself. But each word was directed towards Zhang San. His expression shifted dramatically. What are you implying? What do you intend to do to them? They are innocent. Jiang Qingyu offered a serene smile. Rest assured, your wife and child are innocent. I will not harm them. However, I wish to convey to you that I could obtain similar dossiers on anyone. While your loved ones remain unharmed, your transgressions bear consequences. Should you find yourself imprisoned and convicted, upon your release in 10 or 20 years, it is likely that your family will no longer recognize you. At this juncture, Jiang Qingyu had made her position clear. She was a person of noble lineage, and though she could not directly confront those behind the scenes, gathering evidence against them would be effortless. Those who engaged in such dealings for money seldom acted with integrity. In essence, when one pays for a service, it is rarely for a noble cause. Her words left Zhang San visibly tense. You intend to report me to the authorities? Jiang Qingyu replied, perhaps, but that depends on your behavior. Zhang San immediately swore, I vow that I, Zhang San, will never again target Union Pavilion. Jiang Qingyu's eyes brimmed with compassion as she queried, "Do you truly believe you will have another chance? You have one final opportunity." Zhang San was filled with trepidation. He never anticipated that this seemingly delicate young lady could exert such pressure, relentlessly cornering him and cutting off his escape routes. He gritted his teeth and stammered, "What? What do you want me to do?" Jiang Qingyu reassured him, "Do not be anxious. I did not come to threaten you, but to present you with an opportunity." Zhang San's eyes widened in disbelief. "An opportunity?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "I will match the price offered by the other party, and, moreover, I assure you that no one will be able to incriminate you, as I will also destroy this dossier in your possession. All I require of you is one thing: to find a way to disseminate everything they have tasked you with, making it public. If you can accomplish that, we can discuss further." Zhang San inhaled sharply. "You want me to betray them? In our line of work, loyalty is paramount." Jiang Qingyu countered, "Even if your wife and children deny you, is there no way home?" Zhang San clenched his fists. Jiang Qingyu patted his shoulder and smiled. "Introducing profitable opportunities to your brothers is a form of loyalty as well, is it not?" In that moment, Zhang San felt a surge of clarity, as if he had tapped into a profound source of enlightenment. Indeed, if Miss Jiang wished to spread this news, she could not rely solely on him. If he were to share this information with his brothers first, they could all benefit financially, which also exemplified loyalty. "Can you truly ensure that we will not be caught?" he asked. Jiang Qingyu replied, "Do not forget who my father is." Zhang San decisively responded, "I agree to your terms." Soon after, Jiang Qingyu released Zhang San. "Once the task is accomplished, come to collect your payment." Dayou Qixi inquired curiously, "Do you want me to accompany him?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "No need." Dayou Qixi remarked, "Aren't you worried he might change his mind after reaching that side and offer them another payment? Such extravagance." Jiang Qingyu tightened her grip on the dossier and smiled. "I have promised them payment. I will certainly deliver." Dayou Qixi expressed disbelief. "What if they turn on you?" Jiang Qingyu responded, "What can be done then? When they come to claim their reward, I will remember everyone's identity, and at that moment, I will hold all the cards. Every individual has a weakness. As long as I possess their vulnerabilities, they will dare not voice their discontent. Furthermore, if they reveal the information they possess, the culprits will be exposed, and I need not intervene. Others will naturally seek retribution against them. It is merely a case of dogs biting dogs." Dayou Qixi gasped, "Please do not utter such terrifying words with such a gentle demeanor." Even Yi Chui shivered, sensing how the young lady's methods had grown increasingly sophisticated and ruthless, resembling those of a seasoned strategist. Within 3 days, the debauchery of the wine pools and meat forests was overwhelmingly exposed by a multitude of individuals from the underworld. Malicious suppression of other establishments, physical assaults, slander, and even more egregious activities within dark industry chains were laid bare. The revelers of the meat and wine banquet desperately endeavored to suppress the burgeoning scandal. However, the rapid dissemination of information proved insurmountable. As numerous pieces of evidence were publicly unveiled, in an instant, the banquet found itself ensnared in a crisis of reputation, leading to public outrage and scornful protests from the populace. The revelers were overwhelmed with chaos, turning their ire towards those who had leaked the information. Those informants sought refuge with the Union Pavilion, yet their appeal was met with rejection, as all records pertaining to them were callously discarded. In that fleeting moment, they belatedly realized the extent of their manipulation. Meanwhile, the banquet experienced a palpable decline at an alarming rate. Even those who wielded significant influence behind the scenes were rendered powerless to alter its fate, fearful that any attempt to self-destruct would jeopardize their own political aspirations. They were left with no choice but to endure this silent humiliation, ultimately abandoning the banquet altogether. In contrast, the greatest beneficiary of this turmoil was the Union Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Gao He acquired the establishment of the banquet, and whispers circulated among industry insiders that the pavilion was backed by a master of unfathomable depth, whose methods were exceedingly formidable and should not be trifled with. This alliance spared the Union Pavilion from considerable troubles. Days passed before Jiang Qingyu received a royal decree summoning her to an audience. Chapter 77. The Queen Mother. What manner of man is the Emperor? Jiang Qingyu had once witnessed him at the execution ground when her family was bound to the tiger's head guillotine. He was the most exalted person in the Great Yu, wielding a power that no one in the world could dare to defy. With a mere flick of his hand, he could dictate the fate of any individual. Kill. As he uttered this word, he casually tossed aside his command flag, and the blades that hung above their necks descended one after another. She bore witness as her father, mother, and brother's heads were severed and rolled onto the ground. Then it was her turn. There were many relatives whose names she could recall, and many more that she could not. Treason and collusion with the enemy were grave offenses that warranted the extermination of 9 clans. In truth, the pain was not immediate. Death arrived before she could fully comprehend the agony. It was the heart-wrenching cries of her family pleading for mercy, the jeers and humiliations from the onlookers, and the harrowing images that would forever haunt Jiang Qingyu's mind, plunging her into endless nightmares. She trembled at the thought of the man who, after just one encounter, had the power to determine the life and death of her entire family. Now, as Jiang Qingyu sat in the carriage on her way to the audience, the vehicle swayed precariously. Her father was both anxious and terrified. Is everything you said the truth? Just because you excelled at the academy, has His Majesty summoned you for an audience? Their family was on the brink of panic. After finishing their afternoon meal, they had intended to rest peacefully, but outside, a eunuch bellowed, "The imperial decree has arrived." Jiang Hui, who had been playfully teasing his daughter-in-law just a moment before, froze in fear, nearly shoving his entire fist into her mouth. He feared he had committed some grave mistake or that his time had come too swiftly. Yet, the reality was that His Majesty wished to summon Qingyu. Was this not even more terrifying? His daughter, who flitted about like a spirit, rarely seen by her family, was inexplicably called forth. The whole family was filled with trepidation. Worried, he accompanied her on the way. Jiang Qingyu gently grasped his hand to reassure him. "Father, I have already told you 1,000 times. You needn't worry. I have done nothing wrong. If there is a reason, it may be because my writings on laws and political theories were truly exceptional, and by mere chance, the Master of Rituals took me as a disciple. The Master of Rituals happens to be the Emperor's teacher, who greatly appreciated my ideas and presented my works to His Majesty. Most likely, His Majesty summoned me for this matter." As she spoke, Jiang Hui began to stare blankly. Wait, what did you say? The Emperor's teacher took you as a disciple? His Majesty summoned you because of your outstanding writings in the academy? Jiang Qingyu nodded emphatically. Indeed, Jiang Hui felt as though he had been struck by lightning, remaining speechless for a long while, even forgetting to blink. Eventually, after a considerable time, he gasped in astonishment. You mean? Does that not make you the Emperor's junior? Jiang Qingyu merely smiled in response. Jiang Hui lay down, utterly drained of strength and means, murmuring in disbelief. Is this true? Could it possibly be? His daughter was merely 15, yet her 16th birthday had not yet arrived. How could it be that, by virtue of an outstanding monthly examination at the academy, she became a disciple of the imperial teacher and a junior sister to His Majesty? Is this truly his daughter? Although Qingyu had undergone a tremendous transformation recently, this was simply beyond belief. Not long ago, she was still a somewhat naive girl. How could she have suddenly metamorphosed into such an extraordinary individual? The guards outside spoke. Lord Jiang, Miss Jiang, the path ahead must be traversed by yourselves. They had already entered the imperial palace. Upon disembarking, they beheld the crimson walls and azure paths of the palace, adorned with exotic flora that exuded a refreshing fragrance. The architecture was solemn and majestic, meticulously crafted, truly grandiose. Within the palace, maids and eunuchs were busily engaged, refraining from any whispered conversations, while various officials occasionally passed by, casting curious glances in their direction. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Qingyu, Lord Jiang, over here. It was the young marquis. Along with him were Hua Jiao and Huangfu Qinghuan, who had anticipated Jiang Qingyu's entry into the palace and had arrived early to wait for her, concerned that she might be bullied in this unfamiliar place. The palace was not easily accessible. There were stringent requirements for entry. The young marquis, Linger, and the third prince all held qualifications to enter. Hua Jiao had established a reputation within the palace and received certain privileges. This was Jiang Qingyu's first visit to the imperial palace in both her past and present lives. Her friends were expressions of joy. The young marquis, with his brazen demeanor, leaned closer and said, Qingyu, do not be anxious. I have shown your political commentary and legal documents to my father. He claims you are a rare talent and praises your abilities. His Majesty will surely not make it difficult for you and may even bestow great rewards. Jiang Qingyu offered a faint smile, refraining from further comment. Huangfu Qinghuan chimed in. Rest assured, my father, though formidable in demeanor, is renowned as a wise ruler and holds great affection for the younger generation. Moreover, He is already aware of your success in alleviating Linger's shyness and has taken an interest in you. Linger nodded earnestly. Sister Yu, there is no need to be nervous. We will accompany you. Just as Jiang Qingyu was about to respond, a gentle and amiable voice emerged from behind them. Are you the one known as Qingyu? The voice belonged to an elegantly attired noblewoman, her makeup exquisite yet understated, exuding a gentle grace in every gesture. A smile graced her lips, and her luxurious attire was adorned with a phoenix motif. Jiang Qingyu promptly bowed. Your Majesty, the Empress. She had not anticipated the Empress's presence. The Empress smiled warmly. I have long heard Qinghuan and Linger speak of you. Today, I see you are indeed a remarkable individual. You are a benefactor to Linger and a distinguished guest of the Marquis's residence. There is no need for such formalities in private, especially since you have inspired Qinghuan to strive for excellence. Today, Jiang Qingyu donned a simple yet elegant outfit in hues of blue, enhanced by jade earrings and a meticulously crafted visage that was both pleasing to the eye and devoid of ostentation, ensuring she felt neither neglected nor overwhelmed. With her head bowed, she gently remarked, Your Majesty, such words are misguided. Our esteemed nation is a realm of propriety, and all that I, Qingyu, have undertaken are merely my obligations, devoid of any sense of favor or grievance. The act of salutation must never be taken lightly. However, she expressed her desire to foster a closer relationship with the Empress, artfully leaving herself room for maneuver, exhibiting grace in her approach that caught the Empress's attention. A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes revealing a deeper intent. She understood the nuances of hierarchy, knew the boundaries, was well-versed in etiquette, and possessed a keen sense of reason. Rather than merely climbing the ladder she had been offered, she boldly signaled her intention for camaraderie. No wonder they hold you in such high regard. You truly possess a heart as intricate as a finely crafted puzzle. Master Jiang, you have indeed raised a remarkable daughter. Chapter 78. The imperial audience Jiang Hui stepped forward and performed an official bow, humbly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind words. It is indeed embarrassing to admit that Jiang Qingyu's accomplishments today are solely her own merit. We have never contributed anything to her success. The Empress cast a glance at Jiang Qingyu, who maintained a gentle smile. She approached and patted Jiang Qingyu's shoulder, saying, Go on, His Majesty awaits you. The sooner you return, the better. Do not be anxious. He is a benevolent ruler who cares for his people. Jiang Qingyu nodded. I shall take my leave now. She proceeded further inside, led by a eunuch, and only dared to exhale once she felt she had reached a relatively secure location. It was evident that one who ascended to the position of Empress was no ordinary individual. Under such public scrutiny, she had skillfully gauged Jiang Qingyu's temperament. To forego the customary etiquette of private meetings? Even the closest friends of the Empress must not disregard such decorum. This was the established protocol. The Empress observed whether she comprehended the rules of propriety. Had she been merely a scholar devoid of worldly wisdom, she would have readily acquiesced. Yet, had she done so, it was likely the Empress would thereafter offer her no further goodwill. Jiang Qingyu was well aware of the Empress's history. She was the legitimate daughter of the former Prime Minister, Lord Lin, having become the crown princess in her youth and subsequently the Empress after the ascension of His Majesty. However, matters within the palace rarely proceeded smoothly. After 5 pregnancies, 2 ended in loss. The third, a set of twins, was deemed ill-fated. In a resolute decision, she personally ended the life of the weaker child, leaving the surviving one as the current Grand Prince, whom she aspired to see ascend to the throne. As the firstborn son, he was naturally the primary candidate for succession, and this should have been a straightforward affair. Yet, the truth regarding the twins could not remain concealed from His Majesty. Someone unearthed the corpse of the other prince and presented it before the Emperor, who, in a fit of rage, stripped the Grand Prince of his title and imprisoned the Empress in the cold palace. However, months later, the Empress was discovered to be pregnant once more, which facilitated her release from confinement. After emerging from the cold palace, she gave birth to the third prince, Huangfu Qinghuan. Following the council of palace monks who claimed that Huangfu Qinghuan's fate was unrelated to power, she subsequently bore a daughter, Princess Huangfu Ling, a year and a half later. In her past life, amidst the turmoil of rebellion and internal strife, this empress did not hesitate to secretly send her son to the battlefield, seeking to achieve military merit to secure his position as heir. Tragically, news soon arrived of the prince's demise in battle. His remains savagely mutilated by the enemy and displayed upon military banners to demonstrate their might. Only then did the emperor realize that the prince had been sent to the military camp, and he erupted in fury, seeking to depose the empress. Even Lord Lin's pleas fell on deaf ears, resulting in a demotion of his title. As for the fate of the empress and Linger, that remained unknown to her. It was said that she was executed, though the details were shrouded in mystery. However, judging by the current circumstances, it was apparent that this empress was ambitious and determined to elevate her son to prominence. As for the prince who had been sent to the military camp, gruesomely displayed by the enemy, it was highly probable that he was indeed Huangfu Qinghuan. Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together. Huangfu Qinghuan was her friend, who had aided her greatly. She could never stand idly by and witness her friend's demise. Should the opportunity arise, she would undoubtedly endeavor to rescue Huangfu Qinghuan. Yet, everything must prioritize the Jiang family. No one must waver. Miss Jiang, you have arrived. His Majesty awaits you inside. I shall remain here at the door. Jiang Qingyu smiled gently, producing a small pouch and offering it to the eunuch. I find myself somewhat anxious. This pouch feels rather heavy. Might I trouble you to hold it for me? The eunuch squinted at Jiang Qingyu before accepting the pouch with a smile. His Majesty is in high spirits today. However, Miss Jiang must remain vigilant. Despite his amiable demeanor, His Majesty is, after all, the sovereign, ordained by heaven, and distinct from us mere mortals. I wish you good fortune, Miss Jiang. Jiang Qingyu smiled in return. Thank you, eunuch. She knocked on the door, announcing herself. Your Majesty, Qingyu seeks an audience. A voice from within responded, Enter. Jiang Qingyu stepped inside and naturally knelt on the ground, performing the utmost reverence. I pay my respects to your Majesty. May you enjoy everlasting peace. A robust and commanding voice replied, No need for such formalities. Only then did Jiang Qingyu rise, her gaze settling upon the figure before her. The dragon robe was reserved for court ceremonies. At this moment, he donned an exquisitely luxurious yellow robe, unlike any fabric Jiang Qingyu had ever encountered. His Majesty, aged 55, appeared burdened by numerous concerns, seemingly aged an additional 10 years beyond his actual age, with strands of silver threading through his hair. His formidable gaze was unyielding, hands clasped behind his back, fixated intently on Jiang Qingyu. In that instant, she felt as though she were gazing upon the emperor at the execution ground, the sovereign who dictated the fate of her family, causing a tremor deep within her soul. Swiftly regaining her composure, she was nevertheless aware that the man before her had disowned her fleeting emotion. Are you afraid of me? He inquired. Jiang Qingyu nodded. Indeed, your Majesty is the sovereign, the ruler of the people. Your Majesty radiates authority that commands respect and fear. As a young woman, I am unacquainted with the heights of Mount Tai. And encountering your Majesty's solemn visage for the first time, it is only natural that I feel trepidation. Her words were exquisitely articulated, while others might have sounded insincere. Her tone and expressions conveyed genuine sincerity. Her youth served as an excellent shield, earning His Majesty's admiration for her resolve. The emperor chuckled several times. You are of the same lineage as me, my younger sister in the art of governance. There is no need for such formality. I summoned you today, firstly, to discern the caliber of the disciple my esteemed mentor has procured for me, and secondly, I have perused your edicts and political treatises. No wonder you and the empress share such a profound bond. Your rhetoric resonates with one another. Jiang Qingyu responded. It is a privilege to have my work reviewed by your Majesty. The emperor continued. When my mentor presented your treatises, he spoke of them in high regard. Even I, in my earlier years, was not afforded such praise. Jiang Qingyu replied, Your Majesty's studies emphasize the governance of the populace and the art of leadership. I have merely perused a few texts and offered my musings, which my mentor has refined. I have exerted little effort myself. She deftly deflected the credit back to her mentor, aware that she must remain cautious until she fully comprehended His Majesty's intentions and desires. However, in the next moment, the emperor spoke. Are you suggesting that my mentor has granted you undue favor, openly assisting you in the monthly assessments? Jiang Qingyu. What the imperial master presents to your Majesty is merely the revised version. The emperor, I have perused the original version that was posted on the official bulletin. Jiang Qingyu. You, who are burdened with state affairs, have also taken the time to read this. The emperor revealed a smile that was both intriguing and profound. My dear junior sister, your literary talent is truly remarkable, rivaling that of my court officials. It is only fitting that the imperial master recognizes your worth. However, I have heard that you share a particularly close relationship with that individual, Xie? Chapter 79. Jiang Qingyu, reluctant to become a sacrifice at this moment, Jiang Qingyu was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. How should she respond? Yes or no? Rumors suggested that the Prime Minister and His Majesty shared a strained relationship. His ascent to the position of Chancellor seemed to have occurred overnight. A scenario utterly absurd throughout history. When countless officials petitioned for the dismissal of Xie Chenyuan, the emperor alone surmounted numerous obstacles, boldly proclaiming he would grant him a month. If Xie could achieve sufficient merit within that time, he would silence all dissent regarding his chancellorship. Remarkably, during that month, Xie Chenyuan accomplished monumental feats in governance and warfare. In terms of governance, the timing was fortuitous as the southern region faced devastating floods that submerged 2 cities of Dayou. Concurrently, the nation of Dayou launched an invasion, capturing a city. If military supplies were withdrawn, it could trigger an irreversible catastrophe, leaving no resources to aid in disaster relief. Amidst internal strife and external threats, the Prime Minister lavishly invested his wealth and wielded the leverage he held over the officials, compelling them to contribute to disaster relief. He implored the emperor to personally visit the afflicted regions, soothing the populace's fears. Within a mere week of stabilizing public sentiment, he conceived the nearly impossible south-to-north water diversion strategy, enabling craftsmen to create the water buffalo carts still in use today, achieving what was deemed a miraculous feat furthermore. Half a month later, thousands of these carts transported tens of thousands of tons of water to the military district. In secrecy, he lured the enemy, led by the undefeated General Hui, into a trap with his 8,000 troops. As the enemy advanced for annihilation, they released water from the pit, executing a masterful turnaround that not only defended the city but also reclaimed one city and severed another from Dayou, effectively saving Dayou from the brink of disaster, a triumph deemed miraculous. However, such tactics were perilously risky, resulting in substantial losses. More than half of the 8,000 soldiers used as bait perished. This event led to Hui's enduring disdain for Xie Chenyuan. Yet he recognized that without Xie's sacrificial strategy, Dayou might have succumbed to the war, resulting in an even graver outcome. The merits Xie Chenyuan earned were monumental, etching his name into the epic chronicles of Dayou's history. Despite being known as a ruthless specter, many regarded him as a paragon of faith and heroism. Returning to the matter at hand, the emperor was exceedingly pleased with such a talent as Xie Chenyuan. However, Xie was a man of unpredictable nature, his actions inscrutable. Such individuals are difficult to control. Possessing both capability and elusiveness posed a threat to the emperor. Although the situation in Dayou appeared stable, he naturally contemplated removing Xie Chenyuan. One must look after oneself. It is a fundamental truth, especially for someone like Xie, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Now, as the emperor questioned Jiang Qingyu, she found it challenging to fully comprehend his stance. Yet, to claim unfamiliarity would be tantamount to treason. The nature of her relationship with Xie Chenyuan was not difficult to investigate. At this moment, Jiang Qingyu dared not exhale, refraining from any subtle movements. The emperor stepped closer, towering over her with a piercing gaze. "Why does my junior sister not speak?" Jiang Qingyu gritted her teeth and then spoke. "Indeed. I am quite familiar with that esteemed chancellor. The fact that I knelt in front of his residence for 3 days 2 months ago is no longer a secret. This was all due to my admiration for this person of unparalleled talent, as I longed to catch a glimpse of his countenance. The chancellor, possessing a benevolent heart, eventually opened the door for me, and since then, I have had the occasional chance to meet him. I am enamored with him." The emperor fixed his gaze upon Jiang Qingyu, his eyes concealing inscrutable thoughts, before he let out a chuckle. "To meet Chancellor Xie, one must kneel for 3 days. Yet to meet me, it suffices with a decree and political discourse? Jiang Qingyu, are you belittling the imperial authority?" Jiang Qingyu's heart quivered, and her delicate face drained of color. "Your Majesty, I harbor no such intention." However, the emperor merely regarded her with a gentle, smiling gaze. "Do not be anxious. He once even spurned my beloved Princess Yonghe, yet now he opens his doors for you. Perhaps he harbors some compassion for you? If you are fond of him, what would you say if I were to bestow you upon him?" Jiang Qingyu's pupils constricted, a chill coursing through her bones. The emperor's implication suggested that she would become his eyes within the chancellor's domain. Serving the emperor is an unparalleled honor, yet should she acquiesce, she would thereafter lose the face to confront the chancellor, becoming little more than a fish on the chopping block, devoid of any means to struggle. Jiang Qingyu quickly knelt. "I implore your Majesty to reconsider." The emperor narrowed his eyes. "You admire him, and he shows favor towards you. What is amiss in my betrothal of you to him?" "Jiang Qingyu, you are a clever one." Jiang Qingyu was drenched in sweat, tears on the verge of spilling. Yet she bit her tongue, drawing blood, the taste of iron filling her mouth, this pain enough to sharpen her clarity. She asserted, "Your Majesty, I do not wish to become a sacrificial pawn." What Jiang Qingyu yearned for was merely a home to retreat to in times of weariness. She did not wish to be swept away in the tumult, nor did she desire anything more. Peace and reunion were all that dwelled in her heart. The emperor scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest jest of the world. Do not wish to be a sacrificial pawn? You have already entered the game, both inside and outside. In this realm and amongst its people, who among us is not a sacrifice? Jiang Qingyu, you repeatedly reject my will. Do you comprehend who I am? Jiang Qingyu widened her eyes, meeting his gaze, taking a deep breath before speaking. Your Majesty is the supreme ruler, the father of the realm. A wise sovereign of great you. You possess the power to decree the fates of all with a single word, yet you also possess a heart that embraces the multitude. You love your people, and they shall raise you high in return. The officials are but a reflection of the populace. Your Majesty need fear no one. This realm of great you, thriving in harmony, is your dominion. None can usurp it. Your Majesty, harmony leads to prosperity. The nation is but a family, a collective. Jiang Qingyu's words left the emperor in contemplative silence for a considerable time. As he scrutinized her, do you realize that uttering such words could cost you your head? Jiang Qingyu replied, and it is precisely for this sentiment that your Majesty summoned me to the palace. In an unexpected moment, the emperor burst into laughter. Ah, Jiang Qingyu. How splendid you are, Jiang Qingyu. The insight of the imperial teacher is indeed correct, and Xie Chenyuan's judgment is equally astute. It is I who have erred. Jiang Qingyu dared not utter a word, as a pair of hands suddenly grasped her chin with such force that it felt as though it might shatter. Fear not, for you are the disciple of the imperial teacher, a close acquaintance of the chancellor's residence, and an exceptionally rare talent. I shall not impose hardships upon you. The marriage decree has been drafted. I await the day you reconsider your stance. However, as for the charge of defying the sovereign, you shall remain in prostration for 3 days as penance. Chapter 80. Revealing and concealing the edge. The moment the emperor stepped outside, tears streamed uncontrollably down Jiang Qingyu's face. Simultaneously, she exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. Had His Majesty wavered even slightly, she might have truly perished here today. Thankfully, everyone assured her that the emperor is a wise ruler. After the emperor departed, Qin Shushi emerged from the side and remarked, "Do not be too hard on her." The emperor replied, "It is rare for you to plead for someone." Qin Shushi continued, "She harbors no ambition. Do not force her to become a second version of yourself." The emperor fell silent for a long while, contemplating, "I am the sovereign of a nation." Qin Shushi countered, "Yet she is merely a fish, struggling for a glimmer of life." The emperor scoffed coldly. "In this world, no one escapes unscathed, not even I, the exalted monarch, am but a victim ensnared by the tides of fate." With that, he departed. Qin Shushi watched his retreating figure and sighed deeply. This was precisely why he yearned to return to his homeland. If one does not act for oneself, they may face dire consequences. Yet in this world, where everyone acts for their own benefit, who will act for you? If one relentlessly pursues their desires, they will be consumed by ambition. All are beasts. All partake in cannibalism. Jiang Qingyu knelt in her chamber for 3 entire days. For 3 days, she did not step outside. While outside, Jiang Hui and her friends were frantic with worry. However, under the emperor's imposing authority, none dared to intervene. They cried out to the heavens in vain, and the earth offered no solace. Huobuqi sought the aid of Huai, who could only sigh and shake his head. Huangfu Ling and Huangfu Qinghuan approached the emperor, but he merely stated, "She is occupied within. She will emerge shortly. There is no need for you to plead on her behalf." Cui Fei even knelt before Xie Chenyuan, imploring him to save her, yet Xie Chenyuan could only respond helplessly, "If I speak up for her now, she will surely perish. If I remain silent, she may yet survive." None knew what transpired that day, and in their youth, they felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, before entering the room, Jiang Qingyu had rewarded a palace eunuch with a gold ingot, a tangible token of wealth. This eunuch, a favorite attendant of the emperor, discreetly provided Jiang Qingyu with some food over the 3 days, all with the emperor's tacit approval. As the 3rd day waned, a familiar sound of footsteps reached her ears. "How have you maintained your composure?" Jiang Qingyu bit her lip, her voice significantly weaker than before. She did not respond immediately, but instead adhered to the etiquette of respect, prostrating herself before him. The prolonged kneeling rendered her knees incredibly sensitive, each slight movement accompanied by a sharp pain. "I greet your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." In response to the emperor's inquiry, she replied, "Qingyu has remained calm throughout." The emperor sighed softly, "Enough, enough. You are even more formidable than I imagined. The undefeated Marquis has pleaded for you. The Empress has interceded on your behalf. And even my typically reticent daughter has spoken for you. I present you with this betrothal. Accept it, and it may be of use to you in the future." Jiang Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your Majesty." The emperor replied, "There is no need to think of words of refusal. This marriage contract I bestow upon you is not merely to exert control over Minister Xie. How could one so extraordinary as he be bound by a mere piece of paper? Years ago, when he rejected the marriage proposal to Princess Yanghe, my acquiescence was a testament to my understanding of the matter. Do you truly believe he could defy imperial decree? My intentions extend beyond him. They encompass you as well. I have perused your edicts and political treatises. You are but 15, yet your talent is immeasurable. Even I, who command a court filled with the most learned and skilled, cannot help but feel curiosity regarding your future. Jiang Qingyu, you would do well to remember your words. You possess no ambition, only a desire for a home to which you can always return. You must hold fast to this sentiment. Otherwise, the greater your ambition, the larger the leviathan that will consume you." Jiang Qingyu clasped her hands and bowed deeply once more towards the emperor. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor." The emperor remained silent for a lengthy moment before taking his seat. "Rise," he commanded. Jiang Qingyu attempted to stand but found herself unable to do so momentarily. Her knees had sustained severe chill during her kneeling at the ministerial residence, and although she had been receiving treatment, 2 months was scarcely sufficient for recovery. The prolonged kneeling this time had likely worsened her condition. "Very well, if I cannot stand, I shall sit," she concluded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She adjusted her posture, appearing both obedient and fatigued. The emperor regarded her thoughtfully before speaking again. "Let us discuss matters of import. I am intrigued by your political discourse and edicts. Yet the construction of trade routes involves considerable financial and material investment, with numerous factors to contemplate. Should the status of merchants rise as a result of this endeavor, how do you propose to maintain control over the situation? It is imperative to regulate the status of merchants. While many may scorn the merchant class, deeming them overly privileged, it is precisely because they possess so much that they hold the potential to disrupt the entire nation, necessitating the restraint of their status and the binding of their hands. Once the trade route is established, merchants will undoubtedly reap the greatest rewards, which could lead to unpredictable repercussions." Jiang Qingyu interjected. "Your Majesty need only issue a decree for the trade routes." The emperor's interest was piqued. "A decree for trade routes?" Jiang Qingyu elaborated. "The construction of trade routes is intended to strengthen connections between nations, ensuring constant awareness of their movements, with trade and commerce as secondary goals. While it may appear as a commercial venture, it is, in essence, a diplomatic endeavor intricately linked to politics. Thus, it is vital to firmly secure all rights within the core of each nation. Therefore, we can establish relay stations under the pretext of ensuring safety. At each city, a relay station should be set up, where only those who pass inspections may obtain a trade route decree, granting them passage to the next city. On one hand, this will restrict goods. On the other, it will limit access to the trade routes. In this manner, the situation surrounding the trade routes will be firmly under control, allowing for preemptive measures against any signs of trouble." Jiang Qingyu had anticipated numerous questions prior to her audience with the emperor and had devised comprehensive solutions. As anticipated, the emperor's eyes brightened upon hearing this, a rare smile gracing his lips. "This course of action is indeed feasible. When do you think this trade route should be established? And who would be most suitable to oversee it?" Jiang Qingyu understood the principle that rigidity may lead to breakage, especially since she had just pledged her lack of ambition. Thus, she must feign ignorance regarding court affairs. In response to this inquiry, she tempered her brilliance and replied, "Qingyu is not well versed in court matters. It would be best for Your Majesty to personally oversee this initiative." The emperor chuckled with intrigue, since this pertains to diplomacy. "How about we entrust it to Deputy Minister Jiang of the Ministry of Rights?" Chapter 81. Step by step, Jiang Qingyu pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. "Why, my father? Is this also a method of manipulation by Your Majesty?" The emperor pondered briefly before responding. "Women are not permitted to hold office. Yet Minister Jiang's position has not seen promotion for quite some time. Furthermore, the Minister of Rights is quite advanced in age and will soon retire to his hometown. It would be a waste of his merits if they were not transferred to Deputy Minister Jiang. Is that not the most prudent choice?" Jiang Qingyu discerned that the emperor had left her some leeway in his words, so she took a deep breath and replied, "I believe that, in terms of capability, my father's current position is sufficient. Should he ascend further, it may draw undue attention. My father harbors no great ambitions, and my brothers do not intend to pursue careers in government. While the opportunity is favorable, none are prepared to seize it. If your majesty is inclined to show mercy towards a woman like me, it would be better to allocate such honors to the common people. The emperor was taken aback by Jiang Qingyu's unexpected response, his interest in her deepening. How do you propose to record this in the annals of the common folk? Jiang Qingyu abruptly lifted her gaze to meet the emperor's. May I speak candidly? The emperor raised an eyebrow. Proceed. Jiang Qingyu stated. Caring for the common people and loving them as one's own children, your majesty has already accomplished this. All that is required is to maintain this course. The emperor narrowed his eyes. When have I ever faltered in this regard? Jiang Qingyu replied, I am merely expressing the thoughts within my heart. In 8 or 9 months, a war that none could avert would unfold. The neighboring nations, led by the Great Yi Kingdom, would launch an offensive against the Great Yu, resulting in grievous losses. Amidst internal strife and external threats, a border city would be led to betrayal by a prince. Chaos would reign, and the Great Yu would find itself on the brink of destruction, with the populace suffering greatly. The Great Yu, a nation of formidable strength, should not fall so easily. Upon investigation, it became evident that the court had long been infested with corruption, with numerous spies within the 6 ministries betraying vital information, leaving the Great Yu in a perilous position of being outmaneuvered by its enemies. In an effort to quell the public's fury and his own, the emperor resorted to a violent purge. The position of Deputy Minister of Rights, responsible for diplomacy, should be the first to be eliminated. This role had long since decayed, and none dared to occupy it. This was precisely why Jiang Hui had been thrust into this position. Whoever became Deputy Minister of Rights in these years would become the most ideal scapegoat. Thus, from the very beginning, the Jiang family had already found themselves at the eye of the storm. Perhaps everyone was aware, both overtly and covertly, of certain truths, yet none dared to confront them. Jiang Hui, of humble origins and ordinary means, possessed no hidden advantages nor powerful allies within the court. He was the most fitting candidate. Consequently, he was elevated to this position. Now, Jiang Qingyu found herself with limited options. Her best strategy was to find a way to delay the onset of war. Alone, she could not prevent it. No one could. However, if she could buy some time, she would gain the opportunity to safeguard the Jiang family. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, If your majesty trusts me, it would be wise to pay more attention to the court. Upon hearing this, the emperor narrowed his eyes and asked, Why? Jiang Qingyu nodded and spoke. Although I am not well versed in the matters of the Ming dynasty as a commoner, I can certainly sense the increasing pressure of life in recent years. While taxes have not risen, various thresholds have emerged in cities, requiring money to cross them in order to sustain a living. With the proliferation of these thresholds, the resources available to the common people have diminished. Curiously, I have never heard of any decrees being issued regarding such thresholds, and individuals like myself, born to officials, have never encountered them. They seem to be established solely for the common folk. Consequently, the cost for the common people to navigate these thresholds have surged, yet the national treasury remains stagnant. Although I am young and struggle to grasp the intricacies of the situation, I understand that the livelihood of the people in Dayou is becoming increasingly perplexing. The metaphor used by Jiang Qingyu is quite subtle, yet the emperor can discern the underlying issue. Within the court, there are indeed parasites, deceitfully siphoning off the wealth of the populace, perhaps even that which rightfully belongs in the national coffers. His voice grew serious. Is this truly the case? Jiang Qingyu replied, How could the words of a mere girl be taken seriously? Therefore, I must implore your majesty to conduct a discreet investigation. She emphasized the term discreet investigation, wishing to extricate herself from the matter to avoid any unnecessary peril. Initially, she intended for the emperor to investigate the potential treachery of the princes, but feared that her actions might inadvertently hasten conflict, bringing everything to an earlier conclusion. The best strategy at present is to redirect the emperor's attention toward matters within the court, while this may render the position of the Minister of Rights more precarious. If she were to voice her concerns, the emperor might also grow suspicious. Of course, the emperor is a wise man, a beacon of enlightenment. Officials are aware of the dangers surrounding the position of Minister of Rights. He is not oblivious to this fact. Yet, at that moment, no one could present compelling evidence to prove the Jiang family's innocence. Her actions were a gamble, wagering on the emperor's disposition. She had no alternative but to seek the most hopeful thread of survival amidst increasingly perilous choices. Should the emperor discern the court's issues and resolve them proactively, perhaps a turning point would emerge. The emperor fell silent and then rose from his seat. I understand now. He regarded Jiang Qingyu with an unusual gaze. You seem to know much. Jiang Qingyu tensed, hesitant to respond. The emperor pressed his lips together. There is no need to be anxious. As long as you adhere to your principles, no one can harm you. You have also stated that I am a wise ruler. A wise ruler, such a splendid phrase, coveted by generations of monarchs. Yet, when they finally ascend to that status, they lose the very qualifications to be an emperor and forfeit any opportunity for error. The throne, the ultimate pinnacle of power, is desired by all. That dragon throne is exalted by countless hands, elevated above all. Simultaneously, it is susceptible to being dismantled by the same multitude. A single move by the monarch sends ripples through the realm. Therefore, the ruler must exercise utmost restraint in their actions. He took a deep breath and said, I assure you, I will thoroughly investigate this matter, but it is not for you to concern yourself with. The reason I have summoned you today is that I require your assistance with another matter. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. If there were anything she could assist with, she was eager to seize every opportunity to repay to you. The emperor inhaled deeply, then turned to retrieve a scroll from behind him. Before handing it to Jiang Qingyu, he inquired, Are you aware that many nations have come to pay their respects recently? Jiang Qingyu paused, then nodded. Just a few days prior, while she was busy at Yunyan Pavilion, Gao Yi had mentioned these events to her. Many foreigners had arrived recently, as the emperor's birthday was approaching. As a great nation, it was customary for neighboring and vassal states to visit, present gifts, and test the waters. Jiang Qingyu responded, Your Majesty, what is it that you wish for me to do? Chapter 82. The unexpected guest from distant lands. A group of youths entered the academy. Led by a man with lustrous golden curls, his striking features accentuated by a pair of slightly haughty azure eyes that surveyed the surroundings. Before entering this esteemed place of learning, please halt and present your relevant credentials, a guard instructed. The golden-haired gentleman cast a fleeting glance and casually tossed a golden token, bestowed by the Emperor of Dayou, which granted them unhindered passage within the realm. The guard, recognizing their status, adopted a demeanor befitting the protocol of the land. It is His Highness Prince Wayne. Welcome to the academy. May I offer my assistance as a guide? Wayne hailed from a distant kingdom known as the City of the Setting Sun, reputed for possessing the most radiant golden hair and unparalleled intellect. It was said he was destined to become the next lord of his city. With numerous nations sending envoys recently, news of his travels had been circulated, and the emperor had decreed that no one should obstruct their passage, allowing them to witness the grandeur of Dayou. Wayne spoke up. I have heard that your esteemed land values learning greatly. Might I inquire who currently holds the top rank in your academy? I wish to witness such talent. The guard replied solemnly, Today is a day of rest. The students are not present. Wayne strode forward, crossing his arms haughtily, and demanded, as honored guests, Do we not even possess the right to meet your academy's genius? At this moment, a man from the island nation, with a small tuft of hair beneath his nose, interjected, Is this truly how you entertain your guests? You, insignificant wretch, are unworthy to host us. Summon your headmaster at once. Without hesitation, the islander drew a katana, pressing it against the guard's abdomen. Obey if you wish to live. Our time is precious. The guard's expression shifted, taken aback by the audacity of these foreign visitors. Just then, Linyu, having regained his composure after living at the academy, emerged and exclaimed, What is the meaning of this? He stepped forward, using a book to deflect the blade, and glared at Wayne. This is the academy, the sacred ground of Dayou's scholars. We do not welcome barbaric outsiders. Please leave. Wayne merely lifted his chin, arrogantly inquiring, Are you the top scholar of the academy? Linyu clenched his fists, tentatively asking, What do you intend to do? Wayne stepped closer, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Oh, nothing much. We merely wish to engage in a friendly contest, to gauge the prowess of your so-called geniuses. However, I must forewarn you, we have certain rules for our one-on-one duels. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu emerged from the palace. A collective sigh of relief swept through those waiting outside. Yet, before any pleasantries could be exchanged, Jiang Qingyu commanded, Find me the swiftest horse. We must return to the academy immediately. I shall explain everything on the way. Witnessing Jiang Qingyu's urgency, the others wasted no time, fully trusting her every decision. Young Master Xiao was particularly enthusiastic. Just wait, the horse stable is nearby. I will fetch one for you. Jiang Qingyu was exceedingly anxious. I will go with you. His Majesty had bestowed upon her 2 tasks and a promise. The first task was to inform her that a group of foreign guests had arrived at the Taishui. Renowned throughout the realm, the Taishui of Dayou was now host to an envoy, among whom was a prodigy claimed to appear once in a century. His Majesty expected her, as the current top scholar of the Taishui, to uphold its honor. Simultaneously, there existed a rule for the one-on-one contest from the foreign lands. In a formal duel, the victor could dictate the fate of the vanquished. After observing for some time, they intended to strike at the Taishui, intending to humiliate Dayou at this critical juncture. In her previous life, Jiang Qingyu had not paid much attention to this matter, but had heard whispers. It was said that at this time in her past, envoys from various nations had killed a scholar from the Taixue, severing his head and displaying it upon the banner of their highest institution. Such brutality was not only cruel, but also humiliating, inciting a collective uprising among the students. Now, with His Majesty's declaration that those individuals had reached the Taixue, it signified that the scholar was in imminent peril. Though she did not know who it was, she had to rush there immediately, not only because it was His Majesty's task, but also as the foremost scholar of the Taixue and a disciple of the. Soon, Jiang Qingyu and young Master Xiao mounted their horses. After recently honing her riding skills, she transformed into a streak of azure light, galloping away. Others followed suit. 2 hours later, a group of students was seething with rage, encircling a man in the center wielding a bloody katana. This man, Jiang Qingyu, wore a sinister smile. What? Do you intend to violate the rules? A nearby student shielded Linyu. You barbaric foreigners, this is not a place for you to wreak havoc. So brazenly slaughtering scholars here at the Taixue, this is your way of being guests? Jiang Qingyu laughed heartily. You must understand. We made it clear before the contest. If he loses, he must bear the consequences. The katana was aimed at Linyu. I will spare his life only to see if your top scholar dares to show up. If not, for every 10 counts, I shall take a slice. We are here with the consent of the Emperor of Dayou. Everyone gritted their teeth. They had sought the guards for assistance. But the guards had stated that orders from above prohibited any arbitrary action, mandating respect for the game as rules. Once failure occurred, the news would spread swiftly. The populace would be enraged if a Taixue scholar was defeated by a foreigner. At that moment, their concern was not for the safety of their scholars, but whether they could emerge victorious. Victory and honor were what the people desired. If they wished to protect the reputation of Dayou scholars, only 2 choices remained. Either victory or acceptance of defeat. One must sacrifice a victim while bearing the malign consequences of this event in the years to come. At this moment, Linyu was wounded with 4 cuts, his breathing becoming labored, his body drenched in blood, as he glared at the despicable ruffians. With Jiang Qingyu and the princess absent, Linyu resolutely stepped forward to expel these unwelcome guests, fully aware of the price he was about to pay. He understood that if he did not intervene, these foreign intruders would only escalate their vile actions towards other students until Jiang Qingyu, the top scholar, made an appearance. Thus, he boldly declared himself as the foremost student of the academy, stepping forth without a trace of cowardice. However, he soon realized that the Prince of Wayne possessed remarkable talents. He was defeated. He stood up and expressed, "Thank you, fellow classmates. I am deeply grateful." This contest, devoid of any audience, had already ascended to a national level behind the scenes. As the vanquished, if he wished to spare the students of Dayou from bearing ignominy for the next 5 years, he must emerge as the sacrificial lamb. With 1 life, he would silence the voices of the populace. Therefore, I accept the terms of the wager and shall not retreat. Chapter 83. This round, I shall set the rules. The samurai from the island of Japan approached with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The sound of his katana scraping against the ground echoing ominously. He remarked, "It seems the people of Dayou are quite astute in grasping the larger picture. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. 10 seconds, 1 strike, until the appearance of Jiang Qingyu." The leaderboard had already been posted, and they were naturally aware of who held the top position. Initially, the plan was to eliminate 1 person to achieve their objective. Any further actions would surely attract the attention of the Dayou Emperor, who would not remain indifferent. The Dayou Emperor's consent indicated the limits of their ruthlessness. Despite the nation's diplomatic weaknesses and declining circumstances in recent years, Dayou remained a colossal prize, and provoking the emperor would yield dire consequences for all. However, after reading the essays on the leaderboard, Wei Yin was resolute in his desire to meet Jiang Qingyu for a duel. He was merely a thug, a warrior, motivated to act solely out of disdain for the people of Dayou. To him, killing 1 person or 2 was inconsequential. Ultimately, he would bear the responsibility as the instigator. He approached Linyu, raised his katana, and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Qingyu's lips curled into a wide grin. It seemed there was still no one around. This time, he intended to stab Linyu through the stomach. The thrill of torturing a Dayou person was intoxicating. Linyu closed his eyes. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out with fury. "Stop." Jiang Qingyu heard the shout but did not relent. Instead, he intensified his attack, aiming for Linyu's neck. Just then, Huobuki hurled a spear through the air, slicing through the wind and knocking the katana away. Jiang Qingyu's expression shifted. Could there truly be such power among the youth of Dayou? All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. The sound of hoofs ceased, revealing 5 young men and women before the crowd. Wabuki's eyes brimmed with indifference and disdain as he mocked. Your island has indeed inherited its treacherous nature. What, now that my father has incapacitated you? Do you seek to vent your frustration by playing the lapdog of the sun never sets city? Pathetic. Jiang Qingyu, enraged by the insult, immediately recognized Wabuki. Son of the invincible Marquis? Do you realize we are here today with the Emperor of Dayou's tacit approval? Do you wish to lose your head? His agitation was palpable, recalling the years of Japanese incursions into Dayou, which ended with their defeat at the hands of the invincible Marquis, forcing even the capital's relocation. The current state of Japan was one of mere existence, trailing behind the sun never sets city like a dog. Each word struck a nerve. Wabuki retorted with a cold laugh. I believe the one who should be concerned about losing his head is you. He charged forward, delivering a punch that knocked 2 of Jiang Qingyu's teeth out. Immediately, Jiang Qingyu began to retaliate, but no matter how he fought back, it resembled the futile struggles of a child, utterly crushed by Wabuki in every aspect. How could this be? He was, after all, considered the strongest warrior of the younger generation from the Wa country. Yet he found himself unable to even defend himself in the presence of the undefeated son of a marquis. Soon, with a bruised face, Jiang Qingyu caught the attention of the prince from the sun never set city, who approached with a semblance of composure. Young Marquis, I implore you to show some restraint. This contest holds significance for both our nations, and His Majesty has permitted us to be here. He is merely adhering to the rules on our behalf. He continued. If word spreads of Dayou's disastrous defeat on the Emperor's birthday at the hands of the sun never set city, the citizens of Dayou will undoubtedly gossip. Should we fail to honor the rules of the wager, it would invite further ridicule, and future scholars of Dayou may find their paths fraught with difficulty. The reputation of the Taixue, the foremost academy in the realm, would be precariously at stake. Moreover, we harbor no intentions of bloodshed. We merely seek to identify the top contender, Jiang Qingyu. As he finished speaking, a clear female voice resonated from behind the young marquis. I am Jiang Qingyu. Wine turned to see Jiang Qingyu, clad in azure garments, riding a black steed with an air of gallant poise. The girl's eyes, typically gentle, now held a subtle coldness and anger. Wine's gaze widened in disbelief, diverting from the topic. You are a woman? Ignoring him, Jiang Qingyu scrutinized Wine from her elevated position and continued, Since I am here, you should cease his actions. Yet, he not only refuses to stop but also attempts to harm, violating your own protocols. Was this part of your arrangement? Or were your earlier words regarding concern for Dayou scholars mere nonsense? Everyone was taken aback. They had never anticipated Jiang Qingyu would use such language. Yet, at that moment, they found her remarkably impressive. Beside them, Jiang Qingyu gritted his teeth. I had no intention of killing. You were slandering me. Without a second thought, the young marquis delivered another punch. A servant must not interrupt when their master speaks. Do you understand the rules? If not, allow me to teach you. Wine's expression grew grim. He could not fathom that the top scholar of Taixue was a woman. So, the laws and policies on the ranking list were pinned by you? He inquired. Indeed, Jiang Qingyu replied. Wine spoke again. I understand now. We will take our leave. Just as he turned to depart, Huang Fuqinghuan and Hua Zhao rode forth to block his path, to so openly provoke our scholars of Dayou and to harm my Taixue classmates. You think you can leave so easily? Jiang Qingyu dismounted, declaring, You mentioned this is a contest between nations, not child's play. Yet, this duel is far from over. Her gaze was resolute and fiercely aggressive, a finger pointing at the battered Jiang Qingyu. You may leave, but his life must stay. The foreign contingent began to seethe with anger. A tall man stepped forward, cloaked and exuding a palpable aura of menace, clearly one of their guards. Miss Jiang, the value of human life is no trifling matter, especially since we have already secured a victory. His Highness the Prince wishes to depart out of consideration for your gender, granting you a measure of dignity. Should you insist on obstructing us, we shall have no choice but to employ our means to take our leave. However, Jiang Qingyu smiled and replied, Who is granting whom dignity? It seems you have yet to discern your own standing. As she spoke, a shadowy figure emerged. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Who is this person? How did they appear so suddenly? Dayou glanced at the towering man, whose palm came crashing down, taking the head along with it. You are too close. Both sides were momentarily stunned. How could such a master exist beside Jiang Qingyu? Their guards were on par with the elite of Dayou. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu spoke. Prince Wayne, please take a seat. A new round of contest is about to commence. Your opponent is I, Jiang Qingyu. a scholar of Dayou. This round, I shall set the rules. Chapter 84. From the very beginning, we were not on the same level. The challenge proposed by Jiang Qingyu was a game of chess. A single match to determine the victor. As the foremost academy, the Taishuan naturally emphasized the cultivation of the 6 arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting. Aiming for a holistic development of virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. The chessboard was soon arranged, and Lin Yu was taken aside for timely treatment. Before departing, Lin Yu reminded Jiang Qingyu, "You must win. This is the dignity of our Dayou." Jiang Qingyu understood this well, and since she had willingly accepted the challenge, she must have devised a foolproof strategy for victory. Just before the match commenced, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Prince Wayne cast a hesitant glance at Jiang Qingyu. "This is your last chance to withdraw. If you insist on proceeding, you must be prepared to face the consequences. I have no desire to bully a woman, but I sit here representing the Sun Never Set City, which has long maintained a rigid diplomatic relationship with the Dayou after having lost the territory to it. Our envoy is here to reclaim that city and avenge the long-standing humiliation inflicted upon us by you." He warned her first. "I have been proficient in the game of black and white chess since childhood, having been a disciple of the current chess master. Even the finest masters struggle to endure beyond 200 moves against me. Miss Jiang, it is still not too late to withdraw. Our purpose for coming here has already been fulfilled." From the moment of his birth, Wayne had been the prince of the Sun Never Set City. Displaying remarkable intelligence as a child, he was taken under the wing of the national sage, and by 17, he had already stepped onto the battlefield, significantly contributing to the expansion of his kingdom's territories. At his coming-of-age ceremony, he was bestowed the title of Son of the Sun. His pride was not innate. It was supported by all that he possessed, granting him sufficient confidence. He also comprehended the values of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. Upon seeing the political treatises and edicts on the list, he had been quite excited, curious about the individual capable of penning such works, especially considering Dayou's recent isolationism, which had led to a diplomatic lag. This act was, without a doubt, a perfect means to break the stalemate and even surpass the past. Yet, to his astonishment, the author was a woman. He gazed at Jiang Qingyu, who wore a gentle expression, her face adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. "Since we each represent our nations, does the Sun Never Set City adhere to a custom that divides national representation by gender?" Jiang Qingyu inquired. Wayne found himself at a loss for words, not anticipating her sharp retort. "Then I shall defer to your wishes, Miss Jiang." Jiang Qingyu pinched a white piece between her middle and ring fingers. "I shall play with the white pieces." Wayne was taken aback, and even those from the Taishuan were bewildered. What was she thinking? According to the rules of black and white chess, the black pieces move first, allowing for quicker control of the corners and creating a more advantageous situation. Yet, Jiang Qingyu chose to relinquish this advantage and opted for the white pieces instead. "Miss Jiang, the black pieces hold the upper hand. Ladies should go first," Wayne remarked. Jiang Qingyu met his gaze, her beautiful face now conveying a hint of challenge as she countered, "Prince Wayne, is lecturing during the game also a custom of the Sun Never Set City? Please show me respect, and also extend that respect to Dayou." For a fleeting moment, Wayne felt a tingle of apprehension, yet what perplexed him even more lay ahead. Jiang Qingyu had placed her pieces in the Tianyuan position, the most vulnerable and easily encircled central spot. However, he refrained from offering any further reminders, continuing instead with the game. The essence of chess lies in its strategic layout. He could not afford to be careless, for it might also be a ploy from his opponent. How could someone capable of crafting such political discourse and edicts possibly be an incompetent fool at chess? As the game progressed, Jiang Qingyu found herself increasingly at a disadvantage. The scholars from the Taishuan were engulfed in tension, some nearly unable to restrain themselves from urging her to reconsider her moves. For the path she was on seemed fraught with peril. Yet Huarjiao stepped forward, asserting, "Trust in Qingyu. She has never let anyone down." Following her, Huang Fuling added, "Sister Yu is not one to act impulsively in this game. She is guiding us." Time ticked by, and by the 100th move, Jiang Qingyu had lost nearly 70 pieces. Wayne was firmly in the lead and began to believe that Jiang Qingyu truly lacked skill. The onlookers from the distant land chuckled. "Is this truly the first on the Great Yu's list? Clearly, she is a simpleton. We thought she was capable of something remarkable. But it turns out she is nothing more than a fade." The atmosphere on the Great Yu side was equally fraught with anxiety. Was Qingyu merely sacrificing her pieces? If this continued, her opponent would soon seize complete control of the board. Suddenly, Huang Fuling spoke. "The outcome of this game does not reside on the board. The true victory or defeat is at another level. Sister, you will prevail. She has comprehended this game fully. At that moment, Wayne also sensed something amiss. No, it could not be. The opponent did not lack understanding of the game, but had been purposefully sacrificing pieces. Why would she deliberately offer her pieces? Did she intend to lose? None grasped her intention. It was only after surpassing the 100-move mark that Jiang Qingyu finally spoke. Prince Wayne. Great Yu is about to begin its pursuit. You may keep the pieces you have taken. We will reclaim them all. At that instant, her style of play transformed dramatically, becoming fierce, rapid, and audacious. Although the board appeared to be dominated by black pieces, with Wayne holding the advantage, Jiang Qingyu's few white pieces seemed pitiably weak. Yet, by the 110th move, Jiang Qingyu executed her first wave of reclamation, capturing 20 black pieces in a single stroke. Gasps of disbelief echoed around her. How is this possible? That stronghold was breached in such a manner. It was the very position Wayne had fortified to ensnare Jiang Qingyu, and he had believed it secure, only to discover that his own defenses had been turned into a spear that pierced him. At this moment, Wayne realized the seemingly feeble assaults by Jiang Qingyu were, in truth, transforming all the black pieces he had retained into weapons against him. By the 140th move, Jiang Qingyu seized another 17 pieces, prompting Wayne to shift from offense to defense. By the 180th move, the tally of black and white pieces was equal once more. Throughout this time, Wayne had come to fully comprehend Jiang Qingyu's strategy. She relinquished her advantages, allowing his assaults to become fierce. Even if he remained defensive, he would ultimately expose his strengths as vulnerabilities. Once these weaknesses were revealed, Jiang Qingyu would seize upon them mercilessly. The most terrifying aspect was that Wayne comprehended the intent behind Jiang Qingyu's strategic maneuver. Currently, the Great Yu appeared to be in a precarious position, diplomatically frail, and coveted by numerous nations, all probing for opportunities. However, when the number of outstretched hands increases, who can guarantee that all are aligned in purpose? Although the distant factions seemed to hold the upper hand in this negotiation, the paramount concern remained their own nations. Even if they shared a common goal of conquering the Great Yu, once they had torn away a piece of its flesh, how would they distribute the spoils? What sacrifices would they make? Ultimately, this would lead to contradictions and the outbreak of internal strife, with many eyes watching and hands flailing. The Great Yu would naturally fade from view, leaving others to reap the benefits. It was inevitable that a piece of the Great Yu would be devoured. But what would follow would be an even more vehement counterattack and demands, as each nation would be stripped of its own flesh. This game was not merely a game of chess. She was using the game to illustrate the situation to him. From the very beginning, this was her plan, while he only came to realize it halfway through. From the outset, they had not been operating on the same level of understanding. Had the Great Yu truly fallen into despair? No, just as in this intricate game of inviting the opponent into a trap. This was the Great Yu's bait, a guise. With the 199th move, Jiang Qingyu placed her piece decisively, a smile gracing her lips. Prince Wayne, I concede. Author's note: chess is chess. Go is go. The rules differ. I must script according to the narrative, and while I may boast, I confess I am not adept at playing Go. Please bear with me. Chapter 85. The true Jiang Qingyu. The position Jiang Qingyu chose was exceedingly subtle. It could rightly be described as a vulnerability. This weakness, should Wayne direct his attention towards the final direction, would enable him to secure victory in this contest. Conversely, if he were to focus on another point, he would undoubtedly lose. In this scenario, Jiang Qingyu had relinquished the decision of winning or losing to him. Yet, he hesitated, lingering in indecision. In terms of chess skill, he undoubtedly surpassed Jiang Qingyu. However, what Jiang Qingyu was playing was not merely a game of chess, but rather the intricate dynamics of the situation itself. This woman, whom he had underestimated, was clearly illustrating the current geopolitical landscape through a game of chess. He could easily claim victory in this contest and adopt the guise of a victor to fulfill his ambitions. Yet, if he achieved such a hollow victory, it would be devoid of honor. In the aftermath, Jiang Qingyu could reveal the game, and any knowledgeable observer would instantly discern the truth, turning the tables on him. This was ostensibly a choice, but in reality, it was a final gesture of courtesy, sparing him the humiliation of an outright defeat. He had lost utterly. Clenching his teeth and fists, he acknowledged, I have lost. The spectators were incredulous at this outcome. Those from distant lands immediately changed their expressions. Prince Wayne, are you jesting with me? If you had merely placed your piece in the third or fourth square, victory would have been assured, and yet, you now proclaim your loss? Prince Wayne cast a cold glance in their direction. Are you attempting to instruct me? Can you not discern whether this game is chess or something else entirely? This matter is no trifling affair. It concerns the dignity of our nations. Wayne sneered. Though these individuals hailed from various nations, they could not possibly misunderstand the implications of this chess game. Were they subtly suggesting that he should become the scapegoat, the one to bear the brunt of the blame? Just as Jiang Qingyu's game had illustrated, they were akin to a pack of wolves, waiting to feast upon his flesh. Turning to Jiang Qingyu, Wayne expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your guidance today. However, please forgive my current state of turmoil. I must take my leave. As Wayne rose, Jiang Qingyu spoke leisurely. Since the outcome is determined, according to your customs, I may freely decide your fate, correct? Before Wayne could respond, Jiang Qingyu smiled. However, today's contest was, in essence, a mutual victory and defeat. Thus, we should part on equal terms, and Prince Wayne need not retain anything. Yet, she glanced at Jiang Qingyu, who was firmly pinned to the ground by Huobuqi. This individual from the island nation acted preemptively before the outcome was decided, injuring our compatriots from Dayou. With so many eyes upon us, we cannot simply release him without consequence, lest we become the subject of ridicule. It would be acceptable to keep him, would it not? Jiang Qingyu's eyes widened in terror. How dare you? Dayou is utterly shameless. Prince Wayne had already secured a victory. Jiang Qingyu's lips curled into a gentle smile. But I am the first on the leaderboard, am I not? The foreign onlookers felt an escalating pressure, realizing their untenable position. Wayne fixed his gaze upon Jiang Qingyu and swiftly made his decision. You may dispose of him as you wish. Jiang Qingyu offered a slight bow, and the gentle fish complied with utmost respect. Suddenly, she retrieved a dagger from her bosom and handed it to the nearby Sa Luo. She commanded, sever his head. At her words, a chill swept through everyone present. How could such an innocent-looking girl so casually utter such a gruesome directive? They had witnessed Sa Luo's prowess, and none could intervene. Jiang Qingyu trembled, his mind a void. I merely injured him, yet you demand my head? Jiang Qingyu approached with a smile. You did not merely injure him. You intended to torture him, but fate intervened. Once you harbor thoughts of taking a life, you must grasp the principle of the survival of the fittest. Now, you possess no options. Her tone was calm, even laced with a gentle smile. Yet to all, she appeared as the most nefarious demon, the most enchanting thorned flower, beautiful, cruel, and exuding a lethal allure. Kill. Jiang Qingyu's voice resonated with authority. With a scream, Sa Luo beheaded the warrior from the islands before all eyes. It was a scene that elicited both a sense of vindication and a shiver of dread. This was the first time they had witnessed Jiang Qingyu in such a light. Rising, she bore no trace of blood, remaining impeccably clean throughout. She approached the distant guests with a faint smile. Now that your business here is concluded, I shall not detain you further. There are matters I must attend to. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality. I shall not escort you out. She extended her palm towards the exit. Please. The expressions of the distant guests varied, yet all etched the image of this extraordinary woman, Jiang Qingyu, deep into their memories. They departed swiftly, while Jiang Qingyu instructed Sa Luo to preserve the severed head, sealing it in a box for potential future use. Sa Luo, unsure of the rationale behind retaining the head, complied nonetheless. Jiang Qingyu then ordered the game to be meticulously recorded, ensuring multiple copies were kept safe, for it must not be lost. The others, still in a daze, were only just awakening to reality, particularly the young lord, who now stood utterly stupefied, his complexion paling. Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu turned her gaze towards him. Are you afraid, young lord? He remained silent. Jiang Qingyu's expression grew complex and somber. I apologize for frightening you all. Perhaps this is my true self, or perhaps not. I cannot discern. However, for the foreseeable future, I will maintain this demeanor, and I feel it necessary to inform you in advance. Should you find this unacceptable, I shall not insist on change. I merely hope you can adapt swiftly and determine how to approach me henceforth. Yet, the young lord sprang to his feet. His face flushed as he exclaimed, what nonsense are you speaking? Regardless of your nature, I remain indifferent. For I am aware of your true essence and how you treat both me and others. Your capacity for resistance, aggression, and even lethal actions is not a flaw. It is a testament to your formidable strength. Moreover, you undertake these actions for our sake, for the greater good. The young lord, increasingly incensed, stepped before Jiang Qingyu and declared with righteous conviction, you must apologize. Jiang Qingyu responded, apologize? The young lord nodded emphatically. Yes, apologize for your misunderstanding of us. I may not grasp the true form you refer to, Yet I comprehend how you regard us. We are not mere plants, devoid of sensation. You must understand that. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall never harbor disdain for you, nor shall we fear you. How could you presume we would be daunted by your strength? Thus, you are in the wrong, and you must apologize forthwith. Hua Jiao and the others gazed at her expectantly. Jiang Qingyu struggled to articulate her feelings, ultimately smiling shyly and softly uttering, "I'm sorry." In an instant, the young lord's face lit up with joy, and he cheerfully whispered back, "It's all right. I forgive you in every possible way." The others gathered around her, and after sharing a brief smile, Jiang Qingyu fainted. Chapter 86, Transformation Upon Awakening. Jiang Qingyu found herself in the familiar confines of her home. The surroundings were imbued with a sense of nostalgia, yet her legs throbbed with a lingering pain. Even without anyone informing her, she could surmise much of what had transpired. Her knees had already suffered from the cold at the Prime Minister's residence and had yet to fully recover. After kneeling before His Majesty for 3 days, she was already at her limit, and then she rushed to the Taishui. This relentless strain had kept her in a state of extreme tension, compelling her to muster all her energy to persevere. However, she had not anticipated that a moment's relaxation would lead her to faint. Fortunately, she was eventually returned home, which offered some solace. At that moment, a familiar male voice broke the silence. "Awake?" Was that the voice of the Prime Minister? Jiang Qingyu instinctively turned her gaze, disbelief flooding her eyes. The man sat on a stool beside her bed, clad in an expansive court robe adorned with embroidered cranes. His attire impeccably formal, accentuating the breadth of his shoulders. His long neck held a jade crown, and a silver mask reflected a sharp, cold light. Beneath the mask, his pale eyes shimmered with an air of mystery. Jiang Qingyu blinked, surveying her surroundings once more, and then glanced at the man. This was indeed her home. Was it not? A sense of confusion washed over her. Was she still dreaming? Suddenly, Xie Chenyuan inquired, "Do you need water?" To her astonishment, she discovered her lips were moist, prompting her to shake her head. "How long have I been asleep?" 2 days. Jiang Qingyu's pupils contracted in surprise. She had not realized she had slept for such an extended period. Clenching her fists, she asked, "What of the foreign envoys?" Xie Chenyuan replied, "They have been relatively well behaved in recent days, largely due to your efforts. You have performed admirably." A wave of relief washed over her. It seemed she had successfully completed her task. Yet, fatigue overwhelmed her once more, and she succumbed to sleep again. When she awakened again, several hours had evidently passed, and the sun hung low in the western sky. The figure beside her had transformed from Xie Chenyuan to Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu wore a solemn expression, seemingly lost in contemplation. Was it truly a dream? After all, how could the Prime Minister be in her home? "Third brother," she spoke softly, drawing his attention. As she attempted to sit up, Jiang Qingyu supported her gently. "Take your time. Your body is yet to recuperate." His heart was heavy with agitation, overwhelmed by the multitude of revelations he had received. He had never imagined that little fish would undertake such perilous endeavors without their family's knowledge. Once Jiang Qingyu had straightened herself, he had intended to speak, but she interjected with a question. "How did I return?" Jiang Qingyu's expression grew even more complex. As if he had deliberated for a long while before providing a definitive answer. "It seems you have no recollection at all." Jiang Qingyu nodded. "After confronting the prince from the unfading city at the Taishui, I fainted and remember nothing thereafter. It must have been Itsue or Salo, or perhaps the young marquis who brought me back." As he contemplated this, Jiang Qingyu spoke. "It was that Xie Xiong who brought you back." Jiang Qingyu's body stiffened. "The Xiong Lord?" Jiang Qingyu continued. "After you fainted, the young marquis was the first to support you. Then Xie Xiong suddenly appeared, unceremoniously taking you away. Not only that, he carried you all the way from the Taishui to the Jiang residence. Almost everyone witnessed this event." Jiang Qingyu was so startled that she regained her senses. "Are you telling the truth?" Jiang Qingyu fixed his gaze on her. "Do you think the physician who has been treating you these past 2 days is anyone less than Bai Shi, the renowned healer from the Prime Minister's residence? Had it not been for her exceptional skills, you might have been left unable to walk for the rest of your life." After saying this, he clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes as he glared at Jiang Qingyu. "Jiang Qingyu, you have truly become capable. What would have happened to our family if anything were to happen to you? You silently undertook all these burdens alone. Do you not see your father and mother? Do you not see us, your brothers? Is it that you find us so unworthy of your trust?" Jiang Qingyu, rarely flustered, was unexpectedly embraced by Jiang Qingyu. "You need not explain. I understand. We all understand." Third brother was merely venting, although he was the only one aware of the intricacies surrounding Xiaoyu. He never anticipated that within just over 2 months, she could accomplish so much. When summoned by the emperor, he had sensed something amiss. But he had not expected that the sister who once needed meticulous protection could now stand independently, to the point of making him feel estranged and ashamed. If only he were a bit stronger, perhaps she would not have to endure such hardships. Jiang Qingyu and Jiang Qingyu held on to each other for a long while. Eventually, Jiang Qingyu slowly pushed her away, gazing at her with a complex expression, hesitating to speak. Perhaps all of this is fate's design. Since you have managed to achieve all this, we shall unwaveringly support you, for we are family. But you must promise me that next time you return, do not come back in such distress. You must remember to protect yourself. Do you understand? Jiang Qingyu nodded. I understand. With a sigh, Jiang Qingyu said, the carriage is ready for you. Although I am reluctant for you to go, now that you have chosen this path, you must see it through to the end, with no turning back. Go now, do not overthink, just rest well in the carriage. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback but nodded in agreement. She realized she must visit the Xiong residence at this moment. Previously, the Xiong lord and she had tacitly agreed to keep their relationship concealed. Now, his grand gesture seemed to signal an intention to publicly acknowledge her as his own, inevitably leading to unforeseen upheavals. Though she was not on the front lines, there were still many matters that required her attention, and rest was not an option. Slowing her pace would only lead to an abyss of endless waiting. After Jiang Qingyu departed, Jiang Qingyu kept his gaze fixed on her. He clenched his fist and let out a deep sigh. Little did he expect that the revered minister, whom all held in awe, was the very one who had removed the mask years ago. Furthermore, he could hardly fathom that his current standing was largely due to the blessings bestowed upon him by Xiao Yuer and the mask itself. He could only hope that the minister would indeed fulfill his promise to protect her. With that, he called out, Hey! A figure leapt down from the beams of the room. My lord, Jiang Qingyu said, gripping the jade pendant at his waist. Please inform my master that I am ready for the final round of testing. Chapter 87. People on a boat in the carriage. Itsue vividly recounted the events that transpired after that day. She expressed her sudden realization that the prime minister was not such a bad person after all. She continued, recounting how the young marquis stubbornly refused to hand her over to the prime minister, only to be swiftly cast aside by a single blow from him. Despite the young marquis's formidable skills, one could only imagine the strength of the prime minister. With animated gestures, she mimicked the prime minister's words. There are assassins lurking outside the academy from various nations. You cannot protect her. Over these past few days, the prime minister had visited her daily. In the end, Itsue sighed, the prime minister does possess some humanity. Jiang Qingyu found herself both amused and exasperated. Is it really that exaggerated? She retorted. However, she indeed could not have anticipated the likelihood of the academy being rife with assassins from various nations. She was neither a royal nor a person of great renown. Her death would hardly provoke severe repercussions, and the identity of any assailants would be difficult to ascertain. At this juncture, there were at least 20 to 30 nations sending envoys, not to mention the extensive network of spies within the Great Yu itself. The mere presence of agents trained by them could render her demise ambiguous. Once one is ensnared in such a vortex, the ensuing crises would not be confined to a single direction but would emerge from all corners. The young marquis lacked sufficient prestige, while Linger's life was of utmost importance. The prime minister was indeed the only one capable of safeguarding her at that moment. Yet, had the prime minister, the imperial teacher, and even his majesty already foreseen the unfolding of these events? If so, why had there been instances in the past where the heads of great Yu scholars were displayed by foreign nations? With the enemy operating in the shadows and allies in the light, one could not act recklessly. However, preventing the removal of a body was still a feasible endeavor. Was it not? Jiang Qingyu, already feeling disoriented, found her thoughts swirling to the point of near explosion. Power. The path of power was fraught with challenges and cruelty, for inevitably there would be sacrifices. She could hardly afford to ponder further. As long as she did not become a victim and her family remained safe, that would suffice. Soon, they arrived at the prime minister's residence, where Su Youfu greeted them with a smile. Miss Jiang, how is your health? Jiang Qingyu replied, I am no longer in any grave danger. Thank you for the prime minister's assistance. Su Youfu, with a knowing smile, jested, how could we not? It was the prime minister who caused your condition. We must take responsibility, right? Moreover, from this day forth, we are truly in the same boat. Jiang Qingyu smiled in return but chose not to elaborate further. Indeed, the prime minister had carried her back from the academy to the Jiang residence, partly to protect her, but also to irrevocably tie her fate to his. Everyone would soon know she worked for the Prime Minister's household. Her name would be recognized by all in the court that very night. And she could no longer act freely. She would always have to consider her position. She inquired, "Is the Prime Minister available?" Su Youfu responded, "He has been waiting inside for quite some time." "Jiang Qingyu, I shall seek an audience. I trust that Su Gong will take good care of Itsue." Su Youfu nodded in agreement. Jiang Qingyu made her way to the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence alone. Xie Chenyuan had already changed out of his ceremonial robes and was steeping a pot of tea. His mask had been polished to a pristine shine. Yet a faint smell of blood still clung to him. "Jiang Qingyu, my lord," Xie Chenyuan spoke. "Please, take a seat." Jiang Qingyu settled into the chair opposite him, and a profound silence enveloped them. Eventually, it was Xie Chenyuan who shattered the awkward stillness. "Do you blame me?" Jiang Qingyu cast her eyes downward, her thick lashes gently brushing against her cheeks. "What does my lord mean?" "Xie Chenyuan, the matter of your prolonged kneeling." "Jiang Qingyu, which instance?" Xie Chenyuan fell silent, quietly lowering his gaze to drink from his cup of tea. It was the first time in a long while that he felt such a sense of guilt. He felt a sense of shame before a girl so humble, perhaps even more so than she. He yearned to deny it all. Yet he could not dismiss the moment of panic he felt when he observed her fainting during his clandestine watch at the academy. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. The first instance of kneeling occurred during the plum rain season, when she implored him to open the door before the Prime Minister's residence, her body invaded by the chill. The second instance, he was fully aware that the Emperor would use her as a pawn against him, yet he still allowed her to bear the burden alone. He understood that he had his reasons for both instances, yet when he heard her murmuring in her sleep, his heart could not help but ache with compassion. She murmured, "Father, mother, no matter what happens, I will protect you both." She whispered, "Soon, all of this will come to an end. I will resolve everything." She murmured, "Third brother, I will ensure that you prepare a perfect coming-of-age ceremony for me. A girl comes of age at 16. It was then he grasped an immensely significant truth. She was still but a child. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyu spoke. "Regardless of the circumstances, I do not blame my lord." Xie Chenyuan raised his gaze, their eyes locking. "All of this was of my own choosing. I have chosen this path and must accept the risks that accompany it. Even this confrontation must come at a considerable cost, no? I cannot continually rely on you to bear my burdens." Her eyes were resolute. She had long since unraveled all that needed addressing. After a moment of silence, Xie Chenyuan nodded. "From this day forth, you are bound to me. I cannot offer you grand promises, but at the very least, I can ensure your safety." Yet Jiang Qingyu shook her head once more. She replied, "I require no one to protect me, my lord. I do not understand your intentions or what you wish to accomplish. But I can see that you have your own concerns. The presence of concerns signifies a vulnerability, and it suggests that you two have matters yet to resolve. I cannot ascertain whether I will be of assistance to you in the future or become an obstacle. But I hope you understand, I place myself and my family above all else, and I hope, my lord, that you do not allow my presence to hinder your own pursuits. My safety, I shall ensure it myself." Xie Chenyuan's fingers moved slightly, his gaze unwavering beneath the mask, fixated on Jiang Qingyu, as if she possessed some irresistible allure. He then poured tea for her, clinking his cup against hers before consuming the contents of his own bowl in one swift motion. "You have grown considerably," he remarked. Jiang Qingyu smiled softly, lifting her bowl and mirroring his action. She was acutely aware of the confidence she now wielded. Even the Prime Minister could not act against her will. Yet, the shift in her status, perceived by outsiders, tethered their paths together, enabling her to voice such sentiments. She did not require the Prime Minister to make sacrifices on her behalf, nor did she wish to be a new vulnerability for him. After articulating these thoughts, she felt at ease to present a golden imperial edict, placing it on the table. Xie Chenyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, inquiring, "What is this?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "Our marriage contract." Chapter 88. He and she are kindred spirits. Xie Chenyuan's pupils constricted slightly, and even his breath became subtly tense, as his heart tugged at every nerve in his body, prompting him to instinctively grip the teacup in his hand. The remaining tea within the cup trembled, while his gaze remained fixed on the marriage certificate in Jiang Qingyu's grasp. "Huang Fuyongchun, truly despicable." Xie Chenyuan spat these words through clenched teeth, revealing the intensity of his fury. Even Jiang Qingyu felt a wave of unease wash over her, prompting her to clarify, "The Prime Minister has been kind to me. I will not become His Majesty's informant, nor will I betray you." Xie Chenyuan, his fingers adhering to the inner wall of the teacup, closed his eyes and began to articulate, "It is not that I lack faith in you. Otherwise, I would not so openly protect you. I consider that he may use me to complicate your situation, which is why I have bound your stance to mine. He continued, moreover, you have now secured a place for yourself. The entire court, both civil and military, past and present, is aware of your existence. This presents both opportunity and peril. Should you stand alone, relying solely on the retired imperial teacher in Jiang Qingyu, you would find yourself ensnared in the eye of the storm. You can rely only on me. His eyes bore a mixture of threat, warning, and complexity. He clenched his fists, but he fell silent mid-sentence. He was acutely aware that rejecting this marriage certificate would be a simple matter for him. He held cards that could counterbalance imperial power. Yet, if he were to refuse, Jiang Qingyu would inevitably be regarded as a pawn by Huangfu Yongchun. As emperor, he could eliminate her without consequence. To him, Jiang Qingyu was merely a retainer. His willingness to assist her was her only means of ascending. He did not wish for her to struggle in obscurity. Yet, he found himself unable to act with resolve. Noticing Xie Chenyuan's prolonged silence, Jiang Qingyu felt a heaviness in her heart and declared, I shall always remember my position. She pushed the marriage certificate before him. It is the Prime Minister who has enabled my current standing, which is why I present this marriage certificate to you. Not solely for your sake, but for my own. I refuse to become a pawn in His Majesty's game against you. Therefore, the decision regarding this marriage certificate lies in your hands. If she wished to save the Jiang family, her ascendance to the forefront was inevitable. The Prime Minister was indeed correct. He was her only support at this moment. She needed to cling tightly to this lifeline. Xie Chenyuan gazed at the pushed-forward marriage certificate, remaining silent for an extended period, before finally lifting his eyes to Jiang Qingyu. His inscrutable, dark gaze could leave anyone mesmerized. He tightened his grip on the marriage certificate, fixing his stare on her. You must understand, once this marriage certificate is in my possession, I become the master of its fate, capable of counterbalancing you at any moment. Even if, henceforth, you were to permanently forfeit the right to choose your own marriage? Even if, no matter how high you climb, you cannot retract the decision made today? Are you truly willing to entrust this marriage certificate to my discretion? Xie Chenyuan recalled Jiang Qingyu's words. Anyone can, except for the Prime Minister. Yet, she never anticipated that within such a brief span of time, she would choose to sacrifice herself and yield to him. Jiang Qingyu had never witnessed Xie Chenyuan in this light, as though he were suppressing an inner madness. She pressed her lips together and uttered a simple affirmation. Yes. However, this was merely a verbal concession. She had long abandoned her own stance and the right to choose. Her sole endeavor from the very beginning was to safeguard the Jiang family. Should her boundaries be transgressed, she would not hesitate to forsake the Prime Minister. It was not out of cruelty, but clarity of thought. The conflict between sovereign and subject has existed since time immemorial. By rejecting the Prime Minister's protection, she simultaneously preserved her own options. She could only ensure that she would help him as much as she was able, while maintaining her limits. It was impossible for her to forsake everything in a bid for gratitude. Her relationship with the Prime Minister had always been for her own sake, and for the sake of her family. Despite her repeated assertions of not wishing to become a victim in the realm of power, who is not a sacrifice. One must act in their own interest, lest they face dire consequences. If she were to engage in this relentless struggle, the only course left was to dedicate herself to Xie Chenyuan, her life and choices entirely dependent upon him. This was the threshold set by the emperor. Xie Chenyuan's gaze darkened. He could see through Jiang Qingyu's thoughts, yet that was sufficient. His imposing aura diminished. I understand. Take the marriage certificate with you. It may prove useful in the future. I trust you. Then, with a swift motion, he seized her wrist, pulling it close and drawing a dagger across her palm, allowing blood to flow. The stark crimson on her fair hand was particularly striking. Xie Chenyuan then inflicted a similar wound upon his own palm. In that moment, their fingers entwined, their blood mingling in a profound bond. He intoned, Yet, should you ever betray my trust, I will ensure your utter ruin. Hatred flickered in his eyes. Jiang Qingyu had her own limits, as did he, with obligations that must be fulfilled. The souls of 1,437 clan members remained unrest. His nightmares perpetually lingered. He would not permit anyone to become his vulnerability. Jiang Qingyu found it difficult to articulate the sensation, watching their blood drip slowly from their clasped hands. Ultimately, she sensed the Prime Minister's anger and sorrow. What was he enraged about? What was the source of his grief? She could not untangle it, but she understood that he too bore a mission. They were of the same ilk. When Xie Chenyuan released her hand, Jiang Qingyu was astonished to find her wound had vanished, restored to its original state. She looked at Xie Chenyuan in disbelief. Prime Minister, Xie Chenyuan, with a composed gaze, replied, You may leave for now. I will take you to a place shortly. Jiang Qingyu bit her lip, nodded, and departed. Just as she exited, she saw Su Youfu approaching with a broad smile. Miss Jiang, it seems your conversation with the Prime Minister was quite pleasant. Jiang Qingyu nodded. The Prime Minister made many concessions. Su Youfu remarked, the Prime Minister seldom yields easily. He has forged a contract with you, hasn't he? Jiang Qingyu, intrigued, inquired about the contract. Was it the one from earlier? Su Youfu refrained from elaborating, instead donning a different expression. The kind demeanor he had just displayed now morphed into one of solemnity, sending a chill down her spine. He remarked, Miss Jiang, you need only understand that it is both a blessing and a curse. A blessing? A curse? Jiang Qingyu found herself perplexed, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Su Youfu then reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor and cheerfully suggested, please wait outside. Let Miss Bai examine you further, lest you harbor any hidden ailments. Jiang Qingyu nodded, saying, I shall take my leave for now. Su Youfu turned and entered, while Xie Chenyuan remained with his eyes closed. Upon noticing Su Youfu, the two shared a lengthy silence before Xie Chenyuan finally spoke. Su, I fear I may be unwell. Su Youfu sighed, just be mindful. Xie Chenyuan lowered his gaze and nodded gently. Author's note, at this juncture, I truly wish to express a lyric. You and I, the most destined pair. Qian Xi. Chapter 89. The Mischievous Cat and the Fish by Xi completed her diagnosis and, after tidying her medical instruments, playfully tapped Jiang Qingyu's thigh. From now on, there is no need for you to seek me out. After consuming the Ziyu fruit, your current health is already significantly better than that of an average person. Now that Xie Chenyuan has formed a pact with you, under normal circumstances, you shall not fall ill again, and your lifespan will extend beyond that of ordinary mortals. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, utterly astonished by the revelation. She had never heard of such a contract existing in this world. What exactly is this pact? Just as Bai Ji was about to explain, a thought struck her, and she responded with surprise, you don't know? Jiang Qingyu nodded. A look of exasperation crossed Bai Ji's face. Could it be that Xie Chenyuan had yet to reveal that he is the renowned Qi Lin? So, she had been eager to serve him without recognition after the fact? Bai Ji seated herself, propping her chin on her hand. Before continuing, Xie Chenyuan possesses unique blood that allows him to forge certain special contracts, enhancing the lifespan and constitution of the contracted individual. Of course, if you were to ask me about the underlying principles, I cannot articulate them. The vast world holds countless wonders, yet such a capability truly opened Jiang Qingyu's eyes. She ventured, did you and Su Gong come to this residence solely for the purpose of this contract? From Jiang Qingyu, she had learned that this esteemed Bai Ji was widely recognized as the greatest physician in the realm, whose medical skills were so profound that even the emperor would think twice before seeking her aid. Their friendship seemed genuine, devoid of ulterior motives, and it puzzled her why such a remarkable individual would willingly remain in the residence. Bai Ji paused for a moment before replying, in a sense, yes. The blood source pact of the witch clan is unparalleled. What Xie Chenyuan offers to you cannot be granted to anyone else. Thus, the subject of a blood source pact is of utmost importance to the witch clan, akin to a significant life event. It is pointless for you to know this now. It is far more amusing when Xie Chenyuan himself discloses it. However, she was not entirely untruthful. Her intention to study the blood of the witch clan was indeed the reason she remained in the residence, toiling away. As for old Su, he had been alongside Xie Chenyuan from the very beginning. Yet, according to her speculation, old Su's motives likely aligned with Xie Chenyuan's, and their relationship was not merely that of master and servant, as it appeared to others. After all, Xie Chenyuan held a considerable respect for old Su. At that moment, Itsue hurried over. Miss, the master has summoned you. He says it is time to depart. Jiang Qingyu nodded. Bai Ji waved her hand with a smile. Go on. Go on. I shall take a nap. As Jiang Qingyu made her way to the main entrance, she found Xie Chenyuan clad in a new outfit, an elegant black robe adorned with a white tiger motif, which accentuated his noble demeanor, exuding an air of gallantry with every gesture. Yet, he had not removed his mask. What could possibly compel the master to cling to this mask, insisting that she should understand? Was it truly due to an unsightly appearance? For, judging by his profile and the eyes visible beneath the mask, he did not seem to possess an unattractive visage. Xie Chenyuan stood by the carriage, waiting, and held the curtain open for her. Enter. To her astonishment, Jiang Qingyu discovered that there was only a single seat inside. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, aren't you coming, master? Xie Chenyuan remarked, I shall handle the horses. Jiang Qingyu inquired, just the two of us? Xie Chenyuan affirmed, indeed. Who else do you wish to have? Jiang Qingyu responded, "Itsue never leaves my side." Xie Chenyuan interjected, "She has left now." Itsue felt her heart shatter. After finally believing that the nobleman possessed some semblance of humanity, she realized it was merely an illusion, also absurd. Yet, she managed to smile and said, "Miss, you need not worry. With the nobleman beside you, I am quite at ease. I will return home on my own." Jiang Qingyu nodded, accepting the situation. However, for the nobleman to handle the horses, that was indeed a bold move. The carriage progressed slowly, and for a full half-hour, the two exchanged not a single word. Given the nobleman's exceptional equestrian skills, the ride was remarkably smooth, allowing Jiang Qingyu to doze off. Upon awakening, she groggily asked, "Have we not yet arrived? Where are we heading?" "We have arrived, yet we must travel a bit further," he replied. Jiang Qingyu chose to remain silent, wanting to peer outside. However, as she drew back the curtain, Xie Chenyuan reprimanded her. "Return, you are forbidden from looking." Confused, Jiang Qingyu complied. Yet, she felt she had glimpsed something. Had the nobleman removed his mask? She could vaguely discern a portion of his profile, confirming he was indeed unmasked, and she noted his skin was exceptionally fair and translucent, his nose strikingly high. His lips were not protruding. Beautiful eyes, flawless skin, a prominent nose, and non-protruding lips. This could not possibly be an unattractive visage. Why then, did the nobleman forbid her from seeing? At this moment, curiosity gnawed at her like a restless kitten, battling against her trepidation. Ultimately, her curiosity triumphed over fear, and she leaned subtly against the edge of the carriage, attempting to catch a glimpse of Xie Chenyuan's true appearance through a gap. However, the carriage hit a bump, nearly throwing Jiang Qingyu out. Startled, she propped herself up and questioned, "What happened? What is going on?" Outside, a man responded, "Nothing. A fish jumped out, startling me." A fish startled the nobleman. Jiang Qingyu was initially taken aback, then belatedly realized the nobleman was jesting. Her face flushed crimson as she clenched her fists and tapped the window in protest. "Where is there a fish? All I saw was a mischievous cat." The nobleman must have mistaken the cat for a fish. Xie Chenyuan remained silent for a long while, then asked, "Is that so?" With one hand, he donned his mask, pressing it firmly against his face as he leaned into the curtain. "Where is this mischievous cat? Point it out to me." Jiang Qingyu was startled by his proximity. Those captivating eyes, with lashes almost longer than her own. She wished to divert her gaze, but the closeness rendered her unable to focus elsewhere. Her heart was a tempest, and in a fit of frustration, she leaned back and glared at Xie Chenyuan. "Nobleman, please have some decorum. I have my own merits to my name. If you do not acknowledge my hard work, the emperor will surely recognize my contributions." Xie Chenyuan replied, "Is that so? If I were to end your life here, would the emperor hold me accountable? And if he did, what of it? Can he truly kill me?" Jiang Qingyu found herself at a loss for words, realizing how unreasonable it was to engage in a dispute with the prime minister. Xie Chenyuan chose not to press her further and returned to his original position. Suddenly, she heard an exquisitely pleasant low laugh emanating from outside. Jiang Qingyu could hardly believe her ears. "Prime Minister, are you laughing?" Xie Chenyuan's tone turned frosty. "You must have misheard." The atmosphere had lightened considerably, and Jiang Qingyu, emboldened, pressed on. "You definitely laughed, yet you refused to admit it. Were you perhaps amused by the fish?" Xie Chenyuan offered no response, and Jiang Qingyu could not discern his expression. The unspoken tension between them made her cheeks feel warm, and she realized she had become quite self-satisfied. Just then, the prime minister spoke. "Get out, we have arrived." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. They were disembarking now? Peering through the gap, she caught a glimpse of the prime minister without his mask. Chapter 90. Madam, as Jiang Qingyu was about to step out, Xie Chenyuan instructed, "Close your eyes." Jiang Qingyu replied, All right. I will close my eyes." She shut her eyes and felt someone enter the carriage, followed by a piece of white gauze being placed over her eyes. Deprived of sight, her other senses heightened, allowing her to easily sense the presence of the person before her, who stood not far away. She found it peculiar and was filled with curiosity. Despite Lord Xie having removed his mask, why did he not allow her to see? Xie Chenyuan explained, "In this place, I require a different identity." After a moment of silence, Jiang Qingyu spoke. "I would never think less of you, my lord." "Think less of me for what?" he inquired. "Your appearance," she replied. "Appearance?" Jiang Qingyu continued. "Ugly." Xie Chenyuan remained silent. Sensing that he might be upset, she hastily added, "You have worn a mask for so long, concealing your true self. The world claims you possess a fearsome visage, yet I am not swayed by such rumors. I believe one's appearance reflects the heart. Xie Chenyuan asked, "Are you suggesting I resemble a malevolent spirit?" Jiang Qingyu hesitated. It is best to refrain from speaking too freely. She crinkled her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I merely think you should be quite handsome." "Is that so?" he mused. "Indeed. Do you wish to see? Given your many accomplishments in youth, I imagine no one could resist the curiosity," she replied. "Then let curiosity be your guide." Jiang Qingyu pondered. "Your countenance must be rarer than that of any maiden. Do you perhaps possess a face of gold, fearing it may be stolen?" In the next instant, Xie Chenyuan gently flicked her forehead, causing a slight sting. She sensed him leaning closer. "If you wish to see my face, there will be a price to pay." "What price?" she asked. "Your life." For reasons unknown, Jiang Qingyu felt the gravity of his words. Thus, she chose to remain silent, prioritizing her safety. "Extend your hand," Xie Chenyuan commanded. Jiang Qingyu complied. Xie Chenyuan placed his hand over hers and instructed, "Grip tightly. If you lose your way here, no one will be able to assist you." Curious, she inquired, "Where are we?" "A place that demands a life," he replied. Instantly, Jiang Qingyu felt a wave of tension, her small face turning serious as she subtly tightened her grip. Xie Chenyuan guided her down from the carriage, and soon they encountered another figure, a man. "Young master, your designated location has been prepared." Xie Chenyuan asked, "When does it commence today?" The man answered, "In about the time it takes to burn an incense stick." "Lead the way," Xie Chenyuan instructed, holding Jiang Qingyu's hand and guiding her forward. Unaccustomed to the absence of light, she took each step with utmost caution. Thankfully, as Yichue had mentioned, Lord Xie had begun to exhibit a semblance of humanity, slowing his pace to match hers. The man ahead, intrigued, asked, "This is the first time I have seen the young master bring someone here. May I dare to inquire who this young lady is?" The words should have been spoken by Jiang Qingyu herself, yet her unfamiliarity with the surroundings left her at a loss, prompting her to request assistance from Xie Chenyuan for an introduction. "We are bound by a marriage contract." At this revelation, Jiang Qingyu's breath caught, and a flush crept across her cheeks. Although it was indeed the truth, hearing the gentleman declare it so openly before others startled her, rendering her somewhat flustered. The man, upon hearing this, quickly extended his congratulations. "Congratulations, congratulations. However, since you have brought your wife along, should we perhaps modify today's performance slightly?" Xie Chenyuan replied, "No need. Let it proceed as usual." The man chuckled. "It seems your wife possesses a spirited nature." Jiang Qingyu bit her lip, hesitant to speak. Wife she had yet to reach maturity. Xie Chenyuan appeared to sense her embarrassment and gently nudged her hand with his thumb. The spot felt as if it were ablaze. Soon, the two took their seats. Xie Chenyuan positioned himself behind her, his hands resting on her head, and remarked, "You may remove it now." At his words, Jiang Qingyu responded with an "oh," and lifted the white cloth that had covered her eyes, revealing a dazzlingly bright vista that was somewhat blinding. Xie Chenyuan swiftly shielded her eyes with his palm. In such haste? As his fingers gradually parted, Jiang Qingyu acclimatized to the light, discovering before her a vast circular arena. They were ensconced in a private box, affording them a comprehensive view of the spectacle. The enormous venue accommodated thousands, packed to capacity, with not a single seat unoccupied. She attempted to turn her head, but Xie Chenyuan's fingers returned to her temples, holding her steady. "My lord," she protested, "is this necessary?" He focused intently on the back of her head. "Indeed. No turning, no glancing this way, no curiosity. 3 prohibitions." Jiang Qingyu acquiesced, understood. Sighing, she inquired, "Is this the arena?" Xie Chenyuan affirmed with a nod. "Have you been here before?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "I have never visited, but I have heard of it. It is said to host brutal contests between men and ferocious beasts. This is my first time witnessing it firsthand, and I am somewhat intrigued." Xie Chenyuan teased, "Are you not afraid of bloodshed?" Jiang Qingyu recognized his jest. During her first encounter with death, she had been so overwhelmed that she had vomited. Yet now, she could command the execution of a throat slashing without batting an eye. "One cannot live in fear," she asserted. Xie Chenyuan responded, "Then enjoy the performance." Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together. "Is there a deeper significance to this?" Xie Chenyuan replied, "There is." With that, Jiang Qingyu became earnest. Generally, when the Lord sought her out, it seldom boded well. Either a new task or sheer torment awaited her. She steeled herself to discern the underlying meaning of this encounter. Before long, a servant in the arena announced, "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. We shall commence today's performance shortly. The first challenger of the day is the mighty king." A robust man emerged, wielding a colossal hammer, greeting the audience and striking poses. His initial opponent was none other than the king of the jungle, a colossal wolf measuring 2 meters in length. Across the way, within the iron confines, the eyes of the beast glowed with a fierce, murderous intent. The duel commenced. Release the beast. As the iron cage swung open, the formidable creature, once ensnared, burst forth with an electrifying speed akin to lightning, lunging towards the man with terrifying swiftness. Its claws, sharp enough to rend anything asunder, extended menacingly. Jiang Qingyu felt a tightening in her chest as the crowd erupted into frenzied cheers and screams. The mighty king, whose physique was far from that of an agile contender, opted for a head-on confrontation, raising his colossal hammer to strike at the beast. However, in that instant, the creature's paw collided with the hammer, sending the mighty king staggering. Harnessing the force of the impact, he spun around and swung the hammer once more at the giant wolf, even as its claws pierced his flesh. Chapter 91. The means to subdue the fierce tiger. The tension of the unfolding drama resonated with everyone present, and Jiang Qingyu was no exception, her fists clenching lightly. In an instant, the claw of the giant wolf pierced the man's abdomen, and a heavy hammer struck down upon the wolf's head. With each hammerfall, the wolf crumpled, leaving a pool of blood that elicited a thunderous outcry from the spectators after a moment of stunned silence. The man rose, wielding the hammer to rain blow after blow upon the nearly lifeless wolf, shattering its skull and causing blood to spill profusely. The gory spectacle was both shocking and brutal. Ultimately, the man raised his hand high and roared, reveling in the glory and acclaim. Jiang Qingyu felt her heartbeat quicken. Suddenly, Xie Chenyuan inquired, "How do you feel?" Jiang Qingyu replied, "The bloodshed and violence provide a visceral sensory experience." Xie Chenyuan remarked, "He will not survive long." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. Did he not win? Xie Chenyuan urged her to continue watching. A heaviness settled in Jiang Qingyu's heart as she composed herself, obediently preparing to observe further. The organizers were asking the man whether he preferred to claim the reward of 100 taels of silver or challenge the next round for a chance at 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels, a considerable sum for anyone, compelled the already injured man to resolutely declare his intent to fight on. The organizers cautioned, "Think carefully, the generous reward comes with peril. Your next opponent will be a beast that has slain over 100 challengers, a ferocious tiger." After a moment's hesitation, the audience, eager for a more thrilling contest, erupted in chants of fight, fight, fight. The strongman, no longer wavering, joined the fervor, shouting, "Fight." Soon, the second round commenced, and a fearsome tiger was released onto the stage. Even from the audience, its ferocity was palpable. Standing at a height of 1.5 meters, the tiger exuded an aura of dominance and savagery, its jaws stained with the blood of the previous challenger, instilling dread among the onlookers. Tension gripped the crowd as the strongman grasped his hammer. The duel began. In just one exchange, the injured strongman found himself pinned beneath the paw of the Tiger King. Regret and pleas for mercy coursed through him as he struggled, yet all was in vain. The Tiger King roared triumphantly, showcasing his effortless victory. In an instant, he lunged, sinking his teeth into the strongman's neck, and the man met his demise, unimpeded by anyone who might have intervened. A middle-aged man perished before the watchful eyes of the crowd. While their hearts raced in fear, they were simultaneously drawn to the spectacle. Jiang Qingyu's fingers trembled. She did not perceive it as particularly cruel. Rather, the scene was simply too impactful. A moment's miscalculation had led to such a fate. 100 taels was already a substantial sum, and winning despite injury could be considered a fair outcome. Yet, upon learning of the 1,000 taels reward, he had plunged headlong into the next challenge, ultimately paying with his life. Xie Chenyuan broke the silence. "What do you think?" Jiang Qingyu responded, "Greed leads to one's downfall." He desired more, and with that desire came greater crises. Much like her, who entered the fray today. Before stepping into this arena, she had already amassed considerable fortune. In the grand realm of Dayou, she could be regarded as a noble gem. Yet, her aspirations transcended mere wealth. She yearned for the power to alter the fates of life and death, a power intricately tied to the nation's security. Accompanying a monarch is akin to dancing with a tiger. As she became ensnared in this perilous game, her situation grew increasingly precarious. No. A ruler is far more terrifying than a ferocious beast. One may still struggle beneath the claws of a tiger, but under the edicts of a king, there remains no room for resistance. Xie Chenyuan inquired, "So, is there truly no way to combat this formidable tiger? Must we simply allow him to dictate our lives and deaths, granting him dominion over our fates? Shall you become mere prey, laid bare for his whims?" Jiang Qingyu felt a jolt in her heart. She wished to turn away, yet the man still cradled her head, compelling her gaze forward. "Continue to observe. Contemplate your answer and respond to me. Jiang Qingyu pressed her lips together. How does one restrain an emperor? How does one avoid becoming a mere pawn in his grasp? After all, he is the emperor, the most revered figure in all of Dayou, the supreme sovereign. As Jiang Qingyu pondered, the figure behind her rose. She turned to inquire. Where are you going? Xie Chenyuan had donned a mask, yet this one was unlike any before. It was a black mask, devoid of life, brimming with a sense of menace. A sword, reeking of blood, now hung at his waist. At first glance, Jiang Qingyu felt momentarily disoriented. Lord? Xie Chenyuan replied, I shall reveal to you how to constrain the tiger. In her astonishment, the attendant below had already begun to announce. Next, we invite the champion of our arena, who will bring an end to this tiger's slaughter of 100 men. Let us welcome him with the loudest cheers, the phantom mask. Jiang Qingyu snapped back to reality and swiftly turned her gaze toward the arena. A man clad in dark robes, wearing a black phantom mask, emerged. He stood tall and graceful, his presence seemingly merging with the very atmosphere of the venue. Lord. Jiang Qingyu gasped, her heart momentarily halting. The identity that the Lord had mentioned was to become the challenger. That was indeed a ferocious tiger. Jiang Qingyu could not help but feel anxious for him. While observing the audience's reaction, it appeared that the identity of the phantom mask was quite favored in the arena. Just as the tiger, having feasted, turned its gaze toward its new prey with an intense sense of pressure in its eyes, it licked its paw and sauntered elegantly toward the masked figure. Before the organizers could announce the commencement of the challenge, the tiger lunged forward. Faced with the ferocity of a tiger that had just tasted blood, the phantom mask remained utterly still. In the moment that all held their breath in tension for him, he drew the sword at his waist, its slender blade seeming incapable of piercing even the tiger's hide. In the next instant, the phantom mask forcefully scraped the sword against the ground. Instantly, flames ignited along the blade, a terrifying inferno that sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. Amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, the figure clad in a ghostly mask stood resolute, his sword aimed at the ferocious tiger, the flames around him roaring with increased intensity. His gaze resembled that of an invincible beast, instilling terror akin to the primal fear of fire. In a fleeting moment before the tiger lunged to strike, it hesitated, enveloped by an ominous surge of bloodlust. Beneath the ghostly visage, Xie Chenyuan elevated his sword, directing it towards the tiger's throat. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the tiger disregarded its own safety and yearned to rend the man asunder. Yet, in a flash of fire, the masked figure effortlessly severed the tiger's head with the precision of cutting through soft clay. The motion was as fluid as flowing water, seamless and natural. With a graceful bend, the ghostly figure retrieved the head, a symbol of triumph, and raised it high. In that moment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of exhilaration. Author's note: I mistakenly submitted the wrong book. I hastily began writing another one. I am truly exasperated and wish to take a moment to rest. Chapter 92. A clear path ahead. Her art of balance. Xie Chenyuan, donning a ghostly mask, stood in the arena, his sword extinguished. He casually discarded the fearsome tiger's head and turned his gaze towards a particular direction in the audience. Jiang Qingyu's heart raced. Yet it was accompanied by a myriad of doubts and contemplations. Why had the Duke's sword suddenly ignited with flames? What, exactly, was this means of balancing the beast? To slay it? No, that was not it. The art of balance did not entail casualties. To kill that fierce tiger would be akin to regicide, and moreover, she did not believe herself capable of vanquishing his majesty. The tiger, upon its pounce, had shown fear. It was the flames that instilled this trepidation, causing a fleeting distraction, a moment that led to its untimely demise. Soon, Xie Chenyuan returned to the private chamber. He inquired, Have you made up your mind? After a brief pause of contemplation, Jiang Qingyu responded, I have decided. Xie Chenyuan took a seat, observing her intently. Speak. Jiang Qingyu articulated. The art of balance is also a game of strategy, a blend of coercion and temptation. Every individual harbors emotions and desires. Even the wisest cannot entirely cast them aside. When faced with sufficient peril or alluring gain, one's heart can be swayed. By mastering the nuances of coercion and temptation, one can effectively balance the hearts of others and harness them for one's own purposes. Xie Chenyuan nodded, affirming that his efforts to teach her were not in vain. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu posed a question. Yet, that individual, born as the supreme ruler, endowed with the utmost authority and countless treasures, I am curious. What is the Duke's black and white pieces? His Majesty's desire to employ her as the Duke's informant must stem from sufficient threats posed by the Duke. Yet he dared not act directly, indicating that the Duke also held considerable allure. She understood the threat. It was a matter of rivalry between sovereign and subject. But what, then, was the allure? At this juncture, Xie Chenyuan chuckled, his eyes harboring inscrutable depth. Wealth and power are indeed sought after by the common folk, for they are often unattainable. Yet, for an emperor, these are innate attributes, merely tokens in the game of balance. To him, they are as ephemeral as clouds. Can such ephemeral things truly serve as a means to balance this fierce tiger? Perhaps you should ponder, what is it that he truly desires? Jiang Qingyu felt a jolt of realization, astonished that she had momentarily fallen into misconception. Desire stems from the unattainable, love from the forbidden, thus. Common people pursue riches and power, but His Majesty does not require these. He was born into an era of peace, not as resplendent as a flourishing age. Yet far from destitution. For him, these possessions are trivial. What His Majesty truly seeks is a wise ruler. In an instant, Jiang Qingyu's mind raced, connecting all the threads. From the very beginning, everyone had told her that His Majesty was a sagacious ruler, revered for his wisdom. But could he truly be deemed wise? Would a realm under a sagacious ruler truly decline? Would a nation governed by a wise sovereign face internal strife and external threats? The essence of a wise ruler lies not solely in their discernment, but equally in their illumination, to bring substantial benefits to the nation's populace, thereby elevating the ruling dynasty to the pinnacle of history. Even after millennia, future generations will still recall its name with reverence. However, the current sovereign can neither be deemed foolish nor truly wise. Rather, he is unremarkable. The decline of the great Yu serves as the most compelling evidence of this. Jiang Qingyu immediately affirmed her conclusion. What the emperor desires is for, even after countless ages, people to remember the great Yu alongside the name of the Emperor Yong'an. The reigning emperor, Huangfu Yongchun, rules under the title of Yong'an. Xie Chenyuan offered no response but gently polished his sword before casting it beside Jiang Qingyu. He inquired, "Do you now understand how to navigate the future?" Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, realizing that the prime minister had disowned her current confusion and had deliberately provided guidance. She gazed at the sword, which was not merely a weapon but a potent symbol of restraint against a fierce tiger. The prime minister possessed remarkable talents, perhaps even unimaginable trump cards that could keep the emperor in check. But what did she possess? Jiang Qingyu began to contemplate what she could contribute to the emperor's quest to become a wise ruler. Xie Chenyuan asked, "Reflect deeply on what he requires from you. What could the emperor possibly need from her?" Jiang Qingyu touched her chin thoughtfully, recalling the two demands and one promise the emperor had presented during their audience. The first request was for her to represent the Imperial Academy and achieve victory when foreign envoys arrived, a task she had already accomplished. The second request was for her to ensure her everlasting loyalty to the Great Yu. Yet, she pondered, how could she prove her unwavering loyalty when she was already devoted to the Great Yu? She had previously contemplated how to demonstrate her fidelity to the emperor. Xie Chenyuan posed a critical question, "But why does he require your loyalty?" In that moment, Jiang Qingyu experienced a profound awakening. It was because the emperor valued her. Given the current weakness of the Great Yu's diplomacy, if the trade route she proposed were successfully established, there would be an 80% chance of breaking down diplomatic barriers. Consequently, the vulnerabilities of the Great Yu would diminish significantly, and the existence of this trade route could influence the course of future millennia. No wonder the emperor sought her counsel. The trade route plan she had suggested appeared to him as a solution to the crisis. Excitement surged within Jiang Qingyu, bolstering her confidence. As long as the trade route remained unconstructed and its benefits unrealized, the emperor would perpetually need her insights during its development. After all, no one was more familiar with the intricacies of the trade route than she, nor could anyone better understand how to bring it to fruition. Her talents represented the greatest allure for the emperor. Simultaneously, the emperor needed to keep her in check and required her to demonstrate her loyalty. This implied that she now possessed a degree of initiative. Jiang Qingyu took a deep breath, nearly leaping with exhilaration, but ultimately restrained herself, instead beaming a radiant smile at Xie Chenyuan. "Thank you, Prime Minister, for your guidance. I now comprehend the path ahead." Xie Chenyuan did not reveal much emotion, merely speaking seemingly unconsciously. "We are all passengers on the same vessel." Jiang Qingyu acted with remarkable swiftness, formulating a plan as soon as the path ahead became clear. With the emperor's birthday approaching and envoys from various nations arriving, it was imperative to demonstrate the nation's strength, especially since His Majesty had considered leveraging diplomatic avenues to secure the position of Mingjun. Although an alliance among the nations appeared to be established, openly acknowledging the Great Yu as the leader, true power does not reside in mere titles but in tangible value. Those who can provide value will earn the title of friend. The greatest advantage of the Great Yu lies in its silk fabrics. If she can showcase the worth of these silks, she will undoubtedly contribute significantly to His Majesty's endeavors. Value also translates to loyalty. This task was perfectly suited for a woman of her stature. That evening, Jiang Qingyu visited Huafu to meet with Huarjiao. Chapter 93. The Golden Threaded Robe. Are you suggesting that you wish for the 4 esteemed ladies of the capital to collaborate in presenting the grand finale for His Majesty's birthday celebration? Huarjiao, upon hearing this proposal, found it utterly astonishing and sought confirmation from Jiang Qingyu once more. With utmost seriousness, Jiang Qingyu nodded. Sister Hua, is it possible? Oh, my dear heart. Huarjiao, who had always cherished Jiang Qingyu, felt her affection soar to new heights after a series of events. The mere utterance of Sister Hua nearly sent her into a euphoric state, though it ultimately resulted in a nosebleed. Jiang Qingyu? Sister Hua? Huarjiao shook her head, calmly retrieving a handkerchief to dab at her nosebleed. Do not worry, it's just an old ailment. Would you like me to take a look? Jiang Qingyu inquired. No need. Huarjiao replied, I have given up on treatment. What kind of affliction causes one to bleed at the sight of something adorable? She continued. To return to the matter at hand, while I can agree to your proposal, I cannot make decisions on behalf of the other 3. The 4 esteemed ladies of the capital were renowned for their noble lineage, exceptional talents, and outstanding personal qualities, having been publicly recognized. They were Huarjiao, who could summon 100 birds with her dance, Gao Shushu, whose music could astonish the mountains and rivers, Ning Yaolao, whose every step was worth a fortune, and Song Jing, whose songs could quiet the streams. Each of them had garnered immense fame in the capital, serving as exemplary figures among women, and were considered prodigies. Huarjiao remarked, as the saying goes, prodigies are indeed rare. Although I share a decent rapport with the 3, they are undeniably remarkable individuals, and I cannot ascertain whether they would agree. Moreover, how could His Majesty easily consent to allowing us to be the grand finale? Despite our exceptional skills and beauty at this age, there are indeed others of great talent within the palace. Given the international invoice, His Majesty places immense importance on this birthday celebration, seeking to showcase the grandeur of the great Yu dynasty, which necessitates a rigorous selection process. Jiang Qingyu interjected. If all goes as expected, I should have already secured the position of the grand finale. Prior to her arrival, she had dispatched a letter with each way to Ling Heir, and should Ling Heir have delivered the letter to His Majesty, she would undoubtedly obtain this coveted role. After all, she had risked her life to guarantee the success of this performance. Huarjiao exclaimed in astonishment, if you have indeed secured the position, they should be willing to participate. Jiang Qingyu smiled. They will certainly agree. Huarjiao, taken aback, chuckled lightly. Do you have another trick up your sleeve? Jiang Qingyu nodded and said, Sister Hua, have you ever heard of the golden threaded robe? Huarjiao's expression transformed instantaneously, filled with wonder and anticipation. You mustn't tell me you've acquired such a treasure. The golden threaded robe, a legendary fabric from the era preceding the great Yu dynasty, woven with gold threads, was paradoxically light as a feather and thin as a cicada's wing, symbolizing the pinnacle of embroidery craftsmanship. The method of its creation had long been lost. If Jiang Qingyu had truly obtained the golden threaded robe, it would be akin to resurrecting a legend. Jiang Qingyu remarked, I do not yet possess any finished garments, however. I am well versed in the art of crafting gold-threaded jade garments. Huarjiao exclaimed, Really? Is it true? I have never heard that you possess embroidery skills. She could no longer maintain her composure. This was even more impressive than the gold-threaded jade garment. Jiang Qingyu responded, Sister Hua, do you doubt my words? Huarjiao replied, No, of course not. Although Qingyu appears as tranquil as water, her accomplishments are consistently extraordinary, as if there is nothing she cannot achieve. Jiang Qingyu continued. Inform them that should they agree to participate, they will not only don the gold-threaded jade garment, but will also have the opportunity to keep it afterwards. Huarjiao's eyes sparkled, and she nodded emphatically, Excellent. For the sake of the gold-threaded jade garment, they will undoubtedly agree. Dear sister, if you manage to procure the finished garment, you must first show me how magnificent this legendary attire can be. Jiang Qingyu acquiesced, and the 2 parted ways. Embarking on their respective tasks, Jiang Qingyu made her way to Yunyan Pavilion, where she happened upon Salat Kuais, who was fervently devouring his meal at a table, surrounded by a throng of onlookers marveling at his eating prowess. The bowls beside him were stacked in excess of 10 layers. Remarkable. It is astounding that such a voracious eater exists in this world. I wager he can consume another bowl. I wager 60 coins. Jiang Qingyu, parting the crowd, naturally took a seat before him. Have you had enough to eat? Salat Kuais glanced up, hastily swallowed his food, and wiped his mouth. I am full. Jiang Qingyu said. Then let us depart. Salat Kuais promptly rose, and the 2 exited the scene. Hey, are you not going to eat anymore? My 50 coins. Jiang Qingyu smiled at the group, For those of you who lost, allow me to cover your losses. Consider it a celebratory gesture." Upon hearing this, the group erupted. "Miss Jiang is brilliant." They were unaware that Jiang Qingyu was the proprietor of Yunyan Pavilion. They merely regarded her as a familiar patron, as she frequented the establishment often, and familiarity bred a sense of camaraderie. Once acquainted, they discovered that Miss Jiang was even more admirable than the rumors suggested. Jiang Qingyu and Salat proceeded to the inner courtyard of Yunyan Pavilion, where they were met with the sounds of a young girl's indignant cries. "Let me go. You cannot engage in such abduction." Jiang Qingyu was taken aback and turned to Salat. "Did I not instruct you to invite her?" Salat replied nonchalantly. "I assumed you were expressing it in a roundabout manner. Traditionally, when one says invite, it implies taking someone by any means necessary." Jiang Qingyu sighed, pinching her brow, momentarily at a loss for a retort. "Very well, I shall be more mindful of my wording next time." Salat nodded. "Indeed, you should be cautious with your phrasing." Jiang Qingyu fell silent, offering no response. However, Salat later discovered with astonishment that his meal allowance had been halved, and no amount of protestation would alter that. He pondered for quite some time, but could not fathom what transgression he had committed. What was that term? He was utterly perplexed. Yes, that was it, utterly perplexed. Upon entering the room, Jiang Qingyu swiftly urged the individuals inside to release the young girl. The girl, still seething with anger, marched towards Jiang Qingyu, glaring fiercely. "It's you. Are you their leader? Did you orchestrate my abduction?" Jiang Qingyu, unfazed by her fury, responded calmly with a smile. "We are aware that you are in need of medical assistance." The girl widened her eyes in shock. How do you know?" Jiang Qingyu introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Jiang Qingyu, a disciple of the unparalleled divine physician Baishi. I possess the ability to cure your father's affliction. However, I require something from you, the treasured heirloom of your family, the golden silken jade garment." Chapter 94. Wang Chaoer. Upon hearing the 4 words golden threaded jade garment, the girl immediately darkened her expression, her eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. Our family possesses no such thing as the golden threaded jade garment." Jiang Qingyu chose to disregard her words, fully aware that the garment lay within the confines of this girl's home. Naturally, she understood the source of the girl's vigilance and resistance towards the golden threaded jade garment. Her name was Wang Chaoer, and her ancestors were the very creators of this exquisite treasure. The existence of the golden threaded jade garment, a relic of immense value, was both a blessing and a curse. When her family first unveiled the garment, it reached unparalleled heights, simultaneously attracting the attention of countless nefarious individuals who sought to compel her grandmother to create another. Wang Chaoer's grandfather fell victim to these unscrupulous intentions, resulting in his untimely demise, and thereafter, the whereabouts of the golden threaded jade garment became a mystery. In truth, however, the garment had been incinerated by Wang Chaoer's grandmother, who soon passed away, leaving only her father and herself. Following the loss of the garment, the family finally found a semblance of hard-earned peace. Yet, the deceased could not be revived. For Wang Chaoer's father, who bore witness to these events, the golden threaded jade garment had become a taboo. As fate would have it, shortly after giving birth to Wang Chaoer, her mother also succumbed to death. Moreover, 5 years prior, her father had contracted a strange ailment, rendering him bedridden and helpless. Over the course of these 5 years, the mere 12-year-old Wang Chaoer had shouldered this burden alone. If the whereabouts of the golden threaded jade garment were to be revealed now, it would spell disaster for her family. Jiang Qingyu looked at her with a tinge of compassion. They were both pitiable souls. Yet, what could be done? If all were deserving of sympathy, then none could be. She knew that the essential golden threads and their weaving techniques remained preserved within Wang Chaoer's home. As long as she could ascertain the method and the threads, the crafting of the golden threaded jade garment could be deduced. Otherwise, the garment could not possibly reappear 6 months hence in her previous life. Now, with no retreat available to her, she must prioritize the golden threaded jade garment. I understand your concerns, but I urge you to reconsider. Currently, the golden threaded jade garment represents calamity for your family. You lack the means to safeguard it. However, I can shoulder this responsibility on your behalf. My intent in retrieving the garment is to allow it to resurface as a revered treasure of Dayou, with the entirety of Dayou and the emperor standing behind me. Furthermore, do you not wish for your father to recover? His condition cannot afford further delay, and only I possess the means to seek treatment for him. The golden threaded jade garment may bring misfortune, but if you entrust it to me, your family shall be liberated from its shadow. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chaoer's resolve weakened considerably. How could she not desire her father's recovery? If he regained his health, her suffering would diminish, and she would no longer have to witness his daily torment. There were moments when she even contemplated setting fire to their home, incinerating all remnants of pain and misfortune. She remained silent, and Jiang Qingyu gazed at her, gently stating, "If you are unwilling, you may return for now. I will arrange for someone to escort you, as long as you can change your mind. I shall always be here waiting for you. Do not be afraid, my sister is not a villain." Jiang Qingyu extracted a silk pouch from her garments and handed it to the girl, saying, "Here are 5 taels of silver. Today, my subordinates have acted ineffectively, and I sincerely beg your forgiveness." She pressed the pouch into the young girl's palm. The girl remained silent for a long time, and when she regained her senses, she noticed Jiang Qingyu was about to leave the room. Suddenly, as if resolute, she exclaimed, "Do you really have a way to cure my father's ailment?" Jiang Qingyu halted her steps and nodded, "If I am unable, I will request Miss Bai to come personally. If she cannot heal him, then it seems no one in this world can. Regardless of the outcome, it will put an end to your thoughts, will it not? Love is beautiful, yet burdensome, however. I hope you understand. The most tormenting aspect is often not the conclusion, but the confusion throughout the journey." The girl remained quiet for some time before finally taking a deep breath and responding, I promise you. Can you visit my home to see my father?" Jiang Qingyu nodded. "That is my duty." During the journey in the carriage, Jiang Qingyu shared all that she intended to do with the 12-year-old girl. Despite her youth, the hardships had fostered a maturity beyond her years. She could discern Jiang Qingyu's helplessness and recognize that she harbored no ill intentions. Golden garments symbolize wealth. Yet without sufficient power to safeguard that wealth, it remains a hollow shell devoid of meaning. After hearing these revelations, Wang Qiao's wariness towards Jiang Qingyu noticeably diminished, even giving rise to his sense of camaraderie through shared suffering. At last, she was willing to unveil her innermost feelings. For so many years, no one had shown a willingness to listen. Her thoughts had been like an unending swell of air, perpetually expanding. By the end, tears flowed freely, and she fell asleep in Jiang Qingyu's embrace. Jiang Qingyu sighed softly, choosing not to disturb her rest. Wang Qiao's home lay on the outskirts of the capital, a dilapidated straw hut, cold and damp. Upon entering, they found a man lying quietly on the bed, his expression one of profound agony. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, nearly dried. Wang Qiao gasped in alarm and rushed forward. "Father, are you worsening again?" Jiang Qingyu stood nearby, swiftly assessing the situation. His skin was bruised, his neck taut, and he was coughing up dark blood. "Let me take a look." Wang Qiao stepped aside, and Jiang Qingyu quickly began a more thorough examination. She lifted his eyelids and scrutinized the veins. "This illness, I have encountered it in Miss Bai's medical texts." She called out, "Xiaohei, go fetch Miss Bai." "Understood," came the reply, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Wang Qiao was taken aback. Jiang Qingyu spoke, "His martial skills are exceptional." Wang Qiao possessed a mouth larger than an egg, and she could scarcely believe that martial arts were indeed real. She had always thought they existed solely within the pages of stories. Soon, Baiji was summoned. Upon disembarking from the carriage, still groggy from sleep, she cast a disgruntled glance at Jiang Qingyu and remarked, "It's always you who lands me in trouble. You ought to thank Xie Chenyuan for a raise on my behalf." Though she had never been one to chase fame or fortune, the thought of working overtime without compensation stirred a desire for some recompense. Jiang Qingyu whispered gently in her ear, "How about I reward you with a golden embroidered jade robe? Every woman possesses an innate love for beauty." And upon hearing the mention of the robe, Baishi instantly perked up. "Is that true?" Jiang Qingyu replied with a smile, "If the task is handled well, it shall be true." Baishi playfully poked her forehead with her finger. "You are quite bothersome." However, she swiftly transitioned into a focused work mode. With a flurry of vigorous activity, she ultimately concluded with 2 simple words: "Can heal." Chapter 95. The grave robbery. Before the group could fully revel in their joy, Baiji abruptly curtailed their excitement. "However, do not rejoice too soon. This ailment is exceedingly rare and will require a prolonged effort to conquer, likely taking around 6 months for a complete recovery. His blood has accumulated an excess of impurities, and his heart is already beginning to falter. We must gradually replace his blood. Fortunately, the residence is not lacking in supply, and we should be able to procure what he needs. The method of blood transfusion is indeed a complicated affair, yet you have sought out the right individual. There are no more than 3 capable of performing such a procedure in this realm, and I am one of them, the most skilled among them. 6 months. As Jiang Qingyu contemplated how to articulate her thoughts, Wang Qiao, beside her, was already overwhelmed with tears. her suppressed anguish finally erupting. As long as it can be cured. As long as it can be cured. She knelt before Jiang Qingyu and Bai Shi, fervently bowing her head, her voice resonating with gratitude. Sister Yu, Sister Bai. Thank you. Thank you. You are my saviors, the saviors of my family. In the past, she had sought remedies. Yet no matter where she turned or which esteemed physician she consulted, they invariably delivered the same grim proclamation. This is an incurable disease. There is no hope. Some even urged her to prepare for the worst. She had long since despaired. Now, hearing of a potential cure and treatment plan, she was willing to offer any price to secure her loved one's life. Jiang Qingyu hastily assisted her to her feet. Chower, please remain calm. Wang Chower fixed her gaze upon Jiang Qingyu, declaring, I will hand over the golden-threaded garment to you. I trust you. Jiang Qingyu wished to say more. But Wang Chower continued, since there is hope for my father's recovery, this item is rightfully yours. Besides, my family cannot safeguard it. Though she might not be exceptionally clever, her encounters with various individuals had granted her a keen sense of discernment. She felt assured that Sister Yu was not a malicious person. Moments later, Wang Chower, wielding an iron spade, led the two to a burial site. The golden-threaded garment lies beneath, entombed alongside my grandmother. I shall unearth it for you now. Naturally, Jiang Qingyu could not permit a young girl to undertake such labor. So she called for Salo to assist. Salo responded with a sigh, did we not agree that I would serve merely as a guard? Why am I now tasked with grave digging? This contract of servitude is truly burdensome. The prince of the ancient city's otherworldly beings found himself reduced to such menial work. If the elders were to witness this, he would surely be ridiculed. Nevertheless, Salo dutifully complied, digging swiftly until a coffin was soon visible. Before the coffin, Jiang Qingyu burned incense and bowed her head in reverence before opening it. Inside lay a set of bones and a tattered piece of golden fabric. The material, as delicate as a cicada's wing, shimmered in brilliant gold, layered like waves of the ocean. Though it had been ravaged beyond recognition, it still exuded an unparalleled beauty in the eyes of all present. A collective gasp of awe escaped their lips, marveling at the exquisite fabric. Even more astonishingly, when held in hand, it feels as weightless as air, leaving one in awe of its exquisite craftsmanship. This is the fabled golden-threaded jade garment. Although it has been reduced to a mere shadow of its former glory through destruction, one can still imagine the profound impact this attire would have once possessed. Bai Shi, well-versed in the world, finds the fabric truly captivating. Indeed, it is an invaluable treasure. Wang Chower kneels before the coffin, exclaiming, Grandmother, I am a disobedient granddaughter. But now my father's life hangs by a thread. This golden-threaded jade garment remaining here only brings misfortune. Today, I shall bestow this garment upon my father's savior. And I hope that grandmother in spirit can forgive Chower for her solitude. Chower can hardly endure any longer. I implore for grandmother's forgiveness. Tears soaked the earth beneath her, and soon, a few people returned the coffin to its rightful place. Chower, emaciated to the bone, finds the current environment utterly unsuitable for her recovery. Jiang Qingyu has arranged a new abode for this father-daughter pair, conveniently located near the Jiang residence. Chower has been of great assistance. She initially intended to shoulder Chower's living expenses, but Chower firmly declined, insisting on earning her own keep through labor. Jiang Qingyu's first thought was to arrange for her to work at Yunyang, yet the tasks there were not suitable for a child. After careful consideration, she inquired, would you be willing to take up the embroidery needle once more? Wang Chower, perplexed, responded, Sister Yu, what do you mean by that? Jiang Qingyu explained, since your grandmother could craft the golden-threaded jade garment, perhaps you too have inherited some of her talent. You need not worry about your future safety. As long as I am here, I shall protect you. You are still young and so frail. I cannot bear to have you undertake heavy labor. If you wish to support yourself through work, why not learn a trade and serve me in the future? This proposition was indeed quite favorable. Wang Chower had no reason to refuse, yet she feared harboring resentment towards the art of garment making. Fortunately, Wang Chower's heart was as clear as a mirror. She did not immediately decline. I am uncertain, as I have never held an embroidery needle, let alone crafted garments. Father forbids me from touching such things. But if Sister Yu thinks so, I am willing to give it a try. The following morning, Jiang Qingyu took Wang Chower to the tailor shop, the proprietor of which was an acquaintance. Jiang Qingyu's elder brother, Jiang Xingcha. The success of Yunyang had not only invigorated Jiang Xingcha's business, but also enriched his finances, allowing him to open this tailor shop a month prior. Its size was modest, and the designs were unremarkable. However, its precise positioning ensured steady business. Coincidentally, Jiang Qingyu was present that day. At first glance, he mistook them for customers, but upon approaching, he realized it was his own sister. Little fish, what brings you here? Jiang Qingyu smiled. I have come to bring good fortune to my elder brother. Jiang Qingyu was among the few who knew that Jiang Qingyu was the mastermind behind Yunyang. When he learned this, he was taken aback, but eventually accepted this reality, understanding why Yunyang had been so supportive of him. To him, Jiang Qingyu was akin to a little deity of wealth. He asked, what do you mean? In what way is it good fortune? What wonderful gift do you bring me now? Jiang Qingyu gestured for him to step aside for a moment. Once inside the shop, she relayed to Jiang Qingyu her desire for Wang Qiaoer to learn embroidery. Jiang Qingyu readily agreed, instructing the shop's embroideress to help the young girl acclimate to her surroundings. After dismissing everyone else, Jiang Qingyu led Jiang Qingyu to a secluded spot. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Qingyu wondered what could be so secretive. Despite knowing that Xiaoyu had grown increasingly cautious, this seemed excessively so. After surveying their surroundings to ensure absolute privacy, Jiang Qingyu spoke. Elder brother, I require your assistance in researching a particular type of fabric and its method of creation. Sure, that sounds simple enough. Do you have a sample? Jiang Qingyu inquired. Jiang Qingyu produced a remnant of the exquisite golden threaded garment. Jiang Qingyu was instantly awestruck. What kind of fabric is this? It is astonishingly beautiful, Jiang Qingyu replied. This is the golden threaded jade garment. Chapter 96. All set what? Upon hearing the 4 words golden thread jade garment, Jiang Qingyu fainted in shock. It is no wonder he reacted so dramatically. These words carry immense significance in any clothing workshop, akin to a stabilizing force. Although Jiang Qingyu may not be a true expert, he possesses a fundamental understanding of the intricacies involved. He hesitated to inquire how his younger sister had acquired such a treasure. If she could obtain something of this caliber, what else was beyond her reach? His fingers trembled as he surreptitiously touched it. One must understand, this item is not something just anyone can possess. Jiang Qingyu nodded, I understand. But there is no need for you to worry, elder brother. His Majesty will shield us from calamity. If we successfully replicate the golden thread jade garment, the first piece will be presented to His Majesty, and thereafter, we will gradually begin mass production and dissemination. Jiang Qingyu, upon hearing this, expressed disbelief. But you should understand the principle that rarity is precious. It is only a singular item that can truly be deemed a treasure. I am aware of this principle. Jiang Qingyu smiled, her gaze becoming profound. Elder brother, are you aware that His Majesty has recently begun preparations to construct trade routes to foreign lands? Jiang Qingyu nodded. This was monumental news for merchants. If the trade routes were established, the future development and models for merchants would undergo a revolutionary transformation, a significant event for the entire commercial sector. As a second-tier merchant in the capital, he had indeed caught wind of these developments and was closely monitoring them. But what did this have to do with the golden thread jade garment? Such a treasure was meant for collection, not for trade. Jiang Qingyu smiled again. The commercial exchanges between nations differ from those within the country. International trade emphasizes barter, aiming to exchange a country's unique offerings for those of another. The most notable commodity of Dayou is its silk and textiles. One piece of treasure suffices. As long as it remains irreplaceable, it will forever be a treasure. Indeed, we are crafting the golden thread jade garment, but if we reduce the cost and simplify the craftsmanship, it can still represent the pinnacle of Dayou's silk textiles and retain its designation as a golden thread jade garment, enabling mass production. This will not diminish the collectible value of the singular treasure, and moreover, once the trade routes are opened. Being the first merchant house to launch the golden thread jade garment, do you comprehend the implications of this? Jiang Qingyu gasped in realization. The opening of trade routes signifies a grand opening of the national market, while foreign entities remain oblivious to the internal market structure of Dayou. Should they be the first to introduce such craftsmanship, all would prioritize them and trust in their quality. This would translate to absolute market dominance. Thus, leveraging this market advantage, they could ascend to the forefront of Dayou. This would amount to an enormous fortune, an irreplaceable opportunity. Jiang Qingyu smiled, unperturbed by the prospect of her brother's awareness. With the emperor's birthday approaching and envoys from various nations arriving, she had recently secured the opportunity to perform the grand finale at the emperor's birthday banquet. Just imagine, if the 4 most esteemed young ladies of the capital were to collectively showcase the splendor of the golden threaded jade robe, what an astonishing spectacle it would be. The name of the golden threaded jade robe would, before the completion of the trade route, come to symbolize the exquisite craftsmanship of Dayou, resonating throughout the kingdoms. At that moment, when you unveil the secondary version of the robe, can you fathom the profits that would ensue? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu turned to Jiang Qingyu. Unable to suppress a gulp, he had never considered that his younger sister harbored such grand ambitions and cunning. The potential rewards of this endeavor were beyond his wildest imaginings. Since childhood, Jiang Qingyu had aspired to engage in commerce, thus abandoning his already acquired degree to pursue trade. He, like any merchant, was driven by profit. As long as there was sufficient incentive, all risks were merely expected adjustments. He paused, feeling a sense of awe. Little sister, you truly have a firm grasp on human sentiments. Although he had interacted with her previously, the transformation over the past few months had been nothing short of revolutionary. His younger sister was indeed remarkable. Jiang Qingyu chuckled modestly, her fingers delicately brushing against her hair by her ear, tucking it behind with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Brother, you jest. I merely possess a modicum of cleverness. Jiang Qingyu clicked his tongue, responding, rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter. However, since you intend to perform, how much time can you afford? 5 days, Jiang Qingyu replied. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback. 5 days? How can that possibly suffice? The creation of the golden threaded jade robe is intricate and demanding, not to mention costly. We initially anticipated at least a month to tackle the challenges of replicating it. Jiang Qingyu clarified, we do not need a complete replication. We merely need to produce the secondary version first. Afterwards, we will have ample time to recreate the treasure for the emperor. Jiang Qingyu felt overwhelmed. Even the secondary version requires time. I have guaranteed this to the emperor with my very life, Jiang Qingyu asserted. Instantly, Jiang Qingyu's expression grew solemn. He pressed his lips together, ceasing his objections. I understand. I will gather all available resources to accomplish this task, ensuring it is completed within 5 days. Jiang Qingyu nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Upon returning home, Jiang Qingyu was finally presented with the emperor's secret edict by Yi Chui. After reviewing the document, it confirmed her suspicions. The emperor required her presence before the trade route was established, thus not only granting her this opportunity, but also providing her with an escape route. On that day, she could choose not to perform, effectively erasing the incident from existence. However, should she step onto the stage and disgrace herself before the envoys, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. The trade route was akin to her life's safeguard. Yet, this safeguard was insufficient and transient. She still had to pursue her objectives. For the promise bestowed by the emperor would ultimately yield a true safeguard for her life. She turned to Itsue and inquired, Itsue, what news do you have from Sister Hua? Itsue replied, Miss Hua sent a letter today, stating that the other 3 have all agreed to meet you at the Hua residence today during the hour. Jiang Qingyu nodded, understood. By the way, please prepare some paper and ink for me. Itsue complied. Jiang Qingyu's mind raced with thoughts on how to present the exquisite beauty of the golden threaded robe in the most perfect manner before everyone. This was indeed her best opportunity, having gained the emperor's recognition. 5 days swiftly passed. The most solemn days of the palace approached, and the entire capital was adorned with lights and decorations in celebration of the emperor's birthday. Within the palace, music and dance commenced, and the countdown had begun. Chapter 97. A perfect assurance. I hold absolute confidence the venue for the birthday banquet was the magnificent Shungan Hall, specifically constructed within the imperial palace for such grand events. Capable of accommodating thousands, radiating opulence in its golden splendor, Emperor Yong'an maintained an inscrutable demeanor, sitting regally upon the dragon throne, while the empress beside him wore a gracious smile. To the left were the civil and military officials led by Xie Chenyuan and Hui Yi, and to the right, foreign envoys including Prince Wayne from the Sun Never Sets Kingdom and Prince Xiao Shuaying of the Dayou Kingdom. The latter was known for his deep, sentimental visage and a rather legendary background, though he bore a limp. He greeted all with a constant smile. Xie Chenyuan cast a sidelong glance. Behind him stood Jiang Qingyu and her companions cloaked in capes. The nearby youths could not help but steal glances at Jiang Qingyu and the other young ladies. All clad in dark capes, their faces and skin painted pitch black, merging almost completely with the night, rendering their features nearly unrecognizable. Adorning their foreheads, necks, wrists, and ankles were golden accessories. Beneath the sleek black surface, the gold seemed to emit a faint, radiant glow upon their skin, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Huobuki observed them several times, both curious and perplexed. Why such an unconventional adornment? though Qingyu often had extraordinary ideas that yielded surprising results. The women of Dayou traditionally praised fair and slender beauty, and none had ever dared to don such audacious attire, painting their bodies entirely black. Even Hua Jiao and the other 3 noble ladies had adopted the same astonishing guise, leaving one bewildered. Jiang Qingyu cryptically replied, "This is a secret. You shall find out soon enough." Huangfu Qinghuan interjected, "According to my father, you are the highlight of today's event. Does this attire pertain to your performance?" Jiang Qingyu nodded affirmatively. Intrigued, Huangfu Qinghuan remarked, "I have never witnessed such a spectacle. However, since it is your idea, it must be intriguing." With a gentle smile, Jiang Qingyu replied, "After all, I have promised His Majesty to showcase the beauty of Dayou to all." The other noble ladies chuckled in agreement. Indeed, they were to await the performance, which would surely astonish them all. Initially, when Jiang Qingyu suggested painting their bodies black, they sought excuses to decline. Yet, upon hearing her explanations and witnessing her simple artistic representation of their performance concept, they were all persuaded. It was to be a beautiful feast, devoid of the allure of feminine beauty, epitomizing pure elegance. Although it was a bold challenge, they all believed it would indeed captivate the audience. Huang Fuling observed the group, feeling a pang of disappointment. Jiang Qingyu and Hua Jiao were united, yet she was left out. Sensing her discontent, Jiang Qingyu subtly changed seats with the young lord, gently placing her hand on her back. "Linger, there is no need for sorrow. You are the princess of Dayou, the pride of our realm. Thus such matters are not fitting for you. I have a more important task for you." Upon hearing this, Huang Fuling's expression brightened instantly. Obediently listening to Jiang Qingyu's words, the emperor's birthday banquet comprises 3 significant segments. The first segment involves the presentation of gifts. Ministers from various departments, local officials representing different regions, and envoys from foreign nations all offer their celebratory tributes. The second segment is dedicated to performances. Each act is meticulously scrutinized to invigorate the atmosphere of the gathering. Notably, Jiang Qingyu had informed His Majesty that their presentation required a degree of concealment to create an element of surprise. Since the emperor regarded this opportunity as a test, he naturally acquiesced, understanding that should Jiang Qingyu truly overstep her bounds, he could easily exploit her vulnerabilities without resorting to execution. The third segment is rather solemn, involving the overt and covert rivalries among nations against the backdrop of Dayou. Soon, gifts began to flow in. Xie Chenyuan, the head of the civil officials, presented a priceless luminous pearl, which was neither particularly outstanding nor disgraceful. The undefeated Marquis Hui, the leader of the military officials, offered a masterfully crafted sword, possessing the potential for legacy. The emperor, upon wielding this sword, effortlessly cleaved through the sword he had previously donned, slicing through iron as if it were clay, which delighted him immensely and sparked hushed conversations among the envoys. This demonstration signified a notable advancement in Dayou's weaponry craftsmanship, a testament to its burgeoning military prowess. Gifts continued to arrive in succession. Then came the offerings from the Sun Never Set City and Day. The former presented an exquisite jade chess set, undoubtedly the most precious treasure of the evening. Day, however, gifted a warhorse, which cast a pall over the assembly. Though the horse was magnificent, the timing of its presentations, particularly the emphasis on it being a warhorse, was ill-favored. Nonetheless, given the unique circumstances of the occasion and Day's formidable power, nearly equal to that of Dayou, neither side could afford to sever diplomatic decorum. At this juncture, Huang Fuling spoke up. "Father, I have my doubts. What constitutes a good warhorse?" This query caught Emperor Yanghe off guard, yet he responded, "One that can travel 1,000 miles, fearless and valiant, able to protect its master, is a good warhorse." Huang Fuling rose, feigning uncertainty. "May I test it?" The emperor consented. In the next moment, Huang Fuling approached the dais and implored the emperor, "I beseech you, father, grant me a sword." The emperor obliged, though the assembly was perplexed by her intentions. Huang Fuling then approached the warhorse, turning to its handler and inquiring, "Is this horse indeed a good one?" The handler replied, "Naturally. Your Highness may test it boldly." To everyone's astonishment, Huang Fuling seized the sword and plunged it into the horse's heart. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the hall. The fierce steed let out a mournful cry and kicked out, nearly throwing Huang Fuling off balance. Fortunately, she executed a roll and narrowly evaded the blow. The assembly fell into disarray, foreign envoys growing anxious and indignant. Yet, Huang Fuling pointed at the fallen warhorse and scornfully declared, "Bah, a wretched beast, unaware of its own insignificance, daring to clash with my blade, Does it not know to fear the strong? If it cannot even protect itself, how can it guard its master? In that instant, everyone discerned the underlying implications of her words. The expression of mild surprise on His Majesty's face transformed into a hint of delight. While the envoy from Dayou who had presented the horse turned pale, the Yonga Emperor glanced over and remarked, "Is it customary for Dayou to offer such an ungrateful steed as a gift? Am I to believe that Dayou has become so impoverished?" Their countenances grew even darker. Yet, the nobleman remained composed, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect, and replied, "We have been remiss." Focusing solely on the horse's ability to travel 1,000 miles a day and its valor in battle, neglecting to instill in it the understanding of lurking dangers. Regrettably, our hurried arrival from Dayou left us without a more suitable gift. We humbly ask for your Majesty's forgiveness, and upon our return, Dayou shall certainly present a grand apology. The Yonga Emperor nodded, allowing the matter to pass. However, this incident made it known to all that Dayou possessed a formidable princess, prompting even those small nations that had initially prepared ambiguous gifts to make last-minute alterations. The emperor then turned to the previously overlooked Huang Fuling, granting her a seat beside him. Huang Fuling gazed in disbelief towards Jiang Qingyu. Unfortunately, Jiang Qingyu's face was obscured, preventing her from seeing the other's expression. Yet, she silently chuckled to herself, feeling reassured. The first segment had thus concluded with great suspense. Soon after, it was time for the guests to showcase their talents and for the sovereign and his ministers to indulge in wine. Jiang Qingyu discreetly departed with several sisters. Just before leaving, Xie Chenyuan spoke up. "Do you have confidence?" Jiang Qingyu replied with unwavering assurance, "I am 100% certain. I claim the entirety." Chapter 98. Each displays their talents. Xie Chenyuan pressed his lips together, choosing not to speak further. Jiang Qingyu and several others approached the entrance of Sheng'an Palace. Autumn had settled in, and in just a few days, the Mid-Autumn Festival would arrive. The moon hung in the sky, nearly whole, save for a slender sliver missing. Outside, a multitude of men and women stood, virtually all of the finest musicians and dancers from Dayou. They trembled in the chill, yet dared not utter a single word of complaint, nor show the slightest discontent. They must remain fully alert, for what lay ahead could very well be their singular opportunity for fame in this lifetime. Should they excel in their performance at the emperor's birthday banquet, a future replete with untold wealth and glory awaited them. Jiang Qingyu and her companions stood at the back of the line. Those in front cast furtive glances their way, having heard whispers that they were the grand finale. Led by the remarkable young prodigy, Jiang Qingyu, who had recently gained notoriety for her ability to overshadow even the Prince of the Sun-Never-Set city. She was indeed formidable, having transformed from a figure known for her lack of wit to one seemingly enlightened overnight. I doubt it. It is merely a fade. Individuals like her, born into power, find it effortless to seize opportunities, even this prestigious closing position. Without needing the approval of the Ministry of Rites, she was born with a golden key, and securing the top spot at the Taishiwei was not enough. She must also compete with us for chances. Enough. Someone interjected. They can hear you. And what of it? If they are capable, let them eliminate me in such a grand setting. I refuse to yield. How many would actually concede? Moreover, with their appearances obscured, it was difficult to discern one from another. Yet, one ought to ponder not just today, but tomorrow as well. These words were indeed sharp, but they conveyed the sentiments of many. Most had honed their skills from a young age, striving their entire lives for this singular opportunity. The closing position was of utmost importance, as recognition from the emperor for exceptional talent or beauty that could earn a place in the imperial harem could alter their fates. Furthermore, they were mere commoners who understood the significance of the foreign envoys present that day, yet their grasp of the underlying dynamics was shallow, particularly regarding the contest between Jiang Qingyu and the emperor. Thus, understanding Jiang Qingyu remained a challenge. Hua Jiao, as the daughter of a military family, could not tolerate such idle gossip. She had witnessed firsthand how Qingyu had ascended in merely 2 months. As she took a step forward, someone grabbed her. Jiang Qingyu shook her head at Hua Jiao. "No need to engage. We have inadvertently usurped their chances. Rather than squandering words, let us allow events to unfold naturally. Does Sister Hua doubt my abilities?" At this, Hua Jiao composed herself. How could she lack confidence in Qingyu? They understood the profound impact their performance would have. How could I lack confidence? I am already prepared to receive my rewards. The other noble ladies joined in laughter. Indeed, rather than engage in idle chatter, they should showcase their true talents, ensuring a victory that would leave their competitors thoroughly convinced. The 4 of us sharing the stage is indeed a rare occurrence. And with the addition of Sister Yu, we are destined to leave with our hands full today. The disregard and whispered conversations among us left the performers who had previously mocked them feeling somewhat uneasy, pondering what remarkable performance they could possibly deliver. However, some began to discern a clue. Did the voices of those who had just spoken not bear an uncanny resemblance to those for noble ladies? The names of Hua Jiao and the other three esteemed ladies held considerable weight, serving as a benchmark in the eyes of the performers. Nearly everyone was familiar with them. Though initially astonished, they quickly dismissed this notion. Surely, they must have misheard. The four noble ladies each possessed their own distinct pride. And it was said that they had previously quarreled over rankings, making it implausible for them to unite for a performance. It was likely merely a coincidence of similar voices. If it truly were the four noble ladies, their mere presence on stage would suffice to uphold their dignity, requiring no need to paint their faces in such an unflattering manner. The group exchanged knowing smiles and fell silent. Inside, discussions began to revolve around matters of state. As the performers commenced their acts in succession, it was evident that the Ministry of Rites placed great importance on this birthday celebration, aside from Jiang Qingyu and her companions. A total of 10 teams were involved, showcasing a variety of talents, including some extraordinary individuals. Dancers, singers, and musicians graced the stage, with one performer even presenting a daring act of invulnerability and fire-breathing. Seeing this, Huabuki was eager to try his hand, suggesting that he give it a go with his sword, only for the performer to catch his blade effortlessly, in a bid to save face. The young Marquis hastily staged a martial arts display as an interlude. Whether it was due to the recent private training from the undefeated Marquis or not, the young Marquis now demonstrated martial prowess that could be deemed top tier, especially considering his tender age. It was evident that a formidable general awaited in the future of Dayou. His Majesty awarded the young Marquis a fine sword, indicative of his favoritism towards him. Yet the undefeated Marquis wore a slightly strained smile, seemingly preoccupied with his own thoughts. With both sister and brother garnering attention, Huang Fuqinghuan was naturally unwilling to be outdone. Unfortunately, he was utterly clueless about court affairs, overshadowed by the second prince born of the favored consort. Fortunately, when the envoys began to express their sentiments about the performances, he found a moment to shine. Dayou's diplomatic acumen was lacking, rendering them unfamiliar with foreign cultures, and officials rarely grasped the underlying stories and attitudes behind others' words. Some veiled barbs slipped through, leaving them unwittingly belittled. Xie Chenyuan's demeanor suggested he was still sulking with his Majesty, disinterested in engaging, especially since his recent accomplishments had already been substantial, prompting him to downplay his presence. The imperial tutor, on the other hand, simply closed his eyes and dozed off, signaling his withdrawal from the matter. The other officials were